Citizen TV, the citizen's power. 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 Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
So they had already opened their defense, made their case. Richard Jakpa was the one who was making his case. Then the Court of Appeal now makes a decision, agreeing with them that they had no case to answer. Well, that brings, at least for now, proceedings in that matter to a halt. So we'll be talking about that shortly also with Madam Joyce Muktari when we get her on the line. Have a conversation. I understand we have her on the line. Good morning to you, and I hope you're well. Hello, good morning, Mrs. Muktari. Hello. Good morning, Mrs. Muktari. Well, so we're having some difficulties with her on the line, but, well, once we try to secure that connection, a few things to deal with. But before that, let's take a quick break. When we come back, I will introduce the topic, introduce the panel. If we're able to get a stable line to Mrs. Joyce Muktari, we'll have a conversation with him before we start the main discussion. But give us a moment. We'll be right back.
To lead these people into the land of freedom.
She opened the door for women by paving the way for women in academia by becoming the first woman vice chancellor of a public university, the University of Cape Coast. And her foundation has opened the door today for many other women to do the same, walk in her track. Her contribution to the University of Cape Coast has made it rise to one of the best universities in the world. Today, many more women have risen to those heights because Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman was the first to lead the way, the first to show that it can be done, and the first to do it. Please permit me to take us down memory lane to describe the gem of a person that I am on behalf of the NDC presenting to you today when Nana worked with me in government. But before then, us in NDC have never ever left Central Region out when we have been in government. I wouldn't say we made Central Region heaven, but we left significant additions to the infrastructure of this region. In the 8 years of Professor Mills and my administration, We built the Commander Sugar Factory that has been recklessly abandoned under this administration. And I can assure Nananom and our father from Central Commander that when we come, we shall do everything in our power to operationalize the Commander Sugar Factory so that it can provide employment for the youth of this great region. We built the Elmina Fish Processing Plant. We rebuilt the Elmina Castle Bridge. We built the Cape Coast Stadium. We built the Kotokraba Market. We established the Esuasia Water Project that today is providing water to hundreds of communities. We connected several hundreds of communities to the national electricity grid. We built new secondary schools and e-blocks in various parts of the region. We removed many schools from under trees, and we also commissioned numerous road projects in this region. Nananom, you would have noted, rather sadly, that the sound moral values in leadership have been in short supply these last 8 years. Professor Nana Jane is a leader who possesses high moral values. She is incorruptible, and all through her service to Ghana has remained committed and remained patriotic. She comes with wisdom, tact, passion, integrity, and decades of experience to the vice presidential office. The NDC is a party that has development as an integral part of its visionary outlook. And Nana Jane has distinguished herself as an achiever in her own right. As my Minister of Education, Professor Opoku Agyeman demonstrated unparalleled dedication to improving Ghana's educational landscape. With a pragmatic approach devoid of propaganda, she led initiatives that have transformed our educational system and provided opportunities for countless Ghanaian youth. And this is how she did it. Under her leadership of the Ministry of Education, we saw the construction of over 2,000 school projects across the country. And these included classroom blocks, it included teachers' accommodation facilities, it included providing children with school desks and tables. This effort significantly reduced the schools under trees phenomenon and provided a conducive learning environment for our children in basic schools. She was the one who, in line with our 1992 Constitution, introduced the progressively, and mark my words, the progressively free senior high school policy, which benefited thousands of poor and vulnerable children.
Motumaka, nemo mama mkwandado. Insi nananuma hima, mo boss, badasipi. Oyo hona weshe mu hanyina, mzasada kese mzimahon. Ozinkan mamu raka wo muhui, se bibi wo moya hondawa, mesre wonfa seda manyankopon. Uwia aseda ne bi nsuma ofodo. Minu anome busuafo, ma kyerɛkyerɛfo, ibia onyi mesi wo ma konum. Ibia wo abo ibia nam umpa bonpo no doso. Meda hona asipi. Menyimde bebia megine no. Ano anyame pia bebia mokomeke gina nso no. Onye anamona nyimpa krotin no tu. Nti megizi de memfia nanenyi ya baha ya basre no. Ncheye ko henenyi mi da ma no onye hen bananto. Sabe nyimpa ko nananu mingina honenyi mbubie. Na mo mreke hon nsam kakra wo house wo de kyerɛn. Wo se nyimpa ko erdowa ihu echi. Nti ya basre onye hen nanto won dandan hen. Ye de enhu ye de hye hon ase. Won bo hen. Na mo de ye bia na enyina ye nsom na ye nye. Mehum ho da mankotin na menyim. Menyim hwe, menyim kakra bi na kese no o nananum honinsem o enuanum honinsem o wadofo honinsem o me party mba honinsem na hanan metobara so megina ho na mada party NDC ase madam hona sipi madam hona sekese problem I want dwendwe no wɔ ho na ndɛ ne nyinaa fi hɔ ɔyɛ dana nyimpa ho adze yɛdze nsɛm dam otumi si ne kɛse ɔnye de begye maka ne hu de ewo nua nyine rutu anamɔ na akɔ enyim wunua wɔ hɔ a sɛbe moja no mu yɛduru ɔno na de beebi ɔnya obotum w'adwene ho yie nti ebusuafo ndɛ yɛbɛ nyinaa mafrɛ ho na ebusuafo ndɛ ma wayɛ yɛ a nyame nhyɛ hɔ nyinaa ate na ebi nso wɔn supporters ne nyinaa do obiara yɛ obiara fi no mu ndɛ dɛm asɛm yɛ ewie.
He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He is the Redeemer. He has.
Well, I think that it shows the vindication that he's innocent. We believe that this prosecution should never have taken place. Indeed, it came as a surprise because I had quite forgotten about the appeal. This appeal was made quite a long time ago when they filed a no-case petition before the court, and the High Court, rejected it, and so they went up to appeal. So apparently it's been before the appeal court for quite a long time. So it came as quite a pleasant surprise. But it shows that we still have justice in this country, and that we can work to make the judiciary what we want it to be.
Well, we have seen the AG really indicate that this is a perversion of justice in the interest of public accountability. One, if you were his appointor, what would you have advised him to do at this stage?
Well, I think that this Attorney General has been discredited enough. Anywhere in the world, with the things we've seen and the coaching of witnesses and discussion with witnesses, this prosecution would have been struck out as malicious prosecution. I believe this prosecution is malicious. He is not as a legal representative of the MPP party, over enthusiastic in pursuing political opponents. I've said that when we come, it will be the reverse. We will pursue accountability for the regime that has gone out. But at the same time, if any of our people are involved in the same things that have happened for which we're prosecuting the opposition, we would, the previous government would prosecute them too. And so I think that the Attorney General is also the Minister of Justice. He forgets that. He thinks that he's just the Attorney General. The Minister of Justice is supposed to ensure fairness. Anywhere else in this world, this case would have been, he would never even have come to court, not to talk about talking with witnesses, having conversations with witnesses and trying to tell them what to do. Yeah, this case should have truncated long ago.
The critics of yourself and the NDC say that you have suddenly found your voice in reposing some sort of confidence in the judiciary. What's your reaction to this as well?
No, not that we've suddenly found our voice. I do think that despite the issues we have with the judiciary, there are judges who are fair-minded. We're not talking about all judges. In some cases, we criticize judgments. I mean, for instance, to say that your birth certificate cannot be a proof of your identity as a citizen, I don't agree with that judgment. But they pronounce it, and we've abided by it. We sent an election petition, we're thrown out. I said I respect the judgment of the courts. So we've always respected the judgment of the courts. As president, I can say that I never, ever once interfered in the administration of justice. even though the Chief Justice was a church member of mine, I can say on authority that I never ever discussed one case with her. I left it to the judges, the wisdom of the judges, to make those determinations. In this government, we know and we've heard of manipulation of justice. Judges are called and told what decisions to take and all that. I do think that we give judges tenure, security of tenure, so that they can be fair-minded in what they do. And I'm prepared to work with the judiciary to create the kind of judiciary we deserve. The judiciary is the last arbiter.
Once again, welcome back to the Mother World Talk Shows, Alhaji and Alhaji. Of course, we are live from the Alhaji for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah studios of Pan-African Television. We are also live on Radio Gold, many other affiliate radio stations across the country. We are live on social media, specifically Facebook, YouTube. Facebook, Pan-African Television is the page. YouTube, you should still be looking for Pan-African Television. Can get to watch us live. Do share a comment or two, and I'll share it with the rest of the world. Now, this week, one of the major issues that have been discussed has to do with this article authored by Kweku Kwarteng. Kweku Kwarteng was, in fact, if you follow the lead up to the 2016 elections, you know who Kweku Kwarteng was, one of the major voices of the New Patriotic Party when it comes to matters of economy and finance. He is a member of parliament. He was made deputy finance minister when they came to power in 2017. In the government, he had returned to parliament and was now chairman of the finance committee of parliament. Now, he authored this particular letter, this particular statement. He said, and he titled it, "To break the eight, we must first break the norm." Sounded like an advice to the New Patriotic Party, right? But turned out to be a critique of the way Ghana has operated since independence. Because paragraph 3, since independence, we have survived by constantly overspending our means and borrowing to finance the overspending. And many of these expenditures are just bad prioritization, where we always offer higher interest to lenders, borrow more, use a part to repay previous debts, and the rest to pay for the current year's overspending. So we have been running our country's economy like a Ponzi scheme. The economy is struggling today because lenders are now refusing to lend to us. It is just like a Ponzi scheme going into crisis once people stop depositing their monies with them. Many Ghanaians, myself included, worry that if we continue along the path we have been walking, our democracy will collapse. And we teach our political parties to save our country from this looming danger. The political class must acknowledge this reality and change behavior. And we don't have time. That is the very first thing we're discussing. Those are just portions of the article, because it goes ahead to prescribe 4 ways through which the situation can be turned around. So, not really an advice to the New Patriotic Party, but to everybody within the political class. They need to pull the brake and change direction. And then, like I said, we'll be talking about the Court of Appeal judgment. We'll also conclude. We'll conclude the show by going foreign. There's a development in fact, let me read this story from the BBC for you. 10 hours ago, this is the BBC. It says the US will deploy additional warships and fighter jets to the Middle East to help defend Israel from possible attacks by Iran and its proxies, the Pentagon said. Tensions remain high in the region over the assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Iran and a key commander of the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. Missile defense forces were placed on a state of increased readiness to deploy, the Pentagon said, adding that its commitment to defend Israel was ironclad. Iran's leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, has vowed harsh punishment against Israel for the assassination of Haniyeh. Haniyeh was assassinated in Iran. He was there for the inauguration of the new president. So those are the 3 issues we'll be talking about on the Mother World Talk Shows, Alhaji and Alhaji, today. Once again, welcome and thank you very much for choosing us. Join us for the discussion today. Kwame Kwesi Prajina is General Secretary of the Socialist Movement of Ghana. Sitting right by him is Alassane Suhini, who is Member of Parliament for Tamale North and a former host of this show. Sitting to my right is lawyer Andrew Apia Dankwa. We'll also be joined by Kojo Chumbuafo, who is a former executive director of the Ghana Free Zones, which is now Authority. Will be joining us to complete the panel for today's discussion. Well, let's start with Kuku Kwatin's article. And I'll start with his colleague in Parliament, Alassane Suhini, on this one. Alassane, good morning.
Good morning, Senna. And good morning to our viewers and listeners. And let me say good morning to Al Kwesi and counsel to my left. Mr. Apia Dankwa, good to share the platform as always with you.
Yes, indeed.
And to the matter raised by Honorable Kweku Kwatin, first of all, I've heard people commend him for his boldness and his forthrightness. I, however, have listened to he himself speak about this matter. And my first disappointment in the midst of the commendation he was getting was that he declared that this was meant to be an internal memo. And it somehow got leaked to the public. And I was disappointed. Because what is the use of truth that is hidden under the table? Especially if it is intended to ignite a frank conversation that will improve our society. Should it be said indoors and behind walls? And why so? So, I mean, that was my first, observation. The fact that the commendations were coming in thick and fast, only for him to say that, look, this was not meant for public consumption. Then I looked at what he wrote, and I thought it wasn't new. It is something that have been said variously by different people in politics and outside politics. The fact that our politics in the form and the way that it is done currently is bad is no news. Many people in politics and outside politics have said that. The fact that our economy, hasn't significantly changed, and that in most cases it's as if we engage in procurement politics. And it's a phrase that I remember first seeing in an article written by a former deputy finance minister under President Kufuor, Dr. Agambire, who brilliantly wrote about procurement politics and how many of the projects and programs government undertake most of the time is just about procurement so that people can make their cuts, and not about the relevance or the impact of what is being done. So the fact that our economy has been run, maybe not in the exact words that he used, as a Ponzi scheme, has been said variously by different people in politics and outside politics. And what, in my view, is new is what he says about how to break the eight. That's, in my view, is what I consider new. And maybe in that context, you can forgive those who believe that this was just a bash of his own government, which he has been part of. Now, he talks about how we borrow to pay previous debts and also overspend on future projects. And I'm left wondering what he was doing as chairman of the Finance Committee when he tabled the most number of loans in the House as chairman of the Finance Committee for this government to contract. I mean, because there's no loan that this government contracted that didn't come to Parliament. And for the most part, he was chairman of the Finance Committee. That is after serving as Deputy Minister of Finance. And in some cases, some of the loans, whilst we in the minority opposed them because we thought that they were not clearly defined, their usage, were not clearly defined. He, as Finance Committee, rallied his members, the members of his party, to, pass these loans. So you are wondering what this is aimed at, his piece, what is it aimed at? But the truth remains that our current politics is unsustainable. That's, you cannot deny. It's unsustainable. Is it about the way we conduct internal and external elections? The fact that most of the time the highest bidder emerges winner? And the fact that our electorates, even those that you expect to be sophisticated, some way, somehow, expect candidates in internal and external elections to induce them before they make a decision. It's general knowledge. That has to change. And that change will not come from those who run for office only. It also has to come from the rest of us who make the decision to take part in the electoral process and to vote. Because, like I said, it's a two-way street. There are those who are willing to bribe, and there are those who actually demand the bribe before they make a decision when there's any election. So we need to accept that that kind of politics will eventually lead us nowhere. Maybe except to destruction. That aside, our governance system, and again he's right, it's been structured to run in such a way that it enables the party in power to win the next election, period. So, are you therefore surprised that our current administration seem uncaring about how messed up our economy is, how messed up our educational sector is, how messed up our environment is, how messed up our security is, but more focus on breaking the eight? Are you surprised that that is the focus of the current administration? When last did you hear that government have had a meeting to discuss the exchange rate, for example, and how one CD is now exchanging for more than $1 is now exchanging for more than 15 Ghana cedis? When last did you hear that government is concerned about it and meeting to do something about it? When last did you hear that the economic management team led by the vice president is discussing the fact that our inflation for the first time in the Fourth Republic is over 20%? When last did you hear that? But how often haven't you seen or heard that the vice president is on a campaign to break the eight? So the governance structure is such that a party in power is more concerned about winning the next election than really transforming lives and making an impact. And so a government is sworn into office, and about 60%, if not more, of its activities are simply tailored towards winning the next election. And the actions and activities that are tailored towards winning the next election mostly are not about transforming lives and our communities. It's about making appointments that are favorable either to state institutions like we are seeing now, or our security agencies like we are seeing now. So the discussion as we approach the election is about who becomes IGP, who is maintained and who is removed, who becomes a deputy in charge of what. It's about which parliamentary candidates needs to be the NHI deputy director, or the boss director, or the free zones director, or deputy director, or the audit service, so that the person can leverage on the state resources and largesse to annex a parliamentary seat. That is the focus, and that is unsustainable. So again, there is truth in the fact that our politics, whether you are looking at it in terms of how we conduct elections or in terms of how we govern, points to one thing, that it is unsustainable and it has to change. Otherwise, we are headed for destruction. So, to that extent, I agree with him. But then, it is not a new thing. And he's not the first person to say it. I have said many times that if you look at where we are now in our politics, the December elections is going to be a watershed elections. It is a make or break for our democracy. After the December elections, the actions of the next government, I say this with all sincerity and all the seriousness I can gather, the next government that will be formed after the December 7 elections will either supervise an improved faith in our democracy or a destruction of it. We are at the tipping point, and the next government will have to give a direction as to whether we fall off the cliff or we pull the brakes on the destruction. One of the key things I have noticed is that if for nothing at all, people want accountability. If the next government is not able to lead improvements in their lives, if the next government is not able to lead improvements in their communities, they will expect the next government to at least hold people accountable for the faith that we are in, the state that we are in. I mean, the state that we are in, not faith, the state that we are in. They will expect the next government to do that. People must account for the corrupt practices and earnings that we see all around us. People must be held responsible for the destruction of the economy, for the destruction of education, for the destruction of our environment. Once that is done, you will notice a renewed faith and confidence in our democracy. Otherwise, there's no hope. There's no hope. And you can speak to people on the street. You can eavesdrop, even if you don't have what it takes to, start a conversation. And many people, especially our youth, are beginning to toy with the idea of an alternative, not a democratic alternative. It doesn't matter how we repeat it, that the worst form of a democracy is still better than the best form of the alternative. If through our actions, people don't feel what we say, that the worst form of democracy is better than the worst form of any other government, because they have never experienced any other government, and they are experiencing this democracy that they feel is not serving their needs, they may be tempted to try that alternative that some of us in our young age perhaps experience. But we are no longer that young. So those who are coming after us may not have experienced it. And so they don't know what you are talking about. All they know is that this current administration is not meeting their needs. This current system of government is not meeting their aspirations. And so we all have to be worried about the kind of politics that we are doing. And that's why sometimes I get scared when I hear people say that the two political parties are the same. The two major political parties are the same. In fact, in the beginning, I used to say that, and it was largely true, that those sentiments came mostly from people who were disappointed that they voted for the NPP, but are still yet not convinced if they should change their vote for the NDC. But it is a call to us, especially in the NDC, who believe that we are better than the NPP, to get conscious of the things that we do that may be confusing people to equate us to the NPP, because we are not the same. We are not the same. At the least, I believe that the NDC has a better conscience. The NDC has a better conscience when it comes to what is wrong and what is right. So, for example, I'll just use two examples and wrap up on this. If people are concerned that a contract has been given to brand buses and the contract is inflated, because the NDC has a conscience, it will respond. It will try to ameliorate, even if you are not satisfied with the measures used to ameliorate. But because it has a conscience, it will not ignore, it will ameliorate. So monies will be retrieved, some people will be asked to stand aside. When people complain about National Service Secretariat and the corruption going there, because the NDC has a conscience, it will investigate. People will be sent home, and some will be prosecuted. And I can give you many other examples. You may not be satisfied with that level of, amelioration or attempt to fix, but the conscience will always lead the NDC to do something. On the other hand, what do you have? SkyTrain, $2 million. Nobody gives a toss. Paolugu factory, $13 million. And we are talking about dollars, not Ghana cedis, by the way. Compared to 3 million Ghana cedis, right? In fact, the president's daughter, the other day I heard that she was at a salon and was just this week, I was having a conversation with people and said, oh, and was assuring the person on the other phone that, oh, Ghana news cycle, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, something else will come. So the person should relax. Nothing is going to happen. As if there are no elders at home. Akubu Chumbafo is here. He was in government. He will tell you the number of times that he was called at home by elders to explain certain matters. A lie. Even when he was innocent. But people will care to know what is happening. But you have, especially this New Patriotic Party led by Nana Akufo-Addo, leading like they captured us as slaves, like it was a coup, through a coup d'etat that they came to power. And the rest of us are their beck and call. I mean, they decide and do what they want, and we are left to just talk. That kind of politics is unsustainable. But we in the NDC must be conscious that despite all these efforts and the differences that we have been making in the past to distinguish ourselves from the MPP, there's still that notion that we are the same. And that is why the next Mahama government, inshallah, in 2025, must be awake to this reality, so that we can focus on doing things differently, being more responsible, and being more, proactive when it comes to serving, to meet the aspirations of especially our young people. It's critical for our democracy and the survival of our political system. I have said it, Senna, on this platform before, that I have been in 3 professions. This is my 3rd one. I was first a teacher, secondly a broadcaster, and now I'm a politician. But trust me, I have less joy introducing myself in public as a politician compared to the pride with which I used to introduce myself either as a teacher or a broadcaster. Because in public, these days, once you are introduced as a politician, if you are someone who is very sensitive and can read the public mood, yeah, there are a few who will be excited to see you, especially if they are your party people, or if they are just people who admire certain things about you. But by and large, the mood is always like, if they chop one money. They are the reason we are in the fate that we are in the state that we are in. You can almost always sense it in the room that you are not part, you are not considered, even if they are going through suffering and you are also going through the same suffering, they don't consider you part. They rather hold you responsible. And you can hear all those imaginations of political class benefits. Phantom, what do you call it? Benefits that we enjoy. But you blame them. It's because of sometimes our lifestyles too. I mean, the other day in traffic, a colleague, member of parliament in a Land Cruiser with a police officer, siren, pip, 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 then stopped at a pharmacy shop. Yeah, and I don't think that it was an emergency drug that he was going to get. And I thought to myself, why will we not be considered, an existential threat to the community? So, what Kweku Kwarteng has said, one is not new. It's been said by many, many people in politics and outside politics. My disappointment, however, is that when the commendations were pouring in for him, he himself declared that he didn't mean it to be public. Why not? That's my disappointment. But I think we need to have more of these conversations to wake ourselves up to the reality that our current politics, our current system and style of governing can only lead us to destruction.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for setting the tone for that discussion. We're discussing Kweku Kwarteng's assessment or evaluation of the performance of us governments under the Fourth Republic, specifically the borrowing to pay debts. And then he also talks about the political culture. One man who has consistently talked about this on this network, but every time political culture is lawyer Pia Dankwala. Let's listen to you.
So, Senna, good morning. Let me wish you viewers a good morning. My brother Suyuni I'm as commenting for what is a very powerful submission, which I want to associate on all forces with, except the bit about GM becoming president. Yeah, because Alan Chamante will be the next president of Ghana, inshallah. Which my senior crime big brother, good morning. I consider it is a privilege to share any platform with you, and one of the biggest political icons in this country. It's humbling to share this platform with you, and every day I'm challenged to prove my worth in sharing this platform with Mr. Pratt. I hope today I can prove myself worthy again, especially with this powerful submission. Indeed, I was not surprised but glad with the article Kweku Kwarteng wrote, except to add that my happiness would have been complete if he had gathered courage to say that the Ponzi scheme was being perpetrated by Nanado's government and not by all governments in the history of this country. Because a cursory reading of the economic history of this country would tell you that the economy hasn't been the same. I think in the early 80s, there was a fundamental shift of focus in the structure of our economy by way of the structural adjustment program. The government of the day at that time fulfilled the dictates of the structural adjustment program to the letter, except to add that it is right that no economy has grown and has been successful on the back of following strictly the dictates of free enterprise. It is right, if there's something history has taught us, no economy, not even the economy of the US, the vanguards of capitalism, and they didn't build the economy on free trade. The United Kingdom didn't build the economy on free trade. No economy in this world, no big successful economy has been built on the back of the free trade. And so in 1983, when we went to the IMF and they gave us an economic program which was premised on free trade, and the government, they followed it to the letter. And because they followed it to the letter, you cannot look back at history and say that when they were following the dictates of an organization they felt were the vanguards of how to create an economy, they were organizing a Ponzi scheme. It wasn't a Ponzi scheme, because for it to be Ponzi, it must be deliberate, it must be intentional, it must be something you have sat down, thought about, and planned. Because Ponzi scheme came from a guy called Charles Ponzi, who sat down and then created a scheme, a very dubious scheme. And listen, I'm going to offer people bonds, take their money and promise them an incredibly high interest rate, for 100% interest rate over a period of 90 days. And then I'll take Accra's money, and then I'll go and take Swing money, and then I'll pay Accra, and then so that cycle will be going, and then at some point that cycle will break because then I can't attract more. But that was intentional. You cannot say that J.J. Rawlings ran a Ponzi scheme. He could have made mistakes. His system could not have worked. But because of the lack of intention, and I'm saying that they did the what's called economic recovery program, and they followed. Well, I recall in 89, sometime in 89, I was a small boy, but I recall the IMF praising Ghana for successfully implementing. So how can you say that is a Ponzi scheme? You take President Kufuor went to EPIC. He came and he started the PSIs, trying to build the private sector. Because we all know that when you're talking about the structures of any economy, then you need to deliberately build the private sector. Government needs to use its fiscal policy to build the private sector. And that attempt was made. Like once again, it may not have yielded, as in have been overly successful, but at least we saw the economy grow fundamentally, as in radically. He did not run a Ponzi scheme because his intention, for all intents and purposes, was to see the economy grow. We saw GM Mills. You may disagree with, I personally disagreed with his cancellation of the creation of, what's it called, the offshore, the Barclays Bank offshore thing. But that's a matter of ideology. He may have disagreed with President Kufuor's view. You can never blame somebody for following their own ideology. But we saw how the economy grew. You may disagree with it, but it wasn't a Ponzi. There was no intent to destroy this economy. There was no intent. You saw President Mahama, and I think I'm one of the biggest critics of President Mahama. But when you read the why he went to IMF by the IMF themselves, President Mahama, he said what he spent too much. But he spent too much on what? We all see the infrastructure development. And we all know that in building the right economy, you need to also, one of the structures of any strong economy is infrastructure development. Also the energy crisis, and we all see the infrastructure around us. You understand? So yes, he too may have made mistakes. But was he a Ponzi? Was it his plan to dupe the people of Ghana? What has happened under the watch of Nana Addo is a Ponzi. What has happened under Nana Addo is a Ponzi. And Kweku Kwarteng should gather the courage, the balls to look in the eyes of Nana Addo and tell him plainly that you have organized a Ponzi. Nana Addo has organized a Ponzi, and you see, we shouldn't whittle it down by making it the problem of organizing. How can Kwame Nkrumah organize a Ponzi? Well, you are saying that from 1957, all governments have organized. How can you say Kwame Nkrumah has organized a Ponzi? So my first point is that Kweku Kwarteng, my only disappointment, and I'm saying my job would have been complete if Kweku Kwarteng had gathered the courage and looked into the eyes of Nana Akufo-Addo. Nana, you organized a Ponzi. Why am I saying Nana Addo organized a Ponzi? When he took over in 2017, I think we were in the IMF program. The debt to GDP was around 50-something%. At least the stability that was needed to grow and transform the economy was there. So then what it required was for somebody who anchored his campaign on coming to transform the economy. And we all know that to transform the economy, you, the government, must use the power you have over the economy, being your fiscal policy, your monetary policy. You want to create that enabling environment to deliberately build sectors, real sectors of the economy, agri, industry, build SMEs, you understand, to boost productivity. 3, having had the benefit of one of the prescriptions of the IMF being how to manage your expenditure, financial responsibility. What was Nana Addo's fidelity to those principles? What were they? Because if you are saying that, you see, to transform the economy, then you, the government, you need to use, first of all, we all know and they see it all the time, expand the tax net. I remember in 2016, 2015, expand the tax net. And I don't think they don't know that in trying to demons from somebody possessed, so exercise 70 demons. Then you yourself, you the prophet yourself, you go and bring 210 more demons to repossess the person. That's what they have done. Then that's what a Ponzi will do. That's what a Ponzi will do. Also, we talk about 1D, 1F, and you want to have factories, and you can only show your commitment to 1D, 1F. By the way, brilliant idea, fantastic idea. But what was Nana Addo's commitment to 1D, 1F? What was Nana Addo's commitment to 1D, 1F? So you spend right over about 5 billion on NAPCO, which was a Ponzi. Because we should ask Nana Addo, what has been the NAPCO's contribution to our GDP? How many jobs did NAPCO create, and are those jobs sustainable? Where is NAPCO now? So all those monies, where are they? I can tell when Alhaji comes back, we will chase them over NAPCO. If it means people will go to prison because of FUNAPCO, people will go to prison for FUNAPCO. In the unlikely event Mahama comes, so now who do you pull? You and my senior Christ leg. If nobody goes to prison on the grounds of FUNAPCO, I'm telling you, people must go to jail for FUNAPCO because it's a Ponzi. NAPCO is a Ponzi. You get the picture. How can you justify spending about 5 billion on NAPCO? And you spend 400 million on 1D1F? Then clearly it's a case of let me do something to represent something. So I can take their eye out the ball. Then I can steal their money through NAPCO. That's what has happened. Take Galamsey. Because when you look at international trade, the fundamental, because and any economist will tell that in building the economy, you also need to create a system where you can attract FDIs. I'm glad a free trade expert is here. You must create a system that will attract foreign direct investment. And we know that the fundamental principle in international investment is that you own a sovereign right over your natural resources. That's the foundation. Because people want to come to your country because they want to come and exploit your natural resources. But you have sovereign rights, so you have the power to create the framework where you can make the most out of their investments. And that's why in the wisdom of the framers of the Constitution, they felt that into whose hands can we best protect our natural resources than in the hands of the president. So they create a trust in the hands of in Nanado. What did Nanado do? Nanado sat down and in fact he and his people strategically, they've stolen our natural resources. Who are they who are doing Galamsey? To the extent that when one of his biggest ministers, one of the biggest people in the MPP, dared to raise an issue, the man is being chased. I'm talking about Professor Frimpong Boateng. You understand? Now, to also create the structures that will make your economy to be transformed, then you need to take care of the well-being of your citizens. So you need a strong pension scheme and all. You need to, because you see, we are a mixed economy. Because we are a mixed economy, there are roles that also the government needs to play. We understand that when it comes to education, when it comes to health, ideally the government should be providing those services. And then we also know that you can't create an economy that won't be transformed unless the system itself is stable. And the system can be stable if the citizens, the repository of sovereign power, do not trust in the commitment of people they give their powers to deliver on the purposes of those powers. And that's why some of us were alarmed, incredibly alarmed, when Nanado sat down and allowed Brian Champo to attempt to buy the SNP, because what that does is to kill the trust of the people in the ability of politicians to deliver political leadership. And that's what my brother here rightly said. And right now is no pride to say that you're a politician because people may chase you. But Nanado sat down and made him do that. Why? Because it's a Ponzi. You see, it's not that. You see, this president is very calculating. Nothing happens for. You see, we shouldn't think that it was part of a grand scheme. And this week, you can see him struggling to defend the Japadier. It was part of a grand scheme. So when he became president, his purpose was not to transform Ghana. Because you see, democracy in 92, when we took upon ourselves this constitutional democracy and we recognized that that's the best system that can protect our liberties, our lives and all, that can give us the stability we needed to transform our economy too. You understand? There was a duty on all of us Ghanaians to build the structures that was going to deliver on the promises of democracy. So you build the economic structures, you build the social structures, but you also build the political structures, the political culture that can sustain our democracy. Now, in 2008, when Nanado took over from took control of the MPP, he first of all destroyed the culture in his party. Mm-hmm. That's what he did. He destroyed the culture in his party. So when my brother Sweeney was saying, I advise my friends in the NDC that you must do everything in your power to protect the culture that exists in your party. Because Nanado has proven to us that just one man, just one rotten apple, is capable of destroying all the apples in a very beautiful vineyard. Because that's what has happened. In 2008, he first of all destroyed the culture, the political culture in the MPP. Everything became, what am I going to get from this? And that was the culture, the spirit that was driving the party. Every decision was premised on what is in it for me. He drove that culture, became president of Ghana with that culture, turned the character of the NPP into a party that now was driven by that culture. And so, because the sole consideration of the party is what is in it for me, they won't call anybody who is misbehaving. Unlike you said, my brother here was having calls. He couldn't sleep for things that he didn't do. He couldn't sleep. But the NPP party won't call anybody when they are misbehaving, when they are stealing all of our property, because their sole consideration is what is in it for me. And that's what is in it for me is a culture that has been created by Nana Addo and my friends, relatives. I think you done very well not to allow that way to permit you. Unfortunately, I'm married. My wife is one of your kinspeople. Very beautiful, respectful. But you yourself have been touting. You don't miss the opportunity to tout your relatives, even though you were. So let me continue what you are here. You understand? But he's destroyed the culture. So right now, the culture has become very parochial in nature. Yes, the political culture has become very parochial in nature. So if they know when they meet you in person, they tell you, what do you know? But they lack the fortitude, the courage to hold Nana Addo accountable. And right now, what is wrong for me? Because people what I was talking about, our democracy will be destroyed. They won't even have the parties. That's Nana Addo has managed to also infiltrate into the media and also the CSOs with that culture. That culture that says what is in it for me as against what is in the interest of Ghana. On Wednesday, I was alarmed when Franklin Kujo of Imani, CSO that do not fail to claim that they are the leading CSO and to have a voice on every policy issue. And Franklin Kujo had the temerity to go and write on his Facebook wall that in the matter of West Blue judgment debt, is it judgment debt? Yes. The 95 million. That His Excellency Alhaji Bawumia does not know anything about it. In fact, he was exasperated by certain decisions that his government was taking. As vice president, he was as in his house, he was not even a mayor president, he was not even a passenger. And that the judgment debt issue arises from the negligence of the finance minister, my senior brother, Ken Ofoyata, and Alan John Kojo Chairman, Minister of Trade. And I'm like, what's this guy talking about? Because is it not common knowledge that JRA falls under the direct purview of finance? I've not been in government before, so maybe my senior brothers here can educate me. That does JRA not fall under the purview of finance? We all know. So we all know it is right. What will cause Franklin Kujo to make such a reckless statement in his hurried attempt to try and protect Dr. Bawumia? I can tell you that the only reason why he will make such a reckless statement is because the familiar spirit of parochialness has infiltrated into Imani, who are supposed to be the vanguards of this democracy. That's the level we have gotten to as a country. Because of one bad decision we all made in 2016, in spite of good counsel. Good counsel. Yeah, I'll commend my cry again. He counseled us, but we didn't listen. But they too, they were at fault. And when you allow us to sleep in darkness for 3 years, we'll stop thinking. We'll stop thinking. You understand? But right now, he's destroyed his party, and he's destroying the country to the political culture. So right now there's no proper accountability. And because of that, people are afraid to look into Nanado's eye. Kweku Kwati is afraid to look into Nanado's eye and say, you have created a Ponzi scheme. You, Nanado, you have created a Ponzi scheme. You have created a Ponzi scheme. You have killed any credibility the economy of Ghana has. You've killed it. And that's why nobody wants to invest in this economy anymore. You've killed it. You have been reckless in your expenditure. You've done nothing to increase the revenue of this country. You've killed private sector. You've killed private initiative. You've killed the economy, essentially. Taking the country 200 years back. Taking Ghana 200 years back. You've killed the confidence the people of this country have in the ability of this democracy to deliver on its promises. That's what he's done. And Kweku Kwati should not be afraid to look into his eyes, into the eyes of Nanado. The people of Ghana shouldn't be afraid to look straight into the eyes of Nanado and say, you have breached the oath you took. The oath you took to be faithful to Ghana. The oath you took to defend, protect and preserve the constitution of this country. The oath you took to dedicate yourself to the well-being of this of the people of Ghana. Because you see, because of this Ponzi scheme, reports are telling us that I think over 5 million Ghanaians are right now multi-dimensionally poor. Nanado, you were supposed to dedicate yourself to the well-being of the people of this country. You've dedicated yourself to the killing of the people of this country. That's what he's done. That's what he's done. He's used the power we gave him. He used the power the people of this country gave him to dedicate himself to kill the people of this country. You say what? You want to... Are you afraid of him? Are you afraid of this man? Are you afraid of this man who should be an example of why we should take the governance in this country serious? Are you afraid of this man who's depraved politics to the extent that Sweeney right now is not proud to call himself a politician? He's even afraid, are you not? Because you're afraid you'll be chased. You'll be chased because people want to chase him. Kweku Kwati shouldn't be afraid. Indeed, the people of Ghana should not be afraid to hold this man responsible, especially in the light of what is being unraveled by the Chapadie. Nostradamus number 2, Nostradamus. Yes, Nostradamus wrote a book, Les Liberties. My French is not good, so forgive me. Or Les Liberties, which prophesied the French Revolution, the rise of Hitler, the attack on the what's called Twin Towers. You have a Chapadie, which yesterday Basantali would rather would compare it to the main calf, or whatever it is, Hitler's Mein Kampf. Thank you, Accra. Mein Kampf. A strategy on how a group of people, a small group of people, want to capture this country and become the royal family of this country. I think enough is enough. Enough is enough. He has taken us back. He's destroyed our political culture. Our political culture, I wouldn't say was very participatory, but at least it wasn't parochial to this extent. We need a restoration of the culture, political culture in this country. We need a political culture that will hold leaders accountable. We need political culture that will allow for open disagreement. We need a political culture that will safeguard a governorship governed by the principles of the rule of law. We need a political culture that will ensure that the structures, the right structures of our economy are built. We need a right political culture that will not enable depraved people to rise to become president. We need that culture. We need that culture within our parties. We need that culture within our households. We need that culture that will create in every single Ghanaian an overbearing love for this country. A love that will cause us to want to participate, to want to be interested in every single bit of our democratic process. Because we can't have somebody of the like of Nanado and his cohorts rising to the very apex of political leadership. But he's done so He's risen. He's against wise counsel, because it wasn't only Kojo who advised us. We were advised also by Dr. Nyahu Tamaklo, but we did not listen. And we would not listen, or we did not listen. We believed the lies. We believed the glaring lies because of the weak culture in this country. So to end, I think it is clear. It is clear that Ghanaians need to rise and ensure that, first of all, the continuation, the perpetuation of this Nanado agenda, which they believe can only succeed if they find a way of making Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia president, does not succeed. Because after all, he himself said that he was tasked by Nanado to build the structures of this economy. So clearly he was part of the Ponzi. Clearly he was part of the Ponzi. So we cannot reward the Ponzi when we've discovered the Ponzi. We cannot. So we must do everything in our power to sack Dr. Bawumia. We must even question the importance of the NPP again, because if the party is so weak that they can sit down and allow one bad apple to spoil all the apples, because they are serious enablers of what has happened to this country. When a record is being written about how one man could destroy the very soul of this country, the NPP will not be exonerated. All of us, we will not be exonerated. 2, we should also look at the media. People who decide that they are going to go into the media must understand that beyond all institutions, they stand in a very honored place, because they are the vanguards of this democracy. They have the power of directing public opinion towards building the right culture that will sustain our democracy, that will give us the best chance of fulfilling on the promise of this democracy. They must have a serious introspection and realize that their commitment is to Ghana, and always put the interest of all of us ahead of their own parochial interests. Because like Kweku Kwatin said, when this democracy falls, when the people of this country start to chase people they put their trust in, their powers in, they will not be spared. They must understand that they won't be spared. And finally, the people of this country must understand that sovereign power really is in our hands, and we cannot be careless. In fact, we cannot be reckless and give powers to people and not control the use of those powers. After all, Madison said that if politicians were angels, then there will be no need for controls. But because they are no angels, then we must control them. There's so little that Parliament and the judiciary can do. Indeed, the system we've created can cause the executive to also infiltrate these bodies with his familiar spirit. The people that can hold government accountable is the people. And they must understand that when government is using the powers we gave them in a manner that is adverse to our common interest, the Constitution also grants us powers to change them. I'm telling you, without necessarily waiting for the 4-year cycle. You should understand that. Because when the Constitution said that should the president default on any of his 3 oaths, then he should submit himself to the laws of Ghana and hold himself and suffer pain for it. Unless the people realize the power they have and call on people in power to submit themselves when they've breached that oath, like Ronaldo clearly has breached and continues to breach, then we will never ever fulfill the benefits of this democracy. And to end, my last point, we are at a crossroad. We are at a crossroad. I think we all agree that Bawumia must go, that the NPP must be punished for being enablers, that the media must have a self-introspection. But we are going to choose a new leader. And it's not a choice, it's not about the parties. The Constitution is so clear about that. The Constitution is so clear about that. Yes, JM did not commit this Ponzi. He's not part of the Ponzi. Like, Atanos is not part of the Ponzi. President Gofo is not part of the Ponzi. There's only one Ponzi, that's Nanado. But right now, we need somebody also who has demonstrated a competence in building structures of the economy. I call all Ghanaians to look at the Great Transformational Plan and give our powers to Honorable Alan John Kojo Chemantin to build, to lead the building of the structures of our economy so that we can all reap the benefits of those structures and gain the ultimate benefit of this constitutional democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If you just join us, Mother World Talk shows Alhaji and Alhaji. We are live on Pan-African Television. We are live on social media. We are live on Radio Gold. A few comments before I come to Prophet Chumbuafo. Abdusalam Rufai says President Akufo-Addo has lied to Ghanaians and MPP by party that he cares for the country, but his agenda to enrich his family and friends was documented in a Japadia book. He never cared and won't care whatever you say. Judge this only said, Bravo Suhini, you are speaking the gospel truth. Musa Abato Asesena, Honorable Kuku deserves commendation for his courage and integrity in criticizing his own party and government for what he aptly described as sponsoring organization. It takes immense bravery to look into the eyes of President Akufo-Addo, Dr. Bawumia, the finance minister, and the entire cabinet in there and hold them accountable for the dire state they've plunged our country into. Leaders like Kwatin are exactly what we need. Individuals who prioritize the nation's welfare over party loyalty and are unafraid to speak the truth. Kucho Said is also joining us. Please, the VIP has nothing to offer Ghanaians anymore. Can you please tell Ghanaians one good thing that VIP did in Ghana since his lifetime that benefited the nation? Only troubling our lives. He must give us a break. Wind of change is blowing. Yusuf Mohammed is also joining us from Tamale Central. Says Professor Dinana Opokwa Jimane lies give reasons why women should be empowered. But considering the conduct of Madam Jean Mensah and the AC boss, Madam Hawa Kumsung, and their lives, one confidence and interest in women empowerment will be forced to decline. There's Mata Hamdala, who is also joining us. Looking at what is happening in Ghana, if Ghanaians were serious people, MPP wouldn't have gotten up to 30% in the general elections. The hardship is too much in the country. Lengicha Wenate says, honestly, if you guys disappoint us, you will regret taking over. Mark our words. There's Sami Zamaku says, Ghanaians have opened their eyes very wide. This Nanado MPP regime is a very dangerous one, and Ghanaians must vote them out. The new colonialism is happening live in Ghana. Here, with one tribe wants to take over everything away from Ghanaians, as we see in the Japadia documents. This document cannot be fake. It's been implemented gradually. Nanado has imposed Bawumia on Ghanaians. He will sit back and direct affairs. What kind of wickedness is this? Oh God, where are you? Joe Azrago says, Senna and the panelists, good morning. Says one, the Malata market women who were asked Dr. Bawumia to go and debate. One, the Malamata market women where he went to do his economic practicals during the 2016 elections. Two, he should go and give lectures at the institutions where he lectured, and those students who are still waiting to be employed after their graduation. And finally, Dr. Bawumia should take the former IGP to court for allowing the dollar to break the jail. And we are experiencing the free fall of the Ghana cities. Watching us live from the US.
Yes, good morning to all your august listeners and watchers. Good morning to the panel. My brother Suhini. When I say Suhini is my brother, he is my brother. We come a very long way. My young lawyer friend and recent convert to vagrancies of Akufo-Addo. But I forgive him because we went to a good school, and that is why he's discovered his conscience. And he's also an avowed Liverpool supporter, so he has good stock. So welcome to our world. And of course, the incomparable, my big brother and mentor in free speech, Kwesi Pratt, is one of the people who inspired me as a person to speak my mind. See, I don't really know what to say about Kweku Kwatin, because in one breath, he seems to have found his voice. And so let me give him some credit by saying that clearly he is a man of some principle. Because what some people don't know, and I hope he doesn't mind my mentioning it, is that he declined to succeed Ken Ofori-Atta as a finance minister. It takes some will and conscience to decide not to go into history as a finance minister, especially given what these buccaneers have done. Okay, if for nothing, to go and continue, but perhaps he doesn't want to soil his name for the sake of history, so I give him that. But unfortunately, he also happens to be, like lawyer said, one of the enablers. Because I recall Kweku Kwati being one of the people who frustrated the NDC government. Court case after court case after court case, you remember, right? And at one point, when he managed to win some, what do you call it, a pirate victory, that's what you lawyers call it, he rode into his hometown in the back of a pickup and raised his hands like when Jesus went to Nazareth just before they crucified him. So the enablers are many. One of the enablers of Akufo-Addo happens to be my own aunt, Auntie Sophia, the SY Chief Justice. Because if they had stopped Akufo-Addo when he wanted to remove Charlotte Osei, we would not be here where we are. You see, for those of you who appreciate history, whether you appreciate history or don't appreciate history, they are building blocks to fascism. And if you stop a would-be fascist at the first iteration, they don't go to the next situation. It's as simple as that. Lawyer Pierre Dankwa, when you people, you the lawyers, make laws, you don't make laws for good people. Because if you're a good person, why does the law have to apply to you? So when you people go to parliament and you make laws, criminal law, this law, you don't make laws for good people. You make law so that bad people don't go beyond what accepted norms. But we also accept that when you have characters like Akufo-Addo being your president, they will find ways to circumvent any law, because in theory, every law is circumventable. So, the spirit in which the Article 72 holders are protected is that they should cross governments. That there are certain parts of this of the government that need to go across governments for very good reason, so that there is a semblance of impartiality, even if it is infinitesimal. There's a semblance that the Auditor General should cross governments, that the Chief Justice and the justices of the Supreme Court should cross governments, that judges should cross governments, that the Electoral Commissioner should cross governments. But what did Akufo-Addo do when he came to power? He created a scenario to remove the Electoral Commissioner so that they could rig the next election. So what was Charlotte Osei accused of? Procurement improprieties and incompetence. Do you know the principal, their star witness in the persecution of Charlotte Osei? It was ABAJ. ABAJ is the indicted former head of the PPA, who at the time had been sacked by President Kufuor for stealing when he was the general manager or procurement manager for water and sewage. He ordered paper and stationery for 88 years for water and sewage. That's why President Kufuor sacked him. And Akufo-Addo came and installed him as the head of the PPA. And he gave prima facie evidence against Charlotte Osei. And I have urged my sister Charlotte Osei to sue this government for posterity, because a criminal went and gave prima facie evidence against her. They succeeded in removing her. But before they removed her, the then Chief Justice had to consent to it. And that was Sophia Kofu. What is she doing now? She's all over the airwaves. My own auntie, I'm sorry to say, she's all over the airwaves, criticizing this government, criticizing the government. She has even gone to the extent of taking her chair and going to the finance minister to demand that pensioners are paid. And I commend her for it. But I hate to say that she gave Akufo-Addo the carte blanche to be the fascist that he is today. Kweku Kwating talks about governments being Ponzi scheme. And like lawyer has so eloquently said, I hate to tell him that the only Ponzi in this house is Akufo-Addo. Akufo-Addo appointed 65 members of his family, and I don't mean I don't direct into the government. Not only does he have family members, he has ex-girlfriends, he has they are called proteges. One of them is the communication minister. Some of you know the relationship she has with Akufo-Addo. There are others. His child's mother was appointed as the ambassador to the Czech Republic. There are others, so-called proteges, and for the purposes of this conversation, let's call them proteges. Who is the second deputy governor of the Bank of Ghana? Another protege. Nana Santibedi, to the president's cousin, who happens to be his executive secretary. His father is in government. He's a government appointee. His mother is a government appointee. His brother is a government appointee. His sister is a government appointee. He himself is a government appointee. The president's first cousin is Kenufureta, and I'll get to Kenufureta in a minute. His first cousin, even though they deny it, his first cousin was Akwesi Amakwata. So one person, how many of these things can you do? His first cousin is Atachia. Indeed, truth be told, Atachia is supposed to be the Ochehini today. The reason why they didn't give it to him is because he's a twin. And he himself didn't want it. But Ochehini should be Atachia. That is the reason why I am surprised that people are surprised that Akufo-Addo is doing what he has done. Many of us warned you, Ghanaians, that this is where we are going to get to. Kofi Kumsin warned you. Kwesi Pratt warned you. Yours truly. I hate to tell you I told you so, but then again I did. Dr. Nyaho Tamaklu. So many people who had insight into this man's character warned us that this is where we're going to get to. But for some reasons that I will adduce to tribalism, elitism, religious, I don't even know what to call it. The word that comes to my mind is stupidity, but I won't say that. Right? The school, primary school that I went to, Richard School, Akufo-Addo himself told us on assumption of office that the pastors in Reed Church were coming to his house every single day to pray for him so that he becomes president. I didn't say it, the Akufo-Addo said it. So I met one of the Reed Church pastors at a birthday celebration for one of my political godfathers. And I asked him, Osofo, are you still praying? And as soon as I asked the question, my godfather said, and I said, Mpacho, uncle. Those of you who know who I'm talking about know who I'm talking about. I said, uncle, Mpacho, mami beside the question. He said, Osofo, Mugusu Bompaye. And I told him, Mumpaye fina mo boy ene de Akufo-Addo ba power. And me bobi wa. And he smiled, a wry smile. You could see that the smile wasn't quite coming, but he knew what I was telling him. You see, in the Bible, when the Israelites were on their way to Canaan, during the lost years of the Israelites, at a point, they wanted an idol to worship because they said they had lost God. And so Moses, under pressure, gave them an idol. And when the idol didn't deliver what they want, they got angry. And then Moses asked them, but you know the people who said I should collect your gold and build the idol? Did I steal your gold? So, Ghanaians, we caused Akufo-Addo. So, in essence, you ask for your dollar rate to go from 4 cedis to 16 cedis. You ask for it. Because Kenoforiata told you that he was the better manager of the economy. When he did it, you didn't even ask for his A-level results. And yet, he was your finance minister. So why wouldn't your dollar go from, your cedi go from? And he and his deputy Charles Edubuaini are the only people who have benefited from this because they contracted loans on our behalf and benefited from the loans because their companies were the ones who were procuring the loans. You see, the problem with allowing fascists to become your leaders is that they blur the lines. There is no pause when it comes to the fascists. Zero pause. So the excuse for Kenoforiata to be able to procure loans on our behalf was that, before he came to government, his company was doing it. When the reason why he should not have been doing it is because if you are making money from procuring loans, the tendency will be for you to go and procure more loans. It's simply human. You see, Suini said something about when we were in government. President Mahama was an activist president. A lot of people don't know. President Mahama kept his ear to the ground. President Mahama listened to radio shows. President Mahama, even certain fora that were on, he was there, but under a different name. So you didn't know. So the situation in which he was alluding to was when we were building the free zones building. One day he called me with his phone and said I should come and see him in the office. He wanted to discuss the building with me. When the president calls you and tells you I want to discuss something with you, if you are smart, you should know he has said something. So I carried my papers and I went to his office. And the first question he asked me was, he said, tell me about the building. And I said, because the board, we came to a conclusion that in order to present a face for the free zones that will engender the kind of picture we want to project of Ghana as an investment destination, we felt we needed corporate offices. And then he asked me how much is it going to cost. Point blank, he didn't mince his words. And I showed him because I had the quantities of AS estimate. And he said, are you sure it's not going to go over budget? And I said, I'm sure it's not going to go over. And then he asked me a very interesting question. He said, you're an engineer. And I said, yes. And he said, so are you exercising any fiduciary duty as an engineer? I understand you are the CEO, but and I said, yes, sir, I am. I am on top of everything they are doing. And I even explained to him that at one point we needed construction supervisors. I got 2 people who were employees of free zones, and I took advantage of a JICA course, and I sent them to Korea so that we didn't have to pay external construction. And then he asked me the question that he really wanted to ask me. And if you are smart, when you are being spoken to, you will know. He said to me that I should make sure that I don't embarrass him. That he has faith in me because he's known me for a while, but I shouldn't embarrass him because he doesn't want anybody to come to him and come and tell him that I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And I said, that will never happen. So after that, then he actually came up with something which today is probably the most important feature of that building. He said that when you finish the building, there will be a lot of traffic there. So why don't you put an underground parking there? He said that to me. And I hadn't thought of it, to be honest with you. I hadn't thought of it. So we went to speak to the contractors, and we told them, look, we need, because of traffic reasonings, we need to have another. So we went back. That was an afterthought. We went back. We did the underground, and we put an 80-bay car park underneath the building. So the story that Suhini was telling you that he didn't want to tell you because he knows the story, that is who President Mahama was. President Mahama didn't call me and tell me that go and pad that building and bring me some of the money like Akufo-Addo would have done. Or that if I was doing it, he wouldn't have said anything because he knows that he himself is doing worse. That is the reason why till today they have tried, huffed and puffed and blown the house down. And for somebody like me who went to Yoko 34 times, they still weren't able to do anything to me. Because I was number 3. If I wasn't 1 or 2, I was 3 on their hit list. And I was told several times that Yoko said, "Wano, ne do wabaha." You see, like Lohapi Adanko said, we are at, not just are we at the precipice, we are at the confluence in this country. Given what Akufo-Addo and his gang of buccaneers have done, and I call them buccaneers, brigands have done in this country, how do we progress? How does the next president of this country, hopefully it will be President Mahama, heart crossed, fingers crossed, in President Mahama, how is he going to even begin to run this country and assure people that it's going to be well? How much time are people going to give him? Yesterday there was a report that the US Embassy was saying that visa applications have been, 300%? The Canadians are even more. And this government's response was to send Bedi to go to the Canadians and tell them to stop giving Ghanaians visas. When he himself, his children, are all American citizens. He himself is the ambassador at large. I wonder what that means.
So he can travel at large.
You see, there is something fundamentally wrong in this country. Something fundamentally wrong in this country, and the next government must fix it. And to all those people who think they have gotten away with stealing from and robbing the Ghanaian citizens blind, you are joking. You will be held to account. If for nothing, the same standard that you set for us, we will set it for you. And woe is you if you don't pass that test. They came into government, so you remember, with a blaze of glory. We will do this, we will do that, we will do this. Just persecuting some of us who had done absolutely nothing wrong. I have a 90-year-old father and an 80-year-old mother. So he knows my parents. My mom fell sick because of the persecution. Because there were times when she had to accompany me to Yoko and climb 5 flights of stairs. You set that standard for us and you think you're going to get away. Because what? You have packed the courts. You think you're going to get away because you have written laws, new laws and new amendments. You think you're going to get away? Have you forgotten that the supreme will of the people of this country is in the people itself? Aren't you followers of history? Don't you know that Blaise Compaoré, at a point, the most well-armed president in this whole of Africa, ran away from the top of his mansion? Have you seen what has happened in Kenya? Have you seen what has happened in Nigeria? And you think you're going to get away? Until you people came to power, we never knew that if you had a bank account and you deposit money in the bank, it is not safe. You have closed down people's banks and accused them of running Ponzi schemes, when the government itself was running the biggest Ponzi scheme. Kenneth Foyeta went to borrow money knowing we couldn't pay. What do you call that? You see, banking itself by definition is a Ponzi scheme. The only reason why banks don't fail willy-nilly is that it is a controlled Ponzi scheme. So the Ponzi scheme is insured. So there's a limit at which they will lend, because it is controlled. Kenneth Foyeta went and borrowed money knowing we couldn't pay. He borrowed the money knowing we couldn't pay, because at every iteration his company, Data Bank, was making money. His company, Enterprise Insurance, was insuring the loan. Their last caper was that the trains that came into this country, the one that came to crash, Enterprise Insurance was the insurer, and up to today they haven't paid. Somebody close to me, whose mother passed recently, she had been doing funeral investment for 25 years with Enterprise Insurance. When the mother passed and she went to check on the investment, she had only 2,000 cedis in account. They have systematically whittled away people's money, stolen people's money. A very prominent journalist who had 27,000 in savings at Data Bank wanted the money back, and they gave that person only 9,000. You see, that is the untold story of what these people have done. I know you are nodding your head. Give me a few minutes. I'll round up. You see, things have happened in this country for which the next government needs to sit up and make people pay. Because otherwise, the notion that NDC and MPP are the same, which I vehemently disagree with, will go from fiction to fact. In this country today, it is not uncommon to wake up and see somebody building an 8-story building next to your house. And if you go down and check, it is most likely a minister. For the first time in this country, a minister of state, namely the transportation minister, Kweku Kwate, a court sacked him from somebody's land in Chado. Kweku Siama. Yes, sorry. Kweku Kwate, apologize. Kweku Siama, all of them are Kweku, including the president, was sacked from land in Chado. The president has heard of it, he didn't sack him. For the first time in this country, every blade of grass, every piece of land, go to cantonments, Laboni, airport, residential area, Roman Ridge, every government building that can be sold is being sold. For the first time in this country, even the military and the police are giving away their lands to supposed developers who are coming to develop part of it, and then what kind of madness is this? Now we have gotten to the mental hospital. The mental hospital. This government is so mindless that they are attempting to steal land belonging to people with mental problems. And you know who the board chairperson of the mental hospital is? Kenufurata's wife. You see, there is something fundamentally wrong in this country, and in the famous words of Judge Ito during the O.J. Simpson trial, something is wrong. Something is wrong when people attempt to steal children's park. That is what is going on. AC Sutherland Ade's children's park is being stolen as we speak. Something is wrong when mental hospital land and a forum belonging to mental patients who need correction is being stolen. And the excuse that they make is that, the town has gotten up with mental hospital. Are you serious? The people who put the thing there, they didn't know that it was in the middle of town. Isn't the mental hospital next to the Holy Trinity Cathedral? They didn't see it. Something is wrong when you attempt to steal land belonging to Bostal Institute. Something is wrong. Something is wrong when you try to reduce the size of Achimota Forest so that you can steal the land. Something is wrong when you try to steal parks and gardens in cantonments. Because everybody who has his head screwed on knows that a city like Accra needs a carbon sink. That carbon sink is provided by the green areas in this town. The parks, the gardens, the horticultural places, the Achimota forests of Accra. And when Accra gets hotter, we are all burning in our rooms, then you are complaining. Why do you think you are burning? My brothers and sisters, something is wrong in this country. And what is wrong? It's a Kufuado and his gang of thieves and criminals and buccaneers. And if you want to know what they have done, remove them in December, you will know. We have found out, per Samuel Kujeto's investigations, that the president has given an ambulance contract to his daughter's baby daddy. They have paid them over $34 million. For nothing. And yet this same president is trying the minority leader for something he hasn't done. And guess what? Why is that him? Ambulance. I have offered them a piece of advice that whatever they steal, they shouldn't steal the mental hospital. Because many of them will not want to be living in Bantam. Something is wrong in this country. Something is wrong.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Mr. Just a few comments. Prince Aaron Kufuor says the fact is the MPP government led by Nana Akufo-Addo came to power to wreck the nation. The Japadie is a grand scheme by Akufo-Addo to make some achievements more powerful than the Santis. This is very despicable. And that's why we need to vote the MPP government led by Nana Bawumia out come December 7, 2024 and vote for John Mahama to come and reset Ghana for us. And continues to say, in a serious state, the Minister of Attorney General, the Attorney General Minister of Justice should have resigned immediately. Dr. Atufosun was acquitted and discharged by the Court of Appeal. Looking at all that have transpired between Richard Jakpa and Godfrey Dame, Ghana is sick. The current government led by Nana Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia has made injustice and corruption their social interventions. Indeed, Ghana needs to be reset. Godfrey Dami must be ashamed and should resign now. In simple terms, Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia are wicked, evil, and heartless. And this one before I come to Mr. Pratt. There's Dennis Yakwete who says, Honorable Kweku Kwarteng was right, except that sooner than later he may back off, as those 80 MPP MPs once did, because of the self and the reason the MPP must be voted out. Indeed, as Ghana goes to the polls on December 7, 2024 to elect a president, though everyone has a right to choose whoever he or she deems appropriate, as the one who understands the politics as service and not as lordship, choosing Dr. Bawumia will be a bad story for Ghana for reasons not far-fetched. In fact, a vote for Dr. Bawumia will not only mean sanctioning the continuation of the rot of corruption, narcissism, nepotism, and cronyism Ghana is currently suffering from, but will also mean securing one's mandate to paradoxically frustrate accountability of stewardship under President Nana Addo. Mr. Pratt.
Well, to start with, something is happening in the New Patriotic Party. And it is something of extreme significance. Except that it appears that it is not being noticed and discussed. Here we have a former Deputy Minister of Finance and Chairperson of the Finance Committee of Parliament making the claim that the country's economy has been run like a Ponzi scheme. That's a significant statement. He is still a member of Parliament of the New Patriotic Party. But you see, he's not the only one. We have a former Deputy General Secretary, also of the New Patriotic Party, who only this week came up and said that the people of Ghana should forgive the government, the NPP government. Forgive the NPP government for what? And listen to what he says. He said many things, but listen to what he says. I'm a very principled and candid person. To a certain extent, I also agree with Kweku Kwarteng on the issues he has raised. If you go in for a loan and dig a hole or invest it in a national cathedral project, it is not a profitable venture. We don't need to use taxpayers' money to build a national cathedral. And he claimed that he was one of the people in the party who opposed the project. And he also claims that because of this stand that he took, he was denied appointments. Something is happening in the New Patriotic Party. Today, as we speak in this studio, Kwabena Japan, former General Secretary of the party, is following Dr. Bawumia around the country, urging people to vote for Dr. Bawumia. But go back a few months ago, when he was involved in the contest for the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party. He gave testimony about how democracy, internal party democracy, was completely destroyed. How leaders of the party, members of the party, were hunted because of what they thought, because of what they stood for. This is Kwabena Japan, who strangely today is campaigning for the very people he criticized, has completely forgotten what he said only a few months ago. But he has given us an indication of what is happening in the new patriotic party. You understand? Now, listen to Dr. Nyahonya Hutamakro, a founding member of the party, and what he says about the party. Now, he claims that internal democracy in the party has been completely destroyed, that the party has been hijacked by a small group of persons with loyalty not to principle but to an individual. It doesn't end there. Listen, the majority of members of parliament of the New Patriotic Party went public and told us that the economy was being mismanaged by the then finance minister and demanded that he should be removed from office. Something is happening in the New Patriotic Party. Everywhere you turn, listen to them. Look, Akompreko Kennedy, Japan. He said that members of the party were looting the national coffers as if there's no tomorrow. And there's more. Now, if these people, prominent members of the party, are telling us that there's no internal democracy in the party, one, they are telling us that decisions about national governance and so on today are being made by a cabal. That is their claim. Now, how would you entrust the whole country to this so-called cabal, which is intent on national destruction? And I'm not the one saying it. I am not the one saying it. Why would you do that? So I think it is important for all of us to take note of what is happening within the New Patriotic Party. What people in the New Patriotic Party are telling us. Only a couple of weeks ago, just before the launch of the outdooring of the vice presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Martin Opoku Prempeh, something very significant happened. The newspapers published a photograph of the current flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Napo, and Wuntumi, Chairman Wuntumi of Kumasi, and said that the flag bearer had resolved differences between them. But nobody told us what the differences were. What were the differences? Was it about national policy? Was it personal? And how come that those differences were so important and crucial that they had to be resolved before the outdooring of Napo in Kumasi? Something is happening in the New Patriotic Party. And all we have to do is to open our ears and listen well and do the proper analysis. Listen, Mr. Alhaji Martin, he was a cabinet minister, not an ordinary cabinet minister. Indeed, he was the Minister of Trade. He got so frustrated within the party that he's had to break away to create a new platform to contest for the presidency of this country. What pushed Mr. Alhaji Martin out of the New Patriotic Party? What pushed him out? He's speaking today. We should be listening to what he says. He was Minister for Trade and Industries. One of the flagship projects of this government was being implemented under his provision. One district, one factory. What happened to the one district, one factory project? Was he frustrated in the implementation of that project? What happened? So, you see, it is important for us. Don't listen to NDC. Don't listen to CPP. Don't listen to anybody. Listen to the voices in the New Patriotic Party and do your correct analysis. And I cannot forget my very good friend, my very, very good friend, Mr. Albert Kandapa, when he spoke to the judiciary and made the point that if every time the judiciary scores in favor of the sitting government, there is a problem, and there will be a problem. What did he see? Why did he make such a public statement? I think it is important for us to listen to these people in government. Listen to them in government and do your proper assessment. You see, what Mr. Kweku Kwatin says is a huge statement. He's talking about a Ponzi scheme. A Ponzi scheme is essentially a 419 operation. And we have seen it here. You remember that just before the 2016 elections, there was a Ponzi scheme which broke out in this country. I think it was called DKM. You remember? Now, Mr. Kweku Kwatin is saying that that is how the national economy is being run. There have been several Ponzi schemes based on deceit, based on tricks and so on. But ultimately, the objective of every Ponzi scheme is to steal and destroy. And that's how he describes how this country's economy is being run. I'm frightened. And I think everybody should be frightened. His words are deep. His words are deep, and we need to reflect on those words. Now, he, former Deputy Finance Minister, not an ordinary person, not the Minister for Works and Housing, not the Minister for Information, Deputy Finance Minister is telling us that all that is done is that we borrow large amounts of money. We use part of the money we borrow, listen very carefully, to retire debts, the debts that we owe, and the rest, we use it, we spend it on projects which are not viable, which would not enable us to repay our debt. Is this not the path to complete national disaster? Because if you borrow, and you don't use what you have borrowed in order to stimulate production and productivity so that you can generate resources to repay your loan, but you use it simply to pay debts, you understand? Simply to pay debt and to chop the rest on non-viable projects, that's the surest path to catastrophe, to disaster. And no wonder today Ghana is bankrupt. We are completely bankrupt. We are spending 128% of total national revenue on debt servicing, debt repayment, and public sector emoluments. That's a complete disaster. And if we continue to head in this direction, petroleum prices will continue to increase, the price of bread will continue to increase, the price of cooking oil would increase, the price of garri would increase, the price of maize would increase. Life will become unbearable for our people. And this is the warning which is being sounded. We need to pay attention to this grave warning coming from no less a person than Mr. Kweku Kwatin. It is also significant that this man, this honorable member of parliament, refused an appointment in the last cabinet reshuffle. What has he seen? Why is he distancing himself? Because no matter what he says, whether it was an internal memo, external memo, or whatever, what he says is weighty and revealing. So I don't care whether he says it's an internal memo or not. He admits that he wrote what has been published. And what has been published is extremely alarming. My brother, lawyer Apia Dankwa, started by making a very valid claim about how nations are developed and so on. And I'd like to emphasize the point that no nation in the world, no nation anywhere has been developed by embarking on the path of capitalism. Never. Because essentially, capitalism depends on exploitation of others in order to accumulate surpluses for its advancement. So, the Western nations we see today, Germany, Britain, France, the United States of America, and so on, thrived in circumstances where they could exploit others to accumulate surpluses. The United States of America benefited essentially from classical slavery. You understand? When others were captured as beasts of burden and made to work for hundreds of years without pay. That is what led to the accumulation, which became the basis of the prosperity of the United States of America. Germany profited essentially from colonialism, where it captured other people's resources, their land, their mineral wealth, and so on, and used it for its own benefit. France today continues to profit hugely from colonial and neo-colonial exploitation. If you look around French-speaking African countries today, all of them without exception, are compelled to keep their foreign reserves in the Central Bank of France. So when France needs money to embark upon development projects and so on, it just takes money from French-speaking Africa for its development. It does not pay interest on it, nothing. When the African countries need resources for their development, they borrow their own money from France and pay interest on it. So it is this exploitation which enables France to somehow meet the needs and aspirations of its ruling elite and the middle class. Even with this level of exploitation, the working people of France, the exploited working class of France, is up in the streets on a constant basis protesting against their living conditions and so on. You take the case of Belgium. How did Belgium attain its current level of comfort and so on? You do know the story of King Leopold, who actually regarded the Congo as his private property. The Congo is one of the most resourced nations in the world. What doesn't the Congo have? Water resources, diamond, everything. You understand? And King Leopold regarded these resources as his private property. Indeed, at a time in history, Congolese nationals who were not able to provide enough rubber for the pleasure of Belgium and its king had their limbs amputated. If you were required to bring a certain quantity of rubber and you failed to do it, they cut one hand. Next time, they cut the other hand. This is how Belgium built its surpluses which enables it to enjoy a certain level of comfort today. And we can go on and on and on. The reality is that the options available to the capitalist states is not available to African countries like Ghana today. So we have to stop and think. When they come here, IMF, World Bank, and so on, and these Western leaders come and say we should follow the example, do they tell us which people in the world we can go and capture as slaves to work for us for hundreds of years without pay? That option is not available to us. And even if that option was available to us, it would be against our moral values and our ethos as a people. So that option is not available to us. The Ponzi scheme option is not our option. Today, when they say we should follow the West and adopt capitalism, they should be telling us which people we can also go and colonize, steal their resources, steal their gold, steal their diamonds, steal their lithium, and so on, in order to facilitate our development. That option is not available to us. And because these options are not available to us, our leaders continue to deceive us, to give us hope where there's no hope, to continue with this Ponzi scheme that Kweku Kwarteng describes. And the Ponzi scheme would eventually crash. There is no Ponzi scheme which will last forever. It will crash. Borrow, use part of the money to settle old debts, use part of the money you have borrowed to engage in non-viable projects and so on. It will lead to a crash. So if you are not ready to stop and think, if you are not ready to examine the true options available to us, we will continue on this reckless path of neo-colonialist capitalist development and crash. Ghana has almost crashed now as we speak. If it continues into the future, God save us, Armageddon will visit us. Armageddon is what our destiny would be. Now, you see, what Kweku Kwarteng writes is something we should sit down seriously and reflect upon. And if we were to sit down seriously and reflect upon what he has written, it will lead us to major changes in our approach to development. Major changes. Look, it was in 1945, in Manchester, in the United Kingdom, that all the prominent leaders of Africa and Africans in the diaspora, the Pan-African movement, met and examined our conditions and came to a number of conclusions. One of the conclusions they came to was that we needed to free ourselves from colonial exploitation. We needed to embark upon the national liberation project to break the links we had with Europe and so on. 1. 2, they came to the conclusion that we needed to own our resources and to exploit these resources for our own benefit. And they came to the conclusion that we needed to unite Africa under the banner of scientific socialism. There is no better option than this option which was determined in Manchester. And indeed, if you look back to 1957 to 1966, you can see the tremendous progress that this country made when it followed that path to development. And since we abandoned that path to development, you can see the crisis upon crisis that we continue to suffer. The African people, the Ghanaian people, have no option to the Nkrumah's program for national development, for the acceleration of the national development process, and we need to return to that. My brother and Senna, I nearly said Suhini. My brother and Senna.
I wonder why.
Oh, it's clear.
Last time I was on the show. Interviewing the interviewer.
constantly. It's sort of understandable.
Yes. My brother said, this is where we are. Look, not too long ago, in 2001, the Western countries came up and their allies came up and said, look, there's a solution to our huge indebtedness, a lack of development. And they christened it HIPIC. They had a program called Highly Indebted Poor Countries Initiative. And were compelled to adopt HIPIC. At the time, we were spending 2/3 of our export revenue on debt servicing. Mark you, 2/3 not of the gross national revenue, of export earnings alone on debt servicing. And we're crying. We said this was not sustainable. They told our leaders to climb the mountaintops and to declare themselves highly indebted and poor. We build schools with HIPIC benefits imprinted on them and so on. Our condition today is worse than 2001. Our condition today is worse than 2001. HIPIC resolved nothing. It resolved nothing. And sometimes you wonder. I mean, I always make reference to what Albert Einstein has told us. Albert Einstein has told us that if you continuously do the same things and expect different results, you need psychiatric attention. And we have done the same things over and over and over again and expect the same result. We are always running to the International Monetary Fund for bailout. And after every bailout, our conditions become worse. And we continue rushing to the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. What are the psychiatrists in this country doing? The psychiatrists in this country must be arresting our leaders and looking into their brains. Because they are doing the same things over and over again and they're expecting different results. The psychiatrists have a job to do. This is the problem. You go to IMF, and in a country where one of the major problems confronting us is unemployment, and one of the conditions for the bailout is that freeze employment in the public sector. And you agree. You agree. So how are you solving that problem? In 1982-83, look at the disaster which befell us because we went to the IMF and the World Bank to teach us how to resolve our problems. We were told to retrench labor. In less than 1 year, we retrenched more than 300,000 workers. They lost their jobs. Is that progress? If you have a leadership who thinks that this is progress, my goodness, then we are in deep, deep trouble. They told us to privatize state enterprises, and we sold state enterprises like mad. We even went to the extent of establishing a divestiture implementation committee. Now, Senator, tell me today, of the 400 and so enterprises that we sold, how many survived? How many did well? Out of 400, today, only 2 are surviving. Only 2. Movenpick, Ambassador, and Golden Tulip. All the rest have collapsed. So this nonsense about the private sector being the engine of development has been totally discredited. We've handed everything over to private hands, and everything has collapsed except 2. And even the 2 tell me how they benefit our nation. Doesn't make sense. Now also take note, the people who are constantly telling us that the private sector is the engine of development, is the engine of growth and so on. Anytime they take power, all of them run from the private sector like Usain Bolt and take over the state structure. All of them. So if the private sector is the engine of growth, If the private sector is the engine of development, why don't they stay in the private sector? Why do they always run to take over the public sector? Something is wrong. I am so very, going to say happy. I don't think it's the right thing to say. But I find it so extremely interesting that Kwaku Kwarteng has made these remarks. And I think that it's important for us to reflect on these demands. And we should not just reflect on these demands. This reflection should lead us to the adoption of a better model of development for our country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If you just join us, Madaba Talk Shows, Alhaji and Alhaji. And of course, we're just discussing the article written by Kwaku Kwarteng, who is a member of parliament. He's actually chairman of the Finance Committee of Parliament, former Deputy Minister for Finance. He wants a change in direction. It's an advice to the MPP, but sounds like he was doing an analysis of a country's politics over a period of time. We have to move on to another discussion. We don't have much time. The discussion on the decision of a court of appeal on the case against Dr. Kisela Tuforsen, the minority leader, Mr. Richard Jakpa, Big C Limited. The court of appeal has essentially brought that matter to a close. So there's no further hearings. The Attorney General is threatening to head to the Supreme Court this time around. On this one, I'll start with Mr. Kojochumbuafo. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. You have a lawyer here, so
6 minutes.
He's the best person to explain to us what has gone on. But from an engineer's point of view, looking into law, Dr. Tuforsen should never have been taken to court. He acted on the instructions of his boss, the finance minister, who has gone to that same court to say, I gave him the instructions, so I'm the one you should be charging. But Tuforsen is simply being charged because he's the minority leader. He resisted the promulgation of e-levy, and there's a member of parliament here, so he will tell you what happened. And Tuforsen is in court for his fortitude, or was in court for his fortitude, and his resistance to the exploitation of the people of this country. You see, in 1982-83, Kwesi Pratt eloquently talks about what the then government tried to do, sending us to IMF. There was a young journalist, a lone voice, because at the time it wasn't easy to stand up against the government. There was a lone voice who stood up against the government on this IMF matter and predicted that we will get to where we are now. He was the person who stood up against it. Many of you were too young, and he got into trouble for it. He doesn't talk about it, but he got into a lot of trouble for it. At that time, it wasn't easy, like we are sitting here having this discussion, to have the discussions we're having. But he asked several questions and got into trouble for it. And I'm dovetailing this to Suhuyini. Suhuyini is a little disenfranchised about going to parliament. Sometimes he still wishes he was a broadcast journalist. Because when he was going to parliament, I was one of the people he spoke to. And I hope he doesn't mind me saying this. And I'll tell you what I told him. I told him that, Suhuyini, your people are asking for you to go and represent them in parliament. It is on the wings of what you have done as a broadcast journalist. If you don't go, how will you know whether you took a good decision or a bad decision? But Suhuyini, let me assure you that the decision you took is good. And I'll tell you why. At a point in time in your fledgling parliamentary career, you stood up against Joe Not So Wise and got into trouble for it. And what you did at the time set a course for the then NDC minority to challenge the government. If you remember, you were even removed from committees because you stood up against Joe Wise. So sometimes when you stand up against exploitation, when you stand up against authoritarianism, you may not think you have won immediately, but the repercussions, you empower so many people to stand up against that very authoritarianism. Let me finish by saying that, you see, my big brother, who we all look up to, said something about why going to places like the IMF is just completely useless. Do you know how much the IMF are giving us, this so-called the tranche they've given us, for which the finance minister went to have a party in London and spoke to us, talked down to us from London? You know how much they are giving us? $320 million. But so we spent so I've said it again. You see, he's your boss. We spent $250 million building a new headquarters for the Bank of Ghana. The same Bank of Ghana that has plunged this country in where it is by printing over 80 billion cedis worth of Kenofriata cedis. Right? We spent $250 million hosting all Africa games. And the only medals we won were arm wrestling medals. Because the country is so hard, everybody's arm is taut. Right? We spent 58 million on that brown hole at Cantonments called the National Cathedral. We spent 12 million, 12.5 on the Palugu Dam. Right? Didn't we spend that? We spent 2 million on the Sky train that never happened. How much money have I counted for you? $590 million. So if we didn't spend that money in the manner in which we spent it, for which, and I'm talking about things for which we have absolutely no benefit. If we didn't spend that money there, and we spent it on a first-class highway between Accra and Tamale, wouldn't it have reduced accidents? Wouldn't it have reduced? Incidentally, our brother, the director of communication of the MPP, had a very bad accident on the Accra-Kumasi road. If we had spent that money putting the first-class railway between Tema and Tamale, maybe you would have taken the train. You wouldn't have had that accident. But these are the things that Kwesi talks about. Because if you build a first-class highway between two of your two major cities, it spawns commerce. What is wrong with us? $250 million on all Africa games, and a high jumper failed at the first attempt. You know, I'm telling you people, something is wrong. Something is seriously wrong with us in this country, and if we are not careful, the next Jerry Rawlings, unless we will run across the border. We will run in three. Thankfully, there are 3 directions, but some of the people have to run into the sea and swim with the fishes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I come to lawyer, just 2 comments on Facebook. This is Zachary Akibo, who says Nado has been corrupt for a long time ago in disguise, behind the scenes, and at the moment battling it all together with family members and friends, groups of corrupt activities, and grabbing and looting everything that comes out their way, because it's already planned known agendas before grabbing power. Then Samuel James Aholu is asking, Comic Kwesi, kindly tell us how much to pay for the tuition this morning. I'm really overwhelmed and learnt a lot from you. On the Atofos matter.
Yeah, so ordinarily, a judgment of any court shouldn't engender such political interest. Unfortunately, because of the manner in which this whole matter has been handled, the political twist to it, I think we've gotten to a stage where Ghanaians feel that the Attorney General himself must resign for the decision of the Court of Appeal. Now, I think it is quite trite, and you don't have to be a lawyer to understand that the criminal jurisprudence in this country dictates that you are innocent until proven guilty by a court of competent jurisdiction. That the burden of persuading the courts as to the guilt of the accused always lies on the prosecution. that burden doesn't shift. Also, I think it is also quite right that we have what we call burden of adducing evidence. That can shift. And usually that burden requires that you bring sufficient evidence to prove the existence or not of a fact. So in a criminal case, usually because the burden of persuasion is always on the prosecution, it is the duty of the prosecution to bring evidence, or the burden of evidence is on the prosecution, and it can only shift to the accused, and that's the burden of evidence here, because the burden of persuasion never shifts. Where the prosecution is deemed to have made or adduced enough evidence that necessitates the accused to answer certain questions. So, in all criminal processes, the burden on the court is, after the prosecution has closed its case, you, the judge, you need to have an analysis of all the evidence that has been adduced and then determine whether or not there is a question for the accused to answer. If there is no question for the accused to answer, then you must acquit and discharge. Or the accused himself can also, by way of an application, ask the court to make a declaration that on the face of the evidence that has been adduced by the prosecution, no question has been asked of him to answer, and so then the matter has to be acquitted and discharged. I think in this case they did that. The accused, after the prosecution had finished his case, made that submission of no case, and the judge dismissed the said application. So they appealed, rightly so, to the Court of Appeal. However, whilst the matter was at the Court of Appeal, and whilst there was no stay of execution, the matter was being the accused opened his case. Certain information came out, which essentially threatened to turn this matter from being a prosecution into a persecution. Because there's a thin line. And because if you are Attorney General in our country, also Minister for Justice, and the burden is also on you, not only to deliver justice, because the burden to deliver justice includes a burden to be manifestly be seen to be delivering justice. So immediately you are put in a position where your prosecutorial duties are seen to be more of a persecution as against a prosecution. Then I think you need to have a frank assessment and see whether in the interest of the state there's a matter that is worth pursuing. I think that was the thinking of the judge when she asked the Attorney General to stand aside. I think when the matter came, some of us called on AG to actually resign for the purposes of maintaining the trust the people of this country have in their judiciary. You get a picture. So it's because of all the politics, all the comments, in my view, unnecessary comments that were made, that has caused the people of this country to demand for the resignation of the Attorney General. Because like I said, other than that, a matter where a judge holds that there's no case for the accused to answer, it shouldn't cause this uproar. It's normal. It in no ways impugns on the competence, of my view, of even the Attorney General, because it happens all the time. Rather, because of the facts of the case, because of all the razzmatazz about the case and the information that we know now, the people of Ghana, even before the appeal court judge made the judgment, had cause to question whether or not this matter was a prosecution or it was a persecution. And so, as in, the time is fast spent. In my view, I think it boils down to leadership once again, political leadership, and what fuels your political leadership. Is it a call to serve? Is it a call to create that strong Ghana? Is it a call to fulfill the potential of this democracy that we choose upon ourselves, or is a desire to pursue your parochial party interest? You understand? And once you lose it, once you lose focus from that desire to use the power you have to build that one Ghana, and instead you go into using the powers of state, the powers that we have given you, to pursue an agenda that is in the interest of your political party, or your personal interest, then you have no business being in that position. And that's why I still stand by my call. And I've said it and I'll say it again. I have huge respect for the Attorney General. I don't think his competence is in doubt. But he has undermined the relevance or the benefit of his position to the Ghana agenda. And because of that, I'll call on him again to humbly resign for the good of the country, for the good of this democracy that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Edward Baza says the ruling by the Court of Appeal is a relief to the Ghana Bar Association than to Ato Forcing. In fact, Governor Dami has disgraced the profession by his criminal activities. I am surprised that GB has not taken any action against the activities of the leader of the bar. In fact, I hear there's a discussion behind the Bar Council about whether or not he should address the Bar Conference, among others. Alasan Suini is a member of Parliament for Tamale North. They have been following the minority leader to court over the past few weeks before this decision was given. Honorable.
You know, Sarah, when Kojo was speaking, he tallied a number of scandals.
And what was the figure again? About $590 million or Ghana cedis.
Dollars.
I wanted you to repeat that. You know, earlier when I was speaking, I talked about the conscience in the NDC, and I gave some examples, and I was talking about the figures that were involved in some of the alleged scandals and the actions that were taken, and I emphasized the denomination, cedi. You know, the uproar that 3 million Ghana cedi in the bus branding cost in this country compared to what we are having now. I mean, this 500 million, you know, that he speaks of involving some of these alleged scandals. Do you know that the Tamale Teaching Hospital, phase 1 of that hospital was about 39 million euros? 39. The second phase was about 50 million euros. The UGMC that you see, that is getting international, you know, acclamation, was about $200 million. And so, when you have the president's daughter being awarded a contract to bring in ambulances,
Spare parts.
no, there are 2 contracts.
Okay.
The first one was to bring in ambulances, about 50 million. And then the spare parts, about $34 million put together. That is Tamale Teaching Hospital for you. Tamale Teaching, because first phase was about 35 million. Then the second phase about 49 million. That's Tamale Teaching Hospital for you. Saving lives, but in this case, saving a beloved daughter and friends. Senna, I'm starting on this note because for me, for me, it's not about how this case involving the Honorable Ato Forson, the minority leader, is or should be one classical case of how not to politically persecute a political opponent. It's not about that. It's not about how the Attorney General, in the process of losing this case, lost his integrity and embarrassed the Ministry of Justice and the Attorney General's office. It's not about that. And it's not even about the courage that the judges involved in this case may have demonstrated, knowing fully well that this was a political persecution, as captured in the tape conversation with Jakpa and the Attorney General. It's not about the courage that the judges, you know, even showed in thwarting the political effort to imprison the minority leader so they can have advantage over their opponents in parliament. It's not just about that. Even though it is commendable, but it's not about that. Some have said that it's because this is an example of how the judiciary is independent. It is not. It is one too little. It is commendable, yes, but that alone does not exonerate the judiciary from the widely held perception that it is under executive control. That one case alone is not enough to exonerate them. And this week I saw a report that talked about how many judicial arms of governments, especially in West Africa, or in Africa, are coming under executive control. So for me, it's not entirely about that. But it's about our governance structure and how it is being run by this government, led by this president and his vice president, now seeking a third term in office. You have a situation where we have a problem to resolve. So God bless his soul, the late Professor Mills identified the need to provide ambulances so that patients or people requiring attention, urgent medical attention, will no longer have to be transported in taxis and what have you. So the initiative to procure ambulances began. Vehicles were brought in. The contracting partner, in this case the government, examined the vehicles and thought that they did not meet the standard. And so therefore requested the businessman to do the right thing. And so the businessman brought in the equipments and other medical essentials that were aimed at making these vehicles meet the standard of operation. In the process, government changed hands. Governance is a continuum, not so. So the problem of transporting people requiring medical care is still with us, or was still with us. But this government's aim and focus in this case is to score a cheap political point and not to fix that problem. And even when they decided to act as if they were aiming at fixing that problem of transporting patients requiring urgent medical attention, the Auditor General reveals to us how they inflated the prices of the ambulances that they bought, whilst allowing the first ones that were procured, which attempts had been made to fix, to rot, so that it can make their case to politically persecute stronger. Now, through this, the common average Ghanaian is hit with a double jeopardy. You have one, the first ambulances that were brought in, rotting away, even though they have been paid with the taxpayers' money. The essential equipments that were brought in, allowed to rot at the port. Then the new government now coughs out more taxpayers' money to bring in ambulances at inflated costs and spare parts at inflated costs and award it to their relatives. Nepotism. And the common man, the man and woman who needs the services of these ambulances, are those who suffer. And the focus of this government is either to enrich their own or to persecute their political opponents. That, for me, is the crux of this matter.
Okay.
And I commend the Honorable Atuforsen, the minority leader, for standing his grounds and for being committed, because he was simply persecuted because of his strong stance against this government since his days as, ranking member on finance and now minority leader.
Okay.
And we give God the glory that at the end of the day, he stands vindicated. And I hope that many political activists will learn from this, that no matter how much they come at you, if you have your acts together well, you will stand the test of time, and at the end of the day, you will be vindicated. So I congratulate him and Jakpa for, their approach to this case.
Okay.
And I also commend the judges as well. But I think that the ordinary Ghanaian, in discussing this case, must not lose sight of how hard done, how insensitive this government has been to our plight when it comes to making available, readily available, emergency medical service to us by providing and supporting the process of making the ambulance service,
Thank you.
more serviceable to our needs.
Thank you very much. Just that Service Ghana says it is not only car spare parts, they are also bringing medical equipment spare parts, so we should take note of that. Mr. Bratt.
You mean the in-laws company?
Well, this is a very simple matter. And for me, the most important thing in this matter is that we still have judges who want to apply the law. We still have judges who refuse to be political. We still have judges who want to pursue the end of justice. That's the most important thing for me. Because you come to the point where the general population is losing confidence in the judiciary by the minute. So to have such judges of the Court of Appeal taking such bold decisions is most encouraging. And I like to salute those judges for what they have done to all of us and to the country. You see, on the substance of the case, I really feel sick that this case continued. One of the bases for charging Atuforsin and putting him before court and so on was that he acted without the authority of his boss, the finance minister. So far, the prosecution has produced no evidence whatsoever that he acted without the authority of his boss. Indeed, his boss himself went to court and said, he did it on my authority. So why continue the prosecution? The other thing has to do with causing financial loss to the state. Now, what does the finance ministry do? When ministries, agencies, and departments and so on have projects, they cost them, they negotiate them and so on. They bring them to the Ministry of Finance for the issuance of letters of credit. The ministry is not the enforcer of the agreement. The ministry is not responsible for inspecting quality and so on. So let us assume that it is true that defective ambulances were brought. What is the responsibility of Atuforsin? The only thing he did was that he issued the letter of credit. So what is his responsibility? In any case, the case being made against the ambulances, sometimes it sounds ridiculous. One of the cases is that some of the inscriptions on the buses were not spelled correctly. Hey, what is this? That the stickers on the buses had bubbles in between the stickers and the body of the bus. That the trolleys in the buses were too high or too low and something. That's the basis of carrying on the prosecution. Now, if it's the basis of carrying on prosecution, then everybody in this country will face prosecution. In any case, these defects could be corrected. You understand? They were deliberately not corrected. All we did was to rush to court and to secure conviction. What is this? And look at the scandals that have come out of this case. In any case, why put the agent of the company on trial for causing financial loss? The agent. That's a lawyer here. The agent of the company is the one put on trial for causing financial loss. I mean, this whole thing is so bizarre. So very bizarre. And I'm surprised that this case continued. What can I say? The judges of the Court of Appeal have made their point. And we salute them for their courage. We salute them for their commitment to principle. Now we are being told by the Attorney General that is going to go above the Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court. What can I say? Videbimus. Those who understand a bit of Latin, videbimus. You understand? We are watching. We are watching. We want to see what the Supreme Court will say. And what the Supreme Court will say will inform us. It will shape our opinion about the judiciary and so on. So we are waiting. What is this? Even in the banana republics, these things don't happen. Even in the banana republics. You have an attorney general who calls an accused person before court and tells the accused person to go and falsify medical reports. And he continues to prosecute in court. An attorney general telling an accused person to send false testimony, to give false testimony. And we tolerate it. Or you don't think that sending fake medical reports to court is false testimony? We tolerate it. What a country is, what kind of country is this? Senna, you know, sometimes these cases in Ghana, I mean, and the cases we prosecute with vigor. The cases we prosecute with vigor and the cases we refuse to prosecute tells us what this country is. I finished.
Thank you. Thank you. And when we're talking about Ponzi, two names came to mind. Dr. Jerry Monfan, who is an international finance consultant, was the very first person to describe Ghana's system that way for me. The other person was Dr. David Percy. He has sent a message. Says, on Ponzi schemes and our finances, I sent the text below to you on 18 November 2023. Following the triumphant return of Ken, the whiskey, to the Ministry of Finance after the presentation of 2023 in Kunim budget, whereupon the staff presented him with a guard of honor. Please read on. And he repeats the message was, good morning, Senator. Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta can declare Nkonim of victory for several reasons. He went gambling with Ghana's finances by setting up a Ponzi borrowing scheme that simply took new loans to pay off old debt and allow some consumption. His main motivation was to make his cousin President Akufo-Addo's government look good, whilst creating opportunities for himself and cronies to cream off from the borrowings of compensation for their investments, and brought our conman Nana to the presidency. It's quite a lengthy message. And one from Ambassador Sampiale, who says, in the abundance of water, the fool is thirsty. Unfortunately, we have to bring this to a close today. And I'd like to say a big thank you to our panelists for today. Kwame Kwesi, nice to see you this morning. General Secretary of the Socialist Movement of Ghana. Alassane Suhini is Member of Parliament for Tamale North. I see easy power. If you go to very popular man in Tamale. Very popular man in Tamale. Yes. Always wonderful to see Lawyer Pierre Danko, who is a member of the Alliance for Revolutionary Movement for Change. And I was always Thank you, Engineer Kojo Chumbuafo, completed our panel today to discuss the issues that we tabled. A happy birthday to, I think your name is Richard Tekbete. A happy birthday to you. You celebrated your birthday today. Happy birthday to Kofi Achina, who I met today, who told me that he'll be watching the show live. And of course, a big thank you to the crew that's behind us. Sewa is our producer for today. A big thank you to TT, who is in charge of sounds, and producers led by Tijani Badamaso. There is also a Rabna Frempong and a CEO of Abin Daddy, Latifa Adam. I am Sana Numbo. We are back same time next week with another edition of the Mother World Talk Shows, Alhaji and Alhaji. Thank you for making time.
The land of freedom, he's the Redeemer. He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He's the Redeemer. He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He's the Redeemer. He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom.
Citizen TV, the citizen's power. 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 Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Oh, mimi yes kabia sai. Ebi aba na metu kwan ya.
Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
200 awunianum ke wo ba omi a wo se wo support na o ma obi.
O da na yes kan nso ntina medi ba mi echi scan ntina medi le chaka maka kan.
O se wa di sika ni bia na.
Me dis ka bia.
Guest guy, ye ba ya wo cha ye wa ni. O di bia de na o. Guest guy de wa ni. Est-ce guest guy de wa ni bi? Guest guy de wa ni bi? OGB. Guest guy wa ni bia na.
Mama mi say bia na.
Guest guy de wa ni bi? OGB. Ya ni teacher de na. Ya ni chama wa ni bi?
Me ba to.
That's what delegates ni say. Chance o say. Yes, o say. 200,000. Omo mo to aba na say. Omo mo to aba na say. Omo say. Anybody does anything to aba? And the catcher me kwa me say. Now wow. Okay, 203,439.
Wow.
Yeah, 203,439. So 203,439. Now say 100,000 crown. Say Kennedy ma 100 cities, 100 Ghana cities, 100,000. For 400,000, I say.
100,000, I get 10 million. I get 10 million Ghana cities.
100 cities each.
About 10 million.
About 10 million.
Yes.
And about me, I 200.
20 million. Nipa 100,000 20 million.
20 million Ghana cities.
And you play when you do musio like
that. And you play rims. And you know,
and the panels will get you.
Use microphone. No.
The panels will send you more than 200,000 plus in tea.
And so when you are chim,
you'll be a chim now.
You chim because your fan say guy back was you on when you be. Your fan is on
must select it.
I must select it. Your fan say on also sa be a beer 50,000 and be right. Even with that, you 50,000 backlog actually 400 in the other end 20. Hey, hey.
Also, I discuss almost child, almost categorize it. Delegates no.
Yeah.
Also, delegates no. Among the delegates no. Your party chairman your secretaries
and we know you are when you foot soldiers.
We foot soldiers.
More from.
Now between the 100 cities and 200 cities, I could drop party chairman.
Constituency chairman.
Constituency chairman. Branch chairman grant me for 200 could
in the honor
chairman grant me for 200.
I want to cry the Yamaha.
Where foot soldiers.
Charles Musica no.
Oh, I know. Say, yeah, Basma be can no. Be do a security commission of the security for that was some quasia for Sika talking who had a worker.
I musica
no. Some quasia for Yesica talking who had a worker.
I musica no. You know, yes,
but when you can 60 billion now, a Bank of Ghana 60 billion.
See, I know the Aquadi Baumia.
I said, the need I'm going
to Japan Yabi. And at any more, the Ocas or more tensities will he be.
But I can't against some papers, I can't get some trouble.
Ah, there you now, the any more, I had any money about me, fucking boy. Now, I had any money about me.
Commander, I did back on me. I'm a partner, as a baby, a drew, Nipa came no. Meno, MP before no, as a woman choice of better about me.
Because Canada Japan crowd or your fortune.
Me, because me assessing about me. The first some of catcher say, I me opinion say, as some of the catcher fan say, Onimianza.
There.
I did back the Camini catcher say, Onimian said the woman. Nanso, made an answer by Nanso. You had better back in the Japan, I come from Malo.
Have you been out to tear you just arrow?
What is the Japan? A bad team so contest in 1 year. What was a wire? Mam taking what you be a to. A wire for ya, a wire for ya, young cancer, for ya, a wire for, I have. We are full out of kind as a program.
But a scanner to go from Sano. And Ghanaians are suffering. Bakubi, Bakuna, on your good father, Banokoye, moving penna, deal no. Contaminated a few no. Almost friends say, or no catchers who are packet dollars a good damn one. One chase I tape no. Bet me 2 hours who are packet dollars. And yes, it is so. Were packet dollars a good damn.
Na sounds far no. Ayada me tiemu ye kakra. Onze dia na owoso na okoko contesting two no. E Kufu the boy. Jadu, your friend Jadu, not or your Western Regional Minister and at the same time your MP for that area. Oko contesting the crowd no, vetting and come disqualifying the vetting. Anna Oja Omian who no didn't man or contesting no two no. And into the response they say Jadu no about threaten and say says you are ready. I'm not going to pay steady baby two no. O musica no crowd no di frabroach na by dollars no di baby two no. And also catch up say oh Me so me a business man. Some music come to be election dollars.
What is the contest? The contest is that they have stolen us. They have stolen us. Omo wia yesika no omo di nkwasiade.
But about 20 days since I be through there, I
omo wia yesika and omo ayo man sika no omo wia. And omo di yes ade.
Na mo kofa do he.
Exactly.
Mo kofa do he.
Exactly, Charles. Anyway, Charles, my mentor to them about community from Ra. And over to you. And I'm a TSMB, Ketiamo. Wouldn't say Tiasman, the Ketiamo worker. Ketiamo catch a year, a friend say, shop owners. And nay, Omon Kofania Mabase, Omonti two, Omonia reasonable. No Montetinia Bosso, no Christmas, Mobrofoso, and ye. Omonia reasonable. Just listen to Ketiamo.
Self to we, I can't buy no blankets or the man.
Just listen to Ketiamo. Ya catch a Kufado say, oh, go for Bodemini, Abe trade minister.
There be sir, and
how
prices of goods, and there are components that come together and the price of goods.
There be the Nipano. And you can't know the coffee.
And I make a petrol.
Auto food say. What you know taxes say? Beverages for air catcher will say, sir, excise taxes not 20%. You free so what's it there be?
I better not boy for boys in piano.
Now who hears a who hears a who piscana a
elections.
No, turn idea no pay be in a medino. On your reasonable. Are you reasonable? Oh, Sangro way Kasa Biano, they insult us, and you don't have any means than to give it back to you.
Ghana for we deserve it. No, sometimes.
Me tear me taxes, man.
We deserve it.
Who kume?
We deserve
a man for crouch petition court parliament about taxes, port taxes, and in the America home. Was it still? What was to be reasonable because of the current world situation? Who you are not catch or no say on your reasonable no how?
And I'm saying, commander, sometimes they are not nipa kuda as you deserve it.
Charlie, Yabakasa, remember? Okay, so and Ghana for me mamo back to back Ketuebi, back to back. Maya Samira, no Maya Baumia, no Maya Jombuadu, near Busomo say, Nesikano Wahin. It's so simple. Now listen to Samira Baumia in 2015, right? In 2015. So in 2015. Now, one from a year Toja says the 8th Parliament is our problem. The minority passed Katie Amon. Who is our problem now? Okay, so that's it. But and then back to back. Menka Sanche, because and then Penifo be refian be ya juma wa fompa. Nti na mimbomu nche na mimbomu saa ba me mama back to back sa Mira Baumia say Baumia na economy no wahwe amana yesi enye ono and omo yane the tapes no wo bebre omo ginchim ye bebo bebre e de akere wo mo ye bebo bebre e de akere wo mo and
he'll bring it to bear. We are vice president. You head the economic management committee of the country. Into economic policies now will be driven by you, and also you will be directed by you. He'll bring it to bear. We are vice president. You head the economic management committee of the country. Into economic policies now will be driven by you, and also you will be directed by you. I know say he's competent in that area. He's got the focus. He's got the mindset. He's got the experience in macroeconomics, and even as a general academician he'll bring it to bear. We are vice president. You head the economic management committee of the country. Into economic policies now will be driven by you, and also you will be directed by you. I know say he's competent in that.
Ghana for Munti Samira. And Samira, sister, that time, sister, now do kunyo. Sis. Samira, dear, Diabata, ni chane, and the woman to me in Cabio, okay, sister, bed Tida sumun sem papa. But Diabatabo. On say, yes, and for you say, oh, yeah, they are no atuana. Which you are chikakra. But sister Udukuni, Ataru na show 2015. No Atari ni. Watari na eya papa pani. Uduku na papa na boy, you know. Yes, your best because that time say oko yeah oko abonte mani pe na interview na oko abonte ti Uduku papa last one boy ni. Tika sister ka oko fa Uduku no. Now here yeah, can you never insult Ghanaians? Can you never do it? Kagana ni kura didi watu man ka kasa me dase if it's on my way aye. But that is not the issue. Ma kase eduabata bo nitwa etwa na. Nti I won't go there. But sister, what's say? We obi a vice president on a day. Eh? Obi a vice president say nipa no ono ena ohwe policies na ona drive a policies of the government and here we are here. I mean so that is Sabira for you now. Baomianu ankasa no so yenkotie Baomianu amu. Let's go and listen to Baomia no that time enumdwa or the man about fuel and transport fares. Fuel and transport. Yenkotie Baomianu amu. Yenkotie Baomianu amu on fuel and
Mubehu nyame adom said petrol bo beba form. Mubehu nyame adom said the transport. Mubehu nyame adom said petrol bo beba form. Mubehu nyame adom said the transport fares so beba form. Na niema bo so beba form because of new policies are yede ba nyame adom Mr. Obia nya abotere because we are going to implement something different, something new, and a depreciation of the currency loss and also abba form. Mubehu nyame adom said petrol bo beba form. Mubehu nyame adom said the transport fares so beba form. Na niema bo so beba form because of new policies are yede ba nyame adom Mr. Obia nya abotere.
Two.
Commander.
We are 2022. Ojura. 2022. Me ba cho Ghana for amuteme through another form. Transport fares na aba form. Above form. Okay. All right. Monsieur, and then you are more back to back. Now, 60 SHS schools, no, why not? Bomia no, as I can. Which year? Okay, what do you family? December, Bomia.
Education in the Zongo communities. So we are building in each of the 16 regions. We are building model senior high school education in the Zongo communities. So we are building in each of the 16 regions. We are building model senior high schools in Zongo communities in the 16 regions. So we have 16 model senior high schools in the 16 regions of Ghana in the Zongo communities.
Why was this necessary?
Education in the Zongo communities. So we are building in each of the 16 regions. We are building model senior high schools in Zongo.
Schools no way.
Or
say 16
in the 16 regions.
Every Zongo community biano almost modern senior high school.
And today I said, and just 16 schools no use you.
No, or see, sir, every region be an adapted one Zongo community.
Okay, if sad.
Yeah, that I think that is. But where if
there be also Ghana for no.
Okay, I heard say diesel near 14 cities. Okay, but so 16 way.
Baby, you be what I'm afraid of one country. I mean the baby, I don't commander. Oh, I deal with your man and say, oh, but him says, oh, cancer ya. Zongo community, where I just say, you Zongo community for. Yes, why you Zongo community, you say, I was Zongo community.
Because Accra and Kwanu bet me Zongo communities be 30, 40.
Ababo, it's you know, Obiado Bears will be a Zongo community from. It's almost they have been canon.
Oh, Obi Busam say how many E blocks and a mama Timmy see 47 is there.
Complete. They are complete or finishing with.
You got Napo na back catcher. You Napo na me means say your mama see 47.
There you already your complete yo. Or finishing with the mo. Your blocks live one or yeah. But they be any painting ye. You'll be on a very.
But 47 they
completed and Palako school. And sign of free office.
All right. So back to back. Most more want to media no. Okay, so John Boadu. Probably the John Boadu base here. John Boadu. Me aminia brother John. Brother John. And you may saw me a show. Eso mi ehia. Mi aminia ya wende. So unya yonkwa na de amono no de wishi adam wadi nkomo.
Na se djuma asem na ye ka new patriotic party programs are ye die gu ho no ebedu baabi no ye be kra nkofo afiama no ne no na se djuma asem na ye ka new patriotic party programs are ye die gu ho no ebedu baabi no ye be kra nkofo afiama no ne no be ye djuma ho Ghana na se djuma asem na ye ka new patriotic party programs are ye die gu ho no ebedu baabi no ye be kra nkofo afiama no ne no be ye djuma ho Ghana na se djuma asem na ye ka new patriotic party programs are ye die gu ho no ebedu baabi no ye be kra nkofo afiama no ne no be ye djuma
ebre ni adjuma o
commander the person be using some literature.
MPP.
As of the time of youth.
Yeah. Go and check.
And I'm
Obi a necessary to be a Johnny free Ghana. I'm afraid the nurses a friends a union for issue state. The nurses no corridor.
I'm a club word you might get in Ghana.
But recently, recently, me video be me challenging the person in Ghana. Terminal 3 airport or more departure.
Nanasia Chris Commander.
Any part every Ghana no.
Don't go there.
Any part a Johnny free Ghana.
I guess somebody bring a weird obuko.
Oh, John. Anyway. And I think me anu bia me ya ho adwuma later. Me anu bia me ya ho adwuma. Me anu bia me ya ho adwuma. Me anu bia me ya ho adwuma. Me pa cho star 413 hash star 413 hash. And next studio I say command be sha sentem. Ambassador Victor Smith is here, former Ghana High Commissioner to the United Kingdom. Elise Ward and Akusipuku will join us, and Charles Nyame, a convener for here, Gold Coast Fund Management. And so, if you say, and Yebedi and Komo and Bebre. But before no, Mame, any Charles and 2 floor. Uncle Victor also extra article be that we talk about the article. Yeah. No, man. All right, we'll talk about. But just Akwaba.
Yeah.
Uncle Victor. Boko there. And then you bet treaty article no. I read the article and very insightful. And Gold Coast Fund Management for also and I met on City FM and other stations about Omusika. But just quick one on Momo Diano. What is happening with Musika Sem more demonstration, more daho, or more fremo any more enya dialogue on Sikano and Rametesa Wokamubio. What is the issue?
Thank you. Mechiatifuna. Baby Aqua say who say the approach to engage from the side of the government during the protest was a mere strategy to end the agitation at the finance ministry. Because ye omushia ye no ye bisa omo nsem bi ana omo ni hu anu yie asama ye bisa ye di kan ne say ye nim say the finance ministry say what spending 26 billion Ghana cedis and they clean up financial sector no. Out of that 26 billion no, customers of fund management ye falling under Securities and Exchange Commission ye were component of 8.6 billion. Sa 26 billion yeah 26 billion no. Out of the 26 billion also was spending a component of 8.6 billion was meant to pay 47 fund management customers under Securities and Exchange Commissioner revoking of license with the financial cleanup exercise. So 46 fund management customers companies customers your total is over 200,000.
Wow.
Sikano enko do customers no
200,000 members.
Yes. Now Gold Coast Fund Management in Kwan customers is over 100,000.
I see.
One of it. Just one of it. Okay. And Finance Minister, any document I got to Parliament House would be aqua IMF say was spending 26 billion year. Yeni 8.6 billion account. Sikano Emma Bedru Yeho. In the meeting, no, ye be so say they should lay bare the expenditure component of SAR 26 billion, which is almost spending. And Minister was very funny, and without a sense of shame, he told us, say, they didn't know, say, we were going to ask that question, so they didn't carry information or answers to that question from the ministry into the meeting. And it, in our next meeting, they will furnish us with those information. Fine. And I am what you say. Sikari the edim say ebetumi abasa momadi because 60 billion crown what to be edi. Then get this 8.6 billion na buntu mindi. Madi. But somebody some are misappropriating sikano, some are den there are lives at stake. Emrafo de kukrafo be pensioners are dying day in and day out. You saw the demonstration. Abroad 82 years, 90 years demonstrating, pleading, said the sick on one the sweat as a civil servant, and then the pension lump sum, on the aquatua, the proceed on the financing, the medical bills there, day. I'm farmer for 5 years. She's dying because on this can find 2 hours and a morning now. And we need our immediate payment. The cars are trouble, okay, fine. Sansam na ye bi say dan kanfu ano amoko ene openfa committee apam no ma bre mu aye in 2 weeks. So in 2 weeks no ye be meeting to give us the feedback or our payment. 2 weeks no as 26th of October. Before 2 weeks ni ba be so no na ye nche omo kana me finance ministry obi a omo dey in charge of organizing meeting no be free o catch them say meeting ni the same be free head of HR finance ministry. And I'm just the contact na my friend. No, my friend head of HR now. Meneneka and the woman knew nothing about what I was talking about. I see. I have to school her through whatever that has happened and where we have gotten to. And Banzaro said, okay, I should excuse her for her to call the minister who led the interact to come and to have the meeting with us. And it's or calling and or getting back to me. As what I can say, ministers on catches or corner of Akoyena day. Nah. Ebi obe Thursday na time no and deadline we are obeteninka.
Sada minister na catch no. That's
Muhammad Amin Adams.
Yeah.
Yes. Minister of State for Finance Ministry.
Yeah.
Asimo Kacheno. Me, my friend several times, my sending countless text messages. The PA, my friend several times, my sending countless text messages. No response. And deliver. No response. Now the American say, Ghana for ye. When in Ghana for fashion quantanso. A bedroom baby, you bet ye jim. Permu be in a dim so or become your die, you bet pan war. Because you're the way, be yes, Sudia.
So, which means Sikano Omuntia? Is that the point?
No, now you see, what to be Gasa Wuntia? That way, they are not pessimate. Sika taxpayers' money, no, we are not begging the government to come to our aid. No. These are legitimate money. These are hard-earned money. Yes, the people worked for it. They invested it into the system. It is the government policy, a financial cleanup exercise. And after all, taxpayers' money has been approved by Parliament, handed it over to the finance ministry. You claim so what's spending? What's spending to your wanka?
No, but Charles, Charles, but from their body language and the way our money mood dealing in your say. Mintia
because ye get it for Mayimu. Ye get it for Mayimu. Ye get it for, and Yaganda, ye boss says, Sigan, Yaganda, go for so Mama go Moswa. I come to me just 30 minutes. Ya swam rough for 3,000 pet, and then go craft for pets and Yamabu go Moswa. Oh, bet me a Janano. Oh, bet me a Janano.
Okay, so now that's the point. You don't have any support. Nobody is ready to support you. And they are not ready to even listen to you. They are not ready to release the money. What do you do?
Okay. A John say Beshia. And we see no I start back and get it. Okay. It doesn't take Bible say Gideon, young guys say the men are too much. When the time is right, you don't need much men to do say anything. Bobby, Samara so be you don't need much men. They may think say any about one, your number is but a bedroom baby, there are 3 men or women there. But John Ben or I bet you thousands of men. Because Obia Nibuofu. And you'll be at a comedy piano on a bodam for or money a pet. Menana or say, will be a commodino, the near any bodam for a pet, not journey in so. And will be at the boafunso on a bodam for a journey a pet.
And also call him also call
make our finance ministry
to do what?
Let them the man on simple. Oh, the content is here. Let them do more simple. Yamon say it was just a calculated approach to end the heated protest and not echo so.
Let
me forward to where's this here?
Okay, so that's it. A quick one. Many chance we are member Uncle Victor. So now, and also article. Then we want to talk about the article and some about general issues. Now for the but Jiwa Bruce says I'm just waiting for this men's gold demo. Okay, Baron Kansas says Commander tell Charles it is not about support. Even so far as pension bond was messed with. So, now Alasa Mohammed says, please ask Charles, what did the government say about the Gold Coast money? And I think that is what he is trying to explain. Vivian upon, also. Okay, all right. Now, okay, what says, what Charles is saying is the truth. Ghanaians are just waiting for John Dramani Mahama to speak on this Gold Coast Fund management issue, and it will become a bigger issue. All right. So, other, Obia send me a message. You say, Ninianom, now 4-3. I say now 4-3 in a chradie, and interestingly, Bako friend and Ra, or your head teacher, or here or UK, we're just school no I could try UK. Say on also kwako bobra UK. All right, so Commander, now Makai enkansa de no. Say no mobile den.
Oh, my time almost say, "Your mom 1 week to respond to us."
Yeah.
And I'm attaching that letter to Namasa letter to the Accra Regional Police Commander.
Yeah.
Said this is the games they are playing with us.
Yeah.
1 week time, now someone responded to us. We'll resume indefinite protest at the Finance Ministry.
Okay, so you 2 letters in your mom. Wow, Uncle Victor. Uncle Victor, but Uncle Victor, this Gold Coast Fund management issue. Last week, Mitier Men's Gold, you know. Then the company surrounding it. Oh, Men's Gold, the 25 million, 5 million Ghana cedis. Akoja police say customers in Konkoje. Obi Busam say na police for any Edanka, Ejiska, Etia. Me and my confused. Then later I heard say police for also move to 2.5. Say 2.5 now can only this can go you. Obi nim. Then later na better say na one say police for crap so mubu or no. It almost a funny sikamano. Then when you listen to these kind of stories, and one governance I check.
We have leadership problem of Ghana. It's a leadership thing. Oko Amadonia almost you should share in Nemasa.
But use your microphone here. Sorry.
Everything works according to arrangement on my and the laws and everywhere so you don't have this kind of behavior. There's a leadership problem, a serious one in this country. Said
but Ghana no leadership problem. I want that.
But I didn't say that. Well, now it's worse.
Okay,
it's
okay.
worse. So
Okay.
That my statement, Matrono. You see what it's in it, and we'll come to that one.
Yes, we'll come.
But it's still a leadership problem. And it's saying, yeah, arrangement. And say, and can you say, Obi called this the banking and finance, and can be an enemy pema Obia in your problem. Nothing confer say they should ensure that the right things are done. No? Things like Men's Gold, I mean, what kind of country near to me? Obi will be quiet, there will be quiet, and you mukan galanse as musha galamse numbi. All manner of things are happening in this country. There's a leader. There's supposed to be a government. What is the government doing about it? The government is the Oboro. All the other leaders in various institutions in are supposed to be doing the right things. Unfortunately, they happen well a capital bank. Huh?
Yes, capital bank.
I mean, Papa Penu, I've been if you ask for 15 years. Because something funny happened. Because this kind of Bank of Ghana meant for, if you like, the banking system, the customers. Then what I hear the opposite of the year, I go fast my bro. So Obia funny things. And what is gentleman Charles a Gold Coast a
fund.
I haven't followed it like I followed your friend saying
the Men's Gold.
Me feel the cost of Ghana to the extent say woman ebinukra eco picket finance ministry say yezika. Why do you touch people's money? And then it was some people's money. You encourage them to do what to save there or to put it in a fund, whatever it is. Time no one, let them have their money.
But Charles, my background so that Victor will understand this.
Okay. Gold Coast Fund Management was in existence for 25 years before the regime of Akufo-Addo and its policy, the financial cleanup exercise. In fact, Gold Coast Fund Management was very solvent because if you look at the revocation publication, that spells out the grounds on which their license was revoked. They were not revoked because they were insolvent. They were revoked because they were having liquidity challenge.
You know, I say liquidity challenge.
Insolvency, company, ABA, the assets, and the Japadia or so what the basic kema, and to be a car or de both the liquid cash and the assets, no. Who can bomb a car or didn't own to be into ya? Sa company say or you insolvent, the who's cancer who bravo, and so the who catch ya. It is our company to be encoso. But that was not the case of Gold Coast Fund Management. Gold Coast Fund Management was having liquidity challenge. Liquidity challenge was caused by the financial cleanup exercise. Because the financial cleanup exercise stopped them for operations and asked the fund that has been in assistance for 25 years, they say over 6 months and winding up every existing portfolio that offers 6 months in Chia. Meanwhile, these investments, some are in long-term portfolios, some are in medium-term portfolios, and some are in short-term portfolios. Even the shortest term portfolio is 3 months, and the long-term portfolios is as far back as 10 years. And you are asking, say, 25 years customers, offer 6 months in Chia. And it in the actual say, Sikani Binsono, or the sponsor government contractors. Emma, Ministry of Finance, more money clearance. Say, or sponsor more now because they will pay into joint account between them. And it is our 6 months now of government. You have not paid the contractors within these 6 months for them to get the money to pay back the customers. And it's on your liquidity challenge because the money is not there to use outright for the 6 month payment. And government will also be revoking the lines. Not there be Misika may invest in government assets through contractors now we are aware no. Refund it back, pay the contractors. The contractors will pay me. I'll get my money to settle these customers. The government did not pay up till now.
Is it the same as Gold Coast Securities?
Yes. Yes, that's the same
thing.
I
just want to be sure that
it's the same thing. The government did not pay up till now. And you went ahead and revoked the license. So Gold Coast Fund Management was not a company which was insolvent. It is the government policy financial cleanup exercise that creates liquidity challenge. Because again, all customers, our investment portfolios was not, maturity date was not at a time, at a 6 months. Some will go today, some investment will mature, they will bring in, some investment portfolios will mature tomorrow, then they use that to pay, then they run it as they used to do in the 25 years. But because you say pay them at once, meanwhile the money, some are in long-term portfolios, some are in medium-term, how could they pay? So out of the liquidity challenge, they revoke the licenses. And revoking the license, no, right now you have not paid the contractors, and you said you are going to use taxpayers' money to pay. Taxpayers' money, Securities Regulation Commission cost the whole amount into 8 billion. That's
so if you know withdraw a license, the next kind of time.
The money is still there. The Gold Coast has asset. Dr. GN, they have a lot of assets.
By contractors, no,
Bosiano still Gold Coast contractors up to now.
Because they're not paying the contractors.
Yes, they have not paid those contractors up to now. Oh, Kennedy Japan, going into elections now. The government wanted to pay. Kennedy Japan can say, before the Jimunim Yansa, who go to Yadim say, oh, the Baka sponsor these, who go to Yasa contractors, the come from the Baka sponsor this Manababitu. Going to 2020 elections.
I see.
It's up to now. They have not paid those contractors. Gold Coast Fund Management sponsor and up to now. And what the taxpayers' money suit ya? Taxpayers' money, Parliament approves okay. Take this money. According to you, have raised the money. Raising the money, no, you have come back to Parliament to tell them so you have spent the money. Meanwhile, you didn't use it to pay us. And everybody is quiet.
How much is owing? How much is owing?
8.6 billion in totality.
To customers.
To 47 fund management customers under Securities Regulation Commission, which Gold Coast Fund Management is one of them, and stands at 90% of the total portfolio.
Oh, really?
That's huge, eh?
It is bad.
In our meeting, Yebisa says Yano, Sikase no Mochiyama Gold Coast Fund Man, Yakase, the total, Yebisa the total money owed to Gold Coast customers in entirely, yes, say 5.3 billion Gold Coast Fund Management customers. Yebisa says Sikase no Mochiyama little over 700 million.
This cannot away.
It's which I say you have not paid anything. You have not paid anything. You have not paid anything.
You think it's likely say contractors in the car? They won't pay. They don't. I don't think they have any plan to pay.
No, even this money, it doesn't. Any contractors, dear Christ, how money we are meant to pay us now has nothing to do with the contractors' issues. These are taxpayers,
customers. What's the contractors no borrow zika?
from a year Gold Coast.
They were hoping sense and get on canal.
That was the
they would
initial,
have paid back.
yes. And right now the government revoking license now, and I will take you over the liability.
So the government does not pay you.
Yes.
But do they have that money?
And that is what they budgeted it in the budget.
And on that day.
Yes, in 2020 main budget, mid-year budget, and 2021 main budget, they made 2 tranches totaling 8.6 billion, approved by Parliament. Yes. And they have raised that money for our payment.
Yeah.
They sent that allocation there for our payment, for approval for our payment. Approval has been made since 2021. And documents available shows that the finance minister says he has spent the money that was approved for our payment, but the payment has not been effected.
Now he has spent the money, but not in paying you.
And he has deceived the public that he has paid us.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. He didn't pay you, but the money is gone.
It's gone. That's what he's claiming. And Parliament is not asking any questions about this.
And nobody's able to.
And we have petitioned
the
speaker. We have petitioned both the majority caucuses. We have petitioned the finance committee of Parliament. Said these monies have not reached us. And says I say on Thursday I'm going to petition them again.
Oh, MPs they have a job to do for Ghana.
So let's go to.
It's serious. What he has said is very serious.
Yeah.
You just play with people's lives. Why?
And 800 of our old men and women within the space of they have died.
800.
It's over. These are the ones that we have. We are compiling some documentary. You will see some documentary. We have one man at Obuasi. Or mining job for 37 years. Right now, man yare ojinawa no trash. And I'm gonna call Obuasi Government Hospital.
Too bad.
Man blood be a pet. Within 2 hours, not blood now we free no. And I'm referring to some funding call Confanoche Teaching Hospital. And I'm saying omuni scanning no. I'm not going to prayer camp. And we have captured it in our documentary. Now, man on the states. Now, the kind of money investment. I can offer us some media. They are wicked people.
Okay, so Kwame, for Uncle Victor, article not to your Facebook page, Mama, quickly. You have it, right? Kwame, you have it. Yeah. Listen, Nanakuspuku, I join here. Executive Director for GAG. Chairman, Akwaba. Good. Yes, we are talking about a Charles Nyame Gold Coast Fund issue. We are raising some concerns, but Uncle Victor Achro article. I just want us to focus on the article. We will deal with it and come and deal with the general issues, and definitely they feed into Uncle Victor article now. Watch and yeah, they to your Facebook page so that more follow you and we me pick it now more. I read it through, but quickly let me just read through some few portions of the article. So Victor Smith writes, Ghana, our beloved country, has gone to the dogs a complete mess. Quote, and I quote, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Unquote. Or end of quote. Edmund Beck. I hope I got the pronunciation right. Ghana is currently going through its worst economic crisis in a generation presided over by such an incompetent, reckless, and unpatriotic administration, which can at best be described as obnoxious. The center cannot hold. Credit to William Yates, right? Quote, mere anarchy is loosed upon us, unquote. Socio-economic chaos, our roads, our health, our children's education, our finances, economy with all the promises that they made and their attitudes, the arrogance and the level of corruption. So many shameful things have been revealed by the MPP themselves in their dog fight for leadership of their party. It appears the government has given up. They cannot find solutions to the challenges we face as a country anymore. They lied their way to power. They lacked the capability and the competency they touted. There is total disenchantment with the government, and the most worrying aspect is that the people's representatives, our MPs, are not showing much care. They appear to have joined in the distraction. They only clandestinely lament but aren't bold and caring or patriotic enough to stop the nonsense going on in the country. They should have halted this administration by now. That is why we sometimes say Ghanaians aren't angry enough. They haven't enough fire in their bellies. I believe Ghanaians have been cowed into submission with legalities they don't really understand. The bold ones in society must rise to the occasion. Countrymen and women, our democracy and country in its current state, without much hope for any meaningful recovery in the next 1 year, coupled with threats of unrest and protest, may not survive the heat. I propose that MPs go into a special emergency section immediately to address the gargantuan mess everywhere and urgently figure out a way to pass a vote of no confidence in the executive and mandate the right honorable speaker to put together an interim administration to halt the decline and prepare Ghana for fresh elections. Honorable MPs, act now or blame not the people. Please do not leave the people to their own devices. I'm done for now, unquote. And this is coming from Ambassador Fatal Smith, one-time High Commissioner to UK, representing Ghana under the NDC administration. Uncle Victor.
We've waited long enough. 7 years. Aka 1 year. And I believe that the president himself indicated, say, whoever the leader is, also to us, sort of. In other words, he's given up. Yeah, he's given up. After 7 years, the people's resources have been so decimated. What has gone on is unprecedented. People, some of us were patient. About first, first 100 days. Let me see, I won't even assess anybody in 100 days. It takes a while for people to get to the right feel of what is going on. But after 7 years, it's time to talk. It's a bit even late. But my question I'm asking, when these people went to Julobi demonstration, they should direct it at our representatives, not the president. MPs are supposed to represent us. That's why they are there. They shouldn't think that they came there because Amunho Offensing Obi. They elected you. You are representing 275 constituencies. You've gone there to fight for us, for our comfort or for our progress, development. They missed an opportunity, but it's not too late. When the majority had a press conference, finance minister, that was the opportune time. NDC, they should have joined them to have impeached the president and his team. Because seriously, we finance minister, I don't know handle economy. That's a Nema Senate, the president, the Chinese. That was a nice opportunity. We could have used them together. We would have had the numbers. However, you're from Kodem, and I almost saw my dream.
What can you from Kodem? I mean,
but they were called. We all know that they had a press conference. They were over 100 one day.
Yeah.
Then you committee me by Obiayedi. Are they working for the president or working for Ghanaians? Seriously, if we're using the Westminster system, and the president should be summoned to the
parliament. You have issues with the minority. You have issues with the minority MPs as well.
Well, they missed an opportunity at the time, because that was a crucial. You see, normally, workers starting impeachment process, they will tell you that they won't have the numbers. Fine. But let's use the process. Let's follow due process. And the world is watching Ghana. You see, they think we have lost it. A corporate failure. Yeah, exactly. You go down. The president who was taken through the process. What I say, the state of Ghana right now. I don't see how. Say a certain fine woman be sent a message to me the other day. Very prominent person. I see. Women don't have breasts anymore and men don't have balls. What does she mean by that? That was in response to my statement. In other words, I'm asking Julobi for say they should direct the heat on our representatives. MPs, they should be told in the face that you owe it to us. They really owe it to us to call that, the leadership, the government, to come and answer for some of these things. Dania Obinam Consulfit Takwa Takradi. The road And this road is part of the Trans-West African Highway from Nigeria to Cote d'Ivoire. It's been on the books forever. Ghana, Benin, Togo.
But Uncle Victor, what did you say? Mom Pennyfono wants show support enough to us. Because
to who?
Said yeah, Osi Obi Busa or Lady Bibusa said now women don't have breast, men don't have balls.
Yes.
The few ones are what the boss, feels they don't get the support they need from the senior colleagues like yourself.
You need to direct
and
it.
That's the problem.
You need to direct it where it should go. You direct it wrong place, you are missing the boat.
I said the support.
Constitutionally,
the support.
MPs are representatives.
But the support.
Support for who?
Just imagine that Rice Ghana is moving. Then Uncle Victor Smith will show up there.
The next one, you see me there. Where? The first one wasn't here. I wasn't in town.
Where?
But with the point I'm trying to make is say, if we direct it at the wrong place, if we direct it at the police, what have you done? The people who are supposed to represent us are those people who are paying monies to stay in parliament. But the other end said they business as usual. I don't see it. Opportunities, but they should call the government. They should stop the government and say, "What the air ditch?" Say, driver, we do ditch. We need to stop him. Now, your kindness as a president own TA, and now the government is not listening. We should stop this country. We should be able to call MPs, young Piketty a parliament. So what I say, Julobi, I don't know the guy, I know Voma one out there, but I mean, anymore very well. But we sat quietly for too long. I listened to all of you on radio. I listened to other radio stations from sun up to sundown. Yeah, almost was this that so? Seriously, Obi said, "Oh, the president don't send the time as well. You just leave." So you won't leave. He will not leave us here in Ghana.
You have to put an indelible mark.
Seriously, he must answer the questions. Parliament, see that almost say, "Oh, constitution." They will try to be reading the constitution to use there's no vote of no confidence. There's nothing like that. But there's impeachment. So if I'm impeaching the government or the president, it can bring all these things up.
A higher version of it.
Yeah, Kokwana say into me and Kopimpa. You do have for processing them.
Yeah, it's historic.
Oh, and remember, future leaders they wake up. It's time to. It doesn't matter which party. It doesn't matter to me anymore because a crowd asking again who the state of people's lives. I am mobile. Can
the person say what radio so raise issues about? And let me read this portion. Quote: "Our democracy and country in its current state, without much hope for any meaningful recovery in the next 1 year, coupled with threats of unrest and protest, may not survive the heat." Unquote. Can the person kasa upeso yeku?
I've directed it at the constitutional body. That's what I'm trying to say. Parliament, they owe it to us. My point is that you have a duty to help this country. If the government is failing, what about you? 275 of you, Minkasa Yenka MPP NDC Assem. The me can say, look at the Ghanaians now more representing. If you guys can have a meeting, 275 of you, and summon the president, you must come and answer some questions. Or they decide that let's take him through the process because he's failed us. Listen to what they are saying. Almost fighting for leadership of their party.
Yeah.
Listen to the comments that are coming out. They might say Ibia Kennedy or Kennedy, but it's not true. He's indicted the government. Serious indictment. The kind of things he said about Bawumia, he's not even fit to continue as vice president. He has run the government down. The name of suggested Bawumia 10 it says the faults of Bawumia, sins of Bawumia. No, what will be sir?
Yeah.
They talk about
the 5 sins of Bawumia or something.
Brusa.
Or 10. Check.
And then they said things like 1 million, 1 constituency. All those policies are sins. In other words, they were like lies. You told Ghanaians lies. Why do you continue and want to become our president? Kasano enough is not going to work. We need to use our MPs. This is my belief. MPs, they're the constitutional body to represent us. Now, be a MPs in yes, They have the mandate within the constitution to put pressure on the government, the president, to sit up. Yakasa Bre, I've been to radio stations in the past. If I'm coming out again this time, I think we owe it to the people to speak for the people. Go and see poor people. And I gave an example. I bought food for some people. Me tore fried rice na there Emma boys be on nam. Name who say about who did rice no without enam no. Name say enam no hiva. Why we? I said direction bottom. Name say what dey kwa here? I say me coffee. And you may if you
don't mean it.
I was sad.
You don't mean it.
Or the chicken has a tissue match at the bottom. No, dear Monoza. That is the life. You've impoverished the people. They've lost their dignity. Almost terrible leadership. Leadership, no, you show more. Say, you call her, say, who can ban one, and so who can sell a quacha. They expect you to do something to help them.
You see, I give it where I have a challenge with your submission. The idea of a MPP and NDC. We have one more causal problems, no. So one more causal problems, no, just one side. However, Ghanaians are looking up to the next option, and that is where I have the problem.
The correct option now, because the next option, because okay, you're trying to talk about 2024. Let's say NDC winner, they are the alternative. Yes, sir.
Yes, but the point is, do you think the next option has shown leadership?
Which is the next option?
Yes,
the alternative.
Yes, the alternative.
For now, I'm not thinking about 2024.
Yes, for now.
It's the MPs. My emphasis is on our MPs. For now, no, we're not in election period. But they are still keeping those positions and we are paying them. They are representing us.
Anyway.
Until home for 1 year, my corona potokra and Sunny Akazi. You get the point I'm trying to make. Yeah. If we don't hold our MPs in check and put pressure on them, say, you owe it to the people of this country to deliver us from it means take the government to task, because only executive now or implement or come up with policies and or interfere with the financial system and all those funny things they've done. They've messed up this country big time. The kind of money that have passed through their hands. Last time I read about it, that was what? COVID funds in the buyer, 2 billion. Apart from COVID fund, 11 billion from Euro bonds in this period. A revenue from income from oil revenue. So all these things, you know, that's what share the air cost of Ghana. Nefe Nancy the judgment debt is our account. And so we show me some of us will know the details. We should show me here. One creates our problem, no.
Oil, no.
No, 140 billion judgment debt, no.
Yeah.
Obi time obi and could this
no, this is a very simple.
No, Uncle Church.
It's a very, no, I don't like. I would want you to please hit it right on the head. And a bumpty, and an office, Travgura, and now, and Sasembi, and now we are quite a Bosnia. Our position, no one capre, and our quite a Bosnia, and also all mount. And our bar Ben will be trying to contract him. This is it. It's a bomb tinty, and yet this Hakano. On one new fast, to have good and new fast, no Puma. New fast, I go for no more fast. But what you come on the business? If no, maybe. And what says I quite
but yeah, don't you think a bit?
And a bit, Debbie, Pacho. I know them. Travgura no. Omo buy no IPP contract. Omo twem.
And so we are confirmed.
We
confirm.
Akufo do hu ni sa no. On phone say we
hold on. Energy minister, MPP for first energy minister no.
Bache.
Ojakun, Bache Jakun. So a trust statement on that one. Say omo twemu.
Has he?
Oh yeah. He responded to Kwabra
Donko, yeah.
Also mutuemu cabinet and force them mutuemu. I go for 140 billion.
Okay.
Yes, is the end.
All right, but yeah, maybe no me point me say. Yes. at a point in time onipa timi e patch up e will be BM.
Yeah.
Now akoba say sa judgment debt to ebetumi ama ye assets or mine assets akodi abusuafo we ho. At that point the family can come together and say look, let's do it because now you benya assets.
Yes. Okay,
they can come together and do it. You think they cannot come together? They cannot connive and do that.
I don't have. I don't. Okay.
When we say Omayama, Obian trust him.
Yeah, no one trusts him.
If you got the now catch me,
if you know,
when I check Ghana for say,
if you know the person I'm discussing now,
Puma,
I don't have his permission.
Yeah,
but if you know, there's bad blood.
I know Puma.
What must
I know him, but
they are floggers.
Yeah, Minimni said they're now okay.
Unless of course
problem.
Unless of course they are a very good. Your friend is saying filmmakers. They are making me believe that they are playing their roles very well as actors.
But yeah, you see, Obia Watmia beat a whole political party. They have gone ahead to beat a whole country. They have gone ahead. Ama ene empenifo bi kura near consider them as professors. Aba bonti you should say microphone beat woman. If that is you are dealing with scammers. What do I say? You are dealing with scammers. Puma and a min Nijabia. However, abusia ya abusia. Ya wete se me no matter how you be kontokwa. You be nya kosia kumasi atran ba bia kan asem easily.
And no you see Kwabra ohun say ye can enye ono nko as
anyway
as one being
as one being anyway
because a company
yeah
and they have partners and the IPP now they were two of them they got it under John Mahama omoye omajuma and na wo call say wo kosere ni sika wo yere na call say wo kosere ni sika in fact asase sembi wo ho atọ asase nyina adi ana akọ na so ma ho enu ani na aba na wo de abufuo mekyerew pa mekyerew na watwam
wo bekyerew no enu anya sika yi
na sesei no ono so sei anya me na wo kyerɛ me o adwen da re ye me da bi na okọ court Godfrey Dame na me say wonim only judges in Ghana wonim judge wo amanone or a local champion. Judges cases are winning is because he knows the judges and they are bribed. And no appear and you know how to me winning case. What bong? What we winning it trim? Only we won it trim. And so a basano and a ma or mutiminya judgment debt no. It was $170 million.
Okay.
And as I say no, I think say omo akoka and almost okay say forgiveness be crab ba and could see 140 and now 600 there some more interest can
but contract no na worth say
I have forgotten but I have the document.
Oh, okay,
I can get it.
Okay, and give it to our contract no a sum of money involved no offhead
Debbie
because they spent a lot of money preparing the grounds for the IPP to take off.
But listen to Uncle Victor. What the article way on leadership, your current situation, where we stand, parliament involvement. He's not talking about the minority nor the majority.
Yeah.
Say executive failure, parliament should rise up. May have heard people talking about even the speaker. That the speaker is not up to task. Yes, a debatable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear it on other radio stations and other platforms they do. But
I don't think it's debatable. It's trite. Trite.
But
he's supposed to up his game.
Anyway, but Uncle Victor, your thoughts.
Uncle Victor, there, say, a politician par excellence. I've been a mentee at his blind side.
Yeah.
And I appreciate seeing him.
Say did I want to take us out of.
No, I mean and Kwara say what share from time immemorial. He has behaved so well. Even when he does very control much of controversy, he still opens our thinking caps to reason. And those are the things that help our IQs. And I think, say, with some of them, we will have a very, very good country.
Thank you.
And yeah, thought-provoking analysis now. Why? He's being very technical. What must I say here? Ghana should go to sleep when we have a parliament. The Ghanaian should not be just the one to prompt the executive's actions. What must I say? Say yetu abama mrashe bedwafoa. The entire country, yentimi ko assemble in a place to decide on policies and as mra. Enti na yetu aba say nipa bi nko gina ya nem. Se ne be ya se omampani eya sobrache ana sebi or veer off the road a omo betwi na si kwam. Akwabra is a theory that was propounded by two persons, A.V. Dicey and Baron de Montesquieu. Two policies and two theories. Bakwe separation of powers and Bakwe checks and balances. So the two respectively decided, say, there cannot be a good governance structure without separation of powers.
Yeah.
And we can have a very good structures, say the executive, the three arms of government, work hand in hand without them having check each other. And to do these two things, they work hand in hand. Now, the submission, and it's so technical, say, then what was the reason why a Ghanaian sorry and no pass me could never be at to Obama MP? MP no, yenya ne son faso. Ampa. MP or the Parliament of Ghana, it is gradually becoming, in fact, I have said it's a useless body already before, but it is becoming a Trojan horse. It's wakwa. They just go take pace and that's it. Almost soon faso. Share Kwabna say the mrashe bedwafo begina ho na yebusa say omo constituents kra hu kitahudie no etisen a. I'll give you a very typical example. Oseche Mensa Bonsu, hardly does he go to his constituency.
Yes.
He's the oldest in that parliament.
You are right.
He's the most useless parliamentarian Ghana has ever had.
Ever.
And do you know why? Do you know why? Till it is because the Ghanaian does not understand why they elect MPs. So adia or provoke thoughts to reason, to get to know why we should not be stressing or be hard on ourselves after having elected members of parliament.
But the Onkrofobu I see hold one responsible.
Yes, because Oko to Abama.
I got you.
What I say, Oko to Abama and say, Onko di Jumebi Mount. Once no, on one willingly, was so a willing and able. Say obejina wa name I was suma for. And now we say okay, me wewo. Any obia wo betimi asuma wa chen nipa we.
We asuma ankro.
And now uko kumasi a obi say ahade wo di adwe begina ho kra odwan me aponchen begina ho kra meto abama no. It is because onim MP nation faso
enti aboa kra hope
enti so wo di aboa dwan kra kogina wa onim se odwan wo betimi asoma no a ene yeyi a se nko on friend ba se kwaku beji ko tontos breme e ko be frɛ ha odwan me bra na beji ko tontos enti nwan na egu parliament no.
But what is very interesting about politics mudia na no real officer say yes mo odwan yenye
what I say, but this is somebody I will catch or say a crowd here. A sense a t-shirt here fenty. Oh yeah, then cry on betwama.
Yeah.
Like Napu said. What must say? Entino ama nipa I wasn't come reason and who say yesuma benyansa for na yesuma bejina na mountain no. Sa nipa onim ne right. Onim ne power. Enu to obi ada no. And I ono so I convinced to say yede kutre bakra begina ho a meto ama no enu nti okoto aba onhwe nipa a osoma na obeko. A typical case in point here, E-Levy.
Yeah.
Me see 11 ti and Kumasi for MP so much come constituency. I tell you.
Yeah, oh yeah, sure.
Omo timi nko enko na buka say last week Mponua ko mo ko bu MPB. Anu kwem so mo dey about the kwala ni tiro.
Yeah. Omo de kwala no.
What do I say? Say Ghana for hu omo etumi a na the Uncle Victor Ken say ye hu say MP and I was so this adwuma we a. And can you money be all crampo na in Kasubete? Whenever you see a group of people demonstrate, it is failure on the part of the executive, legislature, and the judiciary. What I say?
Yeah.
And the mistrust. And omo abemwebu, their hands are in despair. And until onim baby, I say I family fanfa, oh nyamie, onim baby on fanfa. Until any metias equem. Na ma tinte sukoko. Because the center cannot hold. What I say?
Yeah.
And yes, sir, and can me say me wahawa. Any question me call baby, I was say me MP. Because on there me representative. What I say? It is a for example, for me na for a dear reho say John Mahama enya nimdie bi say wo say me see for me na nursing training college. Na me see hospital. Na sebi yetimi nya an economy kra infomina a ebe boa ma the entire economy infomina no obi a oton ebro ye beto obi a ye friend is oton apesie ye beto the oton mo ye beto na se abayin person obeya na me member of parliament ye independent candidate na se wa ba na so oni MPP for ne bebo a we have to call the attention of that member of parliament to enioma ekoso a enye what was in Tika by now no and kono MP no kroti ho no e ka vote of no confidence on my pass that. What must say? Will you say member of parliament constituency nya betimi aka bom constitutionally aka say yinadi?
Really?
Yes. There are so many powers we don't know. An MP can be impeached. I will look for the your friend is Emrano to show you because you can say incapacitated. It's not about say oyarin kwa say ontimi nkwa adwuma o. Dabi. Say oya recalcitrant. And I say on heed the plights of the people. It amounts to that. And it's in that broader sense. And I make us say an MP could be impeached. Because Adia Yosman is on Kwanya no ye. Until the whole constituency can come together and say,
you have impeached Adwasafo.
And no crowd in catch
abandoning the seats.
It was possible.
And the government did nothing to her. They still paid her.
Yeah, because there is a secret that Omoye Obekentino. Oh, there is a secret.
No, so she's not helping the country.
But they are not helping themselves
I was so surprised that she was away for that long.
Yes.
Member of parliament. What's that back?
But you see the power of the constituents. And that's how I think we should now up the game. But you have pricked our conscience.
We'll go back to the Americans. Then we might as well wait to 2024.
Yeah, it's possible.
My point is that we will wait. That is the law. But the law also allows us to
exercise
push our
yes.
our MPs, our constitutional bodies.
But Uncle Victor, you see,
the part two of what he said,
okay.
In fact, it's giving me a heartbeat. On where Adewe Makasa, where Ekufuado the normal type of president wabedi na okwa kwabra me meba be man pani dachi. Ebi ana entemewu. If I made the boni ache Ekufuado. Because I will be encouraged, say
you'll be emboldened.
Sa dia Ekufuado ye eyade papa. I was here to me ye bibi na yes and I was say now a serve as deterrent to future presidents. Say you can't be this useless in a country like Ghana and serve a full term without even impeachment.
Make sense to me.
Without even an attempt for an impeachment.
Yeah. But now the whole issue is that the NDC MPs, the MPP MPs are afraid of Ekufuado. Ghanaians generally is Ekufuado.
Why?
I mean, it's is it
evident.
Afraid or
yes?
I think it's too strong.
No, yow, meba.
Afraid?
Yeah, meba. Me, from 2008, I've been on Akufo-Addo's case from 2008. How many years now? Obia Shiawa, the first Yobusa one said, hey, two so bekum. I don't know. No, yes. I hear that, remember, I hear that now. Okay, I'm from Busa side out of vacuum or out of nothing. Yeah. Do you think, yeah, maybe minimum family, me family. You know my family.
Yeah.
How many times do you go fie ewo Kumasi omu raise about our safety? How many times that from Boate Mekaya about his safety? How many times that Matiami do Mekaya about his safety?
It's true.
How many times that Dumelo Ameka about his safety? How many times that Kofi Amuabe Mekaya about his safety?
No,
so yeah. So you know your person like afraid.
But
Bibi una Ghana from me. I don't know. Me I go for me no. But me nima the crop pot here. Omo hu fa no ho a there is even NDC MPs they are afraid of Akufo-Addo. That is the point.
I don't know about the MPP for there no. But what I can say is that bia se wo kan bibi na se wan sheda an kano kwam papa so a na se correct se wa from emra na na wo fi se bi obey use system no against you.
We don't use the system.
But otherwise seriously speaking, me makachen before and maybe security situation be early part of his administration no. I remember Kabibi said the president should be impeached or something like that. Oshia mo asoro bisabe. He asked me.
Really?
Say if there was a young PG Mr. Gaho. Let me say, and I would just security as a tone from Sans. And you are threatening everybody's livelihood.
No, I'm going to confront you on that.
Oh yeah. You just okay, no, the SSM. But you're quite sorry, he's tries to be nice to everybody. And I'm saying that I'll be here nice to him again. Because the people are tired. Oba first in the day, hey, what quite sorry reach a Ghana flag since Oba soldier for Onia. Nanka for budget so from the beginning. And it's on the decline now.
Says about be
a foreigners or coffee on no one in the year the quarter come. And a soldier for didn't there. My point is that it should tell him that there's something people are not happy about. Try and find out. If you care about your people. I mean, but not all the time, but Oba, the wife is Oba because they know they come. No, seriously. I mean, Alan Chaman took the same as well. Oh, but my position is, if you don't show love to your people, me my example of somebody who has been so impoverished, he lost his dignity, or the chicken at the bottom, or the coffee. I felt this is so horrible. So horrible. One piece chicken, or that tissue at the bottom, or coffee and the that is how bad some people is. They were sunk so low. Now, you can say you make video be 100%. However, see who says sika number sabasa. Obi promise you obi 800 million. Obi say enye no kre. Obi say way say step down. 800 million. Yeah, you've been to World Bank, IMF to give us a bailout. 600 million. First tranche. Second tranche require a case. Now what promise will be 800 million. No cover free hifa. Mucho sika na muye den. Ebi will be mufie na de kika ho. You know, it doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. Our MPs are sitting there quiet. I have a problem with them. There was a time I raised an issue about them taking bribes. I may call a office of special prosecutor. At that time it was Martin. And then I say the letter about MPs take bribe. EMB7 speaker. And okay, a buffet person started no zobekaya. Also, we all take bribes. A buyer. And they wanted to haul speaker, that time on your speaker, not a majority leader, to privileges.
Yeah, I remember.
Besides, someone bribe or na parliament or committee be as good. They will try and put a different name on it, but they still bribe. It's just like what has happened to Akwawe Edubuahin, the current one.
Yeah, you come on it.
office sika also say any corruption. No one get any corruption. There's a problem. OSPC Wojano because you cannot prosecute him. For what reason? And I'm told there's a reason for that one too. I am convinced that there's a problem. Obiama may hint, but it will come out later.
I see.
Yeah.
You will go, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, there's a problem.
The problem, it has to do with Anas. Anas, ombeso yin enim. But Supreme Court has ruled that so very witness it is yin enim. And almost some person will push that angle, no. And we have a problem in this country. Now, you see, I as an individual, I can't fight this fight alone. But I want our MPs to do that. Otherwise, one of these, they don't make court. MPs say, is it not our duty to ask them to work for us? Are we not paying them?
They will tell you we are working.
What we're working? The president is messing up.
The results should tell how much you are working.
Also, the minority will have their say. That's what they say.
Just your thoughts on this article, quick one.
In fact, before you say, His Excellency Victor Smith, what did you must show? Where ye a nearma a cost one of what you want to make because we saw Kakra wine a better. You need a voice like his to put this across. Said the beya. I was say, you say, and no ma, you say, why would a great pain? No, answer what, great pain. As some way, I got no be the can be better, but we are sure so no, what can I be quite today? MPs, no, yes, I have my reservation on Omunuma Omuye. I say, you raise issue, we say NPP MPs, no, will raise concerns about the impeachment or resignation of Kenoforiata. At the end of the day, they made a U-turn. It all boils down to our electoral processes and the constitution that won't mind. I would say, in such a way, say, part in the former government, and all these MPs, almost all these MPs, know they came into parliament with the party as a vehicle, and some of them, were aspirations say, because as serve parliament in the next parliament, and Adiabakwa, a party no. Omo ka party no was a party of government. That's omo ka and as opposition. That's omo ka party no was some ye maybe we cause party no government ni party na kase mu ni. So ko ye bibi say about the vet ni akwa disqualify. But next in your next who seeking re-elections, no, you face that brand. Omo say they will disqualify you. You will go for be a person omo kasa on ye be a ye. Your document to be a year, only MPs are almost obscure. Almost almost remy. Main train no munja, almost primary.
Only MPP MPs.
Yes.
Nisika ho.
Also, main train, Mamunya,
oh, yes, Cano.
Almost primary. So, when I get a primary, that's all. Cast a good for one of his canvas is here. I'll go over disqualified well vetting. And it's no see a per se MPs no. Omo ye adwuma ma omo free omo akoma mu omo pem ebi no wa dey omo person omo nya omo go all out but onye ready to say obe end the political career no say ebia as serving as MP no in the next elections and it no oba be go all out so aye impeaching no aje impeaching no the boss say why kura na ya in charge of servant na akwa reference oh money the referee. Almost or show a bedroom purpose will be no aqua. Don't be disqualified. You make a beer will be disqualified. And to be full say, as a minor, as a people, no say MPs no so much me go all out. I juma ama yene. I to abanema omono na omunye ma party na. Omu as vehicle na. The process of selecting them no should be changed. Say, you bet me I say, ABA MPs must not go on ticket of a party. In our constitution, and I say in our electoral process, in the community, no, Obia is an independent, then you write your Tumawa, then you owe it to the people.
So what should the parties do?
The parties you
we
present.
have multi-partyism in democracy.
Yes, I do understand. But for the MP to be able to work for us, society and everyone, they can never work for us. Because you face the anger of the party at the end of your tenure when you are seeking re-elections. They will disqualify you. When the MPs break out, and it is sometimes MPs, no, you can blame them to a certain level. They become and say,
because they're okay. Sometimes MPs need me 8 minutes command that look, this issue, this is what my colleague anyway, this is what we think. But party say, Chairman Stephen Tim say, Chairman Asedun Ketia say, Secretary JFK say, Secretary Fifi Kwete say. So when it comes to that position, and the
can't go further.
So I'm not here. National for Beji. Send your national secretary to Aquaji no more people in July there. Oh, I go issue na that was a very broad. Eso.
But don't know, but they have a duty.
They do.
They do have a duty because
they do.
The people, any chance that the people rise up against the establishment.
They do. But they say no. Here's the situation that their destiny is tied to political parties. Sanke adia ebia obi ye nyina ya be hia wo Mampasante Mampong constituency. Ye nyina party bia na ni a stande ni ato abama ye ni a use ko. Uduru kwam na wujimi a edi
to help to any party.
Yes, to help.
Yeah, but I don't know hypothetical situation, woman, because in our constitution, no, there's the need. I mean, we have multi-partism, or we are on a party, and want to mean kind of ideal situation at work. No, the mechanic say what we have now. Let's work with it, and we have our MPs. If we are to avoid a situation where the people will rise up against the political class, the people, when I say the people, in anger and frustration.
And Yamfa both MPP national and this national for executive.
Yes,
we should rise up against them.
Yes, because someone of disqualifies MPs.
Yeah, but my position is that no. But then you see, the MPs have the constitutional,
they do.
They do
party every bank. I know they have primaries. Exactly. And everything about me no something for any what now.
No, but so Odi and and say so the people must kick them out.
That is what we should preach now.
You get my point. They will kick them out because who could seek is self-seeker. Who compare with the AD?
That's what we should preach now. That's what we should preach now.
We don't belong.
That's what we should preach
now.
But
we have an opportunity. The MPs are there. Forget about President Kufuor and Jubilee House. The MPs are there. Let's push them to do what is right for the people of Ghana. Let's push them.
Great comment here. Maria Adams says, let's ask ourselves why the Son of Man, in reference to Okujetua Blakwa, left his committee. Yes, I think committee be appointment committee.
Appointments committee.
Yeah. I think he decided to just walk away. Some of the issues okay, so
people will walk away because they don't want to speak too loud. They know something. And almost can't embarrassing everybody. It's a sad situation, but you see, I keep saying that when they rise up against the political, when the people get mad at us, we can't dodge politicians. Don't toy with it. One day it won't be in your favor. One day it will not be in your favor. This government should listen. Who say she should listen. You frustrate people and make them miserable. One day they'll rise against you. He should learn. What?
Judy Mensah says, as much as I respect and like Honorable Victor Smith, I would like to ask, where has he been all these years of Akufo-Addo's tenure? We need men as him on the field. Daniel Mensah says, whenever Alice is in the building, I'm rest assured that he will do justice to the matter. All right, so Daniel Mensa watching you live from Kaswa Adam, and let's move on. We have some few comments here. Neil Lati says, I would like to see how powerful Akufo-Addo is when he leaves office and without the army and police officers. And that day will happen unless he commits suicide. Suleya says, but they must try and block all their passports and their travel documents before June 2024. Then no one can get out of the country. All right. So, Lawrence Chairman says, after everything, they will blame COVID-19 for the bad economy. Johnny Fojo says, I'm watching you guys live from Germany, Hamburg. We have Vivian Opon says, now Nana has turned into Ankonam. Okay. David Glee Natetokoli, watching us from Maryland in US of A, said Tony Bon says Ghanaians are not afraid of Akufo-Addo, but because of partisan politics. That's why we are entertaining him. All right, so, but Ghana can't do that because of their stomach, and I don't know who is engaging Suleya. Kojo Sempa Furniture Works says, I'm enjoying this powerful show from Edum Kumase. All right, Chia Ajum Fonina. Now, one says, watching you live from Italy. I remember 2012, Italian Prime Minister was trying to borrow money from Russia. When the money got to Italy, they voted him out. Even with money, and they brought in another prime minister. Okay, so that is what he wants to say. Clifton says, please, will be your opinion. Okay, so my name technician is Nakasa. Now, Bryce says, it's very true. Just look at how the minority led the demonstration against the governor. The euphoria. It was so great. Okay. Now, Judy says, Sami Jamfi and Co should rekindle the discussions on the royalties report and not allow this failed government to use their communicators to start a new jandam on this Airbus in the election year. Okay, so Ojaba Gabaski says you are on point. Listo Yafra says Bobie Charles Jame has become a savior for this fund management customers, and he needs commendation. Okay, so this one is coming from Yabia. Ebenezer Ben says, good afternoon, Commander, watching you live from France. All right, thank you so much. Kwame Osei is here. We have Julie Belinda Aubry. This government will account for every single penny armed robbers to bottom for. We have more messages in. Mubetimi send them more dear so about now. No. Okay, so on this OSPA, your friend say Omar issue statement, NDC issue statement on the OSP do Buahin issue, and I think Uncle Victor interest in this story. So quick one, let me read through. And this press release was signed by Sami Jamfi, NDC National Communication Officer. Quick one, let me just read through before. Okay, so we have the statement on your Facebook page. For immediate release, 31st October 2023. The NDC has noted with disgust the report of the Office of Special Prosecutor on investigations into alleged commission of corruption and corruption-related offences involving former Deputy Finance Minister Charles Edubwai. The conclusion of the OSP at paragraph 7.1 of the said report that, quote, though the conduct of Mr. Edubwai amounts to trading in influence or influence peddling, which is closely associated with corruption, there is no actual criminal prohibition of his acts in respect of which the OSP has a mandate to further act, unquote, is totally flawed and misconceived. Okay, so having forensically verified the audio-visual recording adduced by Tiger IPI as a true reflection of the events represented thereon, and having conclusively established that Charles Edubwai indeed demanded a bribe of 20% of the value of the initial investment or an upfront payment of 10% of the value of the proposed investment and post-investment sharing of the proceeds of same from undercover agents of Tiger IPI who were posing as businessmen interested in investing in Ghana. It is totally unacceptable for the OSP to have concluded that Charles Edu is not guilty of a crime. Okay, so for the avoidance of doubt, Charles Edubwai's conduct as captured in the Galamsey economy, quote, Galamsey economy in quote, documentary of Tiger IPI clearly amounts to the offense of extortion, as provided under Section 247 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act 1960 Act 29 as amended, which provides as follows. So it goes on and on and on and on and on and on. And this is signed by Sami Jemfi. Uncle Victor, this OSP matter. Now, the NDC National Executives believe it has nothing to do about influence peddling. It has everything to do with extortion.
Well, I agree with them. I mean, whichever way statement don't mean who NDC DNO, a papa in DNO, OSP DNO.
OSP DNO.
He contradicts himself somewhere along the line because
oversee and go through that. If you
okay. Because maybe we can make time give a crab.
Okay,
there seems to be some contradiction somewhere because whichever way he looks at it, no, it was corruption. A public officer has been so corrupted. He received it. And what did he call that? Or say
like a kickback, the percentage.
Well, somebody is going to write some articles. I won't sort of preempt the person to it, but a lawyer is going to write and say the guy contradicted himself. A OSP, no. Now the reason is beyond what has been written. No, it has something to do with Anas. Do you see a Nyantechi case, you know? Anas, you know, say Supreme Court said if he wants to be a witness.
Yeah.
And Anas also he won't play. So then he's not going to be a witness. And it's in this same case. And that means because Anas you cannot bring that witness, you know. Case in a drop case, you know. So what I say.
Yeah.
And in time, no, that statement is going to come about only from a legal opinion on this matter. Only me the come about.
So which means the
position that OSP is trying to avoid that situation where would the witness be quiet, see only anymore, so only anymore. Then did you have the witness or you didn't have the witness? No, it's going to be a provoke case. So what I say, there are so many things that have happened, even during Kufuor's time, but not President Kufuor when the president was Attorney General. So many things, but you know, we all write our books one day, our memoirs on some of these things. My position is that everybody knows that the OSP,
Your Excellency, it's taking you too long.
It's taking me too long.
Too long.
It's taking me too long because
long.
I've had to
Too
work
long.
with people at some levels. There are certain things you can't say. Simple. There are certain
Just
things
do
you
them
can't say.
in quotes.
But
And let's decode
I'm
them.
still writing my memoirs. It's taking me too long to write
No,
my
if you
memoirs.
do them in quotes,
But in this particular
with time,
I've
they'll
been
decode.
quiet. You hear somebody say that I've been quiet. I
Yeah.
tried to just be quiet. Let other people do some talking. I mean, you don't own Ghana. To be uncanny. But say they are Ghana for air corner, air bobo. They be people sending minutes can be then you send Momo. You say Momo Biana will send come not just party people. So other people you've met in your life they are desperate.
Oh yeah.
So you
MPP
have to
for
send
no.
somebody to them.
MPP for no.
Why?
Yeah.
Why has the country become like that? Then when you hear about the kind of money they talk about, how can they promise somebody $800 million? Let's assume that he's not lying. But if he's lying, almost Baba come and say something. They are talking huge monies. But we've gone to IMF, cap in hand. They've given us only 600 million. Second tranche because they don't want to do it. What is going on? Why? What is going on? Judgment dead. We are wasting money. Nothing is happening. Roads. Did they not talk about year of roads?
Yeah, they do.
Go and see the road from Enyinem to a friend saying, saying. But there was a Tiwa. There be a Tiwa Kwabi Chiwano. Abomosu. Who can say London?
Sir?
Catch it all. From the junction, so the traffic street light.
Yeah.
Dual carriage. Dual carriage going into Kwabing. And then you go on a nice asphalt road, nice bridges to a village. Because that's where the president comes from. Go and see that Trans-West African Highway, Aputo. So a few days back, people slept on the road. Foreigners going to Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana. Now, when you ask all these things, where's the money passing through our hands? Your money. Government is supposed to pay that money. Where is the money? So when you hear people have money in their homes, under their beds, and what have you, you ask yourself, say, where did we go wrong? Look at all the high rises that are being built in cantonments and the rest. Who do you think are building them? Who say they are connected to the thing? Because the monies cannot go abroad again. The whole world is watching Ghana. Who the fuck airport there? But this was them. And make us like beginning of this year, some important minister, Nigeria Edisika fa I'm a stop war. First a VIP.
Really?
Yes, stop here. Yeah, man. On first call. Now answer phone calls. Big giant will be for Jubilee as I've ever no call play no more call. This kind of call.
Oh, Ghana.
The right time, no, you know. Why? What are we going through? You see, people must talk for the other people who cannot talk. We must talk. That is why we are asking the MPs. I don't have that constitution, and I'm just a citizen of Ghana. But if the MPs have been given that a mandate, and then and yakwa press conference be and then no would they say you have a ready budget but here yakwa counter budget and I could see na you are going backwards, then we are entering elections next year and nothing happens, no development happens in Ghana again. Somebody told me this in England when I was High Commissioner. Said in election year Ghana no development happens, no development, because people are using the resources to organize themselves to win power. And we spend the whole year wasting the resources. Hey, moment when MPs, they are listening, they should listen well. They owe it to us. They shouldn't think that they are doing us a favor. They owe it to the people of this country to speak to the executives about it. They should speak. I'm not going to talk about the third arm of government yet. One day, almost I say Rebecca. The judiciary. Yeah. But for now, MPs, they should be up and doing. They can say whatever they want to say. I am still maintaining. Sometimes we hear some of these things that they take bribes. I say, what? Why should that be the case? You say you are so corrupt. And it's a criminal offense, isn't it? Being corrupt is a criminal offense. Receiving monies is a criminal offense. Yes, still, it goes on. This committee, that committee, we've heard it over the years. And I'm not, you see, I've been stalking. I haven't mentioned NDC, MPP. It cuts both ways. Everybody, you owe it to us. Once you become an MP, you owe it to us.
At least executive didn't mean you should be able to do it.
Yeah, that is true. Anthony Eka says the president and the vice new speaker no next. Now, if that is the case and you have the constitutional mandate, authority to hold government in check, that's the one, who should go and do it? Well, a soldier should come and remove the government and throw it away. We don't want that. If you bring a soldier, you go backwards. But let the MPs do what they are supposed to do. They can save this country, the MPs.
No, but Victor, the current Yaya Tihui and military government, they
make a choice. Say we've accepted as a constitution to run a democratic, constitutional governance. And I may say one arm seems to be toying with the executive, one arm, which is legislature. So it is your duty, 275 of you. You represent the people of Ghana, not President Akufo-Addo. You were not made MP. You were made because the people in that area know you, and they will accept to use you as their representative. Why do you go and sit there and just be saying yes, I'm answer to the executive, to their detriment? I have a problem with that. They can be, and others should join. We should put them on the back burner. They should wake up.
God that says, Bobieta Uncle Victor. Ghana no kwachi dada. Whether military or the current democratic administration. Benelli says the youth should rise up and go to the houses. Those holding the money. That is, illegal. Who could road before you say, oh, Kopeska or where you're crom for? Yeah, you're trespassing. So get it right.
So the MPs should prevent these things. their actions will prevent this kind of anarchy in our country. So when I say the center cannot hold, they've visited anarchy on us. And we're getting close to the edge. Mr. MPs, you know, they should hear it. I sent a copy of this, my message, to the speaker. I've sent a copy to the minority leader. I've sent a copy of this to the chief of staff. They owe it to us, oh.
But
they should stop toying with us.
My response.
No response. It's on my kind. I've seen it.
Question Kibuasi says, well, like Uncle Victor, I've seen it all before. From the revolution to the stable democracy, he's just not talking. He sees something coming, all right? So, Goda says, look at the composure. Okay, so let me, Muntaka and Desunye a leader view. Mama Muntaka, you know. All right, so, Ibrahim Abdul Karim Jabbar says, Bobia for now, Ghana Konechisa. Free. Kofi Simon says, look, Uncle, the army will be far better than these armed robbers in government. Finito. Maybe that's my point. What is the difference between a Akufo-Addo and a military regime? What is the difference?
You see, Akufo-Addo is worse. The militaries, but you see, in a democracy like this, say umakwai masoja ni ebeji aban and ebeka aban gua. It takes us several years back, and it's difficult to.
Rawlings military intervention, any Akufo-Addo democratic election or winning, but you're doing that take you back.
In fact, Abraham himself and saying
David goes straight.
No. But you Akufo-Addo there the Akwaechi dodo. No, or the Akwaechi in terms of you see, Abraham the Mimi say
Nana. What I don't want to entertain. The Uncle Victor Nkrofo super and the military regime. Say onya freedom of expression and freedom of movement.
And also now saying kuditas abenyina no.
Bema. Akufo-Addo is visiting these two ideas on us in a
democracy.
Even in a West form.
So let's get our MPs to work for us.
Yes.
Akufo-Addo freedom of expression.
Theirs will be legal. Yours will be illegal, a soldier. What it is MPs know if they fail us, necessary soldier in adventures be bemwa, they have caused it. They have allowed the thing to degenerate and deteriorate to that level. Ama obi intervention, somebody adventurous him. But it's avoidable if you do your work well. If you call the executive to order, you must try and do it. Call them to order. Let country stop, and then we will do some thinking about what is going on.
Because Nana, and then me buso big question. Me buso big question say Boku incident, Garu incident, Now, a Garu indigene, if a terrorist across free any other place, ebe uraho, ebe convincing say, look, your government don't like you. We want to help you fight the government. Near the Ghana Armed Forces Niko Jinaho say one also and can say we like you. Join us to fight the terrorists. Omi and wine and a garuni in Betino.
Obeti the foreigner.
Sharp.
The terrorists.
Sharp. Because
look, Kwabra, they have seen much worse things are. A year terrorists in nature under a democracy. That's all. And you know, obi a terrorist say obebwana.
Oh, the difference.
Obeji na edia chain nipa ono.
Exactly.
Yeah, obeji na di.
That is my point.
Yeah.
That is the point. Say yeah, Drew. Because say Uncle Victor, if Nkrofo complaining here say Uncle Victor mo time. Yes, oh, you feel big John to. You chene ko share. Kwaku so journalist kasa ni abechi no enye today
democracy
within 1 week na media for me and echo prison.
And well, today, what do you mean today?
And Kufuado, Adomoche, Mensa Thompson. No more decay a sentence or in my boama. Adia Chia, Yakwa Koshe, a Mensa Thompson, and I don't know better me. What would see me, you jamia, and on Quache Sakut, Quache BNI, or them 2 weeks. Yani Coco Bedo. So, who catch him say military regime? What is the difference between military regime and today?
Between a dictatorship and a democracy.
What is the difference?
What the difference is, they let the soldiers do the job of protecting the sovereignty of our country, the territory. They should keep out terrorists. That is what they should do. Now, the people opted for democracy. Through the constitution, we've accepted our constitution. And an arm of government is not doing what we expect it to do. To checkmate the executive, to hold him accountable. The ECOS organ MPs name is on the Eyamufia do something. Because if you don't do it, that's when you keep a room for that kind of adventurism. That's the point we are trying to make. They should understand it in democracy. It's the people of Ghana who voted for the constitution, so we cannot throw it away. It's there. But part of it too, the MPs, a legislature, they have a duty to help make this thing work.
But Your Excellency, when you say ne, say you see a referendum. Now, you see Ghana need vote between democracy and something else. They will go for the something else.
But if they don't know there's something else, how would you go for it?
No, they will go for it.
Which is the something else in this?
They don't know. There's something else.
If you don't know what it is,
regardless, they will go for it.
No, but you see,
because you see what has become the examples of democracy in this country, especially what Akufo-Addo is typifying. It's terrible.
I still maintain that if we get the MPs to do the right thing, to hold the president in check, we won't need to go for something else. Seriously. I mean, that's the kind of peace we want. Hold him accountable. No leader should come and walk all over us. We will not allow that one. But our MPs have the mandate to do that for us. 275 as opposed to 30 million people. And we shouldn't wait, or they shouldn't wait for the 30 million people to rise up. Now, when they do, Aboyenia will spoil the country. So you shouldn't come to that. We need them to sit down and think. Think. Stop this business as usual business. You should stop it. You've talked about this since the last 7 years, or in fact after 2020. Not one day will be radio. The government has been torn into pieces. Atemdidie, President Akufo of Kwa. Who president be a dinner attempt harder? Why should it come to that? Even if he's not doing well, he's still the president of the country. Now, our president of our country has been taken down like that
because he's insulting us.
I send a message to Chief of Staff. Who tell me the president attempts that?
Because he's insulting us.
Do something.
Who said that somewhere? No, because Ombu Chief of Staff.
Yeah, but you see,
no. Here's the situation, Uncle Victor. When no man at TV, Ufra Bontimba, Daddy, if I saw Lantino and I catch you say a crazy name. Now I am so real fear. Crazy name from Kwasi Asemon Koda.
Okay, why?
Hold on. Hold on.
I want to NDC.
Is it not an insult?
Oh no, can I? Also want to.
No, is it not an insult?
I know. I also want to. Mami,
also, Omusa will say for one sabbat to Abamano. You see, a chino can you? Yeah, Santifo. Right? You are insulting the people who voted for you that you are stupid to vote for me.
One can say.
Do it to a man no one can say yeah, one or Martin Finan can say yeah, and then I have someone can No. You see, Uncle Victor, there is a problem but we are facing now. And we need to deal with it.
That's what I'm telling you.
I respectfully disagree with you that he's the most vilified.
And who else?
Look, I don't Mahama.
No. Essentially, they are Mahama dear home.
No. Akufo-Addo there, he's a walking insult. He's insulting himself. No, but he and what he's done to Mahama males. Look, Obi Otimi organized it for the first time. No, you as a former Your Excellency, is it right, sir? Akufo-Addo betimi organize party boys. Say go and hoot at or go and boo at your president in another country. He caused that to happen. We are the channel.
I was there.
Akufo-Addo, you're the man to 4 block crowd. Or no, you're the channel crowd. Look, Akufo-Addo. Look, there was here the no. He has been the worst of all examples.
And the my Musa.
He has been the worst of all examples.
Let me ask you.
No, you see, Adi Akufo-Addo, they are yet Ghana for any your presidents, no. They are there, no. Yeah, they are channel crowd. No, we have to let him know, sir. Mahama was a president too.
Ada already Gabi article on Atamils describing Atamils as a poodle. How did you feel?
It was horrible.
Now Atamils mpacho wadarumo or runkuku.
Debbie. I think we condemn.
So the family enjoyed it.
No, we condemn.
Did Akufo-Addo condemn?
No, he didn't. But I know that we all condemn.
No. The question is, Akufo-Addo, if name the family, omo condemn me, omo bani say, yankasa nchire penisa.
And the baby, okay, them come with me.
No, he Akufo-Addo called Professor Mills, Professor Doolittle. Has he any type of Professor Mills is like?
No,
Mahama didn't deserve it. Akufo-Addo, he deserves it. Mahama, he was up to his task. But you do nothing and you expect us to do something? Look, Akufo-Addo, you're their channel more. Look, his uselessness is legendary. Akufo-Addo, look, to whom much is given. Look. Oh, at least they need more Ghana and they say, Openidia, you have to reason to make lives better for Moframa. Akufo-Addo go school free to invest you. Moko school invest in near Mamo Jot. Yamon BBA free. Yapamo chokra se munsua de man. Near future leaders for my way. Akufo-Addo no time. So if we went to me and better no crana, at least do something. But you have all the resources at your disposal. You mess up. You have weakened everything. You have destroyed all the institutions. You have privatized everything. Public. And you want me to hell worship such a person?
No.
Why is he a thing God? No. If a president is a useless president, tell him in his face.
Yes.
Very useless.
It's the image of the country.
No, the image must
be hold it brief kakra.
No, if you do that, you know what you are doing? You are inculcating a very bad habit in us. Not to speak truth to power.
We must.
No, because Ebasana, you think say because of the Akonyana or Tisunintino, we must not rebuke him.
Atem the day or different from rebuking.
No, Atem the day no.
A rapper could be a mayor or some video you say Akufo-Addo you would diagro when you serious president. Meaning who has a Atem the day.
Yeah.
But I can't look and say when you're serious, when you would diagro, kind of only would diagro. It's a serious talk to somebody like that, you know?
Yeah.
And I really like that particular expression. But Atem the day
it's the same.
Yeah. One time, John Kuma on Asempa FM, those days, when you and I, we started our Pyramid House. John Kuma, you sue statement be Emma, the late Mills, a Korea police station cry. Emma, make catch a minute, Nico Biffy Agbanane studio. Emma, make catch a John Kuma said, John. Adewe obi di be ye Akufo-Addo dabi. Time and this for issue statement no. Akufo-Addo issue statement to support John Kuma. I can't repeat that thing here, but I have that tape with me. Mean to me mompo because nipa no wu. Akufo-Addo issue statement to support John Kuma. That Adebia John Kuma akafa Atamils bia any anchor to ahoy no bia no sanity.
It's a true reflection of
yes. They did it.
Almost say You know, they brought it
so
upon
you
themselves.
see,
Nobody has
and
seen
the
it for you
yo
anymore.
and me bo say me sorry no pa na me tie sa tape no na me si abonten na me nya microphone na me hwe de wo ye ya tama jonko be kasa akere atamils no na atamils esi atoabo gas which is sustaining the whole country. Even that one today you can't manage it. Now what the onya hwe me tie sa tape na me si abonten na me sa ka microphone
Hwe de omunya hwe mu.
then wo be say me nka de na enkyere wo me mom na ne da bi me mom na ne say na nya nkwada me mom na ne
be kasa because bia wada montuo enkoyi wa mbomode amagana what the Ghana for me ambo 7 years down the lane aka 1 year I not give up already. Oh, any business say what can change to better Ghana in 1 year? It won't happen. It's not going to happen. So we should stop the destruction by taking on the constitutional body, parliament. Oh, now hold on.
If that fails, where do we go?
Well, if it fails, if they fail us, let me put it this way, and the people rise against the establishment, well, and then you'll be no kind, you'll be no red, won't
yeah, but there's so much under the system.
I'm a politician. I said I'm probably so home. No, but some people just
you can be a victim.
Politicians.
Yeah, you can be a victim.
If you look at both ways, they don't care.
Sri Lanka,
you can be a victim. I agree, but we hope so. Quick one on the OSP and Dubai. Quick one. There were other two stories near him.
I for the first time would believe say Miaminua Kisia Jabe. He has to revise his notes. Wanya de kra. Wanya ni kra. Wan tro ni kra. Kora, I know person much say corruption doesn't have a definition. Oh, but corruption has a definition. And anything that leads to corruption, no. Oh, it's corruption comes in so many forms. Say, even me appointed me and Kasati say Kufadu. He is corrupt to have appointed Jakroma. Unqualified.
Man appointment letter.
And I said, unqualified. Man appointment letter. Aptitude test were failing. BBA were failing. Only certificate. BIA or they qualified to be there. It's a better than one certificate. Your friend is appointment letter.
Uncle Victor, can you imagine, say, a president, a year or so believe in rule of law, or yet the na neba etimiya nantiako creative arts. Also they say at the act about creative arts, I know agency. Neba na nanti koho. Ako occupy the office. Only appointment letter. Obi anim salary awoje. Obi anim allowances. Obi anim the job description. And wajina omo website or do one company, private company logo ato. And or run as I'm speaking to you now. Jankroma, without an appointment letter on behalf of Ghana government, assign a year contract on behalf of Creative Arts with France 500,000 euros. Yom de baba ya your friend say Creative Arts project. Me pacho. Adewe pa wa my bay Jankroma.
Is it true?
Yes, he's there. Jankroma is sitting there. She's there.
No appointment.
No, only any appointment. Creative Arts for say, how can somebody run our business and this person don't even have an appointment? We don't know who appointed her. The years were Babaji office and illegally signing contracts on behalf of Ghana. Chief, what say? Sadia way, say Ghana Niakola where we SHS square who nene ni bosso. That's a president at Tia Tradia way who for years and a bar and yes, Andrea. I didn't any panini rises who did not have what Jimmy Pa.
The Ben as him say Creative Arts.
She's there.
No, when did she move there? Is it
2020? She was part of the Creative Arts board. They're now a agency
since the father became
president.
Yes,
Ottawa.
She's been there.
Oh yes, I did wait Ghana and Yakwala.
John Mahama see.
Yeah, who be that our Ghana Bakosemo.
These were the people who were insulting John as being the most incompetent president. And then a manafa. Your friends shops Nina.
Yeah, who be that? Even Rollins military. Say Rollins ba. Say Rollins ba. Papa, you work with Rollins.
You need Ghana Hanum now.
Rollins the aeroplane. A more time. Zanento. I didn't know Kwakuba couldn't Nanado and country Rollins and Ghana.
State property. And what they say Zenato how to
I didn't know man can. What is the meaning of
jacuzzi keke?
What is the meaning of
jacuzzi?
Uncle Victor, what is the meaning of jamakle?
I'm not on that way.
Yo,
I just say.
But that time,
I just say.
That is what we had. Typical UP boy that time. Atem the day be omudimu bi ayete. Omo ka kire yesi ekwa abontia yen kan kire mo.
You know the
and so when you never do na me weigh the two sins. Say ade we ya yes Rollins no ye. Ade we ya me nuan man kan fo yi die. No. Anyway, yeah we sorry.
Me kwabra me friend is saying me kind OSP we na or say or they who Charles Adubu ahen they said the onye bone da no OSP o yama me sa esifom and ebiana ye can say na obedin say agro I know you have pressure be a war so omon pese obeye adwuma any sometimes o kan wanu tunkura pa ye bebu nyansafo o tia say it's better to be silent than to talk now. I feel be say, oh, kasanye. Sometimes it gives you a better image when you are not even. You can even stay in the office without doing anything. But to bring us this garbage, this is bad. It means you are not defining what corruption is. So what is corruption related? Someone goes to take a bribe, a money that they call it shopping money, $40,000, and the person takes the money to want to execute something. The office the person occupies is not a private office.
Deputy Minister.
Yes, Deputy Minister for Finance. And you want to describe it as influence peddling. Oh, I mean sometimes no. Kisi Ajabe, sebi. Eye brofo. Enye so your lawyer na onim nyansa chen obia. Bibia mu ye bia ye brofo. Obia wako school bia sebi ene tibon koso kra onim how to read and write. Ekufa do krampo etimi eso your lawyer. How much ye yakọ school? Echen no. No, ene nkola kra ko school chen emperifo na mo edi esu ni bebre. Kisi, a whole law lecturer. How does this qualify for your friends influence peddling? Oh, okay, or influencing why? So it's better. You see, maybe a son in say, so can influence peddling crana on what your friend is saying basis. And now, Kisi Ajabe, Echo ma La Bianca. Was it not on influence peddling?
No, but no, what is
it? 40,000, no.
Yeah. Who's the peddling?
I don't see the
head. Who's the peddling the influence?
What must I say?
Me saying you, this is not over yet.
What is the difference between influence peddling and corruption?
No, you see, it's even.
So David, you don't kind of who's peddling the influence?
So influence peddling, it's a form of corruption. It's a form of corruption. Sometimes I don't understand why some people would want to be very rhetorical and semantic. I mean, Jimmy back femna ase bibia. He's a fine gentleman, pal. And yes, I know. Oh, so for how long? And Alabama Ebusia Bakwa say within we ubeni. It's like and you refita to say His Excellency Shete Sheni. What the ma oil kit to be in some way. We won't see the white in the BMO oil no pet. Oh, so you are putting dents on your indelible marks on your image.
Maybe a Jabeno so maybe our idea. Can it be that always somebody is?
Oh no, yes, I are saying no crano. Just say because me the Jaben that I know, he won't fall for some of these things.
If he has to prosecute, he has to bring the witness.
Oh,
who is the witness?
So then why don't you write?
Who is the witness?
Anas.
Also, Supreme Court says also.
So just write it as it is.
I won't be a witness.
Oh, it's better to write it as it is.
Exactly.
And tell the public, I would have prosecuted, but the witness who is in this case, also won in
and court also won anymore. So
it settles it.
No, Bianca said this is where the problem is coming from.
Maybe you would have done something, but for Anas, I won't you would have done something. But someone is now be say yeah. Oh, and you know me sometimes what we call insult, may I understand things that are deeper things that are more insulting than telling Obi so ekwase now ya aboa. Oh, when you want to toy with my intelligence, it's like what Kusia Jabe has done is insulting to the country.
So I'm waiting to hear.
It's like telling me, sir, I don't understand your language.
It would trick me.
So you want to trick me with influence peddling when it's corruption? It's insulting.
If you look at my statement, I wrote somewhere that they try to confuse the people with some legality that they don't understand.
Yes,
that's what they do.
It's wrong.
They intimidate people. They do all manner of things down there.
It's wrong. It's wrong. And so, Kisi, come again.
Yeah, but let me quote what His Excellency Victor Smith wrote. I think. Okay, so I quote.
Okay,
that's a portion of the article.
Okay,
I believe Ghanaians have been cowed into submission with legalities that they don't really understand.
That's true.
The bold ones in society must rise to
save
the
Ghana
occasion. Unquote. This is what.
Excellent.
I think I'm okay.
His article is very short but very pregnant. Very pregnant.
Maybe now you do one in
yeah.
What says the influence? Just say true to semantics. I don't see a color.
That is why I asked. What is the difference between influence peddling and corruption?
My point, Kwan is more to the point is where Kisi Jabeno Ankasa on influence peddling. One man la Bianca Chesi car or the Omani car. Let's just say he's still guilty of an offense.
La Bianca.
Okay, so La Bianca
maybe La Bianca Diano. What tria fem, what trinoma fem, when tria duty, when tria scale also tria. And now Ubi aquatine to. I'm a special prosecutor said, Mammy, what trinoma fem.
So is anybody informant?
And now informant acquire what petition ama or more investigation.
Yes, so he's an informant.
Now he said Jabe say La Bianca was able to just say when tria duty no and there was also training in BT system no because or you soon influence peddling skills into no sika na was so tria when train nyina no ya charging is onko tria into no let's just influence peddling no or no etimi catch us say when tria says sika no na would influence entina when tria says sika no wotimi say charge ma okotria de a aden na dubu ahenko ade duru ne so no influence peddling no you living off the hook to get away with murder.
One sika no
sika no wanye $40,000 no wanye
influence peddling.
Into Kesia Jabe is trying to tell me that Charles Edubwine influence peddling him. He has influenced peddled him.
Anyway, Charlie, quick one on this matter. Ibrahim,
sir, me consider the timing of this report he ever out. The people who were associated with these corruption allegation at this late hour, Baumia go through primaries. Na oba be clear Edubwa heni ade na me feel say a calculated thing be na oye. Sana me hu no. So I calculate to I think say to make some peace between Baumia the government and say Edubwa heni say dem be Edubwa dey support be supporting Baumia say na the move because we timing now or they clear now. I say he's in the rush to do this. And also right time now, I say he's in the rush to do it. No. So anything more it is something our resentment towards because I would say a vice president did say or the command the didn't change no him.
40,000.
And almost election. Yeah. But we also because almost election on Saturday.
Because people will use it against him.
Yeah, I get.
So they are trying to whitewash Baumia.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see, because a issue was a Baumia corruption case. And Charles do
yeah. And Matisse by Wednesday, Thursday, a mono issue no so on back clear in the office for no.
So what I say. And you know, I'm opening them at their clan because as we okay, as you semi prayers as a special prosecutor, you say from the team.
And I say God be the train of sign.
The timing no into the almost force to say Charlie, clear this guy.
Because Papa, say me share send kisia bena. Na me share send Gabi abona. Gabi wrote it for him to sign.
In fact, we said Gabi was bread.
Ade. Me did he say?
He
failed his exams.
Ade. The Papa go for Ade. I was friend.
Did he say?
Gabi friend. Wa bread.
Who is say Kisi na da for planning Gabi?
Yes.
Entino.
Kisi no na na dia mama Gabi.
Gabi, wait no. Because
Gabi would never take part in this.
Kisi Gabi. Kisi Gabi. Wada kra ne so ntro sadi we ya. I
can tell you
I smell
for sure Gabi would never get involved in this. Ade, you papa go.
Maybe a consultant.
Body akese. Body kitikiti we
consultant no.
Then Gabi would not do that. Anyway, I'll be back live on Accra 100.5 from Charles me kwaba me ba ye baba be Ibrahim Mahama and various issues cause with this flooding and all that. I'll be back.
Because we are going to implement something different, something new.
Give us P capsules. Give it to me, baby. Give us core capsules as well. And money me na koko yadie. Yadie, a mama nya yem timotete woman. Yedruno no, manumbi, a mama deme home. Give us core capsules, Mrs. Moye thing. Give us core capsules. I give it to you, baby. You give it to me. Oh, yeah. Hey, give us no. A man need ya bebusiemu papa. Na bema can give us P capsules. And ni give us core capsules bomunum dia. Na eni jeni ahwodeno. Wabrudo. Give us P capsules. And men what if you do what you do cronkwan efa. Give us core capsules. A pay for a batter one more menu for an inquada when if you do me nunca home. And what draws to beer motophone call Give us Herbal Center, Teshi Mobile, and Teshi Adriami. Phone numbers 0543 222 0 and 050-68-51135.
FDA Ashusha Sa Ejedi Nkrato Imu Aja to Muse Eye.
Usika Semen Koyana, quick credit Sia say, Sika Pe en Nafum, Intina Yabasa Bechecha or Yam Bosia Bonsha home, Wutumi Babosia Edifia Sia fee 1,500 Ghana cedis, Edeko, Nanyamu Hiana wa National ID card, Wun Hiasa Ubetu Susu, Wun Hia Awa, Yanjisa Kebian Toho, Wun Sansun Hiase, Yembe guye futuo bia quick credit wahomao say ye dwana wopese wudi ana wopese wo hye ejuma fofrase ana say ye school fees ana po eyeye bosumi ejuma ye fo nso ye wo bi mamo na mom kai say ye mobosia ewo internet so afen so omantic akrobia batan Bank of Ghana nsa wo dwumedie yimu enti tuturi kana freyen wo 0302 200390 ana 0596 920 833. Quick credits, London made simple. Kai said, Media in Shishay Kakra wo ho.
Hey! When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huaden.
Refuse to grow, and young offense swabek.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and your ready pediamus somewhere who by no, and Nasa wonum Imbusaba Mesa, a peja immune system nabribia. Ya Yarientimu. Say, dear, a month for the one, Eddie Imbusaba Mesa, Dronua dance yes, and Yarwa who ran Nipa and Yina etimi banaso, and in Yarwa Cassian Kaya Wutini D and a whole car. Now Yamwa suing Yano, a way who buy every home. And now woman pa, one Yarwana dada, no monum doctor in Rono, and num Imbusaba Mesanoa, and Momo who are deep in tea. Ya woman timpose, Yaria Esomo. Imbusaba Mesa, a walk Kaisi, and you may move Bia Yato in row, at to form friend 0246 20 8496. FDA, Ashisha said, Jedi and Kratui, what Yatumu say,
Ago Ghana for Media Sam Dabremo, Sisia de Wusidaya, any coins over Hukra, Essence Alu Africa, we got you covered. Alu Africa. Aye, Jumeko Cassia, a bonny chance, Papa de Kudaso, any trusses are Ghana, any Yasia Fanena, Yen Lydie. Young and topo. Alu Africa, ewa bakwa somewhere dimu. A ban roofing sheet. Any trust say ye papa nkwadia. Eye honum and abenya pa ye quality. Sounds so affordable. Bedroom fish ye dionuni. A danya bru 2 million. And Alu Africa e crucial. What a news! Yanjansi di crew dance no. Nia money dimune se emu do. Na bani this one need this one. Fit is 0.35 mm. Echo say 0.5 mm. 0.35. Echo say 0.5. Alu Africa Trust is so. Emu do. Na a range fit 0.55. Echo say 1.15. Enti enya fe na wudi dua kokru dance wa. Very nachi. And what ye bury. Alu Africa Trust is no. And what ye intimere. And nachi. And good for all weather conditions. Nebu so da for mwankasa. So beto dua pa die. Enkato Alu Africa Trusts. Na bokwa ye bretu no hobai. Alu Africa products ni nyina so ye ma 40 years warranty. Emfishie dua 9 warranty. Hwehwe Alu Africa. E was Spinters kwai so. Ye ne MTN office no. Ana di nhwani mu. Ana say frɛ 0574 286292. Se wudu takra de so a ye branch ni bi wo ho. Frɛ 0545 446852. Na edwumeku bia. Wo pese wo beto Alu Africa kwal ni bi no. Wo betimi walk in to your branch bia. Ye beton dia ma wo mo. Na wo de akodi dwumadie bia. Alu Africa, building made a sight and CMGC Cartadio. Yeah! Near here, say, Ubebo star 413 house. I will MTN peso. I'm going to move on. No one's that come what's here. I CMGC Cartadio promotion. Yeah! I feel yes, you better do. Some person when you CMGC Cartadio beer and you're quite well now, Befaso. Step 1, but star 413 hash. I will MTN so. Step 2, choose a FM. Now, dear, the prompt in it. And so I will so as the coming in a ever corner Sikata dear promotion, cash in and win big promotion. when you are wasawaye, win your share of 24,000 bonanza. Shaniswo, Dudu Bia wo taxi, and your star 413 Hasado, and never more when you say, Uvedinkunim, I was seeing Jessica your promotion so. And your cashback from Class Media Group. Kai huna say, Sa Jumedie way, and she shared the home. The National Lottery Authority, our Caritas Lottery Platform, and a boy chidom. Unyam Fisher don't watch it airqua, one ka Jumedie home. CMGC Kachadio! Yeah!
Yes, the incoming president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Also, Chobi Biara, Orte, the Mankratu. Magana, and Shagana, Biara, Osia Pensis, Ronisi Chain, Free SHSia, Wagya Bassa. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Sir Bashabakina, as a private school stream, Arbaka Free SHS, and Minianama magazine, Kokompe. In the spare parts of the buyers, and I'm a one to Monto. Importers once to your day. Kranzamanaba Porter, one to me, you want Zama. Debiara petroleum products, what to minty. I'm a transport first, no boy, and the abandon paying for a catcher and a dead party. Yes, it's a Kukudama, Burning one Ankasana warrior Galam Sin. In the health insurance in Yajma Pure, electricity, water, surround no conti and tunes. And you know, bring here them and you never push His Excellency Dramani Mahama. I'm a change. I hear 2024. I'm a NDC. Amaya Corners, the fundraising platform at Wasutum Kakra as a was a good governance card. Ahro Abobaze. Standard, silver, prestige, platinum, loyalty, gold, on your bronze. Kada Ruina, Mawan was able to also add. Amabusumbiara, Afado, a contributors are His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the campaign. And the one summer visa, 0277 321528 and now 050 455 9098 and now 0534 000261 and now 0534 004275 and able to visit your website www.ndcspecial.com. Next to my donations, I'm a match and a card at the door. Now, so she will say, a changer, or say, and you take can call when you see, oh, yeah, was a Babragan and Yibia. NDC, yes.
Hey, say, dear Mako, who our Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, no, who crave you, say, and Nunti Nomania Award, a word bestie, Obian Transit Emma Dumpemia, dear Casse, and Asim Boya, dear, and Canon to them you. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, as I want to say, near Crew Etuno, near Anka, and Wananum, Obana, Bemo, Power, and Yarwankaye. Nansama Mekase, and Nespana Cod Ekayeno. Greenfield at Arumanti, and was our Solejan and also APM. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, our ultramodern laboratory. And a diagnostic machine, sir. I should share the Pediani Kasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. I want Nungwa Dogon, Estate Junction. Last stop. There was 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898. Greenfield. God is our healer. Greenfield. Your last stop. I believe.
Ghana for media some dabremo. Sisia de won sidanya. Any coin so vohukra. Essence Alu Africa. We got you covered. Alu Africa. Aye jumeko kasia. Ebon in chance papa di kudaso. Any trusses are Ghana ha. Any wiasia fanenina. Yen ye lidie. Yang any topo. Alu Africa ewa bakwa somewhere dimu. Ebon roofing sheet. Any trusses say ye papa nkwadia. Eye honom and abenya pa ye quality. Sanso ya affordable. Bedroom fish ye dionuni. Edanya bru 2 million. And Alu Africa ekruso. What a news! Yen chance ye di crew dance no. Ni amani dimune se emu do. Na bani diswo ni diswo. Fit is 0.35 mm. Echo si 0.5 mm. 0.35. Echo si 0.5. Alu Africa Trust is so emu do. Na a range fi 0.55. Echo si 1.15. Enti enya fe na wudi dua kokru wudaso a very nache amfotie berie Alu Africa Trust no amfotie ntimere enre nache eye good for all weather conditions ne boaso da for ankasa so beto dua pa de enkato Alu Africa Trust na bokwaye bretu no ho ban Alu Africa products ni nyina so ye ma 40 years warranty emfrishie dua 9 warranty hwehwe Alu Africa was Spinters Quine so. Yani MTN office no. And a deal shenimu. And I say, friend 0574 286292. So we do takra deswa. Ya branch in the bureau. Friend was 0545 446852. Na edume kubia. Wapeso wabeto Alu Africa kwao ni bino. Wabetinya walk in to your branch biya. Ya beton diama wamo. Na wadi kwadi jume die biya. Alu Africa. Building made a sight and
feel every taste, never spread. Dark chocolate spread. Every day, it's our drink. Dark chocolate instant space. It's 3 in 1, and tasty too. Made just for you and I. Dark chocolate, it's chocolate.
Top Choco Chocolate Spread. So when you be devour bread anymore, I'm gonna come and say, now Top Choco Instant Mixed Chocolate Drink in swear, and you 3 in 1. Edge at 2 phone friend 0551 033 033. Top Choco, it's chocolate. FDA, Aji, a jet yen crutch way at you.
Hey, over there. Hey, Koda. And man, then cry.
Tabia takum wedi emema yedro no eme yenya hoɔden ene hoɔden ye aye memedro enu ti na banme bi ahia bi no etufo ene atofo ene obi opedidu etu aton bia enko chemical shops pharmaceuticals ene herbal shops bia ewo Ghana hanu be bia anase freyen ewo 0243 686861 ana 0245 749206 sankatwe FDA fo ajatu kai se tabia takum de bemme bia ye takum.
Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
The incoming president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Also, Chombi Biara, Orite, the Mankratu. Magana yen, Shagana Yibiara, Osia Pensis, Ronnie si change. Free SHSia, Wagya Bassa. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, sir, Bashamakina. As a private school stream, Arbaka free SHS. Minianama, Woman Magazine, Kokompe. In the spare parts of the wires, and I'm a one to Monto. Importers once to your day. Kranzamanaba Porter. One to me, you want some. Debiara petroleum products, what to minty. I'm a transport first, no boy, sir. And the abandonment paying for a catch ahead of that. Party here, it's a Kukudama, Banner, one Ankasana warrior Galam saying. And the health insurance in Yajma, electricity, water, Serrano, Conti, and Tunt. And you know, bring here them, and you never push His Excellency Dramani Mahama. I'm a change, I hear 2024. I'm a NDC, Amaya Corners, the fundraising platform at Wasubutun Kakra as was a good governance card. Ahro Abobaze, standard, silver, prestige, platinum, loyalty, gold, on your bronze. Kada Ruina, one was able to me also add. Amabusumbiara, Afado, a contributors are His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the campaign. And one Samabisa, 0277 321528 and 050 455 9098 and 0534 000261 and 0534 004275 and able to visit your website www.ndcspecial.com. Next to my donations, I'm a match a card at the door. Now, so she will say, a changer, or say a niche, can call when you see, on ye, was a Babragan and Yibia. NDC, yes,
CMGC Cartadio. Here, say, Uber star 413 house. I will MTN peso. I'm one of one. No one's that come what's a dear. I CMGC Cartadio promotion. Yeah, I feel yes, you better do. Some person when you see MGC Cartadio beer and you're quite well now, Befaso. Step 1, but star 413 hash. I will MTN so. Step 2, choose a cry FM. Now, dear, the prompt in it. And so I will so as he coming in now. Ever quite a year yamau. Sikata dear promotion. A cash in and win big promotion. When you are dear, what's our year? When your share of 24,000 bonanza. Shanuswo, Dudu Bia wo taxi, and your cost *413 hash no, and never more Quenya say, Umedim Kunim, our CNG Sikata promotion so. A ye cashback from Class Media Group. Kai Huna say, Sa Jumedia Way, and she shared the home. The National Lottery Authority, our Caritas Lottery Platform, and a boy chidom. Unyam Fisher don't watch airqua, one card Jumedia home. CNG Sikata. Yeah!
Wabatele Accra FM. Yeah, mommy.
All right, so that's it live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Give us a bar center. And a day a year, give us power capsules, abba. Give us cool capsules, and give us a herbal mixture, or media bar, and give us eyes. In so we have from 05068 51135. Quick one, members. Yanti going through Uncle Victor. Yeah, flooding. Yeah, where a man-made a flood disaster, man-made disaster. And we are looking at the Ibrahim factor. John Mahama has started the crusade from a year Kita Okoho, and Oma Ewiase said, "Look, what is happening?" Ehu. Then also a man for Omako, but the Ibrahim factor in all this. Then the idea of moving Omomunya Bebina to Sagleme. Because voter register in Funibia requested, say Omunkro for Munya Bebina no. So Mbenya Bebia Moma Dawa Saglema. Enka Omoni Bejon. Pacho, yantu waiting for.
Any a government decision was on Meko Saglemena. But the fact of the matter, the first thing I can say, a man made a Mincheda and Tiasie because. I don't know if VR for Jatum say they made a mistake. Their judgment, as to when to open the spillways, and somebody told them not to, or whatever. Because I mean, other information there because they are not sure how much rain will come. Njomuko bien too sooner. Let's say soon drop. These were some of the considerations. That's what I heard. I don't know how far it's true. VR hasn't spoken clearly as to.
But they have agreed, sir. They have agreed, sir. Omo and a cockatcher microphone say Bibisa Omo titi victims. Yeah, they told them. Omo free. Now, question will be able to say, even in decongestion, what do you have Bermuda? When you go on the street to tell the people move, you move them to a marketplace. So you went there, you told the people. Move.
You have to move to a higher ground somewhere. Away from disaster.
Yeah, and those areas you'll be all crowd on Kai Ngomada. And then what is higher ground? When you crowd.
And instead of me come bro. A tree there better
so more exercise no. Oh, yasramo. BBC ABC Dover for no Monko agric.
I know because Monko.
No, because I say almost. No, we just a move. We are saying so. They just went there, move
without making provision as to where they should move to.
Where they should move to. No, I'm quite concerned. Say, Obi said deputy managing director of VRA engineering. Onune Juma, and as I say, when to open the spillways, and to open it at the right time. Looking at the meteo and then other considerations, no baby, and then also a dredging of the Volta River, so that it can take more water without spilling over into people's homes, and then the bit that goes into the sea at that dam. But they haven't come back to say whatever happened, like you are saying, if we saw trouble, and they saw it. Says someone be a budam now, and then I say Ghana. Then they could do some hydroelectric dam no. And they had to quickly open all the spillways, then rush out. And of course the attendant displacement and everything. So they didn't prepare for it. And they know, say we see dama, those are the considerations. Time see dam no. So many people were displaced. So back our settlement, VRA settlement be war. who call even Adoso a
Echiro, yeah.
And in Diakra or in Sunasi, very high trees as I mean, I question in Sunasi, but see what still, and they become very hard. Until it's a woody boat in them, so they have to guide you. Now, with all these things, our history should tell you that you act in time, on time, to avert a disaster. The Abano, they are mercy, say nipa ngu, and I will tell you so far. Until it takes a while, and I be into who say Abano. They just say, I'm for movie, they have nowhere to go to. And then they have to start relief items there. For how long?
Can we provide?
I have been there. I went there with Ibrahim.
Okay.
The first lot here, the quiet.
Oh, great.
And in Shona, I didn't go on the boat. Ibrahim went with the soldiers in Adiano. And he was like, in Shona, I said, there are cops. In Kano. Really? I don't think you will be a very normal. Seriously. In Shonu Road, there are poultry farms. You can imagine what sort of water carcasses they float about. Oh. When they found it a bit late, according to them, when they saw it, late.
It has caused some people great loss too.
Oh, yeah. And then they have nowhere to go to.
Poultry farm, that's it.
The areas is here, you more mattress, you more rice, you more oil, tuna. The aubergine there, and not China. But a bit stage, you know. The insurance started to say recede. In fact, Ibrahim went ahead and used excavators to try and dredge the water. Among engineers, look at you're dredging back in free baby become man 14. Of course, would dredge from now soft 2 months. But it will take a while. So seriously, they have nowhere to stay. Nadbo had no money. They are talking about giving somebody 800 million to step down. Nadmo has no money.
That's their priority.
To do this sort of disaster, but any way. Nadmo officers have about nothing. There should have been tents on high ground to accommodate these people. Until some of them have become life has become miserable. Yet you come a buying war or penino kwa no haka the emphata. Oja hako Nadmo factory, but Ibrahim has surprised everybody. He just paid and paid. We used to on the trucks. You find your man uncle. You find go beyond Chebanko for no. Now, all Chen no can say be a voter hankwao. The Chebanko is there. It's like a yape hono. And a pro. And a single bono. Until still moving things there. And he spent not less than $150,000 or $200,000.
Wow.
Go for baby omo cry emu na dey say Christmas aba oba ni bo chese bo tia na the truck abetri ko here dey come bank for free.
I see.
Yeah. He's done a lot of good work.
Rice no mo dey kono. Enkrofo dey omo dey aba ohun a wo dey aba no abetua ka no omo abetri ko.
Omo triko ye.
Enya say rice or no aton.
Dey be on ton rice. Is that his business? Yeah.
No, that's the small money. The kind of the supply that he's doing.
It's more. In initial, at the time that JM didn't know, it came up with $200,000.
That's the first.
Some invoices, but it didn't quite say. It just and it didn't because when he's country, but he's just giving it because he says he gives it, God blesses him back. Ibrahim is doing well. He's done so well in this short time, but government must step in. The government has stepped in now. I'm sure it will be tabled before Parliament on Masati.
Yeah.
They will ask questions, and they should ask sensible questions. And the Koban is saying, any Korea, sir. They should ask questions.
Even if it's a natural disaster, the government should take care of them.
There is no plan. Not money. What is the plan? So Bibi says here, what happens to the people? It's gone on for how long? Is it a month?
Yeah. Over a month.
About over a month.
Yeah, over a month.
Me who say my tents will be usually that's the first thing. Accommodation be better.
That is the point. That is the issue.
Yeah, the mattress is the call.
That's why.
Mattress the two story there.
The more reason why Ghana is deciding on taking them to Sagleme.
Yeah, that is a government facility. It's not being used.
Yes, a government of Ghana, and the people are citizens of Ghana.
So Parliament should move the idea again.
Move them there. We will take them there because if you have a government that is recalcitrant unheeding to the plights of the people, you have to sometimes be very drastic.
As a temporary perform, take the best, and then together with VRA work out an arrangement to house them properly.
Unim say a dina omudi a college that court no omaton. Yes.
It is almost better
omaton ahun ayi akwa no meba asenso boachi wono ankasa e no omaton ade na ma omo ahun e no omo ka kire say private investor. There is no private investor bia owo Ghana ha sa dan na esi ho no oto a unisika na te say de what to sika na gu ye ma obi amfa da. It will never happen.
That's not going to.
You have paid money to the wrong people. Nobody will be allowed space to have it a private space. A government of Ghana property, and it remains at that. What Yahweh Cheska? Kodusika. In fact, first Ukrainians say temporary. Say permanently till government gives them another place to live. Arise Ghana Yedombeko. Omu Pomechi and Kotum Yedombeko. A government of Ghana dia. And yes, I grandpa, Yedomu Kwana Sebika, Yedombeko Kufado Fie. You appointed wrong. You put square pegs in round holes. Look, it didn't take just a day to get Akosomo Dam to that brim. Yeah. It took months.
So where were they?
From November 2022. All the signs were clear on the walls. And in fact, they started hinting the public as at May 3rd, this year.
Yeah, May.
So from May, June, July, August, September, October, 6 months. You sit.
Oh, the truth will come out. VRFO will speak. There is a political involvement in this thing. Because of fear of
Yes.
I see. They couldn't pay. They can't pay their independent power producers. No, they can't pay them.
Yes.
Last week, you do lights for 3 days, so 4 days, $20 million, and I can say mutia. Nanko for no continue supply. No, omo mutia now you stop at there. No.
Egomon pass.
As will be to be to car or scout. That will be great in penny be your castle penny. Also to carry my by $60 million. No, they will carry man from port from a airport. No,
so I can't obey yes, COVID.
$60 million dollars.
I'm seeking you VIP side one millions. CIP. Any day.
Where Femi one. No. VIP they say omu use so. Oh, VIP now is for the ordinaries. CIP. Omo private jet, no. That's where they now use. Yes, at the airport.
Back down, no.
The terminal 3, no. They have a place called CIP. And no, they above the VIP. Only private jet are on fire. By Ibrahim Kwade Omo Manenko.
There's an on for
one simplicity. But God bless Baba. Yankopon Shano, baby will be now.
He is done well.
Oma ne enkwa ahodin wo mu. In fact, you see, metiadebi fa Zoom lion ho. And that's the only reason why I think say Obi benefited from Obia Sebi insure yira fa no na Obi so spend it. So one is profiting, one is losing.
What is
and it tells you how all men or all rich men cannot be the same. Sometimes we discuss riches as though it's about wealth, but they are two different things. A wealthy man is different from a rich man. There are people who have both, and Baba is just the only exceptional. He's wealthy and rich. Rich men, they have liquid. Wealthy men, they believe that the asset is the human being, and so they would rather invest in human. Some people are just making money thinking that we make a Zoom line on the end. Jasper has always made money.
What is the issue with Zoom line?
Yes, we fumigation on your master contract. Jasper so the enso ne ye menu mienu ye Ghana for ball aye yenti e na Jasper ye Jasper obi so de okodege hole to cover hole and he makes money out of every your friend is saying a cubic meter be oil, and so he finds a way to spend his money with the people of this country. Minty said just for cry COVID buy, look at how he was profiting. Yaria ba ni pe no. Look at how he was profiting. He didn't even think about corporate social responsibility. He didn't think about it. Look at how much money Zoom Lion are making from Ghana. And so a thing, that be a thing.
Yeah.
And sometimes, if you look at some of these things, you can only just be fervent in your prayer to God. Say He should bless Ibrahim Mahama and his likes, even though it's very rare to find. Na me kenzu na me say ka Pentecost for alcohol, but I'm sorry, my church is the most rich. Yes, Pentecost is the richest church in Ghana, and you know I expect say we can do more. Saglemeno Pentecost for Christ CB, so ma donate ama victims na enyanwa omutimi si prison e de che enti obi a wetimi si prison dan there enye
enkofo am displaced so me about 30,000.
Yeah, about 40,000 now, I'm sure, because Omon tried to own a place that at least the Church of Pentecost did better so. Maybe a mass sorry na meti miaka. Mean to me can't be there. Me quote about sorry na or yeah, I did be na mijaye. Okay, so I can make ICGC. But that notwithstanding, it's a plea to all churches and the mosques and one now will be Momo Moja buy contract Ahodwa Ibrahim Onja buy contract there, and so he's working hard to at least help salvage the situation. Mo amadije contracts Ahodwa mu wuska mo a motese sisila da panso eska wo mo pass no mo nkoye donation at least munyi mo tithe from your stolen monies na mo fa nkoye donation na mo moa na yɛmmoa nipa abra ɔte ase nipa yɛ mmɔbɔ yɛnsɛ hwee
family we on this flooding issue.
Your friend is saying maybe me try the we say Samira why then would say enwuma yedidi hia no enye no na yedidi sika na wo kan ntoma na ne duku ni enwuma yedidi hia no ye fa niska
there be onim
ana ba omianso oso onyame adom when oni nimdie bia low IQ obi a otaka nyame beye o nyame adom ne sa no man wabra ye de task amount say perform no you have to know say that the person is clueless oni hwe nyankopon osoro oboade ne ho and so next time bo tape no na ene dem say ye ho ne sunti entimi an sheda anko jandam.
Okay, me free
Okay.
The Ibrahim factor. You want to point
out? We feel say or you nipa ba kopa nyame yi na Ghana, and we share a coin first one born a brabo ni adia. Or the nipa who do the oye bia the nipa ye di ntina oye. Intimendam sa kwa we so asre Ghana for say. Nipa we say ya boano ama na dwuma koso a eye ne ade ye boa ye our cement factory ni o wa ade ade menam sa kwa we so bia utie mu bia no ye patronizing the products na yakopon tre na hye se de be ya bibi se esi a obetumi aye de broso ye nyina bebie begina bia ye nka no nka ho ye da na se a ne ye kire Ghana for say the product patronizing the products and the services. Said the bear, Yakopo bet me at Sana Shimi na or ya because Penford said you Yakuma or the Bemauno.
Yeah.
On the yard of the Cassia or the other or the mount. Now, though we are actually Ghana, Meg, now, bra, your woman, Penu Kujna, ɔtoto paapaa so sɔre gya hɔ na nipa baako fo ɔnyɛ politician ɔnyɛ politician o ɔnyɛ Ghana ɔnyɛ politician ɔtumi gyina hɔ afa haw mu kɛseɛ ɛfa kɛseɛ no ato ne ho so a yɛmmɔ mpae ma no na yɛmpatronize the product na ɔnyɛ kɛse paa sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a ɔbɛtumi ayɛ deɛ kyɛnsa.
Thank you so much. The irony of life. Hwɛ sɛ aban ɛkɔ akɔma relief items na wohwɛ aban car wɔde nneɛma no agu mu na wohwɛ baba trucks na payloaders a ɛloadu nneɛma a ɛhɔ na wobɛhu sɛ hwan na ɛyɛ aban. Is it Ibrahim or Nadmo? Thank you. Why the government?
Aga Victor. Ibrahim the government. Make a chair the way. See why your government.
Aga Victor. Yeah, that's be brave.
Must be that's
Ghana, for I enjoy your conversation. I know. I hope so. You have also enjoyed the studio in a way.
I have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for coming. All right, so that's it live on Accra 100.5. Nana Blue. Engine say. Enjoy your evening. Accra News at 6.
2020. Your manifesto mo your trogu hopefe say senyame adoma your be legalize okada. Na your koto abano 2 mina ambedi ensem entimi ambaso. Emse mra your car sa asem no. You know, say there be a the accidents ba a yes say. Na bump on Musha and say instead of say legalize your Okada no. Yes, say Omubeje Momoto no near Mamo cars and yes and your kind. Na cars no Mosakai. And the name 419. Etienne Yedim said, Sab Abbey Bibion Bekebia Atro. Na Mijina Shaman ha. Meaning 16 regions in Amu Association. Nanka Yakase, Okada Fonina, Embe Shawa Shaman ha. Uncle Bia and Yakwan Pon Nante Ewo Kroma. And so more Mabe me famo so Nami de Sa Quenye. I catch them with unions and what regions when you say from a shaman may declare say 2024 manifesto. Yeah, they are trying to move you say your bar you be legalize Okada. Enti 7th January 2025 say yes why Independence Square, yeah. No more say Mofa Hudie and so Abba. Now, near one say Abraham, if you are by 2016, now unemployment rate 8.5%. And Ghana unemployment rate under Baumiani Akufo-Addo, Afro Akodru 14.7%. Now, the American say. Anka Okada Juma in Niwa. Anka Mabunu Baya 1.something million Amuye Okada Juma Ewo Ghana ha. Anka Mosomukoka unemployment rate na. Anka by now unemployment rate no. Edru Baya 25%. Na Oko East Africa. Okada woho. Omwa legalizing. Omwa regulating. Obiaye ne Juma Kaba. Enti yebeti be legalizing and regulating a year. Ma obieti mi aye jumano in safety and security. Enti ano me sa shemobo say nyame adom yeba yebe legalizing. Na you were riding instructors be brave. Enti yebema National Road Safety Committee. Eja sa riding instructors no. No more by region by region by region. Ni abema mu training send there was a from motorcycle no if you say obinkwa and the tiwechi no it on beba be training mo how to ride in safety na misremo ye legalizing so was a emra a dark wine who be a Muslim diso. If we say Nipa wouldn't atina with you know, or no so or ma or kunu or yere, it's ni safety in here. Enti na moto ye Okada safety safely to your doorstep meboa enti ye ba ma mo training no afa license no so mo amuni license ye ba boa mo no nya license na me pese me jina ha na me kai omo kaka say motorcycle phones so are road users. Say motorcycle will nima. I was say drink and find a say can a woo him. Because they are also road users. And so driver be brave on who's a motorcycle will nima. Now say other than a motorcycle ho. Motorcycle and your bicycle. Bicycles ride at the side of the road. Motorcycles are road users like the cars that drive. Maybe a motorcycle, be riding a motorcycle. And your safety is my concern because your safety is my safety. And I was here educated drivers also say if there's a motorcycle in front of you, it has a right to be there in front of you. Now, another thing, any insurance. You legalize here, you need insurance for no better nasi. Send you bet me CSC more insurance no. Send a beya BBS here. Na a cover one will ride an in right now. So okay, say what the motor no yeah Okada insurance yeah mau insurance cover because according to the law it is what the far passenger commercial use and so you legalize here now a check say when you akunya say mobeti me for passenger into also we have special insurance package emma what the passenger no send a beya BBS here now a check say when you insurance cover apart from that more license plate. You better have different color license plate. So your Okada rider, you better register a bike no for fraud. When you see blue license plate, you know. Private motorcycles may use blue license plate, you know. Okada motorcycles may use different color license plates. So that baby I be who motor nibia, and him said this is a licensed commercial bike operator. And so mobile reflective jacket. Send a beya obia obebia obe who say this is a motorcycle rider coming. And I just share reflective plate. Send a police way. Share reflective Jesse verse no mobile send a beya najo monam bebia obiabe who say there's a rider ahead of them. It is na yen shisha yedibeba send a beya a bebo muhobai. I feel you be bibia different because security is so here. I feel nipa bebre edi omuho abeshem to say Okada riders. And now, on the motorcycle, Eddie Bonnet. Bebre ya kronfo. And so you register the genuine commercial motor operators. You better find details name will be and to BBS here, you better me who said they be way on Kahon. It is son your man also, you the better horse and a bear, BBA. Now, as I'm there, and they say, now saying many companies me no akasa. Now, almost about a year assembly plants for electric motorbikes. It's no, Ujia, obey and work and pay high purchase now to kakra. Na saa moto no enum petrol. Ombe charge battery na to ho. Enti o ride ya na o battery be wo a. O call baby aye exchange of batteries. Na ye you battery e dey to charge ni ama o battery fofo no etua bibi kakra na wato a wedwuma so. Wedwuma ho hia pa. Enti mesremo say ye ban ye regulate ya ni legalize ya. Ye be pese ye no mo be ye ba ho. Na mo so mo check mo ho. Mo members a omu nimbra no so no atwe omo aso. Se na be ya ye nu ye ho se ye legalize ye. Safety and be the number one thing. Enti mudru traffic light ye legalize mo a mudru traffic light a ube jina. Meta who say mudru traffic light a mo hwe naka biamba na mafam. Enti mo amoye sa no ye legalize ya o se mujai. Musu mubedi mraso to say all road users. Enti we the madam was say Wejuma hia pa baby bebre wo ho a wo kọ akan ko ho aka nis anya se okada fo wo ho a aka wonya ka bi a ede wo kọ sa ekurase no baby bebre wo ho a ekwan na say enti ka fo no se omo nko okada nkwa na obenya se ode wo bekọ baby a wo kọ enti Wejuma amoye no esombo ehia enti na NDC ye tamu echi yakase se ba nyame adom e be legalize mo adwuma no se na be ya police wo e be jamo atata omo tata mo biom enti miniamo police wo mate ye ba e be legalize omo eti mu ho mo entata omo bio afenso senyame adom na ba se ye kwan foforo a wokọ ekro bebre a omo ye kwan ketwa e wo nchen tamale mpo wokọ tamale a ekwan a ye wo tamale no ye yi kwan ama motofo enti nyame adom na eba se emre bia ye kwan foforo bia ye bedwa kwan kakra se na be ya okada fo ni motofo ebetimia afaso 2020 your manifesto mu ye trogu ho pefe se
the NPP cannot be underestimated. You know it, I know it. They've been in existence for a long time and have been changing their names up till this day. The nature of who they are. Listen. Munjir. The nature of who they are, what they are, where they've come from, is something they are happy with, and they will be there for a long time. Let's not mimic their behavior. Let us reach into the principles and the values that emerged out of the circumstances that gave birth to us. And if we can hold onto those principles and those values, we will move way into the future and no one can ever defeat us. We will ride and override any obstacle as we did in the past. The NPP cannot be underestimated. You know it, I know it. They've been in existence for a long time and have been changing their names up till this day. The nature of who they are. Listen. Munjir. The nature of who they are, what they are, where they've come from, is something they are happy with, and they will be there for a long time. Let's not mimic their behavior. Let us reach into the principles and the values that emerged out of the circumstances that gave birth to us. And if we can hold onto those principles and those values, we will move way into the future and no one can ever defeat us. We will ride and override any obstacle as we did in the past.
This is from Mickey Atta, and it says, my visionary president, what measures is your government going to put in place to better the conditions of service of the suffering Ghanaian teacher? I've said that several of the difficulties and challenges that our teachers face, especially for rural teachers, one is accommodation. And so one of the things we're going to do is that in designing any school at the basic level
and
or at the
cannot escape the constant threat of war. Africa therefore appealed to the United Nations to live up to its reputation as the greatest bastion of world peace and demands that a meeting of this year's United Nations session should be devoted to the problem of colonialism in Africa. Furthermore, the United Nations should make a firm declaration calling upon the colonial powers to quit Africa by the 31st of December 1960. Freedom fighters also, assembled in this historic conference, must also call upon all the colonial powers to withdraw from Africa by the same date. It is in their interest and the interest of world peace that this should be so. It is folly. It is folly for the colonialists to think that they can hold back forever the progress of history. The process of change is inherent in the interplay of social, economic, and political forces. It is true that these can be hindered and impeded and even bent to different purposes, but not forever.
Secondary level, that design must include accommodation for teachers, so that when teachers are posted to school, they don't have to live in an adjoining town and have to take transport to go to and from work. Already they face an issue with the adequacy of their salaries, and so it makes it even more difficult if they have to pay transport to and from work. We'll have other incentives which will encourage teachers who go and serve in the rural areas. And when I spoke with the teachers' unions, we agreed that finally we'll do the mapping out of which schools are considered rural schools, and teachers who agree to serve in those schools will get a 20% allowance of basic salary as an incentive for them agreeing to serve in rural schools. We also talked about cancellation of teachers' licensure exams, so that when teachers come out of school, their final exam in training school will be the process for licensing them, so that they don't have to come back and take another exam. We've also discussed with the teachers about their promotion and the constraint that is created when they get to the position of deputy director, and that is an issue that we're willing to sit down with the teachers and resolve. In many cases, I've been asked about other issues to do with premiums and other allowances and so on and so forth, and I've been constrained to respond because we know the crisis in which we find our country, the mess in which our economy is. One thing I've promised you is that I'll promise you a leaner government, will have fewer ministers, will cut government expenditure, so that any savings that we make, we can use it to better the lives of hard-working teachers and other professionals. Thank you, Mickey, for that question. This is from Mickey Atta, and it says, my visionary president, what measures is your government going to put in place to better the conditions of service of the suffering Ghanaian teacher? I've said that several of the difficulties and challenges that our teachers face, especially for rural teachers, one is accommodation. And so one of the things we're going to do is that in designing any school at the basic level or at the secondary level, that design must include accommodation for teachers, so that when teachers are posted to school, they don't have to live in an adjoining town and have to take transport to go to and from work. Already. And then I have Kofi Banafu, who says, did I hear the former president talk about restoring licenses of collapsed banks? Yes, you did, Kofi. I said that we're going to go through the processes that led to the collapse of the banks. And for the cases in which those closures were unjustified, we would restore the licenses. We are looking at a tiered banking system. One of the reasons for the closure of these banks was that they could not raise the capital reserve ratio that the Bank of Ghana had asked for, which was 400 million Ghana cedis. Now the point I make is that we should have a tiered banking system where you have the big banks who should have a reserve ratio. Many sani akechuni amena. So ni Professor Mills ke eba kwe nungfe ne sanofiano koni wohu wona minche. Anokwale ne by president ne ke landing beach committees ba. Ni na kan landing beaches committees okay for politics. Mofia money chuni yenshona. Ebanye edomo koni ebote landing beach committee mi ni waka ke nakangbile landing beach committee se echu ni ojogba ni ke premix ba ya landing beach committee de eja ke amele manage fishermen ke manage canoe owners so ke ba keke aja mofia mona eko na kano ji outboard motors ke was subsidized woke ha chief fishermen ke landing beach committees keke aja ni many bana eko kunana na pay le few mene ehani kai wonyemi nyumo ajole. May God rest her soul. When you meet Shariaite, Ekenye chuni wa Benny Minji president. Niagwene mbanye show na fe ni mofia monfo ake nichumo efite amena premix landing beach committee say fair afite ame ake landing beach say chuni don ne ke premix ba ake ha party me keke ame hu aho aha fisher folk ke outboard motors ba
send me video we obom me pa cho mo wo ensawam any those areas no mon check mame sa video we say obom ensawam bridge obom ensawam bridge obom ensawam bridge and bridge no ne current situation e wo muni the possibility say ade we bebu agum akum nipa no very high and I know na me receive this video way. To be honest, me try senka me track nipa krom because I've never used this road minim area ho ye enti mo amunim ho no mo betimi aboa me na mo check ya me ya be say draw authorities attention to it keke. I mean a good Samaritan be na onam na why video no na or they are send here. And I think a dangerous kakra. Mama yan ma embungumu kunipa because you see and Ghana say no yeah very careless obi betimi aswanua with car akofa so without thinking for a second say a death trap and a wo sa no say obom minim unimo. Oh, okay. Unim area or unim bridgeway.
Okay, so Honomono. Yeah. Utimi fa ho obom road utimi fa the PA can say we kaswa. Okay. Yeah. So uze ufri in some now so pese umpeso wa fa
pokuase.
Sa honomo na pese uwomu.
Oh, okay.
And fa that kaswa area utimi fa wa EDP.
Oh, okay. Into one bridgeway. Oh, okay. Me order. Into minimum asem. Anyway, all right. Thank you. So, executive producer na or chairman baby at the end of and we a chopper. Ye money pa ho ban. Ye money pa ho ban keke. And so, which means a municipal bease. Only check mame municipal cra masi we know obia accuse you obia for incompetence I decided ehu kakra ehu mom ya ntwen na ka biti enkowuram enkum nipa na ya share on social media making unnecessary noise. This is the time, this is the hour. Yan shena yan fix it. Ansana asembeba aba. Grace the day tete wa shaman. Gather prosper. Okay, so gather, I think it's a gather anymore. Pope Sasu, our Temahabo for Edamwase. David Ampa Kosa is mentioned there, so I don't know the address or link. Ena meka no minim sa roadway enti modi mo nkoma na mamo ni nti se de minim ho aida minim sa area ne so we say we eye obom pacho agri memorial you know we obom and Sawam bridge. All right, so thank you, Mr. Producer. Thank you so much. Live on Accra, 100.5 Citizen Show. Okay, so another issue, and my personal authorities checking my we baby bia who follow show we know. Me pamcho kaso of ye fre obom and Sawam say South Municipal. Okay, so South Municipal. And as I deal with South. And the chief executive year on Mr. on check it MIA. South Municipal. And as a death trap way. by 1 week time na say omo nko ho say omo be fix ya say obonfo no sha ase eye dede say motim ho gu mountains because ade wey udi agora nipa miensa enai enum condemn ansa ni asha ase ababa be ye dede very needless. And you must say, when you have authorities, local authorities, then you must say, see, na se omo anya hwe na atorenchem sia. But the Kufado, as usual, onipa bewu, yen saki obia, the MCU, say, you, whatever, obia hamfa ho. Yeah, I was happy. Simon, greetings to my mother, Nana Amosiwa, from Asine Kropon, Wawase. Georgia City say Amasaman district, right? So Gas South and Amasaman district. All right. Okay. Authorities check. Another me person may bring it to authorities notice. They should check it for us. How much will be so Sunday me? Agri Memorial High School. Me patch me right. I am say the anyam na me try. Sana aviation, mode share me some na me ko twa ya Rebecca, aya mo ba che me no. We anyam na me twa me na me twa. Okay, so Lopa says, do we have human beings there? They are just watching on and waiting for a disaster to happen. Maunya says 1 week is too much, so this small portion to district assembly cannot do it. Yes, yeah, radio announcement answer. That is Ghana for you. Yeah, I'm waiting. All right, so
whatever is happening here, the state of the tables, I think, is very, very, very bad. So, students, that's why we are still pushing that the little or the least amount that you can give to improve the situation, I think it will do something. Thank you so much for your attention. May God bless all of you. May God bless all of you for very good. May God bless all of you. Thank you. So we have our dining hall prefect here who also wants to say something concerning the situation at hand. So DHP.
And I'm saying, it is students in Marcia, want to do that. And I just in school, there was so far, say, I'm not to do it's a strength, say, in one of the boy was here great. I'm did that now, some call this like some bed bags every year.
Okay. Yes, thank you. So, this is the DSP. Shito, yes. Shito has also spoken about the situation. Thank you so much, brothers and sisters. Whatever is happening here, the state of the tables, I think, is very, very, very bad. So, students, that's why we are still pushing that the little or the least amount that you can give to improve the situation, I think it will do something. Thank you so much for your attention. May God bless all of you. May God bless all of you for very good. May God bless all of you. Thank you. So we have our dining hall prefect here who also wants to say something concerning the situation at hand. So DHP.
And I'm saying,
with the name, no, I suspect say be about Central Region, but minim, if say the Agri Memorial School that we all know, it doesn't matter the location. What matters is what we are watching. It's so sad. It's really sad. Osha bebia enkola edidia Mahmoud Bawumia ne kramai kra ebuomu no o ma ne kramai enidi wo ho, and it's very, very sad. Christian Kojo Wado says you are doing a great job. For Mother Ghana, God bless you, sir. God bless you back. Or you never go, just keep quiet. Your family said 4 more for Nana. It doesn't matter. Or you never go. It doesn't mean one day also Baba call school be. So it's better they speak up today. The fact say obi too about Emma Akufo-Addo doesn't mean the person should just look on for stupidity to go on. All right, Bismarck Atta is here. Magreb says the table and Tamamoto Way are in the same ship. Okay, so Nimancha says there are 2 agris in Cape Coast. This one is the one right after Anomabo. Okay, so this one is right after Anomabo. So this one is Kwajiri Agri. Then they have Agri Memorial. Okay, so Pacho, that is the difference. Zelex Dwayne is here. Ibrahim Adam says fix the tuning. Pacho, Ibrahim, many technician. It's not like they don't know. They know. It's something they know. I'm not part of management. I know they do anything. Okay, so Notifafa says good job, Commander. I love you more. I love you more. Okay, so Nana Kofi and Kingsley will be answer is true. I was there 2 weeks ago. I don't know which one. Oka Ubum Diano Ana Oka Anomabo Ediano. Which is which? So let me know. All right. So another since the school is at Anomabo. It's different from the Agri Memorial. Okay, so we have the Agri Memorial, then we have the Kwajiri Agri Senior High School, and this one here after Anomabo. Our central region. Central region. John Jesse says this is so sad. Ni Ivan is here on our Facebook page, YouTube page. Tune in your YouTube page. Yes, Citizen TV Ghana. Wait me alcohol. Now what follow your Coffee Princess. Bobby played in. Don't go on leave. Oh, okay. All right. Nana Kofi menya. Say one mabu one. So I'm aware. I hope said they will attend to sa mess we. O she baby ankola didi na obi be catch there say enamene MPP NB kasa free SHS. Something the World Bank is telling you to review it. Also, no, review. The president himself has said it that it needs to be reviewed, and so still review here. You are just creating a bar system. Unana num gulanden, Akufo-Addo nana num gulanden, eco school. Say had the ya and kanana num gulanden. Jomama Tiago Yasudan Bako Akosomo International. Ask anybody, they will tell you. Jomama Naneba Eko Akosomo International. Oasi Saudi Akwa go outside. Educhum Asesan Educhum Baba Akope or Oko school abrochiri. We do college, Oko school, Ewa abrochiri, Educhum. Okay. So Daniel says they are even lucky to have tables. My daughter sits on the floor to learn all the time, complaining of back pains. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's go back to Obum. Now, then the one way different from the first one. Kind of bridge na ebuno. Okay. All right. That's fine. This is no this anyway. Okay. That's fine. That's okay. So yeah. Let's go. Yanko. Yanko. All right. So Johnson Nelson is good afternoon, Commander. Yes, I know the bridge. It is on the way to Obum from Amasama.
So you go see this is the Dixon River. The road from Amasama to Laken to Kojo-Ashon, Obokwashi, and then Obum. The metal bridge. Look at this. We have complained to the government. Media men have come here to witness about the bridge. But still, no. It is very, very dangerous. Why school children are passing here, school buses are passing here. And Minister of Road and Highways have come here to survey. But still, they are not doing anything about it. Look at this. But still, you could see. You could see the bus. You could see the bus. Look at this. Look at this thing. Very dangerous. You go see. People you see, Ghanaians, let's see the country that we are. We are not safe. We are not safe in this country at all. We are not safe. We are not safe in this country at all. They want somebody to die before. Very bad. Very bad. Something to happen before. Why? Which country are we? Let's see. Look at this. School children passing on this thing. One day. Look at this. So you go see, this is the Dixon River. The road from Amasama to Laken to Kojo Ashon, Obokwashi, and then Obom. The metal bridge. Look at this. We have complained to the government. Media men have come here to witness about the bridge. But still, no. It is very dangerous. Why school children are passing here, school buses are passing here. And Minister of Road and Highways have come here to survey. But still, they are not doing anything about it. Look at this. But still, you could see the bus. You could see the bus. Look at this. Look at this thing. Very dangerous. You could see. People you see, Ghanaians, let's see the country that we are. We are not safe. We are not safe in this.
Now, damn paranormal the police for free sent police central. Say damn paranormal the Jimmy Sanonim. No, why Jimmy? Ghana IGP or what Jimmy pa ya Nyansa minim baby a wa fire. Mo jaa adwuma no kono the police for be bomo na ayede. Since mo dem kwala na ma de we so. Mo am municipal, mo am baby a se mo jaa adwuma na mo wo fie. No bia ate say ade a ekoso ni. The worst thing they can do, no the police for aba Obomo, any other villages, no more Baba Bomo say, other than them one Kwajuma. That's all. That's the worst thing Dampare can do. Obey instruction say free Lord coming, any God way. When the perfume say, my directives, I hear a friend say, Saboy Yanan who free and one and I'm a national organizer. I know Missiano, Saturday Missiano Kumase, or Shaman Nimiso or Drying. I Saboy and your friend say, Nana B ma IGP instructions, do this, do that. Now dear actually into a more bomb any of those areas, you know. They can decide say the whole 1, 2, 3 days more municipal, more mukakas, more school, any obiajai. I mean, the worst thing, I say the worst thing is Omema police for Ababa Bumusa and Mwanko Juma. Beyond that, they can't do anything. And I'm on bridge way no so. Echo Juma Echo school for Uncle Daddy no. Omunu Nimunyan Sakracha authorities no. How can you just risk your life like this? How? For all you know, municipal chief executive no, Onyasika budget ma. Yeah, sometimes look the local authorities no, they are struggling. Yeah, police need a motor so our there a year for hono. Oh, police need no a motor so now a year for MTT new. Wakwaji akwa num kwanti akwaji jiska. Wakwaji jiska wie. Oduro wa year for ho na krono no anya dey. Ere no anya. On Oya Bridge. Oya Bridge. And let me tell you, Ghana for Mutieme, local authorities, no, they are struggling. Municipal and district assemblies, no. Sikane nko, Kenoforiata, Akufrado, Baumia, Omo wiye sikani nyina, Omo wiye sikano, they have stolen all the monies. How many years now? Omuntia, a friend say, common fund. They don't pay.
Amuntia common fund for almost 4 years and over. They are not paying common fund. Cross check from government office. Open information I am farmer. This is the reality. In the MCB, at the baby now the question or the question of Sikani be new. They don't give them budget. They will come and read the budget in parliament. No more coaches can or a slow no more D. We are DC o pressure near UAD. Yeah, umbe pamo. Umbe pamo. In the Saja, Osu Benya 1 city bidia to nso anum so betra fie kwade. Ene etra kwanu tum na etra office was at least ubenya friend say esimu atena wanya fuwa kakra abu. See, me say local authorities no me jai omo asem ka. Omo yes can was ro. Yes. How can you blame MC DC? Only no e dey no betimi aye. And who tie akwa no a. On say asenso boache ba o. Asa eko. Adwuma wey broni any even 2 days. Oh wait. Any 2 days. So they will just allow the bridge to deteriorate. Yeah, they will need huge sums of budget. Now, omo etwebia ka ho. Inti we no se bia 100,000 Ghana na betimi aya wo twen amomo aye evaluation na kodru 500,000 no ordinary 300,000 aka ho. Ojiska no a undi odibe yo. Ubeba cantonments no ne abayo ate a restaurant na kwa wabobra. I've been saying this. Me nipa mani mre ni we ase ni nipa o ye your friend say onipa onya ska free politics mu nipa mani mre ne da e we ase no. Until so she amona yeah Gabi was ska asanti be dia to ska ya na mbuso am say until recently Gabi ba pyramid as asempa from the shirt we got 3 days you see that Gabi and I me FX 35 Infinity me sign contract with multimedia me am nant call car park to FX 35 Infinity na Gabi etwi Volvo say no be crampo you. Tia me share media for no omo boys no na Gabi was ka avedia 2 was ka wa was ka me hwe omo sa mo mo badam sa anyway some okotofo fro afa ne mo aba nso mutimu nim Ghana the cry akoso Ghana you don't know anything. These are people who beg omo yes no then the local government local authorities they are struggling. Common funding ko bibia anko kenofurata no wies kani nyina they have stolen all the monies mo wies kani nyina. Can you believe that last week or the last 2 weeks 144 former MCs need DCs MMDCs almost omo kwa campaign member umia because omo S Gracia akem says can we omo wia they have stolen it. Omo wiadi. Onipa we sia no so no wabobra. How? Wabobra say. At least we met me catch me base for the past 20-25 years. Me sorry edware bia se me ko adwuma. How much me ko studio, we are me ko studio. Me obia nim say bobia adwuma oyeni. You have done nothing for Ghana. Very useless people. With me be we are koso na anra senansane ne MPP ni bewa de one untumi kopre asantrenje adum bewa akwaka say NDC corrupt na MPP de omo corruption no ohun bi da Akufo-Addo corruption ohun bi da owi ase a omne koto Ghana we ban man from so pulling it down
Omun bullies are story.
Aye, we.
And now when anymore we are.
Why the names are Kufa because we are Kronfo?
Oh, we are Kronfo. So got it straight up.
Who does it do? Why the names are we are Kronfo?
I got our phones which we are pulling down.
I'm pulling it down later. I'm just interview on Top Radio.
I meet you,
and I think Top Radio for free or more. I don't know what happened. We are more on the side of the tour.
Now where do they pull it?
Let me have more. And me here Top Radio Ghana. I can't say I could find nigga with more Kronfo.
It should be Akumem.
Where are they pulling down? Say I could find your Kronfo. I need to tell. Why name him say Enipano? That is how he was born and trained and or a criminal.
Why sisters getting
oh my yes cano local say a form of course can be anyway. And I know some point complaining my will be say KM Ekrani even internal revenue IGF norm jino almost I bet you could
almost I call so quite say take once to a boom ball crane to say
yeah Udru KJT are
and not MMDCC bebre amako amagalam say cause no didi some meska tell you gangs in your wana near momu two no more breshe enuntia Chicago Ajegu
I must say,
Ajegu, Sanko for we ye. I must say, to be too funa, we move the Wamiasaka state funeral.
No, but after this government, especially Kufado Baumia government, Obia Obewu, Sa government, we move opposition, Jomama Bayana, you say, Obey state burial near the mid doing one year the basin.
A fruit as a question so group.
I'm sure ya, and my brother Kosu state house.
When the Kakala, Yanyano. As I call you, sir,
I say, Omunko position, Kufadu, who now overcatch as a former president, who over 5 years, and yes, state barrier, our Kroma.
That was our Johnsa.
Over. Now, what's your night?
That be. And Emma Sui.
Emma
you
are in a bush of far from Franco, yes,
and no cry, Quacoji, said no on dear.
A year no, Yabamo Mayan, Yabachom, only a year man, 4 meters square.
I see a chili pagum. I was a careful no crachima, you bought a funatima, Manasorina, and you show fun and yes, Yakachos, oh, baby, I see you are, oh, maybe on my sick.
Oh, be a wow contemporaries. From Nyaho, from Professor from Pom Watting, Obia Bienano, Oya Cronfo, Obia Bienano, well contemporaries, I don't know say politics move. Not a single person, Dr. Mwakoba, a Kufari is a criminal. Where I attack Kennedy, a Kufari is a criminal. Where a Kufari is a criminal. How? And you won't go will be at how.
Na mi minimo, Kwabna Ebia Yen can be done. Alesicano. Over the tongue, Mokra Nadi. We have a you know, so I don't know being me didn't come on. And now, said the idea and say, let's impoverish the people. Yes.
So, my baby Crabia,
no one yaso,
no one yaso. And this, how can you go to Kumasi? 200 Ghana cities.
Then go for both. You come go for Numa. One who said businessman is here about me and Bakwan or Jina or Casano. Oh, and you bring on the Casano. Must remember Meginano. What be a Numa? What be a Numa?
Asano. Well, you have destroyed everything.
And I may go show be any Mabosan or Dinam Kuma.
So 200 Ghana or my 200. And you see, that is the reason why Omutimi a drag journalist for us.
Oh yes. Say
yeah, I come to know. It is 200, 500 yeah. Neniaji. The na frosa I took bay or what I said joy you saying. And I know Missiani Jansi is not or Kogabi na speed or they couldn't be now go to show I Yamana kuku. How much? Gabi way. Gabi was and Gabi Bass and Pa. They said to Fimpa. I was 3 days. No more. Namiko Jopra Cocono. No more office war. Your friends say GBC Lemo. Gabi way. Gabi need Derek J. Derek. Yes. Ebe nya entokwa ewo studio ma Derek Busan said Gabi we need to move now need to move.
The guys are seven.
Mom I don't like this nonsense. I don't like this nonsense my friend. Ba ga say free okono ha. Gabi we we see what me aje party aboso
na party na dey o
then you have these boys your friends say Samuel Kune
I'm very couple
Anthony Cabo ne
abevanom
na me maame ewu na ba ko frɛ me adaya is obom pese o mo bua me na me kwase me maame ewu wo Samuel ku wo
be na bua me
wo be bia bua me
wo ba da be a wo be bua me
wo be mesie ma obi a wo na ntiba ya sempa me ma lord first side ko fi e o pra me down
me maame to fo wo be bua me
wo be bia bua me
ei there's a kromu apa
da yo dan ka me de nto ago chechire me maame furu na me de ne
ko ko bo na yesie na ade asase nye
Dabi ma nsie ma father can say ma president.
Dabi o na asase go nya na. Wo mo ye
what be wi o man a destroy o man for man sika success can be akwa sie baby just like
ana mu yin kakra ma boys na boys ye ni di krokro oyo na hwe o mu jimi. Wa wu sika ge betumi di ahwe wo ma wo ho atɔ wo ne wa busu atɔ no akodi o ba akofo botom ana oyi ni sope ma ana wudi na chi
yes obia ye abaya adwuma na se bibia
everyone dey come for in website
yeah kakra ubedi but untimi nwia wo man
mo de o mo nsam no
bro now the president the vice Kenoforiata Gabinum almost catching the state
any omungo ba ku ye otua Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources when yan who say tam
Jinapo yeah we yes so we are na Jinapo ko toilets no akwa frɛ no the handkerchief akatara no
yeah na we am between go
or the katara no so ofre line no ade akatara no na do ese sa Jinapo ko ndo ya de for so bi no or you see the friend name we no now no mesiano plus 233 on here new now here me here na Saturday ni eko ko buache ema kumase na asasu buache ka samante see on this fight nu gina o metese o ka kire obi say so one chia mi o se dio na ni bakra ba preme say ntimi nchia asenso buache na okwa wi agina no nchen na okwa wi ase o do pa chia na ma me na so me kura kwase awe
na ko chia do wi be ma mu
me nam na nim say na me ko na wi de o kire why you so buache and no after me hu you see you can use just 4 years 8 years to gather money obi ya adwo ministries 30 years
oni chembe ho kura wo kwakote
obi ya adwuma for almost years a teacher for sika oba ho akufo do anu aka chen say so person oye billionaire nye teacher adwuma na ese oye.
Can you imagine?
Wow.
Can you imagine?
Really?
Just so you politician.
Yes. Oba so ye billionaire.
O so you politician.
So you politician.
Now can akufo do mo.
Now we are mine no. That's all.
Na sa Ghana for president na wono de otewa wo so Ghana for wie sika de ba ho no.
Ofe.
O ne ho yi.
Wo mu no kura no ye criminals chen ye.
Me so wa jisika de kukuro no de yo o ma ni yo.
Ndi se you feel the young obu.
I don't wo mu free so for mo. Obetchiro mo yagani. So wo sa mo modwi. Ana mo wie sika free bukuro mo de aba. Emra be ya adwuma ho. Na le bia na heart attack be ba no.
It's so sad.
Omo wie o man afọ man ni sika de ko Ghana.
Say metimi awie sika aye safe. Ya safe ni de ani ene bie. How? So metimi awie sika aye safe ni de ani.
Na ye tete hu okroma na nkofo.
Ene bie safe no. How?
Kofo bobe na say ye ni sika okroma. Wana ka ye ni sika okroma.
Sika no okroma ya.
Ye tweta straight to ye ya yiri ye ko ho. Ni agiwi a mosesa.
We are not back at say BBN. You ask them why and they tell you. So that the fact of the matter is that omo a form a local authorities.
Yes.
They don't have money to run.
There is nothing there.
And yet the district, the municipal, and they don't have any money.
There is nothing.
Me need DC, NMC, BN, Yasem, we are saying. Because I am very no.
No, Mukra no sabre, me so call DC for Naswa. Go for a salaya, womu. Eja say omo ya galam. So we ya galam say. Bebia, obia, baby, to me to a good year, muntu.
Anyway, yeah, what George Ubisam say, what is the status of Saul constituency? The point is, say no, we nim say, easy ISSR. A constituency or my gazette as a constituency.
Oh, my gazette is an the candidate.
Well, I hope so. I dear we see under democracy that yenya nkrofobia omanya representation ewo omai amamumu then I wonder me eyana nipa oyam wanwo then utibi kwa outside could trace kama institution yem flow a democrat akufado say the the money title be human rights at the end day because after me taxes and odim kwasi asem through we are then he tries to do PR work just to cover up number wo miano sudi actually anyway yanko tema committee 3 ni yanko hwa ade and you see projects gurem there say we no wanye obere no obisi UGMC was a phantom
medamase usha edwuma ya Mr. Dasu ya tema committee 3 na ya papa na nadu na kokufado na Alhaji Dr. Baumia eba say from 1992 in Bebu Watama atu amba mama toma be onaye with a factory a fertilizer factory it is fertilizer factory ya papa na nadu na kokufado any Baumia baby in come to 3 organizer ni da wa any no promise here say so we are ebefa nkofo 3,000 of the youth drivers home mason home electrician home plumbers home just a cleaners na bibia and my energy they say yo na papa na na da kweku for the catch say or the 1 year baby adwuma no Ghana for you can say MPP any party also transform one obi anjindi and the minia da na be factory na ya papa promise here 1 year so maybe 3 years factory better be minia factory 4 years aye komi bibia enu ekoso bibia say edwuma bia enu ekoso wa na emom omusi factory ni enu inkitre inkusie ina ndwan ina mponchi ina sisa ya employ wa usha ade ekoso no imbebu na enye edwuma anyo na enwan mom na enye edwuma na ye ntube hwe no bibia ekoso wa na so ye ba wo wa ye nkusie aye wo mo omno mo ye edwuma ye be se Ghana for say na na da kweku for na MPP enye party aye transform aha na kom ka so me start process na fertilizer wo bia na kom ma machines no na ka omu bia na process na kanye tema imbebu kwa no benye edwuma across the country because they were going to do for the way we say fertilizer are spread it across the country. It's like Obia Benye, but majority be fit because any to about one in Libya. Minia share processing machine now. Obe promise here say within 1 year and other we run. Minia any tiebe segana for. Any say pen another than Kuku for us. Na mum papa oyobia omo kan ko enche Ghana for. On Alhaji Baumia obia ya to mama 28 good years and then she do mama it's your best moment to amba na majo na mama in ndc ni please be stand o baby ah na Ghana ntumi tunko na Ghana mbe ka behwe because ya papa ka obe 24-hour economy moment so ni esoma min jiri se papa bo be review aha na no man bebu an watama ye nyadwuma ye na wo na me ye wato ni sadia Dr. Baumyadi on Bambe Boy or Kwambiaso. It's been any cannot be what is happening here. Tema come to 3. Namicha, Bebia, you wasting now. On the promise here, say, on with bear fertilizer, near your mind. Now, so, any action. It's been a half last. No, near too much change, near too much on money, Mama. No materials, Medamasi. Ghana for Michiamo, Medamasi. Usha edwuma ya Mr. Dasu ya tema committee 3 na ya papa na nadu na kokufado na Alhaji Dr. Baumia eba say
for more ane ahwefo mo follow across the world. These are some of the issues. Enye we nkwa wonim ade a eye menwanwa solo na NDC no ano minim any other political parties I would say whether they are functioning
movement
almost functioning movement for some of them back home. That was Ashanti region. Baumia went to Ashanti region.
Yeah.
Odru Ashanti region no. Ana Samia okunum kwa high bases. So ne kabuna a budget no.
Skare gu omo bases.
Ena omo kwa high bases. Ena omo dem krofo begu na omo eti campaign isi abonten chia omo. Ena
ano o jump
fair. Kejetia phase 2 esi. Kejetia wa enkwa chiro. Ewo that enclave no mu a obi ani tua. Bomia timi ko sia adwadifo jomama de enu mu. Eya na ni tua phase 2 no se oto na ni a enie. Wansi ho
no maja no.
Wa enye na sem. Otwamu wo Swami interchange
no.
Ako magazine
nani amone ya nya heyo
amfa ho onambo ankra ena wura adwoso
ilan port
eko ewura kumase wantimi anka so mame nwura buankra na menhwe adekra AC wanam pampaso
adum
pampaso akofa abantama Konfanochi siwo otumfo aye Konfanochi save Konfanochi project ono vice president no will say the otumfo kan ye no krenti no wo donate 1 million Ghana cedis that time indi se wagimi abodam kura ka be for say ade a otumfo eye no enkaye aban asade ba so otumfo ya mame nkwohwe damage no na menhwe how serious eya damage ne tie na watwam wo ba bia Konfanochi de sekai share form no wan hwe sekai ni mpo
onhwe na obeka de onjode
sekai na ehye wo no wan hwe watwam afa bantama atie si abrepo
ego ye kampe eko so ame
okọ gare okọ
we duru akọ shout
ayi di akire Canada Japan ene sa boys ni nyina omu di akire obi antimi ehunu nyansa nka nche so o miwura
munyira adwene lada
yenwura oso ko Ashanti region ukoduru Ashanti region 3 days no sire eye wenti na mese se ekufo adokọ na meme ba
metimi aye adwuma no na be so ni sanyo mane bi no ho asem na kwabra we no okọ Asante mantem no eye show of force e yenko kire Ghana fo se me odomo enye mo no mo dwene mo ho da bi no mo free kro no mo ankasa ofo na pone o mo ekeka wade na o mo Asante man hia enye t-shirt njo no wo free Asante mantem no no ba no wa me jira hwe ade no waye bi ono free kro no so se Asante de t-shirt ani hia ti one day free wale no hwan yi ba Asante me wa ba be kiro se me se amamo eto no was share one my friend man ne how
the onu free ono
o se t-shirt na
the papa free ono
o papa free nya na maami o papa free ono ah wo didi free o ye MP free ono one o se t-shirt ne hia Asante man
okay
eni me blame obi o free wale ba what man say ejime man ne nya nwanwa wo se jimie no do so ho one more free ono ba la adwene mu amre
I think you are
na se o mo ku running mate ho yeah just another be who say assistant school prefect who ya say school prefect na mu ada just omo ko na me say yes na just BN9 no say na wo mu ni djuma bi
say BN9 no Gabi akwala na Gabi akwala no
na ko to na what the other research institution na research is me who be that say afide ye for a political party they betu dwa
there you nanka o ye research no ba ku na mo ye kire se ba omi abelu
na we dey say asumasi and be running mate
move 2024 election na de no mo ye no a kire mo se ba omi
o ma ye 4 times last one mo ye no onya more than 13% and am na ihu hwe asantimantima de omko ye no enye bibia o omo so be lusu heavily
mojase
heavily and until the eyes a young creating impression you go we are abani baby adunu no enye se MPP nim so okọ opposition na obeso lose with a respectable score line as obese okọ opposition akaza kura minya asei dabi how me na yawe na gebede no bribe de akodo asofo so shi asofo no make o 400
obi asend me is it true
oh yes o 400 cities na ama ngofo no kura na
asofo me
oh yeah vigilance of we bi no mo gada se kumase no mo ko no mo yi o mo bebre na no mo go so mo hia o no mo hia o mo che ya na ngofo harried party for no also kola ne ko gina so yesofo ni ama wa sorry title na ko gina mi sa no mo de ye o mo the same thing na keje tedwomfo ma no so no o mo yes o mo hia no ti ye nyama mefo bi a quickly wo ze kromfo yi abobo to ma fantom a mo go hia o mo hotel ana ne so mo yi o mo to ma yi ma no na man na ba to ya aware of what is going to happen enti when na aba no e ma ne nya honwa e ma ne nya wo ya so wo yemfa ne se wakọ yadada no ano aba na 7 December by 8 results will start to say ba one here will be collapse
no but you see so my point is say even if you know say ube lose there's life after go
after we move you bi wa
but at least ja anamon papa John Mahama yes. They have been saying this John Mahama Kofi no even some of us thought say the year was not enough but for Akufo-Addo 8 years and I mean who say obi timi the 4 years say what the president Mills dey no to nchen a e wo ho ansa wona ono ane de aba now John Mahama after going to opposition nanimu abanyam aye anamompa otuye
say wo nyuma bedi wachi
aha eno na men na John Mahama sebe nanimu abanyam e wo dom enkoda ene mpanifo nyina anim so at least baomia miawani na munya bibi se minwi ni kura no a wo kire mi wo fie na John Mahama ba no amu o mani ya enkrofo betimi aka se me alternative
kwa bena wo nye sade no onye kire se money ayo raba umien no wo ye pola kwad ayo personal assistant wan ka bia nhim na ni anada ni ma no so deputy governor na ni anada omuma no so running mate na ni anada party a wombre ho ya na flag better do a wo dia pa na what have you got to lose buza ho de buza ho so na ye dia me ma on the silver platter say what have you got to lose when you no tam
nothing could be
one now so da yo when you no tam edi mu party le begu engu ame edi ebre na bibre mu kumipre ko say na me yewum demonstration say na me yemu ka etwifa ngofo so 1996 obekwa no me ka ho bi edi ayi pa apart from say me ba party ni mo na de bia me fo ayi high table nkwa na me fo to no there he got nothing to lose to no ko do nyobe kuma say no mo ana ru Akufo-Addo so no ohwe ni mfie so a ba bia duru no enya dia wo be mu bio ana no check ya wasan ma koma so ma no ye so da nya adwese ba me mo ba ye president to ne mu wie je obetimi aya ne se me parking wo for wonum e ti sa no me no but die wo mu ne se wo mu a agigina mu o mu gigina mu se yenye machinations na enyama ade nkodi ba bi foforo eno na ene buago ene o chiche menzadi
ya si chairman senya 3%
how much it running mate no so na chance yes baby do say bibi nya obi ofrisirem we are we
yes be na enforce we nya 3
how we are ranger
Gabi
all akocho to
Gabi be na say chairman sabon nya 3 educhum nya 10% Naponya 76.
Uradi nyame Naponya ho be na ya kono asante mentem ojo 76. Na me bomb pass on me be bantem.
Naponya 76. Ana mebo so uyi wanyi report no.
Bia na tumi aye report.
Me no na tiwa.
O ma tra 70, o ma tra 30%. E dia come 76.
Na
wo tia sentiment to kumase no na po ne ho be na ye ho
omo say omo fa am say MPP say constituency or say national so be something omo fa say 5,000 executives now omo hear from say pulling you say there na omo hear ni nyina no na say utie party base no a party base ni pa
na party mo base
na oko agogo no akwafa agogo chairman
na o
the secretary no afa the organizer the parliament no abuso omo je 1,000 the 2,000 na kase
answer no be kan ko mai mo modi amo basa ye say
e kase e pe baomia oje ne kase baomia MPP for do na egu agogo ho no so the idea ne say o de yenye ne fix obi na baomia ye ko opposition na baomia kwa na ye de na paaba
na kwabra we the essence of this report kwa anything sir ye the Oman institution for ye political party research say when be bo am as your running mate ye what pressing issues
how
issues are go for we abansika ye nkonko
no as we talking about ene me read the be from France news that there has been a blast somewhere in February what area where they suspect terrorists.
What does it? I don't know. I be no say BNI no.
Can be BNI no be
that's a bank.
There is almost that.
That's a confusion go for.
Can be BNI?
I've been boninti. What's that the investigative Akoto bank? Can I be when and I be which one is
and you yeah now ko young for say a bank for na research. BNI you can BNI na say me wi ase ase your mama abuso ba you best say edin kwase edin no
kwase edin we no dem man look me no ka say wo power start say dey okay de bia ye ku police for ni ade
me say wa enra sadansa no omukum security men
too wo nya ho investigation
there be ya no ya nya ho research
wo say the oba be rally mate party e ko opposition mom wo no
as we are speaking baby omu nya nsuo nom tasi any ni areas omunya nsuo nom bia na for nya research me ehunu say okay Ghana say no etimi cover this space nipa yemfa na say bia 50% enya potable water
wonya
50 enya so these are the projections there be political party
kwa choose the running mate na no na Ghana here say what are you talking about
kwasiafo
just give me any do
kwasiafo o ka so me yankwasiafo a o mo say
don't touch over there
who did it dey na me o dey dey
dey why ya dey say wo ba betam yes
dey na me o be dey gabi fun we dey o na me
what are you talking about
institution at say BNI
mo di Ghana sikaye ya go tell ya to say ya mo say dey NPP for say o mo pe na NPP for say o mo pe na podcast
fama MPP for no mo
go check your face
o be for on
le fa o say o be o ba ko fa kufuo do na bra say running mate who guess
Devio, na BNI kra no, obi running mate. A political party running mate. Hey, what's
somebody? Na po no be na ye. Asa de on kan memwe yo.
Na po muntumuntu nti na mode na.
Amoreba.
Sebe yo beba be pushi homosexual.
Ade so yi da ho.
Wono na po we enenka o se enkola
cartoon man be di won true mu
yes
napo
napo ntumuntu
ya no minimum a
napo ntumuntu
ano kura di pa no birimu kura still a
napo ayi nidi
Matthew boku prempe
Matthew
de wasasu kuta Matthew Bible mu
Matthew boku prempe ntumuntu wono
or say hey
wait that's way what confirm we have running
now be na who cares about
National Intelligence Bureau special report on MPP who cares
MPP
and you are using my taxes
to go and do the bogus thing
who use my taxes and they are survey I'm a political party me ya timi tax near the akwa BNI ya the BC facilities
now we say
now from me misika. They should come and tell us because I MPP the man woman.
Ah, I'm the quiet.
The foundation.
Where say you pushing of na post agenda.
Unim obi ka chairman of say. Omo bakwa yi NDC dia beto so me NDC dia say be
na equalization.
No, na say you won crofo be.
Tell we almost on ba be for the move Alan ne run.
Even NDC kura no. NDC run mate fa ho.
Na w political party na say kwakwa na sem. Wo dia wo national BNI no. What do you say?
Opoku Prempeh, the Minister of Energy and member of.
How much percentage?
What's your percentage?
That I always say, "Children of watch on the Benjamin way." Would we need to almost the best society?
Kwame Infana, Sankwasi, I didn't know.
Na what say what daje akoye research say we na Ghana for a MPP for na Ghana for nyina o
tobo o kwai udri mi kansa abia na o kwai
o dane da na haya ni ejina ye ba ha sango for o man say o
Matthew Opoku Prempeh Napo 76%.
Gradi ya be for obudi
to 10.6.
I put you.
I said, Chamber Sabu 3.
So I go crab bonnet. What are you?
Fremont Pare, Chief of Staff. Mama, no, I could talk to say double. 3.34.
I'm on 3.
Into a no Otaro say Chamber Sound.
Oh, the bracket.
Joe say Usu.
What is you want be?
2.27. And I added near 4 points. Like 4.57%.
Yes, and Napo editing.
Now, say Napo way, and a gentleman.
I never got almost 13% office.
Napo way, and a Nipa, our MPP more.
Or no more panel, don't allow
way, Napo way, Napo way,
Putu,
Napo way. Ha, Napo, the Uyana say. Ode munya na po acha obey running meter acha 2 weeks obeka nkwasi aso
obe that we dey 2 weeks dada ye be say that how man mark obeka zemunu
ono ne papa obeka godi ne papa atem kura obadwam we na po we na a whole security institution
jodi esika ye ni
ye fa ye say MPP for running meter preferred region Asante region.
Enti obi be dey jimi no say ohun say ba obi ano emmo number ofa onfa eno di no ye mfa obi na po ho nanim no sansa
da bio enti obi ye dey
na di jo o ko fa na po no na me ni mabusu e wasa demantem no esa se friend na po anti akoto aba ma
na po ma me firi achim
ono firi achim o ne papa wudi ma san demantem se mo so ye di na enade eni ajade enti won na kwakwo yin se o firi san demantem no ono obi anim no ho
na ye tueska me say say dey way I don't know ye tueska na oman ekuo say me hwe so enema affecting crofo langards ekwa omun koya research
obeye den
no mon kan try the way MPP langards ekum crofo e wo Ghana
o cha she no mfa
bia na fon koya research no mfa matudwa ekwa MPP langas ekum nkrofo won sase ho okroma omonkoye omonya research armed robbery
ekoso
rape omonya research no omofama tuja. These are the things we want to discuss as a country.
Omonya research ni
wo fa oman institution ti say BNI omomfa sem papa bia nyansa wo mu ma ema me amete microphone achi en discuss uwia no abebu sam say entimu de mu ni bibi papa bia discuss kwasia wa o me taxes ema wo bia na hokra no o fa o man sika yon kwasia bia ni
na kwasia report bi obato
kwasia report we
ya no mata put tantantanum de beto say yankan
why kwasia report we uwia no abebu sam say entimu de mo so microphone mu a mu ni bibi papa bia aka na
wo bibi papa why ya do wo omanzika de ma
yes media private
na why ya do omanzika ma so ko bibi papa dan ke yanka bi no ali aka say MPP for so mo pen na po so what omo pa mo gongo focus mo ka who cares Kosmokaya who cares?
Omo pa ngwafa chebi hire.
Enu no ya omo sabo.
Omo atia obi amfa.
Omo betiro ne ya mo kwa.
Obi amfa ho.
Na we ya asem wo se Ghana for 80. Na bo
as we speak now. BNI for amfa eye research omo ye se entos say ne kra efu Burkina.
Yes research no.
Jene say ne kra. Then we know PFJ no eko say okay BNI for ye research ye report nie nanka Ghana radio nka wie ye no ne ye nyina ye discuss ye
obeye saade na ye die
na ka fan kwasi asemba be so discuss kwasi asem
na kwabne
o fan kwasi asemba me discuss kwasi asem
nipa na oda BNI na no ankasa no When you say 6 months time, bet me unemployed. And you can say, oh, yeah. Young go be a change in it. I bet me say winning the matter. So it has your Bob and you lose one. This is a pay with Tamaman culture, Bemana. Obey knows what that throw handing over those are trolling them. Because we Uncle Siaga. Because shut them go prepare our report way. Even within them be that Roman country. Even within them.
When you say, and there will be frame free Kumasa say, I didn't told you. Or say Chairman Sabos who free party pennyful so more good anymore. Now I already make the mania Japan. I for good and a penny who papa. As it be an eye for a good and I'm not 3%. What the chief of staff was on my mama 3. As I'm way down, you 3. Or my mama 3. We have a busa. Journalism moon raises standard. Governance no so me standard kura raise ya me raise journalism standard of the man run the demo standard no raise ya no me to standard no kwase standard no raise na me so be dim kwase asentro journalism papa na ye ni oya nti say British for the American me so me ma BBC masa oba na ka odi asempa ba say ye court the akwa research ye usa judge for answer no umudi nsem no magiska enye yi a ne hu say ye tumpo BNI is a very serious institution na wo de BNI no hensem hu na de akwa say running mate MBB for say when ye penalty de o mansika akwa ye sa research odi oto wa na ye say BNI for akwa research say asantefo ni srimfo ni agbefo wan pa ni ditwe o me try say very simple odi the next you guys go for on to so odi la go by na wo ko fa free odi me see at kroma na o ma be ka kire say BNI for research say asantefo ni srimfo ni agbefo ni nkranfo for pa me ma na ditwe o me try one mo de o ma ye pa de o me the results number pepe o mo fere o mo ni mo odi o mo di institutions odi kroma ba and go for do me so ti kroma o me kwa akoye sa research no de abase BNI for research o ma ye ni na ya ti kroma na ma mo say jai na ni braba wo se de hwe dale o betie ye so waso mini woni ye masum ma mo sa ade a wo mo ye asia ne say ade a wo mo ye asia ne say e de be hia pa ne hia call north as we speak say emo no a ya na wo mo say emfuo no milipede ne isane ma o ma ashase wo ho bia no a wo dwene ho ye no nye ho ai betwi di koma bagana dabi ye no nye ho ko nnuanye nya no ha no ho ne di free ye no nye hwese Burkina forecast o ma si tomato factory e wo ho eni ti tomato so akwa atwe wo ha na ye ntumi nya solution enye problem Pralugu ko jem $12 million e chobi botom wa wia almost sa chippings eni cement na gu no asi akwa akoton bia na enye ho research emi ehunu Pralugu no se Pralugu no a baomia kromfo no wano na kaka omo ya ne sa no ho asma kwa kosisei dabi onye obetro about ya omo so omo pennapo we yina asia ne sei enti bia na fa akwa ya research o ma research nti o ma research da me no adin be pa na bom tiri so mo publish sadi we minim che o ma publish o wani age kwa yo yesi se bo awon bo no bia na ho se na po na na se na po no ono no o be ma o motu anya 5% o election ni nyina when you 5% crash o ma ji wo mo sole eni o ma che o mo bottom ma se sika ya don't infame me taxes that is my problem. And for me, taxes as of national institution, national investigation. Don't use my taxes for such nonsense. Don't use my investigation. You do your internal research. You keep it to yourself. In any case, I did your friend running me come now. By appointment to flag bearer no. Or that's why sorry I know because I want to make you. I didn't know because I changed it. To move here when I'm the 2 minutes from one because I'm flag bearer someone. Me I am no cry. Yeah, party bini. Sa no mo go fa ma mi o KRST. No mo go fa the picture ma me na chi otumfo. And na yes ma. When that ma me no so the din trum. According to
that video, Nantu Kumasi, I know I started your presidential.
Now say, was I say, yes, I have reference as well, Jimmy.
Yes, that video, not your mommy, so I say, when you go for me, say, your brother say, your excellency is a fungua.
And I'm catching as well, I was at the what? I did so for them, they are Lobema, you, no, I go for President Fokao.
The one that's a diffusion,
or to reach it more and call Mufie. Omuko afie ena de papa
all would be on me
kofo president kofo na esa de no
oba be tuche wan ne mo
ayo o tuhwi mu
ala o chichim ne wa
o tuhwi mu still de ni abre mun kofa be mira mieni enka ba bia wadi ka ko transfer no ka ye di
all would come from abo
say na no ya ma me wuye ya me koi no mu bubu ani chie say ho a na me de
na ba na obubu ani chia eno no
me ko maka che list we say kofo ye na de amon
fo ko traba bi
jibi fo agudu
traba bi
obi a o say man obo man me mpe nti omo ye oba de amon mfiri bi
na say me na no a wo de ogotu mampamerika o kofo me no nti bone o tu ma America ko yi ba omi aya na me ma withdraw me me ma withdraw me
o man no
wala jinjim ni o ma
ba bia gada we kofo
ye mu oni ye mu ye James o feel good
kofo ka ho boni ekoso okroma nyina
o be start age fire
o ka ho boni ekoso o man we bre ba bia o man
o be start age fire from the first
o ka ho wo kofo
wa pedi ye o na so jagum
wo yi o ka abonefo
no o shase no wo pie ko pachiko
o ka ayo no o ne ayi ohini eno mo de na po
ewa
one ya friend say Guyana ohini ena o mo de na po wo nto mo na lobby man na po de akrofo
no mo sambe cheni
akrofo ko nti yemfa ye na mra na omra no so mra akrofo ba ko ono ntrumuntu nti ko fa ntrumuntu no
so fa
no on confess kan fa mo ka se ti kroba no ya jimi nti enkobo ayi bia na awiei na manfo ani abre yesi na pa na ekro unim kwa yase na omudi ye omutan ya ene okọ parliament akoyi dum so ano no yes
ano mo
release ma media for no ano mo ka kire MPs ni se so ba obi an ka se vice president ni nie go and watch kokko yes and then the ade omo ye no
oh good
yes and the ade omo ye
na se na po de so na yemre napo no compare be no be ye be twakra wọ́n dọ́ kúrò tún convince no ọ̀nù ankasa ọ̀nù ní bẹ̀dùn ẹ̀rọ tún convince no.
ọmọ di bọ̀ni o.
ẹni di ọkà understatement ọmọ ẹ̀ di bọ̀ni ló kásẹ̀ ọmọ di bọ̀ni à n'àtẹ̀ sàn sẹ̀ bọ̀ni bi na ọmọ bọ̀ ọ̀man no.
ọmọ sẹ́yìn nìyẹn ọmọ ha adwene paa.
ọ̀man no sàmìnà donko mu.
ọmọ di bọ̀ni.
o sẹ nkenya bi si na ọmọ ni tumi pẹja ẹnu ẹ na mi kye Lord Paul Boatin ebufu ẹ na ọde kasa sẹ leadership ẹkọ bọ ne sẹ n'afi de yẹ du mpẹmpẹ so a yẹ sẹ that passport ehu yẹ sẹ phd okuro mu a kyẹ sẹ yẹ nipa ni okuro mu a n'afẹ mpẹnifo ẹ tó yẹ yẹ mọm
phd ẹ wọn fa so phd wọn fa so a nkasa bi Gabi etimi ma order say yanchi Frimpong Boatin
o me fa no quick
David PhD won fa
David o me fa no quick na professor ye mre pa wo OSP office
PhD who won fa so
professor otumi hwa akoma ho na fe wa ye mem
Gabi bedi atuo me no mo nyina the same level
straight
the same level but say wenum etimi for my control on my
na is
PhD for so be no PhD
na kan na jampo ka say ye PhD for ya me ahia ya ma ye yesre ni edi
say PhD ni be no okro mu a wo se ne yonko ne same oku
David abo fere couple
PhD ni be ne okro mu wo ska eche yuji ahin
David no no wonya sika ma na yere ka tre yen se e japade eta hon me jime de ai
Dabio PhD ni bay ena sesi aye ka se ya ye bia na ye ka o was ka change na po
David
MPP
David we ye kapre David
PhD ni bay na was ka change Samira wan wie gempa
David no ponso kura no esi bag we tua.
You see PhD ni be e na okromu e ma me ya omo national organizer omo so otu.
Otu I galam say. Your friend say ne brofo achiache
menini wie so Kate Jamfu a PhD ni be na wo Ghana o Oscar chain no.
Dabi
PhD ni be na wo Ghana o Oscar chain Canada Japan.
Dabi it o tumi ka fon tro bi.
Yeah, Ghana kro no nyina obobi wanya bi ani wo ye dede.
Na wo tumi kra do gyina so ka tre se wo ka pre wo
PhD ni be na se say no abrabom no eye ma no chain untu.
Dabi
abronya we ya na se apro twi tundra.
Wanya no tam.
PhD ni ben na okromu a na obi akoka say PhD Holland passport ye say PhD amosi ye ntiase won tiase say try me o dey from Akufo-Addo no mu ba Akufo-Addo ba atimi asi hotel $6 million PhD ni ben na Ghana ha within ne papa rule 8 years obetumi asi sa
temba ho cry dey we tell nya wunya bi
ayi la
to da ne book o ma gedo
PhD ni ben
da bi ni ho
na wa Ghana ha also no betumi asi edan Akufo-Addo ba asi $6 million
emuna nshom nam no wona
ehwa
ero okotra se ya say 115,000
yes where hotel no nyina restaurant is worth $6 million
aboko bi o Madina aboko bi
PhD ni bay no PhD ni bay e wo Ghana ha no bi ka say Dutch Holland passport hu ya cha PhD assessment ase
wo bere na won tiase
won tiase se
wo bere na won tiase na PhD ni no obranza wo didi okoma obi pratole zu didi na bere na aka chese won tiase
se ade na won tiase
ana PhD for the okoma no ya mo modane beggars ana mo pa
ya ti kroma ai John Kuma nyame for the cleanse ya John Kuma chele every your friend is a circle no about pyramid house asempa
na be program
yes John Kuma
make I pa
the last futuro
ayi
na Akufo-Addo mo pe na bonu a odwane ba me ho no support alan
yes
John Kuma
make I pa
John Kuma
make I pa
na John Kuma MPP aba mu within 6 years na MPP for Kajile Ghana for so we no John Kuma e wo $30 million e dan account mu.
What are you talking about?
$30 million.
Ala o ti ase nya be for the
ade a ye ko ba ho bosia o den ko nya me no ado so de besia
ale za do be so bribe nya me ala
ye ta bibi
nya me no say wuntumi bribe because
we ya fa ne say ya memrem sa ne
ka no sa da wo ye no na ye yi $30 million egu on mo wo ya we say ye ko bo ho besia
ya
enkrata be to ha be mo atro ma me hunu mu ye ne wa ne winya te asa ne be so ma
John Kuma $30 million
egu ho
edana ke $30 million
ai
$30 million.
So obi a hwe ball so yi ono no ne pass ye twi yi mu 1 million yen hu
sisi adapa o PhD
dabi oba adapa ni bi
yes ke gunin pass
dosu ye yi akra wa hu be 1 year and some days no hu se sika
sika egu oba be siam pass
na babra se me no mi ye sika 100,000 free mo be de yan kai
wafa esbit mi ko hwe de bia 20 cities bi
go to charge
ma abi de tell me grab ya me nu akwa wi am ne ntia da bi busa
ala wo tiketi be di o
me so bribe
na wo de 1 million plus euros plus Ghana cedi ayira afi any na edi akire wantumi ehu na we obi na beka cho se omo maka nyira de town ma council ni omo pass ni omo polytanks ni mu yi no yantumi check
wantumi check say
sika pa yakoje yesi Bank of Ghana boka 60 billion yesi ye tax wa ye hu so ni nyina wo mu nsem
skara ko di wo mu nsem ni e ka PhD asema wo say omo anka ni ye
wana anka ni ye wana anka ni ye wo bu mu be waka tell se bu ye beni hunu na mu kukuro
Akufo-Addo mai SHS kro mo anwie
wonu be de ni wo ma wie
wo mo nya sika se tam
ana mo kire se ya nwenam
entinka omo mkobo PhD ni bi mienhwe se PhD no ena manipa bob na wo Ghana ha ena nke ye nyina ya kire me PhD ni a wo abanwe mu 8 years ya yesi we ni ho abanfaso ama Ghana kire me enyansafo wo mu nyina ya bo mo apam mo
ya mo buru wo ne
Frimpong Boateng ya bono apam no ata Kennedy ya bono omo wo nimidie Dr. Amwakoba ya bono apam no
because so be Kenyan asem akere mo so mo mpenya asem akere
kwasi asem
e de be wi o man sika na mo peti
finito
ke be na ne tie wo asem
ye no ano mo yo
awura dinyame
ase awom gusu ya
basangofo yi batch we na gase ye wo mo da ba ko ana azo mo firi ma me ba ko yem
sɛ wohu baabi ɔm kɔboaboa mo ho ano a saa adwempɔne no ɛbɔ m tim sɛ yɛbɛsɛe ɔman te sɛ Ghana
na nkɔfoɔ akɔbrɛ ɔmo ba bɛdi bɔne ɔmatumi de bɔne no ato pepa so sɛ yɛfrɛ no japadeɛ book
ɛneɛ mewɔ nɛ state capture
yɛnkɔm
state capture no
na wɔmatumi de akutwa mu krataa so sɛ ɛkwa wɔ nnie bɛwie ɔman no ane ɛnya asɔfoɔ ne wɔn mu a imams ne ayi a wɔn mu nim sɛ saa krataa yi da ana ɔmo nyinaa ɔmo ba na ɔmo sere hwɛ ɔmo tumi ka no kora nkyɛ
ɔmo nim
sɛ moyɛ akorɔmfoɔ moyɛ akorɔmfoɔ moyɛ akorɔmfoɔ you have to be chased out
ɔmo yɛ aware sɛ nkurɔfoɔ no wia wɔ man no
ana ɔmo te ho
yes ɔmo nim
ɔmo te ho
ɔmo nim
na ɔmo ba ɔmo sa de ɔmo sa to ɔmo si yɛ bɔ mpa yɛ ma mo
nyɛ na Pentecost
maako sɛ nyɛ mu nnwuma
Pentecost foɔ sɔfani ekosia bawomia no a de baabi a nneɛma keka korɔ deɛ Ghana any future kra kache ni say bawomia oni ekufu adu ya krofo the way amusi wia wo man no enye o man no tiagro here
afenyi da me tie ni sa me se wo no eni na ba otiri mu agero won ka ho nsam on ka ho nsam
wa spray
baby aye duru no enye aguro afenyi enye afenyi aguro ni edi o
give ti afenyi
na wonu ya nyame
na all cars am no so the chana katena ni o nani mu ba na wase apia na de katena ni onim pa se asema mekan no enye de enye fe ba mekan wie no akwa de emeje
of course waka wie ya mano publicity because waka ka de
nani mu ba na wase we ase ne say ase we yedidi oman but omo didi oman
no mo de bedi kire se asofo na kotena ase se yemfo oman sika nkotu amena why are so for the board of directors for that's like cathedral and reverend this reverend that now 58 million more Kenya me tuasa asofo nyina ka 1
kwa ya de ka chem se krono na mobo
motidani
ja Williams simu ya mebo duasa nya krono
na wati
o man sikanka ho
o man sikanka ho nya me betua mu ka 1
wati me yi sika na chedi mudi sika no drum fifi baabi na afa de baako wadane ne dim mienu na nya okuje to abla kwa de afa ya siti
wadi fa kwa still or so de na go to wonu mom de bia de ko de na go
ono kromfo kusibu ati
no de kwa be bo de kusibu ati se yenim se ye kwabena ayi didi ba ko de say
criminal kwabena bo ati yo
se de edimienu
criminal
edimienu
ono criminal
na wono
enra awrehosem na yasi na mo na ba court no e wo police for
na mo no so police dey ajegu
na mo ba court police for enti Victor Kusibuate na no to be sorry cause when guess what them obi ya find out say ampa okura 210 numbers obi ya find out say okura 2 passports with different names
with different Ghana card so you pick your fingerprint so on what basis no to be nya
abaka say onim how
yes how can we trust voter register na ya
no we ni nam krom ha
no na mo
just like animal farm, justice mean inequity. So who go say the truth? Who go say the truth? Christian council, silence. Islamic leaders, silence. Things and things, silence. Traditional leaders, silence. So who will say the truth? True, justice. We are the workers of Confosico. Now I am no better. We are the workers of Confosico. One does I no better. Who will say the truth? True, justice. Who will say the truth? True, justice. Oh, you need it to was so. Now your friend and I ain't come out. Only baby over Ghana, so I won't go. I'll bet you at everybody. everybody was set free. And until I learned to my quantity again, was my boy dumping one Alhaji. But who go tell the truth? Nanai, or say me. Nanso bien person can have because everybody is afraid. I guess halfway more in it. Who could draw for you not done and see who go say the truth? True, justice. Obiaja conso to grow your massa to me be a cacobrafo. If I need when you know yet. Now so could down so be the back or why no cake. I feel it for the money more piafo no cross on my move. I just halfway more in it. Who could draw for you now, and see who go say the truth. True, justice. I buy the boat, you know. Yedi be bebo nyande be. Can't you say with your mouth keeping numa? With your mind never shine and fry for some. But who go tell the truth? True, justice. Do you see silence? Even journalists silence. Oh, then who go say the truth? True, justice. Right is right. Wrong is wrong, no matter how you testify. Justice. You say you wanna get rid of corruption. Someone want to help you. Now the person become your target. Justice. Jobless know they mean senseless. Poverty know they mean useless. One day them go resist.
Think about it. You can either go out to watch one game at your local and pay for the bumpy, stuffy ride there. Then the food. Then the drinks with a 12,000% markup. And a new team jersey cause some drunk spilled red wine all over you. Or you can pay once right on your phone and watch 42 live Premier League games over a whole month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment, there's only one way to go. Go TV. Love it.
Remember you don't know. I mean, one day, and I remember you. And you think a band may be here, and to four any out of four, and you'll be a petty tratombia. And chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, and they have bar shops beer. I was gonna have beer. And I said, friend, I was 0243 686861, and I 0245 749206. Sankatwe, FDA Fajatu, Kaise, Tabia Takumye, Bembia Takum.
Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
Ghana for any abroche for Sebana Sasi any a dine tomwa Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. I the game changer. Esanse Bibia ono omediga enya ne ho ahotoso. Enti sa eye woni so odi hunu sa obeto asase ana efie de. Bomodin ase oni Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Ena be ni sa woso. One more and afei 2 expandable bedroom houses are. One more town for kra. Afei one more sase a e teacher manteno. Still one more gusu a one more ton. E ben police station no. One more twitwa no 70 by 100 and half a 35 by 100 full plot and half a half plotter one more ton and the ama Ghana for any brochure for you now one say we building materials was site will be able to be a dia na juma and Ghana for near brochure for so we share him so beto asase and a fear dear with flexible payment terms no but me be our Royal Chapter Property Group Limited Frewamo our +233 256 515 862 Ana +233 591 010 337. Ana +233 256 700 831. Ana +44 750 887-1235. Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Start a new chapter in your life.
The incoming president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, flag bearer, Zuma National Democratic Congress. Asozin Chemo Bibiara Orite Democrats. Sasara Elkayem Maniganama, Grata Shishene economy, Awatu Pans, in education system, Awase, friends and family government are all Kodo, the current administration in Ahocher, Mechaha Shepa, all Kodo, Eshepayin, Afraba, Obibiara, Asgana, yes, Zida, Ahochena Dos. You know, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama say, our everything crap to we. Erica Bob, they are build Ghana together. As the Mauritius feel why and Buena support in the campaign for 2024 election. JM 2024. As the Mauritius feel why and when do you see good governance card in the good governance card in your card? And you was there support JM 2024 campaign. Good governance card. What did you do? And Timawusi Kanyama Waho Zilibo Tuman. I was so agile. One saw one pedal watch a good governance card. When it's Sikaya 40, 30, 10 citizens so. About abo short code star 248 star says hash. Now also ascend was it. Good governance card. After that, Johnson support JM 2024. About a friend 0534 000 261 now 0531 033 503 and now 050 982 3400. You can on internet to do www.ndcgoodgovernancecard.com. My young Cambo, they am build a Ghana together with John Dramani Mahama. Nyaminsha.
Think about it. You can either go out to watch one game at your local and pay for the bumpy, stuffy ride there. Then the food. Then the drinks with a 12,000% markup. And a new team jersey cause some drunk spilled red wine all over you. Or you can pay once right on your phone and watch 42 live Premier League games over a whole month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment, there's only one way to go. GoTV. Love it.
Give us P capsules. A memory. Manum bia ye benemua. Kani mitutu ya na minkuma bua sese die. Petro esa kum menia G. Give us P capsules. Give it to me, baby. Give us core capsules ozwe. E mani meme nyina akoko yade. Sisi yade amamanya yem timotete womono. Yedrono no. Manum bi amama deme ho. Give us core capsules. Mrs. Moye ding. Give us core capsules. I give it to you, baby. You give it to me. Oh yeah. Hey, give us no. Amen. Nijia bebusiemu papa. Na bema ka give us P capsules. Eni give us core capsules. Bomu nom dia. Na eni jeni ahwadeno. Wabrudo. Give us P capsules. Meme wadi ifiedu wachode kronkwa na efa. Give us core capsules. Apemfu abata wamo menufu ne nkwada wo ne ifiedu mienu nka ho. E wo drugstore bia motofonko Give us Herbal Center. Teshi Mobile. And Teshi Adriami. Phone numbers 0543 222 470 and 050-68-51135. FD Aje Edwedi Nkratui Atum.
Mika Emma Bills was here. If you say, I soon go when you were in Bosia Bonshire Hoodie, Educhim, Obi Biawe, any to make dear Biara Woody, Bills will be Bimao, won't hear Susu, won't hear our Nana, we hear no national ID card. Ain't it to Mika Frame was 0302 200 and now 0596 920 833. Kai say, on Mansika Krobia Batan. Bank of Ghana and Sawo Bills microcredits Jumediemu. Bills Uposia Boho Adamfo. Kai say Jumedie in Shishaka Crown.
Say the Makohu Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. No, who credit me, say, and Unti Momania Award, a word bestie, Obian Transit Emma Dumpemia, the Cassa, and Asam Boya, the Ancan to them.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. A sign I want to say, near Crew Etuno, near Ancan Awanum, Obana Bemo. wo ene enyarewa nkaye
nansi ma meka se ene spinal cord ho ekaye no Greenfield adaromenti ene wasa so le gyan na so ebiem
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic our ultramodern laboratory and a diagnostic machine sa ehhehwe di pedua di mu ankasa Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic our Nungwa Dogon Estate Junction last stop for 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898
Greenfield
God is our healer
Greenfield
your last stop
I believe
FM 100.5 Nana kwabena bobi ansa berema be mati gara furku be punti mpunasi sokode no wakachira katabin say you what unkensen kwabena keja guma mne yanko.
All right, so that was it live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show Wednesday afternoon. We are back here. My main car man for CMG catch there. Star 413 hash and then you check 5 million. Mentrase Bomodian say obey activity u phone no afedi me be mamu di peche obi abedi di peche. All right, so which one come 7 cities 7 minutes no na dey my na say which one na dey my but oh a question no so any question? Okay, so that is the 5 minutes. All right. Okay, so Yanko quick Yanko parliament now, and we will discuss about state capture. But Mamo, what transpired at parliament?
The Electricity Company of Ghana (ECG) have been load shedding power in the last couple of weeks. Hence the power outage experienced by many consumers across the country. If the answer is no, why the power outage then? Thank you very much.
Yeah, respectfully, let me invite the minister to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been scheduled to answer this question, urgent question, 3 times on this floor, and 3 times I've been here, and 3 times the questioner had not been available, or Parliament had not been able to allow me to answer the question. So the question, Mr. Speaker, has to be seen in the context that it is over 2 months ago, a question as an urgent question. Mr. Speaker, I'll proceed to answer as the utility did advise. We are pleased to provide the following response to the urgent question. No, ECG is not undertaking load shedding as at the time the question was asked. Mr. Speaker, consumers were experiencing outages due to a number of factors. That included localized outages due to overload on lines and transformers. Mr. Speaker, there are certain areas in this country that all of a sudden the number of people resident or the businesses that have accumulated, especially I can give an example of parts of East Legon, which was a purely residential area, now has become one of the major business districts, increasing power consumption, thereby hampering the existing lines there. So the transformers and the lines have to be updated. Outages to upgrade the capacity of overloaded lines and transformers. SEMPA, Mr. Speaker, at the time the questioner put the question, SEMPA had an emergency valve leak, which meant a complete shutdown, losing immediately 340 megawatts. That also contributed. And then, last but not the least, planned maintenance on Amandi power plant was also ongoing at the same time. The emergency outages, sometimes also requested by a great company, had contributed. So, there was a myriad of factors that unfortunately had happened that were causing power outages in different parts at different times. Mr. Speaker, the reason why ECG went further to say that they were not load shedding, because most of those instances were not planned, and so they couldn't have come up or come out with a program to say that they were load shedding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, that is so. Mr. Speaker, the minister just told this House that there's no load shedding. So let me find out from him if he's aware that the company in question, the ECG, put out an official letter indicating that there will be some load shedding for a couple of weeks. They put out an official letter if he's aware.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm in your hands. This question was not asked. I prefaced by saying it was in March 30, and those incidences were not. But I also agree that what you are saying might merit an explanation. But Mr. Speaker, for the awareness of doubt, that was not an explanation at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear what the running mate said. Oh, sorry, what the minister for energy said. He said that his answer related to the time.
I asked the question. Well, ask the question. No, well, I'll come to you. The owner of the question, you are not here. Yes.
Speaker, let me commend the minister to start off that he gave a preamble to the question. That the question was filed long ago, and yet he gave a preamble and then went ahead to answer the question. I'm quite curious. And then when I listened to him, he enumerated changes.
If the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, have been load shedding power in the last couple of weeks, hence the power outage experienced by many consumers across the country. If the answer is no,
all right. So the whole issue is about whether we are in energy crisis or not, and the energy minister, as usual, in your problem waha, sa problem no me lose 40 megawatts. In your problem waha. Sa problem no be na jomama enyaye no eya jomama e man kofa a Mary plant e bae you know ena na po edidiate na po you know demonstration or eya osisi edum kanea one day kra then no so na po or to say Napo justify as energy minister why power outages abba. Onone Akufo-Addo they can justify. Yeah, they can justify. But Obin to me ain't justify why. Yeah. We must be. We must find ourselves in doom so. But no dear. On the Akufo-Addo dear. Omne ya de shenti. Justification here legitimate. But 10 dear enye legitimate. So that is where we are now as a country. Young flow straight enko issues Anyway.
This demonstration is not to topple the government. This demonstration is to indicate to Ghanaians the insensitivity of John Mahama's government. The insensitivity of John Mahama's government. This is not to topple government. We don't advocate for a regime change this way. We are going to vote next year and we are going to vote them out massively. That is good governance. That is partisanship. We are going to democratically remove John Mahama from power. Not do this demonstration, but the demonstration is to demonstrate to John Mahama and Ghanaians that what is going on is bad. If you are feeling the heat, if you are feeling the heat, like Ghanaians are feeling the heat, if you are buying electricity and they are having it for free, if your salary, you are spending 60% of your salary on electricity bills, then you understand what I'm suffering. I am suffering. John Mahama is not suffering. How do you expect the members of the members as a collective to speak on your behalf when you decided to give majority to such a bad government, NBC? Ghanaians should realize that their term matters. Your term matters. Your term matters. When you go and vote, you have to know that the consequences are ahead of you for the next 4 years. The term that Ghanaians gave to John Mahama has shown that they should never again trust John Mahama.
The plan for the police service is that we must be able to police this demonstration without
joined by common people, and that's the action they are going to. They are sharing their individual experiences with each other, and you cannot control them.
This demonstration is not to topple the government. This demonstration is to indicate to Ghanaians.
In 2016 claims says auto electricity now say when young Kania say obi mismanage or minor. Today Napo is justifying why say yinya lies out. So that's it. Let me just leave this guy and move on. Pajo, former national chairman for PNC, and na ekronudin a title no emuye me du. Na ya ema me brese mebo. But he is a traditional leader, and now he is aspiring to lead the PNC as a flag bearer, and that is Honorable Bernard Muna. We are joining in the studios. Then we have still Solomon Wusu from Afrafranto Movement, a communication team member for Afrafranto Movement for Change with us. We're hoping Listo and Anakusipoku will join us. But let me put a JAPA document in the state capture. And then demonstration no nina fall under this topic. Yeah, ye be di state capture. Yemfa bibia, and now state institutions, state hotels under threat. Yeah, yeje mama omanfo. So monfanto ampamcho na monya ne ntemema me anche mema mo hu me winners omanfo a omo awini CMG sika achede CMD sika achede. Okay, so ofa all right. So my main go through a Japadia document, no, your fab portion. Be na ya juma. Okay, so page I am mama pages ne emra. Mama pages ne emra. So offer a year point 1. Maybe I'm sure a Japadia document no near the back a year the state capture. Offer point 1. Economic and financial sector control. So the economy and financial systems constitute the nerves of every country. Indeed, political power and economic control are linked in such a way that any group that controls economic might of a nation essentially controls its political power. At the same time, political power is virtually a condition precedent to economic and financial power in our country and Africa as a whole. So this is the document Akufo-Addo, Osaf Mafo, Gabi, Hakmo Swajiman, Bedia Tunom, Fremo Pare, Baumiano, the Omotrase. In fact, Baumian, the official document, Mukeke as a conduit just to use him for our agenda. Okay, so paragraph 2. Our agenda for political dominance will hinge on our financial might, and that is why they are stealing a lot. They need money. With that, because Muntemiye, they apart from money, they don't have any respect in society. So they are trying to amass wealth, and they think getting so much money. So listen to them. Our agenda for political dominance will hinge on our financial might. And that is why even they have the gas to enter into NDC to control some of the people. Okay. So we therefore need overwhelming control of the key economic growth pillars. Overwhelming. Obino Kasano say overwhelming. It's not like anybody here just a control, but a massive one. In Tigabi Betwete, somewhere last 3 years that they will rule for 40 years. Among Fantiasia, no. It's not say Omoteso for 40 years. But they will make sure that any party in power, no, the money in their hands, no, they bet me a throw off year is either you agree to dine with them or they bring you down. Okay. So our agenda for political dominance will hinge on our financial might. We therefore need overwhelming control of the key economic growth pillars of Ghana. Such dominance would assure significant inflow of resources to finance our political blueprint. Again, control of key economic and financial sectors will give unparalleled leverage in the periods we may not have direct political authority. That is what I was talking about. Okay, so with economic power, we could manipulate the system to generate an unfavorable economic situation enough to make any government of the day not directly under our control to become unpopular. The importance of a significantly large and stable financial firepower to finance the execution of our political and economic control project cannot be overemphasized. So they have point 1 to phase 1 overview. The first phase of the economic and financial sector control was to be implemented in Nane's first term of office. As we get closer to the end of the first term, we have set the ball rolling regarding the objectives set out in our first document. There have been difficulties, largely due to some pitfalls in our part. For example, the control of the electricity sector could have been handled better had it not been for the greed of some of the non-Achim elite we had included as cover. Again, the way some CSOs obtain vital information easily about the Japa project has resulted in them wrong-footing us and emboldening the opposition to jump into fray. We should, however, find some ingenious ways to overcome the opposition. So, changes in the leadership of most supervisory institutions, particularly the Central Bank and the Securities and Exchange Commission, has allowed for other blueprints to be implemented. For example, the financial sector cleanup successfully eliminated most banks with hostile ownership. And as we speak, right now, no Mamenka T4, they are looking forward. Some Babegu, NDK, SIC, savings and loans, OMIA 4. So Data Bank Services has been playing the role of transaction advisor in major government deals, while the enterprise group is the main insurer of the government assets. So this is about the state capture. Our international proxies are also playing their parts in accordance with our broad objectives. The insertion of Kelny GVG into the telecommunication space and the implementation of Unipass at Ghana's key entry ports are other notable successes of phase 1. The digitization of payment process through the implementation of the Ghana Quick Response Codes is progressing steadily and is getting impetus from the desire of banks to entrench digital banking in response to COVID-19. The Japan Royalty Special Purpose Vehicle implementation has been slowed by COVID-19, but is one that must not be allowed to fail. So notable setbacks occurred in the power sector as civil society and opposition NDC were able to galvanize enough public opinion against the renegotiated Ameri deal and the power distribution services takeover of the electricity company of Ghana. So it goes on and on and on and on. And there are other ones that analysis now will come back and analyze it. So I join you in the studio. Okay, so my main catch the quick Juma Bimra. Hello.
Hello.
Aja.
Good evening.
Good evening, Aja.
Good evening.
What do you do? I bet also. Sikana bet also.
Oh, me teach you.
Oh, sorry. I thought you spoke to my producer earlier, so maybe my producer knew you can speak. But that is not a problem. So I learned you have won CMG Scar, right? How much?
Yes, 500.
You have 500 on your phone. Yes. Congrats. How much did you invest in the raffle?
Oh, I played 10 cities.
10 cities. Is this your first time or you have been doing it?
Oh yeah, I'll be playing.
You have been playing?
Yes.
So this is your first time of winning?
Yes.
Oh, so since when have you been playing this raffle?
Come again.
Since when have you been playing?
Which one have I been playing?
The raffle.
I don't get you.
Since when have you been playing the raffle, the draw?
Oh, I've been playing for a very long time now.
For how long now? A year?
2 weeks. No, not a year. Hey.
That is what I want to know.
Why should I be investing my money into a close account?
Okay, you started just 2 weeks ago, right?
Come again.
You started like 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Now you have how much you won on your phone? 500?
5
million. Okay, all right. So just stay with us. CMG Scatcher there. We do it from Mondays to Fridays, and in fact Fridays are mega. Fridays we dash out 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. So just stay with CMG Scatcher there, and you'll be fine. You'll be the picture. You go chop. I can see you are happy.
Yeah.
At least you have 500 on your phone. You go fit buy light, you could pay your water bills and Charlie. If nothing at all, I go fit buy some 25 kilo rice, do some oil, then you get some frozen chicken atachi. That will be good for you. Master, look. Of course.
You are saying what
it's better using it to buy beer.
You are saying what you would have done with the money.
Yes, it's better using the money to buy beer.
Which beer? Tankwa beer.
All right, thank you. Maybe you are joining CMG Scatcher there no. 5 cities. No one process now. Star 413 hash. No one started process. You are good to go. And no them and no answer will call. So, Chairman, state capture and demonstration Okobi. State capture and Kufuado Bawumia.
First, 2 things I should mention. Aside, Michia Minua Solomon Owusu.
Yeah.
Former MPP member. On person Monfa former Nankan APC.
On Casa.
Former MPP member.
Your Excellency.
Nebuefu any party no. And then some huna party no yeah. But sometimes in a banner say a na movie ye ni ajepa. Was that time na na catch it almost say kwan na modi e fa no emboaye no. Na in term no modidi yen e won krom. But no, things are falling into place. Our more na omo no. Sesiano, omo catcher and senke nim dada, nke boamo, because ship no dear asenke dada. But we should be able to see how we will save the human beings. That is the rescue mission. Second, answer na me babe join protest no. Na me wo Sankana.
Sankana.
Wow.
And ye call Sankana na ye Kalibi Festival. Kalibi Festival. Sa festival probably, and when I was listening to the historians, Sankana record is that slave raiders no none omo intimate Sankana for. In other places, the slave raiders were able to conquer. They penetrated and they captured. But in Sankana, they were unable to penetrate. They suffered the heaviest defeat. And Sundiata Keita, I'm sure say Muamaya history kakra, Neba Samori Ture suffered the major defeat in their career of raiding people and their communities in Sankana. And when the remnants were running away, they got to Golu in the Sisala district. And Golu for also Etimi wall. And if you still go to Golu, our year campaigns, Utimi who say, Omo slave defense wall. In that defense wall, no, almost Etimi Jina wall Nechi in order to repel the slave raiders. And the final battle was won in Sandema when Babatu, that the last of Sundiata Keita named Mamo, was defeated in Sandema, bringing an end. This is how. So, but for Sankana, it was like they were on a marauding crash. So the historians continue to remind us that they don't know the power of the people of Sankana. But if you go, there were natural defense system. Your friend saying, Apim, is it your friend saying that be? Your friend had the other saying porcupine. My friend is saying Kotoko. In the rocks, no Kotoko no na omo war caves were. Say Ufi Sankana na Ujanea. They were very wild animals. Omo man ben, but somehow the omunim obia Ufi Sankana ukodra no mo biama.
Okay.
Into ukomwa, then they themselves will come and cover and seal the mouth of the rocks. Into opponent na bano, they don't see anybody. They see that the whole thing, one said the thing is like rock. And no man kasano, then they release their pins, arrows.
I say arrows.
Then they were afflicting the people. How that became was, and then young Crawford also then omunya opening, then they will shoot at the opponent. So the people did not get to see any person from Sankana no more. Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajimai, Obaba Yeni PhD, decided to go into research and did her research thesis from Sankana and Golu. And that enabled her PhD thesis and later published here. So much that her publication attracted UNESCO to be interested in the slave caves of Sankana. Until this weekend, the Sankanana and other elders of the palace invited Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajimai and Omosino Ohima in Sankana.
Na Sankana Ohima.
Yeah. Pirima. When say Piri means rocks. Nama eye mami inti mother of rocks.
Mother of rocks.
Inti they have given her the heart of the rocks of Sankana to go out there and prosecute Bibia Obetimiaye. Of course, The Greater Accra Regional Minister is the Siambogona of Sankana, and he was enskinned in 2019, and PLO Lumumba was enskinned Tangwana of Africa in 2022. So we did that coronation, and you should watch the beautiful scene. Titus Esa na Mami Esa. I'm sure that later your producers will put it on the show for others to see. But evidently, this was Saturday, Sunday, na yese me. Membeka demonstrators no ewa Accra.
Yeah.
And so there was no direct flight from Wa when him say normally on Tuesday. Monday, so there's no flight available. And I say I should take VIP bus. Normally it's 5 p.m. Then you are expected to get to Accra around 3 to 4 a.m. So we left Wa at 5 p.m. Bobby, unim Dodge 1 hit 3 free. Dodge 1. Yes. You dodge 1 and you hit 3 for free. And it's better not to dodge so that you just hit. Because dodgy back way, you know, there's no way you avoid the next 3 potholes. So from Wa, we are expected to be in Accra by 3 a.m. At 6 a.m., I feel Yedru Kumasi.
Hey.
Yeah.
From 5 p.m.
to 6 a.m. I feel Yedru Kumasi. So, in order to participate in the protest, I had to call the airport in Kumasi, jump out from the car, run to the airport to be on standby. Luckily, I was able to get the 720, your friend saying, Passion Air to Accra in order to come and participate in the protest. Yet, when the Minister for Roads was going to the Upper West region, Minister for Roads, he went by flight. How do you then get to see the deplorable nature of the roads so that you can work on it? And to say, Obia, overfull, now see, go to the farm, then you go and do fishing. You are in the fish and at the sea. How will you be able to determine whether there is drought or not? You are not the minister responsible for aviation or transportation. You are minister responsible for roads. And for you, in order to ascertain the level of road development in this country, you should go by road to most of these places. So I want to urge Asanso Boache, say, next time so Babeko in the Upper West region, he should go through what we have gone through. Fortunately, Onenekano will be V8, so he will be able to participate in the involuntary dance. The Dodge 1 get 3 for free, hit 3 for free. Onyano sir, I'm sure sir, he will come and inform President Akufo-Addo, say, some people somewhere in the Upper West region, in the Savannah region, are in dire need of better routes na omunyan and tem so that the people can get development. And Tibobi and Ramibesia from the airport, I went straight to the protest ground. And Metimiaka say, the turnout was mammoth. It was tumultuous. And
it was what?
Tumultuous. And I'm a bro from Nenya.
Oh,
Nenya Mesa.
I am Mesa, me woo.
Nenya Mesa. Maybe me
oh, my red work.
I don't know. I will overcome but the wound, the me who says here. Me who says here, a mouth. Because you need my fighting spirit.
Sure.
So, yes, see mo efi Labadi Beach. Walk through Nagana Fojina who said the hotels are in shape apart from Lapam. They are doing some rework on it. But they are doing rework so that they can sell. They are doing rework on the hotel.
Not to operate.
Not for them to operate to, so that they can now give it out to Obi.
Almost yes,
Atom. And yes, or Moton, Eddie Ache. Now, you see, all the way, There was no disturbance whatsoever. At the end, Ghana for police. Mona Mokachire Obia say the protest will terminate at the Christ the King. And yes, sir. And Yamina Meka will be. Omwankasa in their release said that the protest will terminate at the Christ the King. And just in front of the Fiesta Residency. Baby, there is a junction before Obetimiako Christ the King.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, before the National Development Planning Commission on the right and Fiesta Residency is to the left.
Sure.
Now, you have barricaded the place. So the crowd, knowing very well that we have to get to Christ the King, were surging to come forward because Munamoka said Christ the King. So, fortunately, which is not normal and usual of me, I was one of the first persons to arrive at the scene, as if I knew that this commotion would come. Mekodu, when the crowd was pushing the barristers, I was one stopping the people, and they were listening to me, Commander. Now Obia ATM. Then from nowhere, pepper spray.
Oh.
From nowhere, pepper spray. Direct in my face. No provocation. Direct in my face, and of course, it went out. So other persons who were affected now started saying, so they started throwing water around that area. They were throwing. Me, I was affected by the pepper spray. No, I still did not want the thing to degenerate because when you say a planet that they should degenerate the very successful thing. So I started jumping. Me who say to be I jumped and come to you. I was running everywhere, holding people and telling them, calm down. The distance between here and then your friend saying, Christ the King, no. And what they are. So if the police say we should not go there, it's not a problem. After all, the government official too cannot even drive and come. It's all okay. The person would have also participated. Oh, there's here. So I don't have a problem. Since the Ghana Police Service is behaving like a law unto itself, we should allow them to do so. Massa, this foolishness of some police officers must stop. And the IGP must call his troops. If some of us also joined the security services, probably would have been COPs. What do you say? Would have been COPs. They have no better qualifications than we do. They are not older than we are. In some of them are doing, they should know that we have grown beyond it. Some of us, our societal standing is far better than them. But they should know. Say, being a police officer today, you were a civilian before. You retire and you become a civilian. They will retire and become civilians. And if they are not careful, they will have no friends. With this kind of foolishness, because you are wearing, look, answer an Obaba Greater Accra Regional Commander. No, some people have been there before.
Better people.
What do you say? Some people have been there before. So you rising there, go and check the number of people that you see. They are all XXXXS. They are no more there. Have you checked their fate and how they are surviving? You will not be in uniform forever.
Bernard, what makes you think any IGP and instructor?
So even IGP, who IGP? Go and check the number of people that have been IGPs before.
I don't go to IGP. I don't know Ghana.
Go and check.
I don't go to Tokoko Street. You
what do you say?
Disagree.
What do you say? You are not the first to become IGP. And so no position is permanent. Some people sat there before you came.
Yes, of course.
So people should stop abusing their offices. Some ones of the police officers are of us. Yeah. They are just in uniform. And then when anytime you are trigger happy, you want to, because somebody is in power today, you want to use that to abuse citizens. Defied any logic. Will the police start investigating?
No.
Will they start investigating that the near pandemonium was caused by the police? Say, they are keeping quiet. I don't get it. But if the police are happy, say, near a Japadier, does the police service generate revenue? Ghana Police Service, do they generate revenue? What you say? The Ghana Police doesn't generate revenue. So revenue must be generated from somewhere in order that the Ghana Police Service is paid. The army doesn't generate revenue. In fact, none of the security services generates revenue.
They are consumers of revenue.
You consume revenue. And some of the institutions that will generate that revenue for you to be paid are being sold. And citizens are rising to protect that. So that you being an expenditure, that expenditure will have a source that will support it. Because you are in uniform and the state has empowered you with pepper spray and what have you, you can just put it on people. Look at the number of casualties that we had. And in Kabua Bako, one policeman, you will see them issuing statements. And you know, I was right there with the Director General of Operations. Sraj. At the time that the commotion started, he was taken away, far away from the commotion. When you were supposed to be the person issuing instructions so that the commotion will stop. Now would you watch Johnny Akojina baby? Oh, Chile. Do you understand? Your people took you far. He was not near us. Commotion no subsided before they came. So you see how the world is. The persons that have been empowered to help the situation, rather they flee from the point. I was running. If you watch the videos, I was running left, right, and center, holding people. Take it easy. I did not run away from it.
The police security persons
were running away from it.
No, but Suraj and Ghanese Osro, or Ghanese Yashesha.
I mean, these things don't help.
So the Raj is not running away because he's afraid. He's running away because Lord Kominoma Freno. Lord Komi Yarefo no da all my pro and so dampaso my instructions all man friend from presidency in this region o jira ba bia me prepare mo keke enye bia usuro
why na onim Carlos von Brazil onim no say our deputy chief of staff
von Brazil
on deputy chief of staff Carlos von Brazil. Your friend Aduma boss man. Oh no.
When you say Anglophone, what me sure more because you know them no. Now you say you don't want pay to me never year mo bibi.
I tell you.
I tell you. But I don't. But Von Brazil say me nim Von Brazil. You know them so well that
no, I dare not for me and Von Brazil displayed. He displayed show of maturity.
Times
because Obia Owo Hono. I mean, on himself Obia Nim. Obaye, I saw him. Oh, Honorable Hayarga. What do you say? Fifi Kwete. Oh, Okujeto. He
no, they instruct from in there, then they come and play friendship.
You could see that. You could see that. In fact, the first batch of people that they came.
You have never trusted them.
No, of course I don't trust them. But I'm saying that the first batch of people that came, minimo biya wo mumu. So I asked whether these are the people coming to receive the petition, and one of the police officers said yes. So meko jina ablakwa ayarga, mama ayarga mo, and I said, if these are the people who are coming to receive the petition, let's go back. It was after that and Carlos von Brazil ebaye.
Come the national service for the
Maza, I don't think that they are qualified national service. I tell you.
All the national service for the
Maza Diba Miasa, and I said, wait, mo yam from Mamo Dene. So later, and I'm going Carlos von Brazil. Of course, and when he came, oh, you know, the way he related, the public imagery was good. But I'm saying that. So what was the stupidity of the police in this action? That they have pepper spray, so they want to test the use of the pepper spray. And I make a commander Ahin. As a commander, look at the troops you have brought and look at the crowd that is here. If this crowd decide that they are going to surge on you, how many bombs will you throw?
You can't throw. You
think that in throwing the bombs, we will not be able to bring down some of your officers and take their shields and probably take away the guns? But can you imagine that when you are shooting at us and we also are able to take your guns, what it will mean? So stop that thing. You go for peacekeeping, you go for international training, and this is not the etiquette that you are taught. If this is how you are taught policing, I bet you come and sit at home. We are better than you. Oh, me ni Brian Achampong on TME.
And after a free demonstration at hotel, no, fantastic.
Me ni Brian Achampong on TME.
Oh, say the immune ya dry.
I don't think that anybody hates you, but you hate yourself.
Why?
Brian Champo. And you know where Rock City no hotel no. And you know na Marty say wato busy internet styling it into a hotel no. And you know na Marty say Okakoto Royal Cozy Hotel, affectionately called Jiraba Dubai no.
A Cozy Hotel
near Papa no Mokokun ya Nansai in the Upper West region.
Wow. Brian.
Yes. Auntie, naturally say you are good to go.
Yeah.
Where is this greed coming from? Where is it coming from? Abba. Sometimes you look at it and I don't understand. Sincerely, I don't understand.
The greed,
the level of avarice, greed. Wait, look, and Sembi Oha Untiminka. But Brian Achampong, at the time that he was said now Ministry of Interior, and he called Boo Nipa Bebre in the Ayawaso by-election. Say okay.
Oh, the National Security Minister.
No, Minister of State at the Ministry of Interior. So, sir, there was a vow. Sam George and others were beaten. Obianim say NDC4. Ye Brian Achampong as Minister for Agriculture, Omonto Abamano. Oh, I know that's the same way now. But Omonto Abamano. So that immediately after that, if you go and check the support Brian Achampong gave to some of the NDC people to retain their primaries. So you have money. Now, say state hotels are not doing well. Must you buy them? Assuming they are not doing well, must you buy them?
But Oyawa said the president is incompetent to get it back on its feet.
This foolishness of say state assets are not doing well, they must be sold. Meaning baby if you buy it.
State capture. And I will discuss it.
Yes.
State capture.
I don't know baby if you buy it. Okay, Temawa refinery.
So you don't know state capture.
Maybe. Only Temawa refinery.
Aye.
Papa now yes CEO. Claimed that the company was not doing well. But the emolument continues to be on the rise. The company is not doing well. But your salary increased. Your V8 and the specification increased. Your allowances and your travels also increased.
That's because it is possible.
Of course.
It's possible to capture. And no one will stop.
So it is possible it
is possible to capture. And Ghanaians, it is possible for Ghanaians to keep quiet.
Tor is deteriorating, but the CEO
was living large.
Yes. Skyrocketed.
Until Wayesa Avia. Now we see. Now I call for me the company. now coming to buy the Tema Oil Refinery that or no as CEO or say it was non-profitable. Oh yes.
What is that case? Union for
into the Union for Minia Bernard Odromo,
the former CEO. Now wants to buy.
They want to buy Tema Oil Refinery.
In fact, company now.
The company 3 times. You say na union aba. No, mo say company now. No, ma ko change. No, ma sign contract.
Some go to with them all.
Answer no mo yumbi. Minyen say yana. Minyen say yana. Bobo. Minyen say.
Well, obudi na na na.
I'm serious. It is answer me. Look, it got to a time now. Seminar pro. The Attorney General had to look at the agreement and cancel it and said stop the sale.
That time.
Nebong. But Sasi you know instantly nkasesi amenu ekasenka odafiase. Because it meant that he deliberately was running down Tema Oil Refinery in order to provide a platform to buy.
Do you know why on the fiase?
It's possible.
Because it is possible that the president and vice president are behind.
But it's not far-fetched. We are
possible. They are in cahoot.
China for your baby refinery. Why refinery?
How do you think that when we have a refinery that is time tested, it's not profitable? Until refinery business is not profitable. But you go and allow a private man to come and do a refinery. Now the tankers are back to collapse your own local tankers. Deliberately, President Akufo-Addo, you appoint CEOs to the state hotels. So that these CEOs are behaving like the Tema Oil Refinery CEO, running down the hotel so they can sell unto themselves. In doing so, of 14 years, Okokwe Goldie, your friend said, Labadi Beach Hotel, they made losses only in 2 years. Into 12 out of 14, no, Labadi Beach Hotel made profits and accounted for dividends and gave money to the state of Ghana. That money, part of it was used to pay the foolish men in the police yesterday who were throwing tear gas. The profit from that place is enabling them to be paid their salaries.
Sir, private man be far. That's kind of maybe.
So the ability to appoint or to even get more police people will be reduced. So we are not doing this.
This is what
they are doing. So we are fighting so that some of these state institutions can continue to survive. Otherwise, but all the time you tell us, and because maybe I mean who daily graphic, almost GDP has grown by 4.7. Do you understand what it means to say GDP has grown? Your wealth has grown. Do you understand? Obia, your wealth has grown is the person who goes to borrow money.
Borrow money. Now your friends farming are you from Ukraine?
Me see, the person whose wealth has grown and is increasing is that person who goes to borrow money. You are borrowing 3 billion. They are giving you 350 million Ghana cedis. And then you are not able to dollars. You are not able to meet the conditions precedent so that you get 350 million. And yet your economy is growing. Who is controlling that wealth? Sometimes, you cannot say, then I say that the economics we went to school to learn, no, we are not applying. Because to apply, when you say gross domestic product has grown, what it means is that the wealth of the nation has grown. How come that the wealth of the nation has grown and sometimes you go and borrow to come and pay salaries?
It tells you, say, and you're not correct.
Ain't it? So I think that President Akufo-Addo, after a protest, will take steps to discontinue the state capture by handing over the hotels back to Senate to operate. Even that, TUC, Monsore, You are too docile. Kojoban, you are too so docile. Be active. The TUCs to start now asking that, look, instead of you constituting Senate to come and manage the hotels, we can manage the hotels. And let the TUC appoint their own people and see whether these hotels will suffer the kind of losses that they are suffering. State assets, we add on to, we don't dispose of. I give you 2 companies. Only Museums and Monument Board. They chose a young man to become the CEO of Museums and Monument Board. Meeting in the interview be, I say Dana, only Nadam for be a coy baby or mode mano. Say Uncle Yejumano, Omoko Druyan and Nadam for Nibisano say, does President Akufo-Addo hate you so much? Now, Bibia says, what are they bringing you here to come and do? His response was this: President knows my capacity, so he wants me to transform the place. Even as they have done some things that I think that is to twist our history. Uko the museums, and you go to the monuments, and near Omaya, you can see that when you empower an efficient person, he does a great job. Minima akwano fi bebia. So ni minua David Asante. Afak.
Yeah, Afak.
So ni David Asante. Yeah. David Asante was taken to Ghana Publishing Company. Okodure hano na oho eye tan na ye fi was dusty. Everybody said, David Asante, ejuma bebre a wa ye ama Afak yi. Is that the reward President Akufo-Addo can give you, to go and throw you in the dust? Go and see Uhu Publishing Company of Ghana. Look at how beautiful it is. You see how beautiful it is? That young boy has transformed the publishing company into one of the nicest buildings. Wapentino, Wasisa Nyama Bebre, he has brought in new equipment. The company is flourishing. So the solution to state companies that are not doing well is that you look for energetic people who have a future and who have a vision. They will transform it, not to sell. Rock City Hotel is not making any profit.
Really?
By the evidence from Ghana Revenue Authority, Rock City Hotel is not making profit. Of course, they could be doing smart accounting, declaring losses, and therefore would not be able to pay taxes. And yes, sir. But Obianim say Rock City, as soon the only time Rock City is able to get 50% patronage is during the Easter. Beyond that, Rock City and they have less than 10% patronage. So, but they are paying electricity bill, they are paying water bill. The overhead will not reduce because the overhead will continue to rise. Swimming pool cleaning and detergents and in your man.
Now, even water bill, no, light bill, no, as whether a legal connection.
Yeah, that's right. And also, me know you are doing in that question.
Now, so Rock City, no, but now, no, water and lighting, now, illegal.
In the face of all that, no, Rock City is not making profits. It has never declared dividends. It is money that they are putting in. And Rock City is interested in buying hotels that are doing well, so that Obitimi at the end cover the expenses of that place. Final submission. Minim Bobby, but yeah, called school kakra. We read a book called Economics Without Tears. I think by Edward also.
Economics Without Tears. Not here, stadium at you, I'll try.
Economics Without Tears. Yes. If you anti police forward, where are they going to receive their money? They should travel from Lora to Bolgatanga, and now they should travel from Lora to Tamale. Inti Bosumdiano. These are the people who travel to go and collect money. So you put up some of these places. Until the banks in Lora will not make profit, but banks in Tamale, in Kumasi, in Techima will make profit, so that you would use that to balance off or to offset. If you don't understand these basic economics, I recommend Economics Without Tears by Edward Osu. And that's it.
Chaze, boom, state capture.
Dear, a woman say Monday, movement for change, ye launch a GTP, movement pick. Invite him now, or Chamante, invite him, say, Ombran one church, Economics Without Tears, Wakai, any state capture in Yano, Ebekano. Man in Yam because a buyer, Waba, was said that dear Japade book on all the Ghana constitution at baby. I don't know how to draw the constitution, how be a capture minor sanity. Now, Obekaya, a buy win the buyer at Chimota Forest. State capture now, I'm free, Senate in Guao.
Yeah,
or buy no dear call at Chimota Forest. Anna, baby, I'm going for one buying or much a fine. Tihono, or my Benny on the plot room, Minister seen now on the plot room.
I say, you know, I'll go through or more.
Oh, my cherry, one of the recipe. As I say, I tell you, said, oh, what dear woman, just who's the womb, or what I say, one of the recipe. I'll go for the Indian assassin or very resident. How would you appoint an Indian assassin or very resident? And that was the beginning of the state capture. State capture me no to so. Obviously e kwa ko bia de bia friend e Japan royal e wo London. Ye mbie no krom ha o. Anotino ya sesa $12 million. Say ye di kwa ko bie ye the company ne cost stock exchange. Na ko yira.
Saska na we.
Ayira wo mu botoma egu omo di. Omo chele
$12 million.
Omo di free. Omo di free. Ah, nankofo gunsa one prisoner. Okowi abode o, owi abanche, owi akoko, owi ansuo, wo dansa one prison. Ya wo sankofo ya, wo mani $1, omo besidi. Na omo momu sa tuefo. Wo mo na esa so administer justice. Wo mo na atwa justice no so amaye o. Wo mo ma fa man no. That was the second state capture. State capture. Yes, ye baba a sky train. Ye kwa ko hwehwem se ye baba ye sky train. Many ye kwa ha ni memusa ba no madi $2 million.
Yeah.
Ye do wulu ya ba. Me se kwa ye kwa ba ko for $2 million. Ya dane ne fantastic capture. Because for them no sika hwe ho a ye to nyomi se sika ne be me. Sika no ne be ma. E jo se ye chi sika ne free yesem. Eno mama mema dane ma okuba because nipa ne be sore be se gu nimpa ene na ne table so no. Wontumi ntua nti o ka se ye kasa kro wontumi nka bi. Wontumi nye sika kro ntofi wo no ba krom. The be no ne kufu ado ba betwe manso. That is the state capture. Yet kroma ana PDS electricity kakraka me nyinim kania sankofo ya ekofaye e rane ne se nyompe omuye no sa de bre se ya monyimo ade
ya twika adodi
ya twedi e muske yenim be biafa akodi o munchen ya ti ha kind of orientation will transfer 52 million Ghana cedi from Ghana Commercial Bank to an unknown account up to date yentumi account for Saskano. Who baby? Yes, see, your transfers come from one account to an unknown account when you know. Menu me
Sikana yira.
Ayira. And the Kufuado. Sikana yira. State capture. Me bano wanda na walking. Yes, see, ye kwako ye Pualugu Dam. Na ye di irrigation na ye nuane ama na ba me nyina edibi. Odon kwako disika. $12 million and also ayira. State capture. Menu me no ti ha. Yes, ye kwako di tax. What's your tax homra? Tax bia obegia. Ne bua dis obegia ni yenye.
Yeah.
Yet wala SML was so akoje 1 billion every year state capture. And the SMF when they capture say sika ne ma omo. As you see,
a call you.
And to find the corner. And I know American Libro ni fita minini dinko wono no chere say musika nya ye ko Guyana.
Really?
Ko Guyana a common knowledge. Said this administration, this president, and in the Bushia, or capture the oil sector and all the sectors of Guyana. O mana yeni sika umuno. Ya dia ko state capture da Bushia on say, o my Japan terminal 1 na nesi oda no. baby I don't first by fuck up routine. How many running is here? The Sikana bomb, Magda or Ghana government. State capture. Now be coming back down here, then in front of and a real power brokers. Essentially, Quabra, now mean himself, I dear bar, you hundi palmable, Sanko Foy, ya ought to be a more hotel more and a war. Yet here, and you see a dear by very COVID. State capture, Croya, no young walk of her, near propose a deal, or the company of this airport, your friend Frontiers. No, what Chichi Ghana, Masika, $94 million. Now you see my buying Ghana government, only $5 or $6 million.
6.
And it's Ghana away. State capture ni eka wasem ubusa gwagwadma menua wase onimu o ye busa ye fresiama transport minimo ye gobusa Paul Adamo chiro se minimo ye busa president kwasasem ngwa na mo ka kire wa sama na beji sika no na we na nkofo gunsa wo mu a ede ntine ni se ye yi omomo there is no reason why also
there we we na police ni yetimi afra wo presidency akacho say enkrofo bi ko demonstration ko bu wo mu
na wo so aba
na wajimiye
wo bosome nkura yenyin se
wajimi no be your my way say
na that wo fetu sutu sari pada wo ma san kwa sua odes no say hey mudi o ma lewu wajisika no ko anything ayese obi a capture sector dia ma no tunya Brian so check ya challenge ho akodim adia na ye di ebiti no anya me so check ya
adwuma ya di no
adwuma ya di me ye nimi ya was less than 6 months to go they be old man apo uri aja ye be ho so ya bodam time ko me so be capture senate that is it man 6 or check ya tunya wo e de kabebe fi
wa drop on
no wa fa phone na kwabla ye de bia ye fa Labadi Beach o Labadi Beach de bia aboma se bem room bia under hoda unless on person catch Labadi Beach hotel no o mo de bia bedidi no o mo di free no mo free because de bia be ko bia why ma de na catch say boka no mo o dictate financial chese de bia
this is vibrant who expatriates around
this is the bia hotel bia no efe anase mu de tisa ho ya ko Friday Saturdays ya ni anena ni afifa
ya mo fa bi wo fam
o be de se o be fam kwa bla ya mo fam nya sa kro no be bitimo
over ya fam emfa
o ma jibuti o sam ka jo agubo de no ko so ya
fam emfa
o be jibuti ya o mo jibuti no mo ko bie sandbox e wo pona no ho na kwasia da ko na go
mo fa wan sa asini nyi
o ma won ko ko fo ma ye bio o ma ye bi pa
o ma fa wan sa asini nyina
back up na it to be so dangerous e be man go fo yi afom ho di yes our man there will be no country because I been na me hu say go fo is bi awi a na visa o ma me chance me wi amoro de omo de
da ye ne na misuro no
no but you see
say Joma nya opportunity say Alan nya opportunity first 3 months 4 months 5 months no action aman for do mo beji there will be no Ghana
dia ye ke tie kufu do ye se ora la jamati ba be no opportunity now wa be this answer huri na ba betu praises ana me ni mo me
what I mean is say after 3 months
after 3 kwa
na bibia
1 month ni po bebre
bia be wi abi
masa
yeah
bibia be wo bia area no capture because you go for we si bia kire Ghana for si bi wi sika ye tumi mema ya beti so no o manya om say tem o ko London Dubai ni America mo live it say Jeff Bezos o mo no rob shoulders ti de bi o here dollars na me no ti when was the last time $600 ti de bi ase di bo etiri so an say depreciation of the dollar of the cedi me so bi sika me di cedi enunti na ejapade a esomo yesi yaton ye ko hwe mu nso a wosi mewu ble en na busuan so capture ni mo
yes
and no kwa na metia se no so fa ni wo se capture obi e capture kobra won capture na de koma ko vie ya paki kwa otu se ewia de besie bi ezi adwuma no ma hye o sa ho ba oye aban foforo na ba we ye court adom beko court ro o judges ne go o ma packing say bim so the Ghanaian must rise up wani mu ma ba be nyini aba be ka kire ye ma se papa no ma mobra
ni wa papa e
kronfo complete kronfo kwabna because omu to opposition omu ni baw why na wa ban we mu enne wo me na beti so opposition asamis wa parliament wa na ewia gba be di ansa na wa ko ye program no mu ba di e to di krom tumi to
na that time asempa from pyramid ya ton sa no ma kan se kwabna twen
many chairman so bi obisi o ba na be asie hon mo a parliament is in session e bi ma ba be kire no manyi bi atodi
o fa me de minim wo mo se you know
na san kofo ya sa be da o mo ka kire se o mo ye ye fa se skafo amantamu a be tia se nyi
kofo time no kra de na nya abufu because kofo say time no ofo bi se kra du apraku no aboni degrees da or ye adwuma wa abrochire ofa SK buaf no won chambers
that is it
in opposition ofa we ya won adwuma kakra bi ofa we ya we say ha we gwache ja kokora no no
ya America o di pa kakra
ye but when we there
from zero
and kwasiafo from top to down
take campaign from here zero to hero we mu there bi no
kwasiafo from top to down from penny to akola any yenimo mo okro mu amon nam ko
mu lika pre yo manya nyina ekro no sika eye pure tivri na se wo security personnel wo nwene ho wo tembe okra wo sibi onyonko wo yemba wia man sika no instructor so koto tear gas and as a pepper spray egu innocent go for mo ye demonstration protect wildlife wo so Jimmy na ko onuma dey very positive defiance eno tie beba so sa na nye we kwa no mo capture wo eja pade no ka de na ye ma na gefi so mo abadaye ono ba na de ken GVG abeshem esla
when we were fun kra che mo nyina
wo de abeshem wo kana wa konkon pade nei
asle usinam ayi asalam down also near pyramid house
yes
na nyumrebe na asle usinam ti free MVP so no cross kwa na ni mu ache mienu na ne na se fi o cross gota na ko ekufo de fie wa
when
sata no se sa ai gas ai stretch no so mu Germany bi
yes
so usu and there was since I said chichi kiki esro no jata usesibosi su gold eslo usu
kwabna hwan na mbe wi sika okromwa ana wo motumi aya omu wia na mo asofo yi omo so ko galam sei bi hemfu ya ye bi ana omo tape omu nyina nto bi atun kasa because omu so be kasa na omo release tape am say o ga kai ye be yuto. How can we build a country like that? Ebe dey try to chiro my sir na me hu ye kwab na ye nyine ne so obi a wo ben in fear ye friends edioso no 70 years no na ga wo ya be wu so. Because after 70 years, they can hear extra time. To be a person who have been papa and the rock for the DBT in Ghana for Nina, Papa Nini. On Vausika, only taste. Say any taste, half an hour. Meaning the president, Rubemua. While Ben, your test, I got you, or
when you are the crazy.
Genesis here.
O tabe ma omu book or ma attach your book, Machiavellian. And among other books, omu reading who say uwa. Asasi we are so from baby o wa betimi adigene yes e wa mutrim e wa kwadu
to omo fa no agodi ahini o baby from
omo wo idea say enipa wu a wo nwu ye there is another world asasi wa mutrim no
sankofo we pa kire ni panyansa but yet do mu no say baby omo disika ni konya obi anim eno ti Ghana fo no a mo so ana omo ya defo ni obi anyo defo omunya no look edu baby na here Akufo do high no position rally crop kwa no Cape Coast no tumi go here sika no way now let's go or say you don't know that you don't have funding and ebuso ana wodi bia ma running mate flat bearer no a wono de on de oba akwa de wanya no ho atam to ohia wa so kwa na wadidi no or to the bottom 400 or the amount
ma ayi no mo fa nka ho item na atena joma ma sie no Akufo do mana fa ho nyina
oh na se ye no na si mutala ka sa asem yi wo TV3 mutala na ka kire mi I said the baba ko friend attended ye. And I put a lot of tea for 15 minutes. What did not tell me to say the papa be your president. I'm one of your friend the first family, you know, or who quite so capture temnatre. Wafa or Jimusika. Now we are biased, sir. Now after 1 month, what about president?
Na me
na
o frame me phone so edidi matem. Ada ban besesa. Adana na me gina ofie kwa no.
Da say we dey.
Ebra me enkonto kwa.
No, oni emugamo wo pie ya no yiwa ta.
Ebra
eyemugamu. Na me no
ba pani so firi mampon. Ye nyina ye fie be ka mo nkirimu ama kronu be se.
Eduane mo say e very restaurant there say.
I suppose.
I heard about be change go for go di free. Look. Oko asama ni baby bebra. O say ba sisa toilet ye capture.
Yo.
Adabai no ebe sesa no. I'm telling you, it's a Ghana for now. Ebe capture Japadia go for a year. Take it from me. Now Timothy Forest are Indian Sieno. I was assassinated down Pino. Ye be show more maybe Simudai. Says I said that. Yeah, you answer a Ghana for. And you take a trimpa or the buyer, and then Nisa Koyase or May Japadia.
But let me ask you this. Me who baby, me young Wajuma, I'm here to establish that you say a year omo ebugu baby ana remonache you know
it's trade fair yes
somebody am company be on the BC apartments.
Oh yes,
private apartment
and then to me the panankasa no ni sika also reason no aye den amano.
Are you sure?
Oh yes, a private apartment and yet trade fair be and you be redevelop it. Take it from me. Why need trade fair?
Because me call baby nra anaju na Lebanese ni bi ne China ni di nkomo then I overheard
enye trade fair bia no mba besie e ya apartment ana nipa no kra na equity a isika also raise no problems abaho ana kan sinsemu na wo sa trade fair no entokwa ne okan ala nya wo ho no o be na mana bo mu a o be ba woni ma say sika no ngofo bi e de to mo nkwa na omo de to ne nkwa na
omo the trade fair ya apartment
erizana ko obi enu oba be trade fair say ye ba be si do na wo trade be no mo ye han mo ba be e ho fair wa obi enu tama wo ye njenyi na wo refi say baby a psychiatric hospital we asylum da hoyi asylum yi psychiatric yi ya to me ye say yen konko yi hospital for ne doctors
see no ya so ma afa
half o mo say o mo na bodam for ne kwa kwotera ye be fa half no ma fa
yes ya kin for that.
Oh yes ya apartment yen for man say capture ediwe na wo na utim so ye Ghana ni you are a proud Ghanaian okay I'm a proud Ghanaian how proud Ghanaian mama 2x4 for we aba be say Japanese wo man ni nyina baba bi anim
na se mo sumo ka ho
ye ka ho kwa na ye ka ho tell me kwa wuntini ye ka ho tell me kwa wuntini na wo so me wi aduma 2008 ye prevent ku for so be kan ni
na se me da me 2008 na me jam ho
ana ka se 2007 no na wo pere se ye di se ma ekufo do be fra biara
me ka ya mo se me ya kola bone
ana ye eno na no rala nchema ncheda be ka se ye ten around the house of clock e ka sa de nensi hwe papa di no fe hwe de oba be Ghana
no but trade fair de na em won
enye trade fair nko he me se nyoma o ma ye okrum ha no na omo ya de omo ye ne se wa omo nim so be kasa ne ma obi ya ba here look na trade fair nko na oka ko busa ho 37 bia DVL fo yi wonye police fo we amo so makosi eda wo ko benya no ho mu de de ona ma mo why mu ye dia ma mo DVL ho ba 37 ho nyina no o mu nyina be ko because you see police fo nyina ba be ko ho amu na sase ne o mu dia abusu antemfa eti mu kwa na mbese mu de da kire mu ka se mu na mo ni atia na
simple
hey na yeti krom ha obianu a wo kasa aka kire mu se aye yie asofo hyira echia mo a instead of so me bompa say nyame be kla mu nyina no ye bompa say nyame be mo adwene o ma adwene mo san koso anwia bompa ya mbom mo imam fo hyia mo a da bia mo na mo organize prayers say mo ba ye adwuma mo be ka kirenya Allah say one class agofu akrofo no mo say mo kwatete
o makofa na ntwa be gina wa ko aguno so no mo akanche anu abu ahwe o mo say yakum atamfo
can you imagine
kwasi ase wo
mani a mu wi o mani sika babla yi wo mo no o ka mo nsam no a na edu ba bia o so reason
ayi fie no mbekwa a na oyonko osmo nkofa snap bra na no nsamanfo gm
snap na
bia gm ya munyi mo achigira pa gm
asiase mo nko
ya gm de bia mo ko wi bia mo famra gm
wo say ya fia o maje
omo boys bi titi ahimfie wa omo de enkukoti na ntweti omobra jimi de bia ntomasi ne bura omo na tiem pia wa ye ni nyina
o ma pede envelope mano
wa ye ni nyina pia yesi ahimfie ni bi wo kura no a se boys no wan sese wo mu yi a okwa ye ma ontra ni mu o tra chiri enti de na nakasa wo jeso no o sese boys no adwuma omo ya no omu nya dwume papa bia kwase ayeka PhD asbazi PhD eyeche Dutch enso nkola agwa himfie omu nya dwume ko school ontimi ntwiro ndin de onima ayere na na pia
wajiko
na pia
na de wo be pia
kwase asem nko ejimisem abodam sem
obetwa from adopakosi anwumre
chai
subaya te ho ano
chai
dan ye asem yi ba de me koti akom de twa me sunu kwase ekuobu asante bate from Democratic Ashanti Youth asede ade ya okuye to de esi asante fo ne akanfo so se o tata om
evon
te se wo mu ko fan kwase afo so o mu hwe wo mu ma dwunu mu da kakra o
evon
yes so ye nuanum fo esu pe business too much na ye ya boys ya ko jisika say oh ye organize press conference that just say dia counter demonstration hwan kwase
no ukija tori yanso obuwa mu so mu yipa eroro yazo ukija tori no obuwa mu so yipa
wona wuti wo sika o se etumi di baba ye adwuma ye keje tia phase 2 ye we ma wo bebu no a wuti kumase wuti asantimante mu hoto no ye di sika no baba betron obi akope 1000 Ghana cedis e the microphone si wa no be kase ye tata akanfo a na wo so waba be kasa nkwasesem we si yintie ejana omo ye sa nioma no ba ni nyina ne se we ya akoduro momo nya ho hwe ere kufuado eno ana no otwa
wonu ade ye mi hu pa sunyane onse sunyane airport na nche ono na school bi o
yes
omo to abu school na gu e de si hostel.
Can you imagine?
Yes. Oh, we have the video here.
Ebe you there hono me hu hotel no me hu
omo to school na gu e de si omo
chese ko fu we pass there is no tomorrow. And it omu wi omo be gira Ghana for kon wa breaking the age and omu ye bibia say omu the electoral commission na kia ya ni chichim Ghana sa aba we to ye mistake wa ya start about 7 a.m. anopa by 7:30 na wono wakra Ghana wakra na nanom watwa na nam wonse do we ye mistake sa aba we ya ekoto no we ye least mistake obetwa na nam wonse do because ebufo na wo system no kwabra enkofu bu omabufu no omso ka ya hwe omo enkosi 7 December I had the last time wa or opportunities of a punishment. Uko ye mistake. Oh, police station. Message 7 o'clock. Start by 7:30. We a first casualty. Ube farm bounce obituary. Near no ko. It's as a sub body we can never go unpunished. And ubenya a whole security setup was say one no dear. Sikai also the ya at the panel. Ye kwako ye who will be the running mate. Nina narrative because bonye na koso no doso hwese education ministry enko so akotwa 84 million I'm a busy internet so on my secondary schools internet abra internet
ni o much is can
na boso me bia ye say 11.1 million
how much is
why adey how
how much is can
na sa de fun na me da so tipa to me dem atrem
much is can
to shiawa no to okon hodom wa ono ofre wa kwaso ampani o so ya bra office say the office papa bitim
na me kra de omumu bia ni wa from Akufo to Dawa kan se ma o da kwa pe de o fere kra
o fere so do o ye da damfo
no Solomon akwade akotra PCFM no star boy no your friends say
yeah no
dia yi Sajo atwitwa
chaso
usu mi amini chaso usu that time asempa ni ho mobro bi otimi be gire ni mu wa so pe asempa fe papa o be gire wa na no chaso usu afre mi papa panimu te semi
wono tu ma fujini
se mi hia no yi baabi ana yunu mi hia no mrekuduka we ya me kojina car park se me toka me yi mi sika me bottom sika kwame despite that man me di 22 years mrekuduka hia ni we start ala odi ala na che na ni hu fin sei na emrekudu kase me ukra envelope bi emrekudu kase
o to wage
me mfama me de am se na omu case bi se me area o me nko da se takwa
o me garamse o
bibi
ai lo me garamse
me o me wasam me nu se na odi aboba se envelope emrekudu kase me mfama na se
so usu na de bro
ai
se mrekudu ka me ka se ko sa teso
ana me se na me mrekudu ka no me ne no business ben ye wa
ben na wa ya manua
David o ye kodi adwaba ya me balance akam
wa say adwaba no
ye kodi adwaba yi e na me balance akam
we ka say wa ya time for ho o be record o mu jimi
David o na me sua recording
na
e wa Ghana na cha so osu no mo begina sempa ni mo pa cha e pe be bia kasa e na msbasa fa na de ko mi free ana me testing me kumituka
fantastic
sense kada
ewa ni o
ewo iwo
da so o ya wo
ewo cha so ozu anti kokwaji usika what is this enamu to be for phone free obi de beje kakra se ho
se o ye yi o mu nyansa o ma ye yi nti o se bra beje kakra
wa wia o man sei
o ma ya we so o ma komande o mu nim se bi ni ubotum to mu hia o se beje kakra no nya nkwasoafo so di o ma chi o se hey wa ye mi yo ni tirimu yo obi awia sika o se ge de bo ho bra ya de show wa ubunfu wa yi kakra ma wa u prezino ei na ekroma ya bo bala bana na obehu soldier for the police for so o mu sha gwasafo a yes sir ei
na John kuma na yire nam na soldier for 8 na guard wo
enura wo ho me ba no one insurance company
obi asende me o say Techiman irrigation land has also been sold off to Martin
because ho na oka enya onko tamale o ben hospital na asase ho nyina na de say taxi drivers or tamale ni anim de o we am so we Habib dia we last we ko tamale 31st December me ko tamale ye ko program o mo na kire me o me na we Habib dia we Yendi Mustafa dia we na airtime so sad
Techiman anyway
I say at Kumasi only said the airport now Akufo-Addo commission is not still operating.
No. Almost even 30%.
Enti we ena Asante hine ekotena ase. Ena omo commission ye no.
Oze
we ena Asante hine kotena ho. Ena omo commission ye.
Nana ko bi dia ni ye adwuma.
Nana ko ye.
E dia ye adwuma.
Enye adwuma.
Mi referee ye adwuma.
Dabi Bobby
eya adwuma.
Enye adwuma.
Se nana ko ye dia ye adwuma
Dabi me se enye adwuma.
Eya adwuma.
Nana ko ye.
Eya adwuma. First flight from Germany Düsseldorf. Landed
after that
to Kaya. Landed
Dabi.
Oh, na no mo no am say na ko bi dia
Dabi afedi o kasa number.
Me say na ko bi dia adwuma.
Say ye gina ye hu say na.
Enti ye adwuma.
Dabi say enye adwuma. Na anya ho na me fa ye.
Na ko bi dia adwuma.
Wo just ya trick na.
Me say na me ka no.
Wo sa na
bi na
na ye na lie.
Ya to be drama say na lie.
O ma ye na lie.
Muna me person
na say o ma ye na lie.
Me say ye adwuma.
Enye adwuma.
Wo be dey wo say enye adwuma.
Adia no me fa ho.
Opa you go tell you prem say
when you again.
Gani.
Feel. See you go tell you prem ko na say nya adwuma dey fine. Say ebe no.
We dey metimi ato ticket na me no akọ.
Me say nya adwuma. Komra nsa no abeka.
Me say anya adwuma.
Eya adwuma na na ko bi eya adwuma.
Sa airport no.
Matreko for go. Matreko go.
Enra me ba no.
Nana ko bi anya say na nana je kakra na say nana
me say nana
eya adwuma.
Omo treki no. Say mo ewie.
Omo go treki na.
Omo treki na say mo ewie.
Eya adwuma.
Nti ono so akotena ho.
Me say eya adwuma.
E na omo twa antro, e na omo fa plane ba ko besi ho. E na obi ehun say o plane e besi ho. After that omo pack.
Omo say dey omo dwane.
Eya adwuma.
Enye nana nkwa na omo yesa. O kai say Botema Sports Complex. Omo ko commission Botema Sports Complex we ya. Na Akufo-Addo omo say he should go into the volleyball other places now. Or say they have another assignment to work because Ukoha even marking scramp omo ya.
Omo ko fa say so many area okso krobo area o hini bi edin ko commission school na si wasa abe wa yen kwara din ko na o hini na say omo mra be tutu school.
William say
what commission you know
we are focused
that's here but we are that's here but we are go kubasero o share farmers o say na bom ko tra hotel di dimme farmers le ba be come as be o say a magazine the other time as no da farmers.
Oh Bobby inti papa bi e share me and okay say I don't want to mention the name of the insurance company. What's it mean ya? Ye ba Accra, ye ba betu ya John Kuma. Ne benefits adi ama ne yire. Na ye 2.5 million.
I see.
2.5 insurance.
$1 million
millions.
Ghana cedis.
Say cedis sir. Who be?
Me ko fa me.
And that is the thing that they came, the insurance company. So mo ba be your Ghana. Until now or to me for so I should also come and do insurance. My response was that I don't steal. I say one yes sir. Anya me ne John Kuma na we school the same year. Anya me ne contest in Nook elections. Anya me ne na opposition that time no odi Alan Chirimantinchi. Between Alan Chirimantin and Onya award and Oko Maslock from Maslock. Dabenya Maslock. NEIP. We all know ni Oko ye. Yes, this will be why you can in some but when you somebody no kre ye can fano. And NIP na Oko Nyasika and Oko contest elections and O2 sitting MP no.
Yeah.
Then from there, now Deputy Finance Minister. Now all of a sudden, Wanyesika insurance company move back between 2.5 million at the amount a year. Because of that, every one of us must come and join the insurance company.
Who can wait insurance for?
Oh, master, I wait to make an assembly member.
Mama Mowesuna Mensamra, Royal Chapter Property Group Limited say Ensasia a war a teacher mante a bensawam. Sansa Sano. Ena womusu womu ebo ho eban ede amawo o abrochire amano ne ba bia obi a wotime nka no mia wani emfasika nkomo obi no ochina emra ma mesu nchire bobi ansa womu twa ne 70 by 100 80 by 80 3500 70 by 50 na nembo no da fom eno mo 2 and 3 expandable bedroom houses ewo teacher mante asumdwe wo ho yeye bia ni ho kaakai koka da bi wo mo nsase no wo mo edi nsuo ko onka ne akọ no mo di market rose kama no longer the same. Royal Chapter Property Group Limited from 025 65 15 862 Meboso 025 65 15 862 Nani wa Monkasa. A quick credit, and as I say from Bills Micro Credit. quick credit. They say you're from Bills Micro Credit. 15 years in the system. Omo bua papa. Na mamenka Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant. Car boyading, engine boyading. Bow engine won't buy free overheating ho. We hear Seahorse. Bow radiator a tank no and won't buy. Na anye na chin we hear Seahorse. My engine no so lifespan no and check a Seahorse. Afi fuel consumption when you for Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant. Was a car no besu nisu ni da from air there and yet trata oko ahomacho ba obi ante na ase eda from boko ai no say ukoto Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant wo di go engine mu a
eda from boko
ahomacho ba obi ante
I see
was so memu amanfo enko lubricant shops ahodo na monko jimo de from 0244 577 459 na sa ujia Tango Prime washing powder suniama maniama nti memunye hwam ente nwan won say powder washing ayini bi ho wudi si aniama wia na onsachi ehwene na onsemu waawai akasha na mo de afra no atarmes ma wiam na tete me pa cho Tango Prime washing powder emotar no musa ehwam wuni sika de to perfume kra fasu niema enu ano no ento perfume wudem peche wona wo kro no frɛ ɛyɛ data paper mail ɛwɔ 0243 033 033 wɔn mo ase ɛyɛ top choco wusi nkɔdaa ne ntaadeɛ no afei deɛ tie na wo ma wɔn mo aniema padi ɛnoa ne chocolate spread ya wɔn de aba chocolate spread ai yɛde fa brodom uwam na de afam no aka atum no aka nyew nkɔdaa no pɛ mpani pɛ 3-in-1 chocolate drink ya wɔn so yanko serious business kakra and every yamfa nyom nento for mo awosum hu bia trotro ekofie dance man for madam nyina say na every mate monka say si anama madam for trotro driver be test me say ne car no mu tell say I did right so nyame ya aduma Sunday Father's Day and minim na Augustine say I had the Fanta Bruta okay so watching us live from Upper West Region Nandom in their minds they thought we have been conquered. Little did they know we are on top of their games under the umbrella. Okay, so I call Chimani Bintum is here with us on your Facebook page. We now join here our your YouTube page, Citizen TV Ghana. We are joining our Lottie Jones, our Assume Frederick Tector is here. Good work, bro. Good work. All right. So but and then when you ma community be a metie free me pese ye tie Dr. Predu Kunadu Apreku kakra na ye tie from pom wate kakra na ye tie ade ni mo kakra na ye tie slide kakra ye wi na ye di asa no atra so kakra ko di bronyo ko di asa. All right, so I'm going to Dr. Kunadu Apreku on the judgment on the economy and he is an economist. He is an economist. So and mamu BBC a friend is a show. All right, so thank you from Laboni Street, Kakubako Street, and
as badly as some of us.
So Ghana's problem was what exactly?
Well, they may, as I said, My job at ECOWAS, we visit every member countries 2 times in a year to collect data as badly as some of us.
So Ghana's problem was what exactly?
Well, they may, as I said, my job at ECOWAS, we visit every member countries 2 times in a year to collect data, and we project what the economic outcomes are going to be. So, yes, we had some very good times in the administration of President Akufo-Addo in the first term. Second term, things started going wrong, and that is not surprising to me.
Why?
Because we collect the data. We come to the country. I send my staff. They go to trade in industry. We look at our export. We go to the airport. We look at it. We look at government expenditures. We look at incomes and all the economic variables and prepare a projection of what is going to happen in that country.
So what did you discover was the real reason why we dipped so low economically?
Well, I think government expenditures went up significantly, and it's a major reason. And there were so many projects that...
Spent well? Expenditure went up, but spent well?
Well...
Because if expenditure can go up, if you spend in the right areas, you reap
Well, it's not whether they are spent well. Did they go into the priority sector that will give us the greatest impact?
That's my question.
Yes.
Did they do that? That's the question I'm asking.
If you did that, you won't have the problems.
So they failed to apply the expenditure. No, I mean, we are diagnosing the problem. If you want to solve it as a president of this country,
yes, I'm ready.
And I'm asking you, if you don't diagnose a problem, you can't solve it. I'm asking you to diagnose it. You say that if you spend the resources, if you increase expenditure but spend the wrong areas, you're not going to get the returns that you require. That's obvious. So my question is, your government, and I say your government because you're a member of the New Patriotic Party, which is currently in power, spent it in the wrong areas.
But if we had done everything that is correct, we won't have the situation that we are in.
I mean, I'm curious. You don't disbelieve the president when he says this particular crisis is largely due to COVID and Ukraine.
I never said that. I said the impact may have... You see, when your economy is already fragile, something that may not even impact significantly in another country can devastate you.
Was that fragility because of mismanagement?
Well, the fragility comes from various reasons. Poorly targeting expenditures and therefore not getting the results.
That sounds to me like the proper definition of mismanagement.
Well, mismanagement is different from poor allocation as badly as some of us.
So Ghana's problem was what exactly?
Well, they may, as I said, my job at ECOWAS, we visit every member countries 2 times in a year to collect data, and we project what the economic outcomes are going to be. So, yes, we had some very good times in the administration of...
Poor targeting, poor allocation of government expenditure. And yes, for somebody like Dr. Kwedu Apreku to struggle to tell us whether Adeneye Anase Enye government expenditure. The fact of the matter is that my main breaking here now. Omo adisikano. Yes, Akufo-Addo name ba omia wies kano. Sa no person waka. Dr. Apreku asma Akufo-Addo ne ba omia akromfo, they are thieves. Omo awie sika no. Finito. Bibia nimbio. Asembia ni ho. Bibia ni ho. Omo awie sika no. E sika no na opeso waka se omo awia. Because almost spend it, but spending almost spending no. Unhunu baby ade ne wo. Say eha any spend any spend unhu ade kro. To omo wia ska no. Say what to office, what to trotro mu. Na say wutie Dr. Kwedu Apreku a oye MPP ni pani. O say Akufo-Addo ne ba omia omo wia ska no. ɔmo ntumi nkyerɛ yɛ baabi a sika no ɛwɔ expenditure kyerɛ sɛ sika a wayi every Accra FM futuo mu na wakɔ akɔ yusu ɛna adwumawura ɛyɛ agongo busa sɛ sika no uyusu no for ɛdeɛ ne deɛ ɛna sɛ unhunu kyerɛ untumi nkyerɛ sɛ wawia wadi sika no ana wadi sika no HR tio ɛne yɛse management foforɔ ase aba oh anyway so enti sɛ management yi sika free CMG futuom na sɛ adwumawura ba ana ɔse ɔso oh ye ebi a yɛmfa no sɛ 100 cedis adwumawura sɛ sika no monkyerɛ me target at the crime mode ɛyɛyɛ then they can tell adwumawura sɛ yɛ diska no yɛsei ɔmo diska no ɔmo awie sika no straight. So this is Dr. Kwedu Apreku for you. Yengotie from Paul Boatin on a judgment on the economy.
If they want loans or something, they can do their business. But you, as the leader, should be clean and be prepared to leave power after 4 years. Do the right thing, and the people will see that maybe it is how we have to go. Set an example. You and your family. If they want loans or something, they can do their business. But you, as the leader, should be clean and be prepared to leave power after 4 years. Do the right thing, and the people will see that maybe it is how we have to go. Set an example. You and your family. Set an example.
So who are you going to vote for in 2024?
Me?
Yeah.
I have not decided yet.
You haven't decided?
No, because it's fluid now. But what I don't like is an attempt to buy votes. Force people in a certain direction. If you do that, it's a testimony to the weakness of the candidate that you are supporting.
Can MPP win the election?
Which one? Which election?
2024.
Why not? But it will be difficult.
Because they overpromised and they've underdelivered.
That's a fact. But it will be difficult. But everything is possible. And you see, the NDC too is not giving me. That's why I wrote this letter. What shows that. Let me tell you something. When I was in government, we started. I said, look, the way this NDC has mismade the thing, underperformed and so on, we are going to work hard to help the president so that for 40 years, the NPP will be there and there will be no romantic ideas about the NDC again. And now look at where we are. People are talking about Muhammad and this thing. It shows you where, that's all my worry, I thought it will work and there will be nobody will have any romantic ideas about Muhammad and NDC coming back. But now,
when you look at it, it's like there's a certain romanticization of the Muhammad era.
Yes.
Which tells you the way people perceive this government.
Yeah. So that is why there should be a change in the political parties, how they do their things. I'm sure there are very good people in the NDC. There are also very good people in the MPP. I think they should rebel and try to set up.
Do you think there are enough good people in the two parties to come together to form a third force?
If they want loans or something, they can do their business. But you, as the leader, should be clean and be prepared to leave power after 4 years. Do the right thing, and the people will see that maybe it is how we have to go. Set an example. You and your family. Set an example.
Professor Frepon Boatin, and Masada Namedem Penifo way Emiensa Tuaso, look at their body language, their demeanor, talking about Kufuado Bawumia administration. Now, I have to forget about PhD and hypocrisy as usual. No. MPP a your party. In the first place, you guys must understand that people like Dr. Credo Preku and Professor Frimpong Boateng, MPP your party. They have never said it anywhere. So we neutrals. You must accept that. They have never said it anywhere. MPP is their political party. Go to NDC, you will find the same people. They want to polish it. So that is not the issue. But Sawofa Obiti said Kredua Preku is more UP and MPP than Baumia and Ekufado. Mimi nim Kredua Preku from Edubuahin era, SK Buafonom, and those people. Yesusano Moba campaign wa mampong. And because you fear for near MPP front, always we are with them. What do you say? Aha. So no any issue because Frimpong Boateng onye neutral. And their MPP members. Eya said be oma corporate flag bearership kra. Omo wini and come at say be JM pepe. Aha. Now, this is the issue. But look at their body language. After 7-8 years of Akufo-Addo, and look, Frimpong Boateng waka omo project Akufo-Addo ho pa wa Ghana. Then listen to him carefully. Mo amoshe Facebook no share omo posture, omo demeanor. It should tell you something. Say, oye Ghana ni na akoto aba. Na say some penifo went mean can't na was say MPP led by Baumia is a better option. Then you must know that there is a problem. Now you got to the anymore quick one.
Well, the performance may vary, and so you always have the opportunity to improve.
But as we speak,
and currently, we are going through hardships within the country. So citizens are really going through that. And well, the performance may vary, and so you always have the opportunity to improve.
But as we speak,
and currently, we are going through hardships within the country. So citizens are really going through that. And government has admitted. We are running an IMF program. My expectation is that by the time the second tranche is received and we enter next year, there should be a remarkable improvement in the performance of the economy. That recovery. And we will see that recovery if government is able to regularly meet its indebtedness payment.
You know what you know. You're a party member. Do you have the confidence that will be done to pave the way for breaking the A? Are you that confident?
Well, so far, since we had a IMF bailout agreement reached, we've already received the first tranche of 600 million. The second tranche is expected in November, maybe up to December. It should come in. And that should be able to give a relief to government in servicing its debt and in making sure that new projects, regular payment of projects which are ongoing and supplies and consultancy services can be met regularly.
Give me your quick verdict on the performance so far. Happy or unhappy?
Well, as it is now, I believe that most Ghanaians are unhappy.
You? Are you me? Are you a Ghanaian too? Are you happy or unhappy?
I'm in the category of unhappiness.
So you're unhappy with the performance of your government so far?
We're talking about now.
Yes, now.
Now.
Yes, now.
Maybe some time ago.
Yes, but now you're unhappy with the performance of your government.
And that is why we are saying that there should be that improvement with the prudent use of the IMF facility that will come in for the second tranche. And the third tranche is expected sometime next year, April or May. And by the time all these inflows should come in, that recovery of the economy, we should be seeing a remarkable improvement. Well, the performance may vary, and so you always have the opportunity to improve.
Then the last person I'm going to chat to Amamo is Sly, and who is now the Deputy Minister of Information, Sylvester Tete, right? On Deputy Minister of Information now, and on a verdict on one government.
24 elections, no. Any man be doing elections, no. Jobs and the state of our economy. 2016, yes, of course. But now we catch us. So why your economy, no? Why you be and don't forget, former Vice President Baumia will be at post 24 elections, no. Any man be doing elections, no. Jobs and the state of our economy. 2016, yes, of course. But now we catch us. So why your economy, no? Why you be and don't forget, former Vice President Baumia will be at post till 2024 elections. Okay, GBB strong couldn't want him no person. That's the new vision, but that's our vision of a man another one there. You should give that vision to Nanado today. So wait me advice about the need fin. On country. On country. So to me exposure. On country. Any exposure out of secrecy. Any president and the head of the economic management. I'll bet me a one year based on experience. Me bahui. They already pay me. They already pay me the state of our economy. Yeah. Nanado so countries or the need buy because of the experience in the economy. So if the economy is not going well, you put him aside. I think no know what's here. Who the 8 years the economy? The experience. But the mention 24 elections, no. Any man be doing elections, no. Jobs and the state of our economy. 2016, yes, of course. But now we catch us. So why your economy, no? Why you be and don't forget, former Vice President Baumia will be at post.
Sylvester Tete, Timi Abadin na to farmer into the 8 years economy. No, and Obusa, very fantastic question. Or say, the winning no farmer Akufo-Addo na onye ni ye. But me ase there be me pese Ghana for 8 years na me ba na maba aba be ye ni ye. And in all na Baumia edi adani asa odo me de car ne be ma ho. Me de car ne be ma ho. Me de car ne be ma ho. Onipa uko position sa ya uko position yes but mepe a friend say Tete Deputy Minister of Information, they say on also NDC campaign manager on also Okahumbi campaign no omuguso moye say 8 years. Yeah, let's go. So when and I dare you. They say campaign at Daniasa. And you see, my man cast him in Kwame. Hold on, Paite. Hold on for me. John Gazas about me as a very big joker. No, I describe him say or a joker. But my man cast him in the moment unim my dear a day party in government last hour I didn't call opposition asa yeah the moment I don't say party ni bonyum esa pe omko opposition dia ka do omdo omho kire 2008 Akufo-Addo asa oh kwame but me and say dey so say 2008 na mo mususa 2008 na mo asempa na 2008 no na omunya nhumi ye papa ti omko ba bia ya na mko bi yeah beach yeah 2008 na Akufo-Addo num timi sasa ade a chi ye condom kwame ugugu se si Ghana web other potas condom 2008 Akufo-Addo num ko bo jams ewo Labadi beach ewurade condoms okro ones cassava star size there masa yedi ye yes na nado ene ho no koye oba check me team 2016 kwad wa 2016 said any for si boyum awurade yankopon one guy sure na 2016 na Nila Tevanta boy waji Shatawale nyum no waji microphone Muhammad Pepper na MP to be true sa do aso de sure sa why yo Nila yeah asa 2016 asa eni edumunya asa yo munya asa asa ne ya doso wo mudi asasa no omde o ka bibia na ndi sini ajo so o ka bibia sa na yeah wo mo sa ya ma general asedu nkati akura wo mpa enipa mu asa o sunyane dia sasa we sure almost have say hey enipa ya ne nipa ehwade o team bam yako omko opposition me na mkachiro omko esa no a Ghana sunsum no ma wodane concert aho na wo jin krofo ani ti ube chini Ghana jin krofo ani sa abadabede ai sunsum no be mo chini Ghana ayese bodamfo no na wo jin krofo ani mo be jim ani sa na wakra na woko yeah so I says Ghana sunsum ni na dwen se be pamwa Emma wodo hu akire wodo hu jijajija anytime bia no se wo ko ba bi kura no na se crowd ni wa na on the way in 2020 okay let me give you a typical example 2020 say na MPP for Bonyum 2020 omo ye concert say disco hu bisa there be amuko on the way Jomama are so relaxed and on non from Boko dealing with people one-on-one 2008 ana you 2008 Omuja Labadi Ebonyum no na Professor Mills no nam one-on-one ni ano na Akufo-Addo to be a platform so where is your candidate your candidate to the one also where is your candidate where is your candidate where is your candidate san obushu ni manifio on peja no call hospital 2008 ebi na e ma omi ano ebi na e omo no yeah kwame me catch o won be bonyum saa ko December o de obehu o de to so many freaking paluta o de to won be bonyum saa yeah on se unu se ayi Shatawale nyum na dey NDC call ayi opposition 2016 Muhammad Paper yo she adina sunsumo se on tiasia na un follow eye trend no a me ba obi awura kumasi a o chance ya dem hu say omukọ they are gone. Yeah. I just said to myself, oh, okay, now it's confirmed. They are susumu for research yeah astrologers yeah go you know the science and there yeah nkole go nya fe ne ekope 10 out of 20 people 3 said this 4 said that 3 say nothing yeah the susumu de no ana ehwe yeah omko they are gone. And 2016 kwame JM no mu puli crowd bi wo say Accra Sports Stadium ana Charles Meboa Accra Sports Stadium Chaze Accra Sports Stadium right 2016 either Accra Sports Stadium or na almost last rally chale crowd no me hu here no oh Saturday me wa ahoto me catch obi aso agbena we there JM no ma fa ne fa la agbena masa enipa sa we ko position hu et say skani a usika ebesa no ana say hu o say ukonya ska bumbi na say ebesa e ma you want to go so where's the my want to do a chisa Cape Coast me da say there be onanya Cape Coast Accra Sports Stadium Keneto Accra Sports Stadium enya Cape Coast hwe Mrs. crowd no in Ghana history me who be da sada no na your friend say ninante what to nyum sa no msa kwaya rapper say na edin kre sha mo akwase djubo si akwase Accra Sports Stadium ema omuma nipa kura ni bi ko fie Ghana sunsum pamu asa o ya e de wo kwa ye no a de wo sikro mo de wo chinchini o de wo chinchini sa bo so de wo kire nkrofo sa no de wo akwase dem eno ano no that's all so that's it amuguso esa but mamenwie we quick one very significant. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia aya adie en kwame sa adie we mesra mo mamo sit this side. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia okwa kwabre right Kumasi kwabre mama yentie asemo ka kire omo efoma akwan ho Andy Mules but commander the verdict was stolen bema obi to opposition na be kasi wa wia wa bodam jai ya no kwa de NDC mu atwam wo ho mekeka sansem no mahihye ni ba roba
mo kwan na asem Missy, the person member here, Namini, mo kwan na asem Missy, the person member here, Namini, said ye be mo kwan no amamira enti never be wo ho but minim say kwan na asem na hia mo misi me hia mo bo say ye be ye kwan no amamo enti mo taiji the Damwasi more the MPP ye highest votes every quadrant is enti ye Damwasi mumbo time chi me pedio mampenya mumputu no ebekosro akosro me Damwasi mo kwan na asem They say the person in the share, Namini, who said.
Sir, Quabrefo, would they share? Sir, Quabrefo, would they share voting pattern? Or more to a badudo pa de manana. Obviously, men country, yes, obviously, men country president. So, my quine was a president, and Yama Womwa. There's a bay omuya pa. Now 2024, on Betua Banetia NPP.
No problem, no problem.
You do it.
I'm saying people make those kind of threats. Me, they don't frighten me.
Okay.
It's somebody votes for you, somebody supports you. It's because they want you to do things for them. So I understand that. There's no need for people to go to my say. Of course, mayor. About decided to a man this year. Was a man, you know, me myself. Will be a song and in Timsu, baby. And they are wow. The important thing is that we have a responsibility. I understand the responsibility. And we will deal with it.
Fantastic. Right. Now, the last time I was Bahano, now you're a candidate. And
yes. As president.
As president.
That's right.
Now, Mammy B. Opewa Sempa, no send a question way. Was so Baha as candidate. What can I say? They will take a year. Sir, obey a president, will ring feeder.
Sir, Quabre Force or more better about my end this year. I almost asked him, and such threats, last Wednesday, me can be that they have a consultant from South Africa, and anytime Biano, I catch almost a baby about me, on behave as an opposition leader, behave like an opposition leader. Into Ukwa, Kachre almost say, this is purely opposition kasa. Me ba, me ye amamo. Samotu aba ema memba umiana me ba, me ye amamo. So it tells you something. Ewa wamu trimu no. Yang kwanko kanchire nkrofo no se ba umia ne beye. Ekufuadu afeli. Ekufuadu anya ade. Enti yang kwanko kanchire Ghana for. Before no na Ekufuadu aka se Ghana for nye so gullible. Say obi ajimi nti ofiri se Ghana for nyira ajimi. So let's assume ba omi anim nyansa. Then he believes that Ghana ni bia anim nyansa. It be a vice president, but so true wa ya want to say opposition leader. Catch almost say wo ba obeye e de ama wo mo. Enti ma me nkọ kwa abre na me nkọ kan kire almost say me ba meye e de ama wo mo. That is Baomia for you. My Bob Baomia, my Bob Akufo-Addo. But Baomia we no. Then the reality dawned on him. Then he came face to face with the reality. How many businessmen could she? And the reason why Baomia was avoiding a groups meeting to one share ni kumas no koy no wonam lord kwamu sa ye bass ni pamra ye rezi atmosphere no euphoria no nkosro what you say no bia hunu say because the number of Baomia ko be share groups one on one and can some better can ya kra. Can some about me better no and can yet and in fact me na minim groups ni bi Kumasi na omo awiata so says about me ahia omo they will insult him e woni panum. And at this point won't mean can't bodyguards say omumbu obia. No, they won't do it. The worst thing they will do is on beku krunipa na kwa kosi abonten. Yeah, at this point, government in Saka obia there will be a problem. Why he say, Ewo Kromu say, no asainam with your entina sa dadia so for no, it will stop on the convoy no. Okay, so before 2020 and come back no. I'm not for reading who said time in Nunye. So they will provoke you. And minimum groups are no my imagine say Baumia. And yes, so basically groups are they will insult him. And I think the national security picked the intel to acquire one group okosia when group nkwano right. Okay, so enra no me meeting no a businessman in Kumasi, businessman community o Kumasi ene ba omia hia enra yenkotie one of the businessmen as one catch ba omia just
Kromano sabe your MPs any business wa your excellency Musa MPs ministers I say Kumasi apart from MPP by business gurus was an woman true person who do Obiatima Bobida. Here, all Canadians are Professor Obia or Barnett. Bama beer in them. Oh, fair Bama, someone sorry, Obia to me sorry. Because a human group. There were one my way. Sabe, there were buying out to support two businesses. Everyone blow. We are show enemy product. Reserve water is one of the best mineral water in Ghana. And so the people are there want to test it. From 2016, the machines are the two giving her more basically. Dog, electricity, a hammer grain, just a base. If we never check, and we have 20,000 and then we check 200 and something. Just a way one way we are electricity and use dollar. Who does a be why we are that's why all women are done in my way. It myself, I didn't hear me understand. Somebody died so sad. A baby muscle, I'm a mother, and to them, mother slept. They didn't want to any support to the art. And never be a was a woman who ministers, no MPs, any party members. Ever boy, Bobo, night, you're so yet, you are also the fact, nobody am wire, and only a year. Because I never wait MPP, or be able to say MPP, as Santa Stronghold. But so real one, and never cost was Santa Manuel. What mean that when I say MPP, as Santa Stronghold? Because the beard is someone, oh, Groma. If you never be all right, it's not money MPs, no ministers. But I mean, I say MPP, but I'm in front of my father. We are over Fera, over Papa. If we need to go, we are a deal. Now, and then something in a better it is the south. Say, I put that's our power. And never be our social to them. Ever open for some time I know what a public really so. A public one. A son, I saw the politicians to take their over a year program. If you may sell dog, some other woman. So I never wait till I get the Asian Koya. Now the Uber power. Just say Uber one piece. Every minister just says what she. So the Abaya, that's time some problem with MLB. And that's how I am. Kromano, Sunday, there were MPs, any business will have. Your Excellency, Musa MPs, ministers, I want to say Kumase. Apart from MPP, by you know.
So, reality ni nie asem ni nie me say Baumia oh efo baby amwa no se Baumia ya bema onya ye campaign no onya jomama de ni bia oni groups asia na omo busa no questions na oyi ano Baumia ya bema onye bi Baumia ya bema also the social media said the jomama here last week as last 2 weeks no say waso ni social media ama from raso no musa no question ka Baumia bete na so nsem we ye Kumasi omo share Kumasi business community we Kumasi businessmen for no na omo feel say omo nya kakra bi hye envelope ma omo a eye enti omo bet no omo wo de enka omo ne market for no share say adwadi for ma no omo sika akọ banks a ahye na enka omo duru Kumasi Ashanti region pensioners na enka omo no omo ahia mesinka Baumia onko asafo na omo ne eye omo printing press for no omo no omo nkosia ka Baumia beti na sum se ne maame de owo ne maame wonim ne din enim wale de o chekere wale a adan nko beti obahu ni nyina se omo afa professor o kire twi ene o kire ne twi sese ya baba enko beti ka ya baba nko beti. This is the reality. Baumia, so young people ni na wutemia. This is the reality. Obia no otua enkaniaka otwa nsuo na 2016 otua 2000. Today he's paying 200,000 Ghana, 2 billion a month for light. Ya no kura wonya light no. Na onu sembo a ekoso on semba ubetimi akọ schools ubetimi akọ school mu akwase sankwala na do mo nanam krom no akọ boys bi o mo to spa no asese o mo agu trotro mu na Samia Okuni Anthony Kabonum o ti ase o mo na eyo presence se wo wi sika na egu edem na mo se wajibi ntino se o mo gisika ni bidi enti o mo kwase sankrofo no omo ayi friend say clown oh no omo de wasi krom chia omo na wo ye say na pa ya no de otimi ye obi anya ohwe na omo ka che George Kwatin eni PK saponom crowd nie why na we beat no because ene Ghana ni bia obi ti say PK sapon George Kwatin Farouk ne sa boys no Ghana fo bebrani ateche wo mo 10 times omo kra de omo yankwala afa no omo sha brabo ase o omo hu hwe o wi ase they don't know anything nothing obi a okra smart card et say sa MPP boys ni bia no or you equally intelligent like them. Enti za omu twitwa omu yeso na normally drone atwa normal kate no ebu o stretch no normal di ama eyopon kroma ne isaga no information ministry no friend say isaga ne ede force bia saga no information ministry no friend say Fatima no di bia maslai tete na omo so afrefre boys no no the mom mo share into hey the love is great, the love is deep. This is the reality. When Baumia met the business community, tells me cry where chira. What do you with time? With time, you be born in a mom. Tells me where chira. Would team crop for businessmen questions on Busa Baumia, comments on me, yeah. Next time, awa Muhammad nom. Ubet obetumi akosisa nkrofo afiri baabi o obetumi akosisa nkrofo afiri baabi yɛne de obi anka hwee mese Bawumia bema ɔno de ɔnso de Facebook 10 minutes sɛ me kwaku Bawumia ma so me Facebook na amanfo abetena hɔ amanfo bebu some questions obete star 413 hash and I may tell 1,000 Ghana 2,000 3,000 may check 10 million 20 million 30 million. The most deplorable, the most deteriorated, the most rejected, and the most neglected district in the Ashanti region is Kwabre, especially Kwabre East. And as if that is not enough, Akufo-Addo end up insulting them. Insulting you and your chiefs, but because of tribalism, hypocrisy, hatred, selfish, and greedy, they will still go out in their numbers and vote for the criminals led by. You see, Hasif reigns. Most of no Montomobo. Baby, anyone a year rejected than North. Hasif Ufri North. Bawumia ko nofa ya ko tie the wahemfo ensema ya omokafa emano kwawe Bawumia nko gonja bole ya nti de ohene ne kan ya hwe video no Hasif ya Bawumia ko sremu a munko tie esremu ye one of the places underdeveloped and adwuma NDC aye ne on off 8 years ni go and check say MPP atimi aye say adwuma no but Bawumia akọ esremu a Hasif eya mun ko tie mu ahemfo no ye bodwa mo ye oyo tratra ponkoso esa ebo Bawumia baso anenka Akufo-Addo eko esremu o mo ka say on friend say abuna ba o say abudani krono ne nkwase asem Akufo-Addo adi no okromo yi oko esrem ama am conference abudani o say abuna ba o say abudai ya no nye tribal ya no nye tribal ya fra wo hine se o mesia Bawumia mo na baso a ye no ye ya fra obi de no okobo na baso bia o se ye no ye tribal ye no nye. They are going around using state and Daniel said they won't bomb man title be Akufo-Addo kromfo we criminal obi o destroy a whole country, a beautiful country like Ghana. Okosrem amu ko send fugu. Say your friends Abu Daniel say Abu Diai. Just imagine say Akufo-Addo akwa Ashanti region na say ya kobono enkoso hene. Ya say akobono enkoso hene. Hasif nka mbepene. Say ebufo ne de ewo mumuti Ashanti for yare de we know. But just open up. Ayade amo ye enam eton krofo Kwabre minim se kromo for no anko they just bust people do ma kwa koguo me see the reality and the Kumasi businessmen no no share no and listen to Kumasi businessmen no comment and questions you never show the reality. The reality, yeah, cause Ashanti region. The reality. Star 413 hash. What the 5 cities nature? A boom or a boom. 1 hour chrono. Remember 10 minutes. And then Friday. My name is Kayasa 10 minutes. Me wait 10 minutes. There can be a conversation. And then me bien komonumu because Fridays from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, ya nneɛma bebree nneɛma akɔ so tie na ebebie nkɔmɔ no mu na baabi a nkɔmɔ no yɛ panel no pɛ so ɔmo de fa bia 0302208090 your opinion tell me yɛni nkɔmɔ baabi a pɛ so ɔde fa bia hello yes sir Eja. Hello. Tema me pacho yo. Pacho akosi yanko.
Me pacho. Papa na se won pesi ana manu no. Si ana se ku ta papa ne nsem. On se u ba u para u si ana wo yo papa na ma. So fana so de mo no pa ka ke mo de pesi ana mo. Mbaga si abara na ye de ba an yen pesi a. Ite de si ana de ba ma no. Ana se ke wa wo ye me a wo di sa. So wa wo di sa no wa bota. Mo ma ta bota ya. Ya de ka na mo de ano ye be de. Ma ka tempe.
Martin Midas, Yanko Vano Dakola on the line. Quick one, hello.
Hello, Bobby.
Yes, sir. Yami Adumo, your friend, so free.
Yes, I club Frederick from Katamas. Mr. Bobby Boss. Yeah, one man, ya make so. Me ma shedding so. Now, me ya Bobby. Papa, when you na me ya, or to me ya, or say, I said, it's a new school. Hello, Gina. Me di asida be mo nya bi o se de ba de yem fa ke yi ma o se yi so de ma wa se bo ka se be ti bi na di ski ase ni sem a en ya ke ti o fa ha o bi o ti bi e fo bi mo de kwa ti ke na o ba be di ya so o fi a ma so da o fa e mo asai ko mo ko fuo na wo wi a wo ba be di ya so enye papa be no di PDS anim I want to this car up to now. Young baby, and you will not go for oil, but Bobby, we just go for oil now, the buy and a fool and your Tony saying. So, make that no pass this time of a Sunday Mahama debate. What did that 16 or what do you say? Not in debate, yeah, after Mahama. That's it.
Let's make that say a more position na phone hello.
Hello, Commander.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Apomo Boko minia.
Yo, Kaka Makanda President Mahama. The handless no omon kanchen so a young country kaka. But for now doso dodo. Sadwa abozigi crampo or for secretary. She no quad down mawa. It's for so went to Brofono. I also won here into no hundreds no. Miss Ray, among country. That's it.
Miss That's a good point, well noted. Hello. Okay, you're losing now. Hello.
Hello.
Pacho, Yanko.
Yeah, Bobby. It's
Pacho Boko.
Yeah, friend Mike, I'm a Domi.
Yo, Domi for Yanko.
Baby. In fact, you are Yanko under Roma, and this baby. But MPP ni be where Madame Fupa or Kufubia. Wakatra me say, and Yentia Nana Kufuado, why appointed judges be brave in say, the NDC every 2024 election, only the court, only the court judges for no. Ombeji asemna ayede adiama NPP for nti ye best ren penny for no say ombe your homework ye
aja bema wona your homework ye na hwe so koto aba simple why na koto aba otuwi a wadamfo no onfa nko ye friends the Hague why wona your homework ye na koto aba and mane and kanche o say or some of the Beko into Unko Aba. Kona Coco to Aba.
Abandi a bit too.
And it took who was the answer Beko to Aba. That's what they are so on the or the bako a international criminal court no vanko. Why? Okay, all right. So Yemfa another caller. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Bovie.
Good afternoon, sir. Pacho Yanko.
Bovie, Yamisha Nijo Pauli. Bovie in the middle ho. Middle ho, Papa. Dabene Yaki Maternity. In the middle when they feed the mixer, so the nature is in around. And then, Obi Mammy, I am in Mammy, Doctor Nima, Ness Nima, and Matam Leti Hospital at Nakotum Woodham, 77 Nakotum Woodham. At day. One way, and I don't mind you more. Bovie, Mobbo, I just say, Kufa, Bembo, no bones had to wait. Mobbo, I Ghana, Mamma, my sorry, your friends are by my son work. They have come up on board with us, and yes, I Bovie never got now, you look up to the book, never so. Bovie said, let us do Bovie Pacho, and said, let the committee say, why send it? Why say, why more pop? Efa transfer Bobwa se kremofu entino ade akosande a yebeko ho so da akosande yebeko ho ifa yebeko ho e yamba no ka be ma da ko yebeko ho
Matse medase Mamemfa another caller. Hello.
Commander.
Yes, sir.
Calling sini me we PM amamole.
Yo, amamole for me enquire.
Milia, who point my papa. And the time I was shedding into the point Shriran Count. Mamitia, Dr. Ham, incoming member of Parliament to the book constituency, and Honorable Ashimo, Data Cra, my papa. Would you share over tape to be to see us our fact or say our mere? And no could do a certain. I am on Felly. You knew when and about me again in opposition. And I know almost a problem. No more say about Petunia Babani. From taxation to production. Paunia and a shark catcher, and now as vice president. So what $2 say, clip, and not come up GP. Like GP, JPO. President Maham, I would say, or yet incompetent. Or non impressive. Not dollar, only close to 4 cities. Not the count from 4 cities to 16. Their car, Momo say a percentage. Sir, from here, can afford catch your plane. Share about you cannot a rainy field. From here, only you to one house to another. Question pay a baby canon, or best I can pay a uncle. Question, single question, only your past stronghold of MPP Akasaka on Bolo, about free over. No check question back who pay a big salon. One of this 3 about no about the differences. In a petrol, you say, in a diesel, you say, in any promo, you say, in a conjoined question, if you mount who's factual, cement go back where you say, I don't want 1 try, you say, and then I'm okay, in a peace cancer, you do, Christian cancer, you do, because MPP and the idea. 7 December, the state versus MPP.
Let's make that say, MFA last 2 callers. Now, hello.
Hello, Bobby.
Sir.
Dada George.
Dada Yanko.
Bobby, I'm saying, many of our Kasa, Mama Kasha. I am the bar. Fellow Sikan, Mama, Professor 7 years ago, I never does. Or my Professor 7 and and I feel okay, Abia campaign new engineer area why you come on here Medunsan. Nick I say Monenia my year boo memuna and why you think on oh woman here was she a Iba one but can't away but Kenema Mama yet Ghana or pick him or every Ghana and I bet what would you mean Kazan and this is me what the roof on your mouth. That's the problem I have on this TV station great being and kind this. Oh, NDC TV stations. I won't come one time. The best and pay for a mobile TV station. We, Mamma, you are no yaba. Mamma, you are no yaba. Mamma, you are no yaba. Oh, the best room, the best room, Mama, and Ibrimra, Namama, Casaya, Slow. Yama, why I have Bodin Kakra, she did the I used to be a Mamma and Sammy, many, our Ghana, every place.
Obi oni nyame nyedma.
Oni nyame ntina my family last but one caller. Hello.
Hello, Nana.
Yes, hello.
Yes, madam.
Hey, yes, madam.
And also, the bank, I'm not going to be able to the flow of our family. Catastrophe, Agna.
Pacha young Komame.
Me, some of our listeners, then I will come. I mean, I hear you. It's a thing that we shot our one something. Now, what's that thing I want Mahama, and I'm going to come now, come and say, Yamia, it is all you know. I'm concerned, say, Yami, as I want to be Mahama, dear, Wabayi. Yamin Kazi, no shabby. I could not win the kind of quarry. A rather than about a temple, now almost come back. You are watching the killer die. You're not going to answer Yami, that you would die. A yakia is to your mammy.
Mate, mammy.
Nati bound a phone come and Makuma Tobian.
I mean,
bankrupt, that's not how far to one of my mother, nobody to throw out.
Kwam Kwachi.
The buyer, I bring my name is to. And I'm a bank and Timothy, I believe you have got the Sassy and Gretty.
Matty,
I'm not going to contribute with no amount. Also, Miss Rama, but I will come the personal agreement.
Matty, Matty,
they did the best thing, the card, the
Matty, Mama. And that's Mefa last caller, Namede. Live on a crown 1.5. Last caller. Hello.
Oh, Nana Kwabrenio.
Yes, sir. Pacho, family.
Yeah, Bobby.
Yes, sir.
You know, the ancient thing.
I mean,
nah, you decline. The bonfire say, oh, mammy, say, you're bonny person, baby, and come with me when I'm in one. Now, me, ya bat yourself. Yankupon in Sham. Bobby, I think about one person can say, Ghana for some, or being an agent say, a banner autumn. And yes, Mahama Lokotuaman or Kotuama Ghana. Tana Yababa Ghana, Mahama Babeji Ghana is you. Bobby, baby, I may want to song. My range only say, me yet and get me on Kofobe 100. I bet me up convince you. Omukakotuaman DC. It's baby, be Pia will be at least. Oh dear, men may say, we end this and he say, and as a minister, they say, Omnana Bois, now Cocoa door to door. One kasa so pe Ghana year o koma o kasa chiroma o mu beti ama wetimi ato abana Mahama aba be Ghana for because me to aba me to men this me to Ghana say na Ghana obiti abi see hospital obiti abi see schools obiti bi abe kwan eti bobie obiti me a o kodo to o dem kakaka ni nipa mi ensan kasa wo ni nipa be 10 20 be any nipa be 10 20 8 million kasa some be to Mahama abani e nko second round enye din bobie yakofo shiraw me adwuma pa wo
Mate be da say hana me dey me call in segment na ABC and a Friday afternoon live na Crown 100.5 Citizen Show adwuma bebre wo a ese ye chaze akwaba menua
kawada be joso
ndoko de ukra so ba busa sa aboko ni biu
because sanete na no na
sa
sanete
yeah
oti hono microphone we are
inside yes
that sunum nsuo for lunch
yeah so
yentimi complaining just say asedan it be wanya kupon so di en kwache
ami yeah erade ma mo beboa ye pe mo ma me krabra ye ba ni intimi nhia ye but you know as usual mo ase that ye em say nyame no na beda mo ase ama me it was so overwhelming, the support and everything. A shame cry. I mean, that's it. Chazi. Every day, yeah, me come in to join in Biano. Me kai mo say, at least ministry no me wo enuanum bi. And yeah, no matter what. Omunja mo me e ho quite wa. Mampon kwa wa. Sɛ kwa wo bi firi nkran sɛ ɔbɛfa car atotomu ababa begina wachi sɛ bɛyɛ a wani entutu nka wɔn nsɛm a ɛyɛ adenya kɛseɛ. So bro, thank you so much.
Thanks to God.
Thank you so much. Ma menti adwuma bi mfiri si amra.
That's fine.
Hello.
Hello.
Kai. Adi ameni na so misaka.
Misaka. Oh, nice.
Adi ameni na so misaka. So misaka CMG achedie.
Achedie.
Adi ameni na so misaka CMG achedie. Adi ameni na so. Paja your friend say. Your friend say.
But your friend bless.
Bless. Who are you for?
But me wo media.
Na and who we need say? Who we need raffle say?
1,000.
10 million.
Yes.
Egu phone so.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure. Bet me a screenshot and send here.
Oh.
10 million. What the 10 million? Which I say?
65 cities.
65 cities. And what the 10 million? Wow. Now tell us, I will say with 10 million about phones, no.
I was so surprised, but I see how the faith yes, so there's no way to say possible. Somebody I'm very happy.
Yaminsia nekoso a ena no ankasa no me che 10 million me che 20 million and 30 million.
Okay.
And to try a bit me asia bomu amount.
Oh, and I'll
your 20 million or your 30 million or yeah na che. The here say just enter *413#, then you are good to go. All right. Yaminsa.
God bless you.
Congrats. Yeah, that's very. All right. So very much, Siska. Okay. So, Bobby, you have the shock of your life again, like it happened to you in 2020 when Dr. Bawumia wins the 2024 election. You continue to be in your own fantasy world. The Befa or rapture. Ghanaian people can see beyond NDC propaganda and continue to reject them from Texas. Very much. You see, the issue is not about shock be any. Even 2016, now I wasn't shocked because 2016, some of us felt NDC approach to help JM, so maybe we need election, not a bad. Then, of course, the 8-year cycle and everything was against Mahama. And you're shock. Me a shock, sir, and me pay one party state. Me pay a state where we have other political parties. A put you be on Nitos. And very much me shock, ne say Ghana for Tim Share Kufuadu and him to Abamano. And very much enka unwesti space we no what say Bobie. And you must say na MPP aye within 8 years I see a to Abama omo. Very much Ghana o fatem na 3 ajo ma masi and I net will say. Kumasi Airport phase 2. No do atimi akwa bie ano wa commission. But omo nwie very much nko for nwie yo. Very shameful. Omo nwie ade aya commission ni asia tutum. Can you imagine? Barima, fine time, bro. So I like you. Me pe nkrofa. Omo person let's jojo. Obi answer na adwene. What be airport? Ya commission so ya tum. Wey. So it's not about the win. It's about me. I win no betimi I Ghana year. And I don't have. Why should I be shocked? In any case, 8 years ni. 8 years. Akufo-Addo wini me ni di ne yiri fie. Gabi emprafo omo no aduane ma me nkodi bi. Asante bedi atuo omo restaurant nye onam kosra aduane. Me ni omo ni hwie ye wo wi ase. Me Ghana ni metem ba bi almost one baby. So shock be anyhow. But my worry is when I pay taxes. Now say depending we are taxes no the kugu baby on fanya juma. Then I have a problem. That's all. Anyway, so Charlie, Akwaba. Ubate cafe biafro. Then near Yakwaba near Baba BM. Yakwaba Baba BM. There are issues, but Messia book must tape no. Edi ama mobile, but maybe a biana oh bibia opese o tifro 111 yeah
issues
yeah yanko
issues they are dorsum me banami tinkomo but I saw Dr. George Pra
Winiba yeah
medical superintendent
yes what happened
netense sit mameno on your accident, and you're involved in accident, and omudine call hospital. According to reporter Mekanye from the Daily Satellite, as Kelly from UTV.
Okay.
And according to Omusuma, I'm at the hospital 2 months in here. Now, on your accident, you know, Omufi are affecting our dream. And at this time, okay, come. That is oha.
Other patients
na busani bia nso amenti no medical superintendent awodi George Prano si ono wa instruct si yendi maame no de maame na to ambulance mu omukodru krotia ena se dere mu kano ena omuja maame no to ho no maame na da ho manewu
na why
na mienu abubu anya
na why na ehun ye
oh see it is in the news in the media everybody
no when I make say omom follow story no why na ehun ye later ehun say ma me free hospital way
according to I chrome ho for like
okay
town folks
okay omko hospital omhu no
ni na the narrative no story
okay because 2 months there
yeah 2 months
obviously a chrome for no call
yeah hospitals are 2 months mu wie ya mo say obi ama ena ma menike na adwumu ke kanenti no makotu nego te se yura nipa makotu obi ma miego te se yura and you are not ashamed unfair uni nipa hudo anka doctor dear
Matisa GMA Ghana Medical Association for issue statement or among I see.
I have not heard anything.
Not even the health ministry.
No, I'm just saying, Okoboy, I think that what by Nemana shall say about the ministry, and what he has to be up and doing. Now, on media campaign,
wow, Bob Bolus,
now, these are some of the things.
So, Okoboy,
children and gender ministry, maintain Monga. They've not spoken about this one. Ministry of Health and Kasa and Catherine for okay tell me investigation been away. Which investigation bill? Is it not true? So I know hospital hall. Is it not true? Say government hospital and one ambulance and the swan ko two nugu. So if it is true, one install 2 years. Based on the report that me making on the Daily Satellite, Dr. George Pra, yes, medical superintendent. Ewo Winneba Government Hospital in Sandwich Jumani. So one more dama wako school akoya medical doctor which means was young two being principal at least so na adwumu kana there was psychiatric hospital as it mun fan in psychiatric hospital no mun stabilizer no you don't instruct that they should go and dump her like you are dumping refuse so your mama your papa you would be bar. Will you be happy? Will you do that?
You see, but Charles, when him, ye didn't come away. Me who baby, Ghana, say Ghana state institutions. Or more year, you more when you have some personal property.
Yes.
Because That is what I think.
But that is a feeling.
Like that's what I think. Yes, that's a work and pay because they see the president Nuan Kasano for minus and the personal property. Does things the way he wants it. President Nokra Yama Basa Basa Obia and Kashe. So because look, me de tutu the entire Mekasano. I was shocked on Tuesday. Me read the Ghana Armed Forces statement on the MPP candidate. No. That is the most stupid statement, very foolish from Kwashi. Ghana Armed Forces. Me who Ghana Armed Forces in that stupid state that. But when the CDS and his people feel, only a soldier from Dim Koma, only say CDS no. And you say he controls Ghana army and dia like a property. That is the same thing with Dampare. Oko Ghana Police Service. They tell you Dampare is running Ghana Police Service to say on one fear Japadie. So I'm say at Ako baby and say I wonder how any reasonable sane doctor bet me at instructor say Munfa Winfrey and Cotonentry. Now or Hamadini. Worrying situation. You see, it fits into the perception now, all kind of because so also be out there that continuously as if say Onyu be or Reno, Onyu be bet me Tiana. What it means is that a Hadia Ubia Nemery, they are Alpha and Omega. I can do whatever I want to do and nobody will say. And we trust me, and worrying. We say when a candidate for Nsawam, we Nina Samo, we know the Nako trim because it is criminal. We are sanctioning death of the woman. But only a murder. Say to be produced say okra MPP kada. Trust me, nothing will happen. Ghana. Anyway, my second issue is major no wakwaba. Prices of commodities, tomatoes. Onion, garden eggs, pepper, yam, for kosro. No boy your ding. Intina may finding out dainty and now of mind to see Ghana. Ya sassy, ya arabo. Na ye bre. Na ye crab roof in Nigeria. Really? Nigeria forecast in the Diabroba Nima market. Maize and what have you. Yes. Onion and what these are the situations. Now me besides what is the problem? Focus on no every day. Commander, you were 20.7% of arable land in Ghana. Uncultivated land. Let me put it that way. 20.7%. Over the whole Africa, you 60%. Africa, you 60% of arable land. You to me the dog and the feed just 10 to 15%. Of the population. Meanwhile, China, 10% of arable land. China 10% and only 8.5%. Edi feed 18% of the world's population. Or 10%.
10%.
Yeah, was say 18.
Yeah, or 20.7. That is Ghana. Yeah. 20.7.
20.7.
Yes, as of 2022.
Yeah, you're so sure.
In Fanya, you didn't go to some. You did 2 gallons. You did 2 gallons. Yeah. The world, Africa, it was 60%. But China, the only 10%, so 8.5%. It share 18% of the whole world population. Yet Ghana ha kramu. Everything you import to. Yeah, besides I will say your focus you're doing when it comes to our Greek culture. Say we should till the soil. Are we ready to till this soil? Because so chance now we share major political parties are on tall. People are not telling us quite a bit faswa tomatoes young crown fi Burkina Faso. Because you knew weather conditions are the same. In Suetoha, we are Netoa, we are Boha, we are Bohonum. How can Burkina Faso ye koto tomatoes fi Burkina Faso in Mali? Then as for mine. What is the problem?
But almost tamale dear tomato self. Though last year near 600 is 1,005. It's not a 6,000 per box no.
I fantastic argument. I don't have problem. Kwa men's na mefa. Ako tamale ako tomatoes na ba.
Oh, so see Monday by Friday you are there.
Lorry fair near saying.
Oh, we need lorry fair. So we see my benanti. Who rest whom no make a crack.
Then the diwaba kwanya ye faso and kotamale. You get it? The roads situation mind we. These are the issue I can was him. That my mom for no move play I crack I tamale na ye saying and ne ye saying it used to be how much? About 220, 200 thereof 180 and ne ye saying that is the question you beside your home. And is that about say what tamale no boy for what tamale? Yeah, one kind, huh?
Now, Air Force,
oh, that's 6,005 according to Muzi Joy figures of Fado. 6,000.
No, 6,000. 6,000. And I'm going to say, or more MPP communicators, let's say, almost I could check if you 1,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000.
What tamale?
What tamale?
Joy and Castle checking the no tamale.
Debbie.
So that analogy, no, and your comparable.
To almost so be our one crab, be our tamale. They say tamale na. But we had the analysis. Is it nye agbugbulo shibio?
Inti say omeanka ya planting for food and jobs, rearing for export, any nasi for na ye fast as to be we more. The question is what did we do to ourselves? Honorable Brian Champon, Agric Minister, then we have fire situation home. The agric policy of Ghana a day. What is our policy? Your policy near what is our Greek policy of this country?
Interestingly, our fellow colleague editor Ernest
Ado
yeah. ne Inquirer
yeah.
Editorial bia on food security yeah. And let me just read maybe one or two paragraphs to support and Koma Yedi. And so office Babia Obiano. Me pacho ase we here pa ade na ekoso na no ose. Out of matter say the agric minister is interested in buying hotels than formulating agric policies. Yeah. McCarthy, we don't have an agric minister but rather a hotel minister. Okay. So the Inquirer the chief editor here, Eric Ernest Ado, or yeah, article be yes, I know. Or yeah, article be on food security.
Yeah.
On food security. So food security under threat with Brian Champion's picture here. And Mamimbo, just first and second paragraph. No, so here comes the rains. The downpours of June have officially commenced the rainy season for the year. Yet many of the aggregators, that is sponsors, for the phase 2 of government's laudable initiative, planting for food and jobs, PFJ2, have still not reported to their post. The Inquirer can report. That is the investigation. Now, aggregators are the ones who are to sponsor the project. That's individual farms with timely inputs to beneficial farmers on credit. All right, so planting this paper land starts by close of June to July. But since 20th May this year, when the aggregators received their appointment letters from the Ministry of Agriculture, many of them are yet to report to their assigned duty post. So it's likely that even in the rainy season, they are planting bekoso. You get it? Apart from individuals, omo any abrese, ebia opeso yeni kuya kakra, no ate kotondi, but abainwa they are not all Brian Champon and his team has decided that they won't do it. Or say in the Savannah region, for instance, the Inquirer scouts reported that it appears none of the aggregators have reported to their duty post, leaving the farmers stranded with their lands cleared and waiting to plant. To omo eye enema free aban eho say seedlings ne saa nneɛma no. Then aban so wo the aggregators, the facilitators. Eya omo de ma omo enkane no na ebeka say akuafo krachefo. Akuafo krache. Na akuafo krachefo no ne bre ye seedlings any manema. So, coach, talking to my district director, it appears none of those posted to the Savannah region has reported. Can you bring this to the attention of the minister, Brian? My land, some 200 plus acre, is virgin and needs to be developed. That's cleared and stamped before I can plant. But as I speak to you, the sponsor has not reported to the field. Unquote, one of the marooned farmers told this paper in Bole. So it feeds into what someone now can say. Yeah,
these are the issues. Say Ukraine, and in its present state, export to wheat. Africa to BD. Uganda to bombo. Over more than 5,000 sanctions, and at the West, they are to Russia. So, but Russia economy is still strong. I'm for you see, I'm for the more value of natural resources or more, and more harness. Yeah, they need a day. You need. See, you need to put your fertile land. Say, dying we move. You tutu need their brochure near Kobe be free, and now what we see.
Then you what you do.
You get it, but we are not thinking about how to do it because ministers, you don't know the cramo.
How?
Oh, I said I make cano. And now why you how the dindi ukramo?
Mean cramo, but what kind of ministers?
Cradi bano, ukrabi. Is it ministers you don't know? Our girlfriends and a cramo, but engineer Chelsea a bit to me. I don't move Ghana. Local ones are your don wohano. Yeah, Shemukina and my young ton woha because of my young no more girlfriends and the demon feature neighbor. Pottery, Akoko, Yentimina Akoko.
That's a pottery, dear goo.
Because a man for the cradiba. La Bianca no be crabba. The year my own yebi wo ha.
La Bianca is no more.
That's a company no. The company ni La Bianca. And I'm a de La Bianca.
Yes, sir.
A company that's in America. And the company is La Bianca. La Bianca the biggest importer of your friend the Nkuko
frozen
food. Ghana. You get it? I didn't know or no wa. Yeah, ma will be a man to me yebi Ghana. Now affecting the growth. That is the situation at your womb. It's a Bible policy, Papa. Do you get it? You bet discourages all these things. Na aboying, na manipa akukwem. Ya manaya say I don't cry the punishment. You did 2 year team. You go your school. You did some money. You did some money. I say kodo. Punishment. Engineer ni na ni ene za adodie. Emfa.
Uye school na kodoku uye hieni.
You know uye hieni. Uye daben. These are the situations you team with na idea because solutions are meant for proposing in no. And your solutions are bet you are dealing with your problem. Kwanda. Solutions are meant for no more candy to no. If you take Ghana's problem, those solutions cannot solve our problem. We will need a proper analysis, diagnosis of your problem. There's a simple question. A DNT no mind to say Ghana, you crack tomatoes.
Say Bayre and I know last Wednesday, Bayre 4 ewo tamale. Bayre 4 ewo tamale say 200 Ghana cedis.
Okay. Until the fact car drew her, it will go. It will go 250 and more. See, that is the situation. And that young age, your age no more. because everything is chemicalized. Ghanaians no longer eat organic food. The fertilizer will be beer, the name will be beer, and the repercussion. And the yari will corner BP, and doctors in this country are not able to find out why. Then another more the 90.
No, they know.
That you can't tell. You can't.
Just they know.
Useless institutions. They will time of COVID wouldn't know poison about what man for Ghana. COVID. COVID by poison, AstraZeneca. The scientists have established these are poisonous things and then money. For so a man from my bone tutu. Thank God I didn't enjoy that foolishness. The young man from me one question because I knew it was nonsense. Remember in this studio, my catcher was saying vaccination. You can't see a vaccinate you are once you are vaccinated against something. Now, so I can't say me COVID. This I bought 2 jabs and no crowd no assurance. So me COVID I told there wasn't vaccination, so I will not do it. And thank God I didn't join that stupidity. My family one could
say jaja for the jaja for no.
You see, there was scientific research institutions were Ghana ha. They say we buy a month to me and verify.
Charles, you are getting something wrong. They know. Omunim, they know.
Omunim.
Oh, Charles. Omunim. Yes. They know. They know. Even some of the medical officers, no, the doctors and those people, no, those companies, no, AstraZeneca near the Adeneban, they even talk to them before. Not for say a president know him. On him. They know the president, Akufo-Addo, Bawumia, whoever, and you see. There are so many things about Africa. And Ghana, they know.
But that is the issue. Why must it be so?
No, you see, the negotiations that goes in, sometimes, street
you sacrifice your people.
Oh, far away. Then a Drew baby. Now, on say. Edu baby na government officials no omo different one be na omo de wo
Sputnik.
Yeah, man for ye hu they say adentina the normal one na nkrofo wo no omo ho ye no bi na omo
is Johnson and
Johnson something.
Yeah, Johnson and Johnson.
Also e baba ye
and then nurse.
I'm say nurse. I'm say nurse. E man for ye dede
Sputnik ni AstraZeneca there.
Ono mu jagu. They know. Or ade bi esibia no they know. This COVID thing no. A yankophobia to baby, they planned it, and almost a trickle ba Africa down. So African leaders, Ghana president, Akufo-Addo nim the entire Akufo-Addo way prime minister by how they COVID by onim. And pani on the bunker for munim. GMO Adriani, to say mini a GMO no. Sabi abroad no sorry anom the system no. They love it, and professor.
Why would they even accept this?
Can you imagine
Parliament?
Can you imagine
members of parliament that transfer bobo one year to
yes.
Oh,
and they share money.
Oh,
can you imagine say a whole learned people nipa 2-3 to me share say Charlie me dey gay for this car or no one need to know when you gay. When you say when people they are advocating.
Yeah,
but they are omunyebia. Yes,
omunyebia.
Onyebi owoyere owokunu na or advocate for but the money involved, if you hear the amount of money they get, just so everything going on. Just a bia obiti say why you arguing men what now to baby because
yeah.
And no one in him says the rate and crofo would tim say no say no. They know everything they know. Bra champion to us is here onimpa say Ghana food security e kaba because omo wiesika no omo di omo anye adwuma na say omo ye now just ye call other countries compare duane eba. They know, they are aware. omunim bibia ya chaze
sapiti
omunim bibia but mami boss catch de bako embraces ya hello oh pacho meluzu no and just sade way so one long crop for so omo eni hu come about eniema bo.
Yeah, but these are the things that it's affecting me directly. Me a me fa trotro. Me a me fa okada. We na me fele.
But the
mo ka GDP no. Mo fa plane no ma ka dollar no. Why say? Na ye todok no. Tomatoes nya ye no. Yen kan na say.
But Charles, Argentina, we have prices of petroleum products.
Yeah.
Air costro.
Yeah.
The forex is going up.
Yeah.
Rent is going up. Tariffs air costro. Food prices air costro. Then they tell you that inflation figure is coming down. Where there?
It's a school nebia kwesinebi.
How?
We say bia binsinebi. Entino your understanding no different from obi understanding. Who check inflation last year by this time. Yanko check prices. Name family to this year prices. That is the only thing that you can tell me say coffee.
Price of
commodities. You want to talk about inflation, you look at it's a year. Until last year by this time, now milk you're saying. And net you're saying they calculate percentage. They will say cost run a baffle.
I'm say see inflation commodities no price no cost but inflation no a figure no or baffle.
One control.
Oh, sir, Ghana a year friend
selected items. Meet statistician. He tries over explaining, exempting Niamini would did the beer.
No, you see
what do you say? So, for example, no. Okay,
Otie no, person.
No, I'm fine,
no, boy, actually,
economists were Ghana. They've never been able to produce solutions to our problem, economic challenges.
No. You're not here, no.
Now what, Mr. Who come in at me time?
He is not defending, no.
Maybe time I'm in coming. But no, I'm me person because it makes no sense. I am buying, and I'm telling you, Belakwa, a buy na say. Belakwa medium next charge near 11 cities park today and 30 cities.
Depending on where you are buying it from.
Where are you buying yours?
Yeah, the way you say baby at 34.
That is what I'm saying. You can't tell me say who work of select items. When am I power to select items?
No,
who has given them that power to select items? No. Items, they need select items. Anything I make I say, you see, when I started, I said those who are flying, they should be talking about dollar. Those of us who eat kenki and yam, we are talking about kenke and yam. Yeah, dear, that is what I will use to calculate my inflation. What I say, Obina or no, so yeah, nonsense calculating it there. That is what it is. This time, me more being better than can't say won't tell me. Economy say what Ghana will be a problem. The city is running. Dollar to city, and that safer is wealthier than city.
More than.
What is it? So that is the situation. So what again do you want to tell me? Me bre, and you know it yourself. And go on be do anthem.
You know, so what tell us and also I want to
Magati to us.
Anyway, open the aquaba. Just okay, so the last job, and Friday. And Friday, when person may restrict him. If you're interested in Charles McCarthy's argument, you can come in. But what other issues you want to raise, you can raise. So let's go. We are having a conversation today.
Yes. Me nam kwansu ba no. Miti McCarthy. Miti commander. Di kama miti atifu. Na Mini Chas, Yeshiache. Bunu Commander, Communication Commander. Oye Jumapa.
Commander, IMF.
Na, Ushe, Obi said, Burkina Faso can feed Ghana for 200 years, free, and the Burkina-Faso won't even feel it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Cote d'Ivoire.
No, but do you believe it?
Why wouldn't I believe me? But Cote d'Ivoire can include Ghana in its budget and will still do good. Even Togo can buy and operate our port efficiently.
Unem, Niana mo kafa ntoso. You drew Jubilee House haya. A shame before say na meni aha. Anka me friend me ma me loudspeaker. Obi a omo hwe me nyina you can attest to the fact say me friend me ma me. Mommy. Yeah. Me friend no.
O dia friend no na me picking me be sia. CM just catch the hello.
Hello.
Mommy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam. I to say.
I say.
Your friend will say.
Your friend me great.
Pass on if
Me o University of Ghana.
Hey. What we need be?
But I.
Who we need say?
2,000 students.
Woo! 20 million.
But I.
No, you are lying.
Oh, I don't know. When I just
I beg you for no to say Pam.
Now we get some chance to
Oh, Charlie do.
Not to some way radio when you can try. And I just open 6 days. And
you to Rafa say. And you to say.
Yes, for 50 days.
Anyway, we need 20 million.
Aye.
Anyway. So where your friend is CMG Sika Achedie. And from Monday to Fridays, we do it. Ubedi di peche. Timika says CMG Sika Achedie, Ubedi di peche. CMG Sika Achedie. Thank you. Congrats. Yamisha Koswada ni entna. Accra FM, yes, Citizen Show, CMG Scatcher there. We are grateful.
Thank you.
All right, so and a message 30 million. And a message 30 million. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. One yen in Temo and Cha and a cancer will be in and frying Kosia. The next 20 minutes, Messia 2. The match will be 30 million. Match 10 million, match 20. So we need here, what 20 no? Maybe boom 30 million. Now for the answer. My memory back. So Harun, now let's go.
Let me talk for about Ntusasem. It's true, sir. The communicators of NPP omunim near adia ombe defending because it appears every now and then scandals issues of economy no it's overwhelming to the extent say omofaha na di weaba omosa omuchia na nenam ha, and it is not propaganda that no omo defend it. It's about the reality of what Ghanaians are feeling within the confines of the country called Ghana. Me friend me mama about Ntus. Me bisa no say, Mom, the business no. That's my mom's business.
Oh,
okay. Me bisa no how much is Ntus adaka. Okache obisa me say Ntos wo ho there. She asked me, say Ntos wo ho to the extent say ubenya adaka ato. Me bisa no concerning a radio program. Me bisa no say me pe Ntos ato every tamale because Accra ha Ntos ni ho. Ye benye bia to tamale. Ono kache me say Ntos ni ho. Ntos loka 250 Ghana cedis. Ewo tamale. olonka ntoos olonka wo tamale misa bisa no se olonka san na yebetimi adru adaka wo se ntoos san baby wunya adaka na asese a yebono because you can even almost that's what I'm coming. Yes, because adaka no different. Say obi ebe kachira wo say ntos adaka entamale 5,500 yambisa nipa koro no say ntos ehun bi na omoton 1,500.
Ana on chiro baby
ana ya on chiro ya baby the farm gate ana the marketer ubetimi because me nimpa say entamale yan dot ntos we don't grow tomatoes in Tamale. No. Every Burkina and Anavrongo. But just backyard near a water there, at least when you be. But not to that extent, say with media commercial quantities. So say Obi etin crime. More prices or arguing prices of Tamale there. There maybe can say nyambe 20 per krono ka emayen mo aye free Tamale. I'm telling you, because you are using Tamale as your base market to rate near yeton and near yeto one crime. What kind of nonsense is that? Na minua marketing timase me sha see every day statistical department. They were overwhelmed by the attack of the media stations with the reality. Nti friend no to papa. I listen to him. Now or try to justify the 23% of the inflation rate. Then I bisa no say. Uko malata. Ntos. Last year. Not even last year, this year. Beginning no. What me top 5 for 10 cities. 5 for 10 cities. See, one. No, there be 1 for 5 cities.
Missing about 2 for 10 cities.
For 10 cities. And you are telling us, say,
inflation is 23.
Nebanya na upatra no say last year, because that is what na oka. Say last year, how much was ntos, and this year how much is ntosa yeto adakam. And then as at that time, no, the inflation rate as at that time was beyond 20%, 23%. So if today the inflation rate is 23%, he's trying to educate the daft. At least we were somehow, the economic background. Say, you have to look at the distance from last year May to this year May. What is the margin? What is the increase, the speed rate of inflation? You cannot tell me. You can't say that because I am buying the food stuff to go home and eat. So if you are using your book and then your margins and your speed at which your inflation drops or higher, and fire, it is about the pieces of ntosa anameto or 10 cities, and then the pieces of ntos that I'm buying today. So today, onion is around, in the past, 760 cedis, 750 cedis, and that was somewhere April haya. Na Jenny sack of a Jenny na 750 cedis. Just April. Today we are talking about 1,500 cedis. So if you calculate the distance from April and then today, and then the amount involved, the increment, and you are telling me that the inflation rate is 23% based on last year and this year. I am saying, say, ABR, because he's been paid at the end of the month, because his foodstuffs are supplied for free to him at home, because so me free on your light bill, on your water bills, so he doesn't feel the reality. For which reason they can tell him to massage the figures and come and blindfold people who are in Accra and who are the learned.
Really?
Sanoka, my mother who gave birth to me said, Ntose nitamali. To the extent that you can get adaka to buy krano anyhow. Yes. So where did you get that figure from? 1,500 from where? Woman catcher. Fine. It is left to everybody. I am not doing campaign. Me catcher say to abapa. If you are in government, continue to be in government, because I don't see how you will survive this when you leave power. Unless, of course, you reason beyond me, say where these people are taking us, it is not where I should belong. And come out, let us save your life. Because continuously, if it comes to Accra, say there's nowhere in Makwala, there's nowhere in Abubulushi, Kantamanto, and everywhere you can get food stuff to buy. Where are we headed as a country? Say the basic food items that you must involve them, you must add them. Those are the petty things that the prices are unbearable. So I want to mean to Jenny Ekosro, Ntos Ekosro, Kakadro anyhow. I mean, those things, where are we headed? Last
I can't
Saturday,
imagine in a rainy season unya kuntum.
This is Saturday. Saturday, the only thing now I can say I bought and did not fail was contumely. And you will be in a call, I call Agbobulishi, me yiri na call ye. I drove her there. Mikoto nema je you can say Amasa my market.
Okay.
Yes, I say free Amasa my market. Odi we brem, I got angry.
Now let's go.
Okro. They counted okro.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
20
6, 7, 20 cities, 10 pieces.
20 cities, yeah.
Odo, now we see 20 cities.
Yeah. Me ba boy ne ofi. Me ne ba boy ne ofi.
Just imagine.
Me ne come market. Even Enra. Me ne come market. Ya to turn yama we no busa say daddy. So what is happening? Enra. Anopay me ba adwuma na mesi me ye aduane ama no so be ko gym. Ena o say ne menye abunabunu ema no.
Yes.
Ena me suma no say onkoto kontomre wo junction ne so mra. I was shocked.
Yes. I think sir, the only thing that I bought and did not feel it, na ye kontomre 5 cities. Abra na ye turn 3 cities, 2 cities, 1 city 50 pesos west. She say 5 cities per roll. And a roll, one roll no kura no en soon ni pa.
No kura no turn ama samantia be wo one roll no say 10 cities.
Me say won't enti me soon me ni 1 roll 5 cities.
Okay, now I see even pepper is has become expensive. 1 cup is 20 Ghana cedis.
Yes. I have to substitute chicken with wole, so that at least you better balance. So that is how far as a country we have come. Sir, you cannot be satisfied. Your own motherland, you have become a slave under the regime of this useless president, the so-called human rights activist. Commander, and I mean, say, utie court and some echo.
Yeah,
utie.
Yeah,
who tape no, and I utie tape no.
Okay, man, tape.
Me and I'm still wondering, as a state, as a country, where lies the justice and freedom of this country? That coat of arm now for freedom and justice.
And come in first round near San Coma, so that we don't mix it up. Why? Okay, all right. So quick comment here. Berima Kwesi says because most inflation drive in Ghana is because of speculation. So prices go up exponentially in Texas. Most farms are commercial and are by the roadsides for easy transportation access. Private banks give them good loans to cultivate large vast of land. So food inflation is kept lower. Maybe low over here. I think it's about time Ghana invests in large scale farming or commercial farming instead of subsistent farming. And this one is coming from Berima Kwesi, Texas, US of A. And Berima Kwesi, a strong MPP guy. Now, and very much, what you need to ask yourself is, what has happened to our PFJ?
Yeah.
PFJ is meant to give us, I mean, a wholesale of foodstuffs.
Yeah.
In
the food basket.
Exactly. That is the plan behind PFJ, that we can produce more, eat some, and even export some.
Yes.
Now, PFJ, the Sika Aqua PFJ, extra even free SHS. But we can't eat some, we can't export some.
Yeah.
We are now importing, and what we are importing, we are buying it like as Yakobo or Wobosian.
Yeah.
That is the reality. So, media, Obekasa, Kasaye. All right. And of matter says, if contemporary costs, cost will say, yeah, you can get in Tosu when he buys 10 rolls to make parasols. Okay. It's sad. All right.
If you look at US, 5% of the population, just 5%, is feeding over 200 million people. 5% of the population in the US, the entire US. 5% population. What happens to Ghanaians? Bobby, can you tell me the percentage of Ghanaians that are deeply involved in commercial farming? We don't have them. So, as a graduate student from the University of Ghana or the development studies and a Greek economist, what would be my future as a student or as a graduate, a Greek student? The Greek schools now you in this country, Bobby, your baby are free. Mampong. Go there and see the number of Greek students they churn out every year.
Yes.
They turn out to be either bankers or engineers. They have abandoned their profession because they have no role to play in the economy. They have created planting for food and jobs, and those the agenda was to create. It was just a political project. Let me call it this way: a political project to siphon money,
to steal us.
To steal us. That's what I'm saying. To steal our money. The year that planting for food and job was created, that year, do you know how much we were buying maize? That particular year in 2017, now you told a bro 350 and 370 something. Today, maybe say iguana edasu ye juma. And how much is maize? Even at the farm gates. Even at the farm gate, how much is maize sold? One bag of maize, how much is it sold? Today, who beside the Agric minister, who is busily chasing hotels, buying hotels, and forget his mandate as a Greek minister. So who beside no baby or offering? How much is maize sold? On to me and catch.
Anyway,
on to me and catch.
I'll come back to you now. A comment here, Alex Apobobia, since 2018 to 2024, Nanado and Baumia have spent 2.9 billion Ghana cedis on the so-called PFJ.
Yeah.
And yet the world, come back here. The World Food Program have predicted for insecurity, food insecurity for Ghana from June to August. So you spend 2.9 billion Ghana cedis, then you have food shortage staring at you. Advertisers, they are dugouts, not even concretized. Okay, so let me leave this one. Berma question responses: PFJ was badly implemented because the then minister was focusing it on the individual small farmers for his political agenda to become the flag bearer of MPP. So he refused advice to invest in commercial farms instead. So PFJ implementation was a joke. So very much these are some of the issues, and you keep on telling us Baumia Beba. Meanwhile, you are in America. You know what is going on. Anyway, Charles, who be to add up, or you want to just move
from baby?
Fanam inside Comra.
But I sit there once and one can be
see, that is why me person can move
Kabi.
Second round.
Why make it twice out in Facebook? No, I saw the radio.
Wow, shit.
Was not to watch out, as usual. Abraham saw radio, you don't know. So we are say, yeah, we make a say, nah. Cora, winning, Syria, I mean, no, Serena, no. Okay, Mrani be, Miss Requa.
Miss Requa.
Yeah, pretend you.
Na obane
yen na ye pretend you. You pretending as if say we are happy, but you are not.
Gawere.
Sabi ojo so kura ya ajo so ahwe.
But them be o mampon. O ba be sia no hwe anu so nka so ka be dey.
Oh, Syria yes ni nyina ye borrowed and to please ourselves say as if say okay. Yen okay. Asitira mo ye tene. Ama kwamna nipa awon nsra de kura sha se sra de.
It's
but abane pese chinchina wujitum say. What for example, maybe free buno ba a year 2017 even aban sign kura no 2016 me free buno ba nkran me ko VIP na matua 50 Ghana cedis.
Yeah.
Na ma ba be dura kra. And then me here 120 Ghana cedi they account 50 na metua no.
Yeah, 170.
170.
Unyensu onumia.
Debi over tax in car ho. Entimi no over calculations bi kire me na one calculating year. Na asebi ya besere mbese nka makati ba inside na mi say tomato business na say ye baby. O yenya consultant bi amana tuyefo. As you say no, ye have profit na ebam na. Kwamra ye beto bi abeton. Unze minister na ne mrante no mo kasa say ni eton watamale na o de ba abeton ni say no. O de omo nkyere na mo madam bi otachima ya. Ono de obono bosia na so de be bada obehye ne de a o de be mawo. Enti say de omusika say omo fa no tamale beton ni de makati o de yenko. Na mia mesa Africa ni nya daka be 100 be dura ahwe afi ye nya adwuma bio. Penkonta no mo bu no. Go come na 1005 na say de na ni e kai. Unya case ka 400 Ghana kura de onye wadaka ba ko 400. Say 5000 Ghana wa kra de a. Makanke ahiti o.
Jackpot.
Kwabra, utie mazoma mi kan ye pa. 80,500 plus 500 per a ni e beton 5,000. 18 kadaka bi aminu mi ni o 3,000 o de en ton 5,600 en ton 5,000 per. Kadaka ba ku bi aminu mi ni nya 3,000. And times 100 you saying 3,000 times 10 cry 30,000. Tikaminu mi enu ye share profit of 3 billion. Na sabi emfasu juma we wo ho ka ministers no kura mo ya mane enko mo abepe bosi am ma me no papa akodi sa adwa no. Komo amu bebo ma me no papa no ma ne am akodi sa adwa no. Enti no Ghana Statistical Service under this government. Nyambesa meka nyina ne say wa nkasa no bu nkonta na wode wo data ekodwom a ema no bebo wa bu nkonta simple as that. Na makanta adwene na adwene nsuo mu na mo adwene a o kondo anu akoto bi ahwe no yetimi tam adwene kitwa bi hye wonsam say 100
Ghana
say ni yakwe adwene pala one friend say pitre
again.
Mad fish. Yeah. And then friends say no man modify me say catfish.
Catfish.
100 Ghana cedis. Na the fish ba kwatu jaso atoto to 2 years 200 Ghana cedis. And I know I was shocked. Na minim say yen kran ni Kumasi. Banda ensuo na no and the obeka se fisherman de buy no o na
snail back 50 cedis
now premain for na mu koto aduane ọtọ nwa kọjọ ẹbua ọ na epirima ni na nwa yẹ tọ ne nẹ ọyàrá sẹyìn ṣe dabi o ṣe ọmọ yẹn o ọmọ nfa nwa owurẹ mbi o kọbẹrẹ ẹnuyẹ ọbua jísẹ Gambia kọbẹrẹ ẹnipiri na mi kan ni edi kọ yẹ yẹ mu anka utimi di ẹni jí ẹ kásẹ o mẹkọtọ nwa awe mẹkọtọ adwene awe no kọbẹrẹ premise no ajọmpo kọ almost 500%. Enti o ka 23 a ọtí nso na no na ni bu ofu premise no po aye den boat na ọmọ tọ no ntaku ni nsempoa ene boat ni bi na 40,000 Ghana cedis.
Crazy.
The national security more. They are not presenting accurate report to the president.
Yes. Na again so before Kufado. Na omo brifu ba omi akura nka ba omi abekọ akwagina mi bra wo.
What I know is that the national security guy there right now, called the coordinator, you know, or a Gabi boy. No, Dankwa Institute and a Gabi no de ne kosheo. Omo a report even with Kandapa, they give all the report to Gabi.
Oh,
na Gabi asone so de ese Kufado te. Any the any say ote.
Cover no crab put that one aside.
Hey, any didn't call.
Covering ain't to put that one aside. Into discussions are air cosi. And yet, about when I'm more your director of communications. Any or deputy director, any or advisor on communication in directors and quaconsia, any guonum, and the at least near Kosovo Bontino, as and come ye privy to no mote. But sad story is me am yet me munimno, menami kojum. And a minimnia, a ma FM, none of them may try na me am bored at the market. Me koba no. And I'm telling my wife, I say, when you say, yeah, you no more managing, papa.
Oh, yeah.
They are doing well.
They are managing.
Hey,
easy.
Miami Boda, Hono, Unso, Mumba, nice on Beso Buka Craba, me retard swinging at you still. Me tra, near me the more Musso among Fanconez and Manny dear. Sell me the Tintamu and son of my near Mom Bay, the animal Mukrumia de Eddie. The point we are making is say, Cobra, a sitting near Nipa Bedi. Me say, my diba couldn't strategically, so me money power 12
so I'm body heavy.
Oh, body heavy, man. So I know you any for the day. But I'm one Pediano crying, and I and
a permanent yeah, 10, 11, 30 now.
Oh, medium 12 no power because I'm not sure for you. As I'm a botra, nice, I would use manager, and I say, so no, strategically, who dear you so didn't too. When you're banku, I nungu suka cry and work.
Me breakfast, I mean, heavy.
So, these are things are making one and I'm TV who know where not tomatoes debate a become minim one no massitinum yamakati. Ah, no, Mokasa will be Kabia and then almost 500 Ghana survival the week. It's not happening. And in the airquay. Kwamra ehini ni ekwe bibia mfanshi o bibia enkoso sesi amaba mi bekwe say ya me bekro nyame o atasuri nko anim because ahana obaye no onamfo abetoto omo nyina no IMF kura nya approve omo deal a omo de be survival makate kura onyanya bi no beka se o ma bibia wa mambi ena baby ami kro no nso no. Oh, crowd the life support IMF no with the two me. No one is doing good. And this is where we find ourselves in. But they be also your bobu siam begum emi ya kaye den ekosoro.
Yeah.
Kobrenra me kotra parliament. As at this time I feel na parliament Ebe City. Ekobo 5 p.m. Ena utimu say ya ba ko hwibra ma
obeba no abre
dabi ya panko hwibrama abani ni hwiye enti government majority leader now ye leader of government business ebegina parliamentar onu amunim say yemfa bill bia metal parliament on education talking about free education beside the article 25 no gina ho bi sapita no tu say so free area meboa no chita no tu nyoti and I voter region okay obisa say what say or say on support to free education on my amrashe bedwafo atuka free baby I voter transfer bedru no other people no so other people no bibia ni one man talking about say the bill being passed by committee level and a bill no crab for first reading or second or third not government business ni oda no afenyo markings adaya was kwabra is of public interest tomatoes born and yentimi ndi tomatoes no kwabra ndi enye of public interest.
I'll come back to
baby omode papa no koto ye maami bia se ne nan ya hye ne POP no enye winiba
yeah
enye ona majority leader o free efutu enye ho na afenyo markings free
I think so
kwabra ho no ye MP. The question I ask me say nanu ya no mo ka che say 98% of yare or Ghana health insurance etiki care ni akoyi nipa free ambulance mu e wo constituency atokwan ho at the amana kudu at the point of death tinkwa kona e bisa say Mr. Speaker ka say any statement no na the statement na tuga na ban na mu ahunu say enye uni MPs o mo call parliament nra majority nipa 12
campaign
out of 137 no omo akani nyina di ba omi achi nipa 12 ne bae and omumum minority for no by nipa 30 because omo hu se munye serious omo ba brada mama omo ba okuada mama omo consensus ye transfer.
I'll come back
afena mumum
there was time we have time so let's do the need for them we come back so that you make me as separate issues no live on a 100.5 Citizen Show mame Moson Kai was a Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic Friday almost say bright soja capsules bright garlic plus capsules bemu oniaji your friend awoso night entimpacho jodie Tango Prime washing powder obesi enema amaniate na ontare mu ayhwam I kama anyate wine yeast stains every atarima Tango Prime washing powder you know na Ghana for agiatum ya say de babia wudi sinema ma say chi ngotre akasha anim o say koi na ekwajo de o Delta paper mail 0243 033033 onsa betumi aka omo ewo Tango Prime washing powder na Royal Chapter Property Group Limited almost say yanko teacher mante ni yanko je ensas papa bi and almost say AC adan yamde mansas no plot size is 70 by 100 80 half plot 3500 70 50 ni nyina cool price omo bema bi teacher mante omo wo 2 and 3 expandable bedroom houses omo ton ne bo no da form ni tua no flexible omo sase no omo wo ensuo wo hodada electricity and omo demarcated roads nso wo ho yenko Royal Chapter Property Group Limited ne no mo kasai from 025 651 5862 me boso 025 651 5862 onsa ebetumi aka omo CMG skacha de night ene yeguso ye che 20 million ye che 10 million ye che 30 million wanya ne ntem obeka se kwabena trimo den enye mitrimu na eden eye wo na ese botumu ntem mesi na mema amanfo de dipeche wa bo nso botuma ye heavy weekend wani agye faketu abeje kakraka odimma I'll be back.
You can either go out to watch one game at your local and pay for the bumpy, stuffy ride there. Then the food. Then the drinks with a 12,000% markup. And a new team jersey cause some drunk spilled red wine all over you. Or you can pay once right on your phone and watch 42 live Premier League games over a whole month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment, there's only one way to go. GoTV. Love it.
Where a member you don't know, a million young one day, and young day, a young member drew, a new thing a band may be a here below, and to 4 and out of 4, and you'll be a pretty good tractombia, and cook chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, and they have bar shops beer. I will gonna have no beer. And that's a frame. I was 0243 686861 and 0245 749206. Sanka 12 FDA Fajatu. Kaise Tabia Takumye. Bembia Takum.
Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
Mika Emra bills was here. If you say, Asumja, when you were in Bosia Bonshaya Hoodie, Educhum, Obi Biawe, any to make dear Biara Woody, bills will be Bimao, won't hear Susu, won't hear our Nana, we hear no national ID card. Ain't it to Murikana Frayan was 0302 200 and 0596 920 833. Kai say, on Mansika Krobia Batang. Bank of Ghana and Sawo Bills microcredits Jumediemu. Bills Uposia Bohon Adamfo. Kai say Jumedie in Shishaka Crown.
Hey, say the Mako who Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. No, who credit me, say, and Nunti Nomania Award, a word bestie, Obian Transit Emma Dumpemia, the Cassa, and Asam Boya, the Encanon to them.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. A senior want to say, near Crew Etuno, near Encan, Awananum, Obana, Bemo, Power, and Yarwankaye. Nancy Mamika say, and Espana called Moekayeno. Greenfield at Arumanti, and was also the China also APM. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our ultra modern laboratory. And a diagnostic machine, sir. I should show the Pebiani Mwankasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our Nungwa Dogon, Estate Junction, last stop. Frewa 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898.
Greenfield.
God is our healer.
Greenfield.
Your last stop.
I believe. Think about it. You can either go out to watch one game at your local and pay for the bumpy, stuffy ride there. Then the food. Then the drinks with a 12,000% markup. And a new team jersey cause some drunk spilled red wine all over you. Or you can pay once right on your phone and watch 42 live Premier League games over a whole month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment, there's only one way to go. GoTV. Love it.
Give us P capsules. A memory. Manum bia benemua. Kani metutu ya na minkuma bua sese die. Betu esa kum menia G. Give us P capsules. Give it to me, baby. Give us core capsules so e. E man meme nyina akoko yade. Sisi yade amamanya yem timotete wo mo no. Yedro no no. Manum bi amama de me ho. Give us core capsules. Mrs. Moye ding. Give us core capsules. I give it to you, baby. You give it to me. Oh yeah. Hey. Give us in no. A man need ya bebusiemu papa. Na bema ka give us P capsules. And ni give us core capsules bomu nom dia. Na eni jeni ahode no. Wabrudo. Give us P capsules. And men what if you do what you do kronkwa na efa. Give us core capsules. A pay for a battle one more menu for an kwada woni if you do me nunka ho. E wo drugstore beer motofonko Give us Herbal Center. Teshi Mobile. And na Teshi Adriami. Phone numbers 0543 222 470 and 050-68-51135.
FD Aje Edwedi Nkratui Atu.
Suzuza. The incoming president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, flag bearer, Zima National Democratic Congress. Also, in Chemo Bibiara, Orite Damanka. Sara LKM Manigana Ma, Grata Shishene economy, water to our pants. In education system, I was say. Friends and family government are all called the current administration. I watch her. Mecha Hashepa, all called a shepherd in Afraba, Obibiara.